As the wine soaked into his clothes, they fell away, revealing his back full of scars. A deep wound ran from his left shoulder, down his spine, to his right waist. His entire back was covered with red and purple bruises. Jiang Xiaoyou's eyes, already red, turned even more crimson. What did you do wrong to deserve such punishment? This is considered light. Wu Xiaohan poured strong liquor onto gauze and handed it to Jiang Xiaoyou. Help me wipe this. Jiang Xiaoyou wanted to say that her uncle had medicine, but she understood it wasn't about medicine. She was scared of the strictness of the Qin family and tremblingly took the gauze. Just as she was about to grit her teeth and cover the wound, a voice came from outside. Brother Wu. Wu Xiaohan quickly put on his clothes, stood up, and went out of the room. I'm here. On the roof, Shire saw him and immediately jumped down from the eaves, handing over several bottles of medicine. Brother Wu, the master has lifted your ban, and I was sent to deliver the medicine. Thank you. Wu Xiaohan took the bottles. You can go back now. But Shire didn't leave. Where are you hurt? I'll apply medicine for you. No need, Wu Xiaohan said just as the door to the storeroom creaked open. Jiang Xiaoyou happily came out. The medicine is here. That's great. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyou's red eyes and glancing at Wu Xiaohan's hastily put on, disheveled clothes, Shire's eyes flashed with a different emotion. I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he quickly disappeared with a flash. Wu Xiaohan was left speechless. Wow. Such amazing light skills. Jiang Xiaoyou tilted her head, looking at the direction Shire left with envy. Wu Xiaohan's lips curled slightly, and his gaze on Jiang Xiaoyou was calm and gentle. That night, a sudden urgent knocking on the door woke Su Yunwan from her sleep. What's the matter? Qin Junyi, lying beside her, immediately opened his eyes and looked toward the door. Outside, Lingchi reported, Master, the young lady is sick. She has a high fever that won't go down. Qin Junyi quickly got up and dressed, and Su Yunwan also moved. She opened the door and saw Qin Ruishan pacing anxiously. Seeing them, she hurriedly said, Big brother, sister-in-law, Lanlan caught a cold this morning and suddenly developed a high fever. Go check on her. Qin Junyi strode toward his sister's room. So worried, he forgot to pretend to be weak. Su Yunwan held his hand, pretending to be afraid he might fall. Qin Junyi then realized and glanced at Qin Ruishan, increasing his breathing. Qin Ruishan thought he was just anxious and didn't notice his abnormality. Even if she knew something, her intelligence would keep her secret. That was one reason Qin Junyi was momentarily careless. At this moment, Qin Luolan's face was flushed with abnormal redness, a damp cloth on her forehead, lying weakly in bed. Seeing Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan, she tearfully and painfully said, Big brother, where does it hurt? Let your sister-in-law take a look. Qin Junyi held her hand and checked her temperature, which was indeed higher than normal. Su Yunwan stepped forward to check her pulse, and a faint, special energy was transmitted from her finger. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and said, It's caused by wind-cold invasion, leading to a high fever. I'll brew some medicine for her. She should rest well after drinking it. Thank you, sister-in-law, Qin Ruolan replied with a gentle smile. Su Yunwan sighed inwardly. She needs to rest properly. Lingchi, Wanwan to get the medicine, Qin Junyi ordered. Yes. Qin Ruoshang immediately said, I'll go with sister-in-law. All right, Qin Junyi nodded, watching as everyone carried oil lamps and umbrellas and left the room. While Su Yunwan went to fetch the medicinal herbs, Qin Junxian arrived quickly after hearing the sound. He helped by picking up a stone and knocked on the door, anxiously shouting, Big brother, how is Lanlan?
Come in, Qin Junyi replied.
Inside, Qin Ruolan saw her second brother approaching with a limp, and her tears, which had just stopped, began to fall again. Second brother. Lanlan, don't cry. Your health is the most important, Qin Junxian said, supporting himself on the bed and comforting her. Shire bowed to Qin Junyi and left the room. Feeling the intense gaze from her master, he broke out in cold sweat. Just now, He learned from other guards that the young lady was ill and could no longer lie down. He got up and left the room. He wanted to observe her condition from afar, but when he heard the noise and came out, he bumped into the second young master, who was also leaving. The second young master then forced him to help carry her, so he went along. If the master found out his feelings, he would be doomed. He could only stay loyal and bury his forbidden love deep in his heart, hiding it from everyone. Inside the room, only the brother and sister remained. Qin Junyi saw that his sister was troubled and asked, "Sister, do you have any questions?" "Big brother, I don't understand why you insist on forcing our mother to become a nun," Qin Rulin said, revealing her recent worries now that her brother was gentle for once. If her brother hadn't pressured her, their mother wouldn't have forced her to shave her head, and she wouldn't have run away in despair, ending up in such an embarrassing situation. Qin Junyi didn't answer directly, but asked back, "What do you think?" "Our mother isn't good to you, or to sister-in-law," Qin Rulin said sadly. "Little brother, tell her," Qin Junyi said, rubbing his forehead with a headache. "Our mother is threatening the foundation of our family." Qin Junxian endured his clarity and explained how their mother wanted to seize power, ending with, "If father were here, she would have fallen ill and died, ending her threat forever. Now, only allowing her to become an outsider is a sign of the elder brother's kindness and tolerance." As the eldest daughter of the main family, Qin Rulin was raised with the idea that family interests come first. After hearing Qin Junxian's words, she was deeply shocked. Mother, for her own selfish reasons, committed such a serious mistake. If she were punished according to family rules, she would surely die, and second brother would also face severe punishment. In any wealthy family, a woman who harms the family like this would not be tolerated. Mother's life was spared, thanks to the elder brother's understanding and support for mother and son. Why did mother become like this? Qin Rulin couldn't help but shed tears. Qin Junxian looked gloomy and said, "Mother has always been like this. It's just that you and I have been influenced by her since childhood, and her favoritism blinded us to the truth, which is why we see things now clearly." After speaking, he looked at Qin Junyi with guilt and said, "Big brother, I'm sorry." Thinking of the past, Qin Junyi felt a bitter ache in his heart, but he replied, "It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself." Qin Rulin thought about what happened to second brother and quickly asked with concern, "Second brother, how are you hurt?" Qin Junxian awkwardly touched his nose and said, "Just some minor injuries, I'm fine." If it was only a minor injury, how could it be so serious? Qin Rulin secretly wondered, looking at Qin Junyi with a pitiful expression, "Big brother, from now on, it's just you, me, and second brother. So, big brother, could you be a little more tolerant of us in the future? Don't be like father, who always resorted to harsh discipline." Qin Junyi replied seriously, "We siblings will face difficulties together. So you must take care of yourselves." Qin Rulin and Qin Junxian remembered their earlier joking about becoming nuns or monks and lowered their heads in shame, promising they would never do such foolish things again. Just when the atmosphere was unusually harmonious, a guard outside reported, "Someone has come from the capital." The rain was gradually easing, and the night was pitch dark. Lingchi held a dim oil lamp, standing beside Su Yunwan to light her way along the corridor. Su Yunwan followed the corridor to the carriage, looking at the continuous rain, and opened her umbrella. "You wait here. I'll go to the carriage to get medicine." Lingchi immediately said, "Young madam, I will accompany you." "No need, just a few steps. I must stay close to protect you." Su Yunwan looked at him, seeing his eyelids droop respectfully but with a determined look, so she didn't say more. She lifted her umbrella with one hand and held up her skirt to step into the rain. Lingchi quickly opened his umbrella and followed. Su Yunwan climbed into a donkey cart specially used for carrying medicinal herbs, packed a suitable set of herbs wrapped in oil paper. She carried a charcoal stove to her room to prepare medicine and was eager to finish quickly, so she chose the latter option. On her way to the kitchen, just as she was about to pass through a ceremonial gate, she heard some movement behind her. She turned back and saw 3 people entering the yard, one holding an umbrella, a monk, and the other two wearing straw raincoats and conical hats. Underneath the raincoats, they revealed the distinctive flying fish uniforms of the city's secret guards. They exchanged glances with Su Yunwan, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. Lingchi immediately became alert, stepping forward to block Su Yunwan behind him. The two secret guards sensed Lingchi's hostility. One whispered something to the monk. After hearing the reply, their gazes toward Lingchi turned mocking and provocative. "We're leaving," Su Yunwan's voice came from behind. Lingchi withdrew his gaze and turned to follow her. The secret guards also resumed their steps toward the courtyard where the Qin family was staying. Soon, the guiding monk knocked on the courtyard door. Qin Mu opened the latch, and behind him stood two shadow guards armed with swords. "Benefactor, these two are visitors from the capital, looking for Miss Yu Jinjin," the monk explained.
Kvin moes pupils fritskeret.
"What do they want with Miss Yu?" "None of your business. Call her out," the taller secret guard said arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked midair. He dodged but was forced back several steps by the powerful force, crossing his arms to block the attack. The shorter secret guard drew his sword and shouted angrily, "How dare you!" The shadow guards behind Qin Mu drew their swords, ready for battle.
Qin Mu sneered.
"Miss Yu is under our family's protection. She's not someone just any stray dog can see. Are you trying to disobey the Emperor's order?" The taller guard challenged, secretly assessing the situation. Qin Mu spread his hands. "Where is the imperial decree?" "The Emperor's command is to bring Miss Yu to the palace for an audience," the monk said. "Oh, just an order."
Qin Mu sighed.
His expression suddenly hardened. "Words are empty. How can I be sure you're not acting on someone else's orders and falsely claiming the Emperor's decree?"
"What do you want?"
"Let's see if you're sincere," Qin Mu replied, daring to openly disobey the order. "Aren't you afraid of death?" The tall guard threatened through clenched teeth.
Qin Mu sneered.
"Why don't you go explore the underworld first?" "You." The man, feeling humiliated, drew his dagger, ready to fight to the death. At that moment, the leading monk reached out to stop them. "Patron, please stay calm. It is late at night. Let's discuss this in the morning. I will first take the two of you to rest." The impatient tall guard in black armor was about to blame the monk, but was stopped by a colleague. The shorter guard in black armor said smoothly, "Thank you, master." Before leaving, he left a warning. "There are only two choices for Miss Yu. 1. Go with us into the palace to enjoy wealth and honor, or 2. Die. If you try to stop us, you will be harming her. The Emperor considers her a prophetess and will not let her fall into the wrong hands." "Why does Miss Yu need to go to the palace?" Qin Mu asked with a serious face. The tall guard mistakenly thought Qin's family wanted to marry Jinjin and deliberately provoked, "What do you think about the women in the palace?" Qin Mu looked at them with a fierce gaze as they left, then ordered the shadow guards to strengthen security and quickly went to find Qin Junyi. When he reached Qin Ruolan's room, Qin Mu recounted the confrontation at the door. Qin Ruolan was very anxious. "What should we do? The harem is a dangerous place. Sister Jinjin is just a girl. How can she survive there?" Qin Junxian looked puzzled. "Why does the Emperor suddenly want Miss Yu? And so forceful? It might be some treacherous official spreading rumors. The dog Emperor has seen Miss Yu and, blinded by desire, wants to include her in the harem," Qin Mu guessed. Since hearing about the visitors from the capital, Qin Junyi's face darkened. After hearing Qin Mu's account of the confrontation, his suspicion was confirmed. His expression was cold as he summoned Shi, telling him to inform Jinjin and prepare her mentally for tomorrow's encounter with the Yue guards. Then he fell silent. Qin Mu sensed his brother's hidden anger and wondered, does Big Brother like Miss Yu? Does he want to take her for himself? But his wife's importance was immense, so he could only hide his feelings. Now, seeing the dog Emperor steal her away, he could no longer hide it. Similarly sensing his brother's anger, Qin Junxian and Qin Ruolan exchanged glances, both puzzled. When did Big Brother start caring so much about Miss Yu, Sister Jinjin? When Su Yunwan returned, she noticed the strange atmosphere and asked curiously, "What's going on with you all?" 2 Yue guards came from the capital to take Miss Yu into the palace, Qin Junyi said with a deep look.
Shuyunwan understood immediately.
She was silent for a moment, unsure whether to praise the emperor's cleverness or criticize his foolishness. 3 intense gazes focused on her. Su Yunwan felt she couldn't ignore them. She responded to their looks. Why are you all staring at me like that? Big sister-in-law, what do you think? Qin Mu asked cautiously. Su Yunwan thought for a moment and said, You should ask Yuzhen. If she wants to go to the palace to make a name for herself, she can go with the 2 of them. If she doesn't want to enter the palace, she can hide away and come back once the danger is over. How she hides is a matter to discuss later. Qin Junyi still frowned when he heard this. Qin Mu saw this and said, Brother, I have something private to talk to you about. Ziyuan, go back to your room first. I'll return later, Su Yunwan said, picking up the herbal soup from the tray in her hand, but Qin Ruoshang took it from her. Qin Junyi said, Come back earlier and leave 07 here. Okay. Su Yunwan watched as Qin Mu helped Qin Junyi out the door. Soon after, Qin Rulin finished her medicine and held a plum to her mouth, asking, Big sister-in-law, if Sister Jinjin stays with us, would you mind? How could she stay? Su Yunwan asked back. The same words were spoken from inside another room. After Qin Junyi returned to his room, Qin Mu closed the door and turned around, asking, Brother, if you want to keep Yuzhen here, it's not impossible. Qin Junyi was pouring tea when he paused, giving a cold glance. Keep her how? Would you, like your grandfather and father, take many wives and have many children? Qin Mu thought that the most trustworthy way to keep a woman was to make her his wife, so they would be united in life and death. As the head of the Qin family, he might follow the ancestors' example and bring a woman he admired into the inner house to ensure the family's prosperity. But if that happened, the proud and strong big sister-in-law might not be able to stay in the Qin family anymore. Qin Junyi. He picked up his teacup and drank it in one sip, then asked, What exactly do you want to say? If Yuzhen doesn't want to leave and you want to keep her, then tonight you can make her your concubine. The emperor wouldn't want a woman who has lost her virtue. That's nonsense. Qin Junyi looked tense and glanced outside, lowering his voice. I never wanted to keep Yuzhen. I see you're angry, so you said that, Qin Mu said seriously. Brother, if you're determined to have many wives and concubines, it's better to be honest with big sister-in-law early. If she can't accept it, instead of becoming a bitter couple, it's better to part ways before any children are born. It's too late. Qin Junyi's expression remained calm but sharp, with a hint of tenderness at the corner of his lips. When he first started his exile journey, giving Wanwan a divorce paper, maybe she would accept it calmly. Today, if he dares to do anything that hurts Wanwan, she will not forgive him. Having Wanwan, he considers himself very lucky, and he would never have any improper thoughts again. Qin Mu, who once admired someone, can clearly see his older brother's feelings and finally feels relieved. He guessed right, his older brother is not the kind of person who would abandon a big opportunity for a small gain. If possible, he hopes his older brother and sister-in-law can become a perfect couple, together for a lifetime. I have some news for you, Qin Junyi whispered about a prophecy. Qin Mu suddenly understood. The emperor is viewing the young lady as the person from the prophecy? Seeing his older brother nod, he asked further, Do you also think it's her? Qin Junyi was silent. For Wanwan's safety, he couldn't share his certainty with anyone, not even his most loyal younger brother. His silence was taken as agreement by Qin Mu. After thinking for a moment, Qin Mu said, We are already on the death list of the cruel emperor. It doesn't matter if we add one more. I will take the young lady away first, and meet up with her in Yuhjo. Qin Mu didn't doubt the prophecy from Yang Jianzheng, because as a child, he received a warning from him. Deep love does not last. Indeed, he once obsessed over a relationship that couldn't last forever. This changed his life dramatically. If the young lady truly is the person from the prophecy and can help the Qin family, then he can avenge his older brother. Qin Junyi said, Let's wait and see what the young lady decides. Yu Xinjin became a substitute for Wanwan, and the palace is a dangerous place. If she wants to venture out, he will see her off. If she doesn't want to go to the capital, He can't just stand by. I don't want to kill Bo Run, but he died because of me. He doesn't want the tragedy of her family to repeat with her. Qin Mu said, Big brother, we can't let the young lady go to the capital. Even if we can't protect her, we should spread the news so those ambitious forces or rebel groups can compete with the cruel emperor and we can profit from the chaos. But then, how can we ensure her safety? Qin Junyi opposed. Qin Mu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Even if she dies, she must not fall into the hands of the cruel emperor. This remark was overheard by Su Yunwan under the eaves. Just now, Su Yunwan asked how to stay, and Qin Rulin's eyes turned sharply. Let my brother pretend to take her as a concubine, and after the turmoil passes, end the relationship. Su Yunwan was momentarily stunned, surprised yet somewhat expected. She straightforwardly asked, What fake politeness? Are you trying to make Yu Xinjin submit to your older brother? Did you ask her opinion? She has suffered persecution from the powerful, and she definitely doesn't want to go through that again. Qin Rulin removed her disguise, sarcastically saying, Big sister-in-law, you might not know, but every head of our family has considered having many children an important duty. My older brother will likely have many wives and concubines in the future. You'll get used to it. Big sister. Qin Ruishan hurriedly stopped her, eyes full of disbelief. Qin Rulin retorted, Did I say anything wrong? Qin Ruishan choked, unsure how to respond. Calling her Xinjin sister-in-law so affectionately, but wanting her to become a concubine for personal gain. What deep sisterly love.
Suyungwanes nered mockingly.
Qin Rulin's defenses broke completely, her face twisted with anger. It's all your fault. If you hadn't disobeyed and embarrassed our mother, she wouldn't have lost her dignity and status. Our mother wouldn't be in this situation, and I wouldn't have to compete for Xinjin's favor. Foster daughters resemble their mothers, after all. Su Yunwan nodded, stepped forward, took her hand, patted her back, and secretly used her powers. Qin Rulin suddenly spat out all the medicine she had just taken. Her already weak body was further weakened by the ordeal. Su Yunwan stood up gracefully, straightened her back, and walked out. Since you want to pose me, don't bother drinking my medicine.
You.
Cough, cough. Qin Rulin wanted to criticize, but was hit by a violent cough. Qin Ruishan shot her a cold look, letting her cough herself to exhaustion, then turned and said, Big sister-in-law, I'll see you off. Everything happening inside the house didn't escape 07's ears. Hearing footsteps, he was the first to open the door outside. Young lady, my subordinates will report everything just now to the master.
No.
A scream came from inside. Qin Rulin suddenly remembered there was a bodyguard outside and panicked. Big sister-in-law, this is between you and me. Don't involve my older brother. If her brother found out, she would be rejected and eventually end up like her mother.
She didn't want that.
Su Yunwan sneered, daring to do but not daring to admit it. That's not a good trait. Your flattery is just wind-blowing skills. What real ability do you have? Qin Rulin stumbled out hurriedly. That's envy, jealousy, and hatred. Otherwise, your older brother could find you a match, so you'd have someone to talk to. You. When it came to marriage, Qin Rulin fell silent. If her brother was influenced by her and married her off casually, what should she do? Su Yunwan let out a light snort and walked away confidently, leaving Qin Rulin feeling confused in the wind. Before she reached her house, she overheard Qin Mu's harsh words, which made her already indifferent face turn even colder. Nearby, Qin Ruishan was still comforting her. Big sister-in-law, Xinjin has her pride and won't be used by Lan Lan. Brother also cares deeply for you and won't look at other women. Before Su Yunwan could respond, a door opened on the other side and a tired Yu Xinjin came out of her house. She slowly approached and forced a smile. Young madam, Shan, may I trouble you for a moment? I'd like to invite you for tea. I want to go to the palace to see the emperor. Inside, at a square table, Su Yunwan, Qin Ruishan, and Ding Qiutong sat on one side. Yu Xinjin, after pouring tea, sat down and shared her decision. Qin Ruishan looked sad. Xinjin, entering the palace is like going into the deep sea. Maybe you'll never leave the royal city in this life. The emperor specifically summoned me. Even if I hide now, I can't escape forever, Yuhjo said with a serious but determined look. Instead of hiding like a wanted criminal, I might as well go into the palace and face whatever comes. Ding Qiudong, who was also staying there, learned of her decision first and was not surprised. It would be great if we knew why the emperor summoned you. Then you could prepare in advance. Yuhjo replied, that's exactly why I want the young lady's help. If I handle it myself, those secret guards wouldn't tell the truth. I understand, Su Yunwan said directly. But I can only tell one person. Qin Ruoshan immediately said, then I'll go back to my room. You all talk. I'll go with you to see the young lady. I heard she's sick. Is she feeling better? Ding Qiudong stood up afterward. Qin Ruoshan quietly looked at Su Yunwan and said, her illness is improving, but not that fast. Without her sister-in-law's medicine, her older sister suffers a lot. Why can't she see the bigger picture? The person she should never offend is her sister-in-law. If she tries to act arrogantly because of her aunt's status, she's only asking for trouble. After they left, Su Yunwan whispered to Yuhjo, sharing some news from the capital. Inside, Xiaozhu was still lying down. Though her breathing indicated she was asleep, Su Yunwan still quietly told her the news out of caution. Unlike Qin Junyi, she never believed she was a prophet or that Yuhjo was her double. The world is vast, and it is unlikely that no one else has had adventures like hers and gained skills to help others compete for power. But it is true she possesses many abilities that ordinary people do not have. To avoid attracting unwanted attention and unnecessary trouble, it is better if fewer people know about her story. Yuhjo listened with bright eyes. Whether true or false, having this special reputation makes her start much stronger than most women in common competitions. At the same time, she felt curious. I only have ordinary medical skills, so why would the emperor think of me? Maybe when Yang Tianjian predicted the prophecy, it happened just when you narrowly escaped death, Su Yunwan guessed. Yuhjo accepted this possibility and then had an idea. I want to take Sister Ding and her daughter to clear their names and return to the capital. Do you think that's possible? The Y guards have many privileges, so it's not difficult for them, Su Yunwan said. If Sister Ding has this idea, tell those two that on the day you escaped from the private mine, Sister Ding and her daughter also survived a mountain landslide. Yuhjo quickly understood the key point and nodded seriously. Su Yunwan picked up her tea and took a sip, sighing. Be sure to take care of yourself on this journey. I will, Yuhjo nodded. Honestly, I want revenge for my family, for myself, and for the guards who died in the private mine. Her voice choked at the end, and 2 silent tears fell. Su Yunwan handed her a new silk handkerchief. Then you must cherish yourself even more. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be firewood.
Yes.
Even though she carried her own silk handkerchief, Yuhjo took it and wiped her tears, then tightly held it as if drawing strength from it to keep going. I'll wash it and return it to you. Seeing her reluctance, Su Yunwan softly said, no need.
Keep it.
Looking at the strong woman before her, Su Yunwan said, prophecies are too vague and only help you temporarily. Now, with many places suffering from natural disasters, epidemics will surely follow. If you can find a way to fight the disease, you will truly stand firm. I have that intention. Yuhjo's eyes shone brightly. Since the earthquake, I've been working on formulas related to this. I have some ideas. Please help me review them. Su Yunwan watched her focus on sharing her ideas and smiled gently, working together with her. Qin Junyi's power was limited. If he could mobilize officials from different regions, more people could be saved. As for fame and profit, they are insignificant compared to real human lives. However, she did not directly share her success with Qin Junyi to Yuhjo. Besides avoiding conflict between them, only Yuhjo herself mastering the essence of medicine could create her own space. Meanwhile, Ding Qiudong saw the unclear liquid on the floor by the bed and asked curiously. Qin Ruolin immediately exaggerated Yunwan's bad behavior to her, hiding her own provocative words. Her comments were all about Yunwan's mistakes. Hearing this, Ding Qiudong wanted to defend Yunwan, but didn't want to upset the weak and sick Qin Rulin. She only said, "You're still running a high fever. You shouldn't push yourself. Maybe Jinjin can help check on you later." "It's because you and Sister Jinjin truly care about me," Qin Rulin said sadly. Ding Qiudong. Qin Ruatsan rolled her eyes. If she could, she really wouldn't want to deal with this confusing, overly familiar older cousin. Ding Qiudong wanted to remind her, "Miss, Jinjin will be leaving for the capital with the Wei guards tomorrow. So from now on, the only support you have is your family." Qin Rulin immediately became anxious. Sister Jinjin has already decided? But she's just a weak girl with no support. Going into the palace means she'll be bullied. You shouldn't try to persuade her. How do you persuade her? Qin Ruatsan replied impatiently. The emperor wants to see her. How can a weak girl resist? Can you protect her safety? Qin Rulin confidently said, "I can't, but my older brother can. If she pretends to be obedient to my brother, she can avoid this trouble." "Have you asked the two involved parties? On what basis are you making decisions for them?" Qin Ruatsan snapped. "If you have that energy, you should focus on getting better, so you don't hold everyone back." Qin Rulin's face turned red, then pale, then red again. "As long as Sister Jinjin agrees, my brother will definitely be willing. Call her over, and I'll talk to her." Her response was a sneer from Qin Ruatsan and silence from Ding Qiudong. Qin Rulin looked around. "What are you all standing there for? Go call her." Ding Qiudong sighed. "Jinjin still has some matters to handle. She'll come when she's done." Late at night, what could she be doing? Qin Rulin muttered. But this time, no one explained for her. Qin Ruatsan and Ding Qiudong simultaneously hid Yunwan's figure to prevent her from causing trouble again. The room fell silent, only the candlelight flickering in the wind. They waited nearly half an hour before Jinjin finally knocked and entered. "Jinjin, sister, why are you only coming now? I have to tell you, the palace is like a prison for women." Seeing you, Jinjin, Qin Rulin, despite feeling weak, quickly offered some advice. Jinjin smiled softly, put down her medical box, and carefully examined the patient's face. She reached out to check the temperature, then interrupted her, asking her to take the pulse. Since it concerned her health, Qin Rulin held her tongue and let Jinjin quietly feel her pulse. After Jinjin finished writing the prescription, she said again, "Jinjin, I have an idea. You should pretend to marry my older brother. Don't worry, my brother is a good man and won't take it seriously." Jinjin looked at Qin Rulin with surprise. "Do you know that your brother and sister-in-law support each other and are very close? It's just a temporary plan. They will cooperate," Qin Rulin said with a shy look. Jinjin firmly refused, "But I don't want to." "Why not?" Jinjin didn't reply, only saying she needed to go fetch herbs and prepare medicine. Then she left the room. When the medicine was ready and Qin Rulin was fed the decoction, Jinjin said, "Lon Lon, your mother has entered a monastery to cut ties with worldly affairs. Others may not be as understanding as your mother. You should change your temper." Mentioning her mother made Qin Rulin feel both pain and sadness. Her mother wanted her to shave her head and become a nun, which was not unconditional acceptance. Watching Qin Rulin silently shed tears, Jinjin sighed and left the room. Under the eaves, she looked up at the dark sky, reached out her hand, and let the rain splash onto her palm. A cold feeling spread from her hand, just like her heart at this moment. She never expected that the once innocent and lovely girl would, under the guise of concern, act selfishly. People's hearts can change easily, and the world is full of ups and downs. How can she stay true to herself and face everything openly and calmly? At this moment, the image of Su Yunwan appeared in her mind. What kind of experience must the young lady have gone through to see through things so clearly and live freely? At that time, Su Yunwan's expression was calm, her eyes emotionless as she looked at Qin Junyi and Qin Mu inside the house. "Yu Jinjin has decided to go to the capital to see the emperor. I don't want you to interfere," she said coldly, with a hint of undeniable authority. Qin Junyi and Qin Mu exchanged glances, instantly understanding that she had overheard their conversation. only catching a few words. Qin Junyi stepped forward and took her hand. Wanwan, we respect Miss Yi's decision and won't hurt anyone innocent. He had already denied his younger brother's words, and the two had reached an understanding. He was just unsure if Wanwan heard about taking a concubine, which made her so cold. God knows, he had no such intention. Qin Junyi shot a sharp look at Qinmu. Aren't you leaving? Qinmu awkwardly smiled and said goodbye, then left. After the door closed, Qin Junyi immediately embraced Su Yunwan in his arms, gently patting her back. Wanwan, what did you hear? Su Yunwan patted his hand to signal him to let go. It's nothing. I made your sister spit out the medicine. Now Yu Xinjin is taking care of her. What else did my sister say? Qin Junyi let go and followed her inside to cause some trouble. He really didn't expect his younger sister to cause trouble. He had already explained the reason, and she had accepted it. What he didn't know was that Qin Rulin no longer held resentment toward him, but that didn't mean she felt the same about Su Yunwan. When someone feels guilty and overwhelmed, the easiest way to cope is to shift the blame onto others to lighten their own burden. Qin Rulin couldn't bear the guilt toward their mother, so she thought that if Su Yunwan treated her aunt as she treated their grandmother, with respect and filial piety, her older brother wouldn't have changed so much, leading to the current tragic situation of mother and son fighting. If the family were still happy and harmonious, she wouldn't have been used as a by her mother, and she wouldn't have run away in shame, unable to face her mother. She just wants to cause trouble for me through Xinjin. It's so childish and laughable. Su Yunwan took off her coat.
I'm tired.
You can do as you like. Qin Junyi watched her get into bed, tucked her in, then turned to go find Lingchi to understand the situation. After hearing Lingchi's report, he clenched his fists and slammed them against the doorframe, his eyes blazing with fierce anger. The next morning, Yu Xinjin, led by Qinmu, met with two black-clad guards and requested to bring Ding Qiutong and her daughter back to the capital. The guards refused, claiming they had no authority to pardon exile, and Qinmu mocked them sharply. Yu Xinjin then explained that Ding Qiutong and her daughter had narrowly escaped death on the same day, and they had sworn sisterhood, becoming close friends. The two guards exchanged glances and agreed. Yu Xinjin was not lying. Last night, Yu Xinjin had already told Ding Qiutong about this. Ding Qiutong was eager to return home and shed her criminal status, and she and Yu Xinjin became sworn sisters on the spot. At this moment, Ding Qiutong was pacing anxiously inside the house. When Yu Xinjin entered, she hurried over and asked nervously, "How did it go?" "It's settled." Yu Xinjin smiled. The next moment, she was embraced tightly. Ding Qiutong joyfully shed tears. "Xinjin, thank you so much." "Thank you? I'll still need your support in the future." Yu Xinjin did not hide her intentions. She was alone and unable to accomplish everything herself, so Ding Qiutong was a very good helper. Ding Qiutong did not mind at all. She understood that good things don't fall from the sky. To gain something, she had to work hard. It was already a great blessing that they, mother and daughter, could escape punishment. If she couldn't help in any way, she would feel even more uneasy. After calming her emotions, the two women, along with Little Bamboo, bid farewell to Su Yunwan and others. Su Yunwan saw them off to the waiting carriage prepared by the Wai guard. She took out 3 silk pouches and handed them to the 2 adults and the child. "When you get on the carriage, open them and see. I wish you a smooth journey and a bright future." Qin Ruishan, who was traveling with them, and Qin Rulin, who had recovered from her fever and insisted on going, also gave gifts and blessings, watching as they entered the carriage and slowly left. Little Bamboo, ignoring the rain, stuck her head out the window to wave goodbye until she could no longer see Su Yunwan and the others. Then she sat upright and took out the silk pouch gifted by Su Yunwan. Opening it, she found a pair of sturdy gold bracelets inside. Her eyes lit up with surprise. She immediately took them out and put them on, playing with them happily. This is too valuable," Ding Qiutong said softly, looking toward the temple behind the carriage. Both she and Yu Xinjin knew that the young lady liked Little Bamboo, so she gave her jewelry as a blessing for safety, health, and happiness. Yuhjo opened her own silk pouch, which contained a folded piece of paper with a skincare and beauty recipe written on it. It was clearly tailored for her. Her eyes welled with tears instantly. During her journey to the capital, she had already foreseen her fate. To stand out among many beauties in the harem, appearance was the most basic requirement. This gift truly touched her heart. Ding Qiudong's silk pouch contained a method for making soap and its uses. With this recipe and Yuhjo's support, even if she didn't return home, she could still find a way to settle down and make a living. Ding Qiudong was so moved she didn't know what to say. She carefully tucked the note back into the silk pouch and kept it close. If she ever had the chance to see the young lady again. Suddenly, a hurried dada sound came from behind. A man dressed as an officer was riding a tall horse and rushing forward quickly. Fan Chunwen stopped the carriage and handed a money pouch to the Wai guard, asking to speak with Ding Qiudong for a moment. The Wai guard shook the pouch and said, "Speak quickly if you have something to say," then stepped back a little. Fan Chunwen lifted the car curtain, nodded to Yuhjo, then fixed his gaze on Ding Qiudong's face. Words wanted to come out, but he didn't know how to start. Ding Qiudong's cheeks were slightly red. She took out an umbrella and said, "Let's go outside to talk." At this moment, the rain eased. Fan Chunwen, soaked through, gently protected her as they got off the carriage. By the roadside, Fan Chunwen took out a bulging money pouch from his pocket, with deep affection in his eyes.
Take this.
When you return to the capital, find a house to settle down first. Ding Qiudong blushed and pushed away his hand. "I have money. I don't need yours. Poor family rich road." "Take it just in case," Fan Chunwen insisted, forcefully placing the money pouch into her hand. "When I return to the capital, I won't run anymore. Wait for me, okay?" Ding Qiudong wanted to return the pouch to him. "Later things, later talk. Then don't marry anyone first. I will return to the capital as soon as possible." Fan Chunwen dodged her hand, offering the pouch, took a few steps back to the Yue guards, and gave them a silver ingot, asking them to take care of her on the way. Then he jumped onto the carriage, looked deeply at her, and galloped away. Ding Qiudong stared at his vigorous figure until the Yue urged her, then she snapped out of her trance and got into the carriage. Faced with Yuhjo's teasing eyes, she rubbed her face, her heart fluttering like a little deer, unable to calm down for a long time. At this moment, her ex-husband, upon hearing that she and her daughter had been cleared of charges and returned to the capital, was anxious to chase after her, but was stopped on the spot by the "Trying to run? I'll break your legs." The man hurriedly said, "I didn't mean to run. I just want to bring back my wife and daughter." In fact, he wanted the Yue to also clear his name and take him back to the capital. "Aren't you divorced? Where's your wife?" The spat. "Look at yourself in the mirror. What kind of virtue do you have?" The man's face turned red, but he could only endure his anger and plead humbly. However, he was met with more ridicule and mockery. "All right, second brother, if you don't mind losing face, I do." His mother couldn't stand it and stepped forward to pull him away. Watching the pointing and pointing of others, the man buried his head in his chest, regretful. These scenes the Qin family didn't know about. They were now gathered in Qin Junyi's room. Early in the morning, Qin Junyi had his shadow guards send a message, asking all Qin family members to gather in the room after dinner, as he had something to say. After Su Yunwan and others saw them off and returned to the courtyard, the other Qin family members had already been waiting for a long time, including Qian Rong, who hadn't appeared in a while. "Have they left?" Qin Junyi, pretending to be seriously injured and leaning on the bed, asked. After half the night, Su Yunwan's coldness faded. Her expression remained indifferent, but she relaxed slightly. She nodded and sat down beside him. This person had been acting mysteriously all morning, unwilling to tell her in advance what he planned to announce. She was curious to see what he was hiding. Qin Junyi looked sharp and surveyed the area, speaking coldly. "I have two things to say. First, Wanwan is the main wife of the Qin family and should no longer be called the young lady. Others should address her with higher titles. Su Yunwan secretly squeezed Qin Junyi's hand. She didn't want to be called by the Pei family name. Qin Junyi understood her feelings and ordered, "Qian Rong, from now on, just call Wanwan madam." "Yes, I will remember, my lord." Qian Rong learned his lesson. Even if calling her a noble lady was proper, he bowed and accepted the order directly. Qin Rulin tilted her body and nearly fell. From now on, there would be no more titles of the main wife. Her mother's traces would be erased. Qin Junxian looked pained, moving his lips but not speaking. Since his mother had become a nun, it was best to cut ties completely, so she wouldn't have false hopes or spread rumors to deceive others. The old lady nodded in agreement, saying, "You should have changed your title when you inherited the throne." It was grandmother's oversight. Qin Junyi smiled slightly and then said seriously, "Second, Lan Lan is of marriageable age, but her personality still acts like a child. Grandmother, let her serve you in place of fourth aunt and teach her well." Big brother. Qin Rulin and Qin Junxian spoke at the same time. Qin Junyi looked at them coldly. "Being able to serve grandmother is your blessing. Since you keep saying you want to respect your elders, here's your chance." "I'm sick now, and worried I might pass my illness to grandmother," Lan Lan quickly said. Qin Junyi didn't want her to care for others while sick. "Then take 3 days to rest properly. After 3 days, you must serve grandmother wholeheartedly." Lanlan's face turned pale, and she said nothing. The people of the fourth household exchanged glances with Qin Ruoshuan. What did she do to anger brother Yi? Qin Ruoshuan secretly looked at the relaxed Su Yunwan. They suddenly realized and thought, the old one is gone, and now the young one is here. Why does no one remember the lessons learned? Su Yunwan saw the quarrel over the fourth household's expressions, but lazily leaned on the bed, as if she were just an onlooker, completely uninvolved. After the meeting, the old lady called Qin Rulin into her room, her face full of anger. "What did you do again?" "I didn't do anything." Qin Rulin knew her grandmother's favoritism well and dared not tell her about last night's scheme. When the old lady pressed her repeatedly, she pretended to feel dizzy and unwell, hoping to avoid trouble. This action made the old lady even angrier, and she shifted her questioning to Qin Ruoshan. Qin Ruoshan ignored Qin Rulin's subtle hint and told the old lady everything about what happened last night. She deliberately concealed the part about inducing vomiting, but Qin Rulin revealed it anyway. Qin Rulin thought she was just enjoying her brother's good fortune, but her sister-in-law was very jealous, cruel, and petty. The old lady looked at her granddaughter, whose figure resembled Mrs. Pei, and rubbed her forehead in frustration. Having lived with salt for decades, she could see through Qin Rulin's schemes easily. She thought she was extremely foolish. "Once we reach Yuhjo City, your older brother and I will find you a good marriage," the old lady said. Then she waved her hand, telling the pale Qin Rulin to leave. She immediately began to consider who she could marry her to maximize the family's benefit. Seeing her expression, Qin Rulin remembered her duty as a daughter-in-law and felt a cold shiver. With their current poor situation, they urgently needed to build good relationships with the high officials of Yuhjo. Climbing higher to marry into a powerful family, what good marriage prospects could there be? Back in her room, Qin Rulin thought deeply and decided to take control of her own fate. A figure appeared before her, and a shy smile, unique to daughters, slowly spread across her face. When Qin Ruoshan returned to her room, she saw her sitting on a chair, staring blankly in one direction. That direction led to the neighboring courtyard, where the main branch of the Chu family lived. "Father, they've left." Chui entered the main hall, bowed to his father at the main seat, then yawned openly and immediately drank a cup of tea to wake himself up. Last night, the noise caused by the Wei guards being stopped by Qin Mu was too loud, and the Chu family's night watchman noticed, reporting it to their father. Chu Xiao immediately sent his most sociable son, Chu Lu, to find out what the Wei guards wanted. Chu Yi brought his younger brother Chu Yan, prepared some food and drinks, and invited them warmly, building connections, making friends, drinking, and chatting. After much effort, they learned the forbidden prophecy from the Wei guards. After the gathering, Chui lay in bed, staring at the ceiling until dawn. Now that the Wei guards, along with Yuhjo and others, had left in their carriage, Chui came to find his father in the main room. Chu Xiao looked at his unruly son and asked sharply, "Did you find out anything? With me taking the lead, how could I fail?" Chui chuckled lightly, casually revealing the prophecy. After hearing this, Chu Xiao's sharp instincts immediately sensed something was off. He stared intently into his son's eyes and asked cautiously, "What do you think?" Chu Yi's smile faded slightly, and he remained silent for a long time. Compared to Yuhjo, Su Yunwan would be a more suitable match. She is like a mixture of contradictions, possessing a noble and detached mind while also enjoying worldly pleasures, both transcendent and worldly. A few days ago, the townspeople called her a goddess. He thought Su Yunwan truly seemed like a goddess descending to the mortal world. One careless moment, she became entangled in human desires and emotions. But the meaning of rebirth through nirvana remains unclear. "Father, have you heard about the family of Minister Su from the Ministry of Rights experiencing a dangerous situation?" "No, I haven't." With this question and answer, Chu Xiao immediately understood what his son was thinking and finally realized where the inconsistency lay. The most likely person to have the prophecy is Qin Junyi's wife. She has mysterious and unpredictable sensing abilities and excellent medicinal skills, bringing hope to Qin Junyi. With Qin's family and their own strength combined, their luck will not end with this disaster. Whether Qin's family can someday ascend to the throne or not, as long as Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan are around, they are worth forming alliances with. Adding beauty is easy, but offering timely help is hard. It's time to strengthen the relationship between the two families. Chui noticed his father's lowered gaze lift again, and his eyes looked thoughtful. A warning bell rang in his mind. His scalp tingled, and he wanted to escape. "Father, the rain is almost over. I'll go see if Zhongwei has any instructions." Chu Xiao nodded and watched him leave. After closing the door, Chuyi's faint smile disappeared, and his heart sank sharply. After learning the news, he thought a lot. In front of him appeared a great opportunity that could turn his family around, but it was full of challenges and risks. It wasn't just that his family wouldn't take the chance, but once they did, they would be closely tied to the Qin family. His father was very likely to seize this opportunity and consider a marriage alliance, because the strongest bond between the two families was through marriage. If he married a Qin family girl, his brothers would all have official wives, and according to the rules of hierarchy, this marriage would fall to him. As the eldest son, it was clear who he was supposed to marry. But he didn't want a political marriage, nor did he want to marry Pei's daughter. The Qin and Chu families had been close, and he had seen most of Qin's movements. He knew Pei's true nature well. Their family always believed that a wife should not be taught by her husband, that it was the wife's fault. He had no patience to teach a woman deeply influenced by Pei. If Qin Ruolin caused trouble, he would be held responsible first. He didn't want to face his father's questions and family discipline repeatedly. But if his father was determined, he couldn't resist. With his father's ruthless methods, if he disobeyed, he would pay a heavy price. He could only hope his father wouldn't plan a marriage alliance. However, it is clear that his hopes have been dashed. Now, he doesn't know if his father plans to marry his daughter or take her as a wife. If it's the latter, he is doomed. Chu-yi looks worried and heads to the official's lodging. Halfway there, he meets Jiang Xiaoliu walking towards him. Jiang Xiaoliu is delivering a message. Seeing Chu-yi, he says, "Young Master Liu, the light rain keeps falling. My uncle has decided to leave in 2 hours. Please hurry and tell your family to prepare. Do the others have rain gear?" "Most don't, but my uncle says we can't wait any longer. If we don't arrive on time, everyone will get soaked." Chu-yi knows that the journey into exile is tough, rain or shine. Only when the rain lessens does Zhongwei set out. Most exile groups don't stay long due to weather. Many prisoners fall ill or die because of it. He has gathered information about several teams and managed to include his own in Zhongwei's group. Although he faced some setbacks at first, overall it went smoothly. Staying here these days has also helped his grandmother recover well and feel healthier. But after the heavy rain, the road ahead will be muddy and difficult to travel. In 2 hours, the exile team gathers. At that moment, it is drizzling continuously. Except for the Qin and Chu families, most of the other prisoners have no rain gear. Their supplies were destroyed in a landslide earlier, and the officials who bought supplies in town recently bought at low prices, but charged the prisoners high market prices, making a big profit. Because the price of grain has tripled, other goods are also very expensive. The prisoners' money isn't enough to buy much, so their supplies are limited. When the officials returned to the temple after shopping, they almost caused a riot. Under Zhong Wei's and others' control, the people had no choice but to accept it. They couldn't do anything else. If the officials stole their money, they could only helplessly watch. The suffering of exile begins on the road, full of sadness and pain. Rumors say that some teams, after leaving the city, would rob men of their money and force women into submission. Anyone who resisted would be beaten or worse. Though these officials extort money in various ways, they claim to do so willingly, as long as the prisoners don't fall behind. They don't intentionally cause trouble, so it's a small mercy amid misfortune. Now, setting out in the rain, they can only follow orders. Seeing the families of Qin and Chu, protected by rain gear, and entering the carriage, many people feel envious. Another small group of people is so jealous that they are almost going crazy, especially the Liu family and Tsinyi. When I saw Tsinyi again, she was no longer the wealthy young lady she used to be. In recent days, she has been eating simple food and sleeping on the ground with other prisoners. The huge difference in conditions has made her look pale, thin, and exhausted. One morning, when she washed her face in a basin, she saw her reflection and was so frightened she almost screamed. Beauty is a woman's greatest asset. If she loses it, there is no way to turn things around. She can't go on like this. Just as the old lady was about to get into the carriage, Tsinyi shouted grandmother from under the eaves and ran into the rain to catch up. When the guards stopped her, she knelt down and begged, "Grandmother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me one more time. Don't abandon me, okay?" Seeing her tearful and pitiful face, the old lady showed no mercy. She would never forget how the other person colluded with outsiders to harm her family. Her family's interests were too important. She would never invite trouble. So, the old lady said nothing, turned her gaze away, and continued to get into the carriage. Tsinyi was left speechless. Her fake remorse instantly turned into anger and grief. Her eyes, like a poisonous snake, stared tightly at the carriage. At that moment, she heard a noise behind her. She turned around and saw her long-lost aunt-in-law. Pei Shi was wearing a nun's cap and a blue robe, looking utterly hopeless. She was walking slowly, with Qin Junxian holding an umbrella. Seeing Tsinyi, her eyes were full of contempt. No matter how miserable she was, she still had her son who was filial. But Tsinyi had ruined her good cards, relying only on her looks and body, with nothing else to depend on. Compared to Tsinyi, her own inner suffering felt a little easier to bear. Tsinyi didn't expect that after a few days, her aunt-in-law would have completely turned to a nun. But even so, she still looked so proud. She couldn't help but sneer. A lady from the Qin family, now reduced to a nun, clearly abandoned by the Qin family. What's the difference between her and Tsinyi? While they looked down on each other, Qin Mu pushed Qin Zhenyi into view of everyone. Yes, he was being pushed. Su Yunwan's wheelchair, which she couldn't buy in the city, was made by Qin Mu. The wheelchair was smooth and had shock absorption, showing excellent craftsmanship. Su Yunwan placed a delicate, soft cushion and pillow on it and smiled. "Ziyuan, from now on, this will be your special seat." This remark made Qin Zhenyi smile with a gentle, attractive curve, filled with affection and tenderness. Next to him, Qin Mu was dazzled and looked away, focusing on the exquisite embroidery on the cushion, her gaze growing deeper. Seeing Qin Zhenyi sitting in the wheelchair, Tsinyi immediately stood up, took a few steps forward, then stopped. Even her loving grandmother had given up on her, so how could her elder cousin forgive her? She had already lost face once. Why bother to humiliate herself again? Several shadow guards held umbrellas and lifted the wheelchair as they passed by the Pei family. Qin Junyi slightly bowed, but did not even glance at Sinyi. Su Yunwan, who was with them, looked indifferent, only glancing once before withdrawing her gaze, letting their jealousy burn. "Elder cousin, can I borrow an umbrella or a straw hat and raincoat, please?" Sinyi softly asked, taking a few more steps. She felt returning to the Qin family was hopeless, but her elder cousin probably wouldn't mind sharing some rain gear. But reality slapped her in the face. Qin Junyi's expression was cold as he said, "Since you did the same thing as Lu Zheng, I will give you the same message I gave the Lu family." Sinyi remembered he once said that the Lu family wouldn't be able to use any part of the Qin family anymore. She quickly argued, "But elder cousin, I grew up in the palace. I would never harm the Qin family. I was just trying to infiltrate the enemy from inside." "Take care of yourself," Qin Junyi said coldly, signaling the shadow guards to continue forward. Sinyi wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by a guard's hand. She could only watch helplessly as Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan got into the car, accepting the harsh reality that the Qin family could no longer help her. The Qin family was gone, and the Lu family had already fallen out. Sinyi's gaze shifted to the well-organized young men of the Chu family who were helping the women into the car. Chu Yi, who was holding an umbrella for his mother, sensed the gaze behind him. He turned to look and saw the main person, frowning slightly. Sinyi met his gaze, raised a pitiful smile, and walked over to him. Chu Yi didn't wait around but continued helping his mother into the carriage. After the Chu family's matron entered the vehicle, Sinyi stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Sixth young master, I saw you at the spring banquet before, and I've admired you for a long time. Is there something you need?" Chu Yi asked coldly. Sinyi shyly said, "I don't have an umbrella. Could you please lend me one?" There was a rumor in the capital that Chu's sixth young master was very gentle and caring. He probably wouldn't refuse. "I'm sorry, I don't have any extras." Chu Yi broke Sinyi's illusion, holding his umbrella firmly to protect himself, without the gentlemanly gesture of shielding her from the rain. Seeing the surprised expression on the woman's face, Chu Yi said, "If there's nothing else, Miss Tsin, please step aside. I have family members waiting to get on the carriage." Only then did Sinyi realize that other members of the Chu family were waiting nearby. Everyone looked at her with curiosity and hidden disdain. Sinyi felt as if she were exposed without clothes in front of everyone, her eyes turning red as she turned and ran away. "Sixth young master, be careful and don't let anyone trick you," the Chu family's matriarch warned from inside the carriage as she lifted the window. Chu Yi smiled and said, "Mother, don't worry. I understand." This scene was observed secretly by Qin Ruolin, who had already boarded the carriage and pulled back the curtain. Her gaze on Sinyi was full of hostility, as if her sisterly bond had vanished. Just before departure, Chu Er-yi and Chu San-yi from the Chu family approached Chu Xiao, asking him to help carry the children and borrow rain gear. Chu Xiao only agreed to help his third uncle. He refused to help the second uncle, citing that they had separated from the family and had no relation. The second uncle cursed nonstop, but Chu Yi, already feeling depressed, drew his sword to force him back. He then turned to ask the officials to help carry the children. After paying a large fee, Zhong Wei finally agreed. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Liu also wanted to put their children into the Qin family's carriage, but they couldn't get close to it. After the guards conveyed the message, Qin Junyi flatly refused and coldly suggested they pay to ride with the officials' carriage. However, the Liu family had almost run out of money and couldn't afford to spend a lot on a carriage for the children to stay dry. Since Qin Junyi had turned them down, they immediately shouted at the old lady's carriage, "Grandmother, the children are your great-grandchildren. Please have mercy on them." The old lady felt heartbroken, but her grandson's growing influence made her hesitant to speak up for them. She also didn't want to embarrass her eldest grandson, so she remained silent. But she couldn't stand by and watch silently. She looked around at the women in the carriage and fixed her gaze on Lingchi. "Fourth daughter-in-law, give me 5 taels of silver." Faced with her mother-in-law asking for money, Lingchi looked anxious. "Mother, I don't have that much money." "Shan, you and your eldest sister-in-law earned quite a bit from gathering herbs. First, give the old lady 5 taels of silver, and she will return it to you later," the old lady said, shifting her focus. Qin Ruoshang lowered her head and said softly, "Grandmother, the common herbs in the mountains aren't worth much. I left the money with my sister-in-law, and it can be used to help with household expenses if needed." The old lady felt upset, but she couldn't let Su Yunwan know she was helping the third son, or she would face resistance. She had to ask Qin Roland again, but Qin Roland's money was already spent on clothes and her mother's subsidy. In the end, the old lady managed to extort 2 taels of silver from Lin and asked her to deliver it to Lu Zheng. Unfortunately, the noise inside the carriage was heard clearly by the shadow guards and quickly reported to Qin Junyi. As soon as Lin stepped out of the carriage, she was stopped by Qin Junyi's men. They said, "Master said that after a natural disaster, there will be human troubles, and there are hidden assassins lurking in the dark. Everyone might get separated at any time. Please keep your money safe to deal with emergencies." Qin Junyi's original intention in distributing monthly silver was to prevent anyone from being left alone without money. If the grandmother used her monthly silver to help Lu Zheng, he wouldn't object. But since she was reaching out to the 4th household, he couldn't just watch. Lin listened and immediately put away the silver in her hand, no longer caring about her mother-in-law's thoughts. The old lady understood her eldest grandson's concerns and stopped worrying. She only told Shi Er to inform Lu Zheng to take care of his grandchildren himself and to seek help from officials if needed. Lu Zheng and his wife were once again disappointed, only able to say they had no money for the carriage fare. They then handed the few remaining rain gear to their son and daughter-in-law, telling them to watch over the children. Soon after counting the people, the exile team set out again. As Chu Yi expected, the paved stone road in front of the temple was only a short stretch. The muddy path that followed had become slippery and muddy after several days of heavy rain. The officials' carts got stuck deep in the mud and couldn't move. The guards ordered the male prisoners to push the carts hard. They dared not disobey, gathering around to push. Anyone caught slacking was whipped and scolded, and some even had their rations cut. The others carefully stepped down, but one slip could send them tumbling into the mud. The team moved slowly, with occasional cries of women breaking down in tears. Su Yunwan sat in the carriage, swaying left and right. Qin Junyi held the carriage wall with one hand and kept her close with the other. Suddenly, the carriage tilted sharply, and the wheels sank deep into a water puddle, stopping the vehicle. The shadow guards used all their strength to push the carriage out of the water. But after just a few steps, it sank again into the mud and couldn't move. The guards hurried back and forth, trying to several Qin family carriages, busy and anxious. Su Yunwan looked at the road ahead, then lowered the curtain and said, "You sit tight. I will get out and walk." Qin Junyi couldn't conveniently get off the carriage and walk, so he simply advised her to be careful. Then he called Wu Xiaohan, his attendant, and ordered him to pass the message. Except for his elderly grandmother, his injured younger brother, and his recently ill sister, everyone else should get off the carriage and walk. By this time, Qin Mu and the 2 sons of the 4th household had already gotten off and were pushing the cart with the guards, so no special order was needed. Hearing Wu Xiaohan's instructions, the mother and daughter of the 4th household cooperatively stepped down, holding hands. Only Mrs. Pei, who was riding alone in a carriage, looked at the dirty, wet road outside and refused to get down. She scornfully looked at Wu Xiaohan and said, "This carriage is just for me. You all can't even do this much work?" Wu Xiaohan, expressionless, replied, "If you disobey the master's orders, I will ask the master to send someone to take you away." "You dare!" Mrs. Pei snapped angrily. At this moment, Qin Junxian, hearing the commotion, jumped down from the front carriage, limping over hurriedly, calling out, "Mother!" Mrs. Pei immediately felt distressed upon seeing her youngest son, and ignoring the dirty ground, she hurried to help him, saying, "Sienna, why did you get down? Hurry back into the carriage to rest and heal." "Mother, I'm fine." Qin Junyi said with a painful smile, then looked at Wu Xiaohan. I will get down and walk. Let my mother ride. Wu Xiaohan replied, the master wouldn't agree. Don't forget your duty. But my mother can't walk such a difficult path, Qin Junxian insisted.
Really?
A sarcastic snort came from behind. Qin Junxian turned around and saw Qin Mu had arrived behind him. Qin Mu said, as the second son of the Qin family, do you still need others to tell you what's light and what's heavy? Before Qin Junxian could respond, Qin Mu continued, have you forgotten? Hui Kong is already a Buddhist. Walking is part of her practice. If you interfere with her practice, then next time she'll walk to Yuhjo herself. Qin Junxian clenched his fists at his side, but couldn't say more. He knew very well how much the third brother was valued by their eldest brother. If the third brother strongly insisted, the eldest, who had already given up on their mother, might withdraw the carriage and let her walk with the other prisoners, which would be even more miserable. Mrs. Pei, overhearing this, also became fearful and quickly said, Siener, get back on the carriage. Rest is more important. Mother will support the carriage and walk slowly. Qin Junxian had no choice but to turn back toward the carriage, repeatedly looking over his shoulder, wishing his injuries would heal immediately. Mrs. Pei only looked away after he disappeared from sight, forcing herself to endure the discomfort as she stepped onto the muddy, slippery road.
Good job.
Qin Mu patted Wu Xiaohan's shoulder, then suddenly remembered something. His hand froze, and he asked, where are you hurt? Is it serious? Wu Xiaohan smiled casually. Just a minor scrape. Thank you. Clearly, Qin Mu had noticed and told his master, which allowed him to lift the band on medication. There's no need to be polite. Qin Mu turned to look at the shadow guards pushing the donkey cart out of the mud pit, seemingly casual. These supplies, besides the ones bought by Jiang Xiaolu a few days ago, were all purchased by Qianrong, also bought by the lady. Wu Xiaohan changed his way of addressing her, pointing to the front two donkey carts. One cart has medicinal herbs, the other daily supplies, all bought along the way by the lady.
Oh?
But I saw embroidery items. Qin Mu's voice suddenly lowered. Only Wu Xiaohan could hear. Wu Xiaohan's heart skipped a beat, quickly asking, what kind of items? Qin Mu directly said, the cushion on the wheelchair, but my sister-in-law added a layer of light silk, which hasn't been shown to others. Wu Xiaohan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The lady was already very noticeable. He was just worried she might overlook something, attracting more attention. His subtle expression did not escape Qin Mu's gaze. Qin Mu asked seriously, who is my sister-in-law? In the past few days, besides making the wheelchair, he had learned many things about the Qin family's troubles. Among them, Su Yunwan's behavior seemed very strange, not at all like a daughter of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Rights. I don't know either. The master issued a ban, forbidding anyone from investigating the lady's affairs. Wu Xiaohan knew the truth, but kept it hidden. He absolutely couldn't reveal his true thoughts, even to someone the master trusted most. But Qin Mu had his own thoughts. Healed from a serious injury, deploying troops, predicting events in the capital. Suddenly, Qin Mu asked again, who has better medical skills, my sister-in-law or Yu Xinjin? Wu Xiaohan. The weather cleared, and the hot sun broke through the dark clouds, shining brightly on the land. The exile team was tired and their horses weary, but because the journey had been delayed too long, Zhongwei changed his previous rest schedule and only ordered a break at noon. Qin Mu pushed the wheelchair, letting his older brother get out of the car to get some fresh air, then turned kindly and said, Sister-in-law, I'll go fetch some water. After boiling it, you can wash up properly. Su Yunwan looked down at her dirty skirt, then glanced at the river not far from the roadside. I'll just wash by the river. Having trudged for half a day, everyone was already exhausted. There was no need for a grand effort. Qin Junyi immediately said, the river water is cold. Don't catch a cold. Su Yunwan smiled gently. I'm not that fragile. Hearing this, Qin Rulin, standing nearby, instantly became unhappy. But since her older brother was present, she kept her feelings to herself and turned her head away. Just then, members of the Chu family were walking in groups toward the riverbank. Qin Ruolin's eyes lit up as she looked away and said, "Sister-in-law, I want to go too. I want to see if there are any fish. It's been a long time since I ate meat." Staying at the temple for a few days, eating vegetarian meals every day, her taste buds were almost used up. Qin Ruoshang then suggested, "Everyone's clothes are dirty. Let's go to the river to wash them." Everyone agreed and moved toward the riverbank. Old Madame Qin, who hadn't gotten her clothes dirty, went for a walk along the river with her. Mrs. Pei followed quietly at the back. After heavy rain, the river water rose and spread to the shore, forming a shallow area. There were already many people on the shallow part, with women upstream and men downstream. Several members of the Chu family, including women, were among them. Like the Qin family, everyone except those who were ill got out of the car to walk, to lighten the load. On the shore, the Chu family's old lady strolled slowly with her eldest daughter-in-law. Seeing the Qin family, she warmly greeted Madame Qin, and the two elderly ladies chatted happily. The younger members of the Qin family, after greeting, separated to wash clothes, catch fish, and have fun. Su Yunwan stepped into the shallow water where women gathered and was immediately greeted by Chu family women waving their hands. She smiled and responded a few words, then bent down to straighten her skirt and pants. To clean thoroughly, she tied her wide skirt to the side and revealed her silk trousers, causing those around her to stare in surprise. What surprised them even more was that Su Yunwan rolled up her silk-thin pants, took off her socks, and cleaned her legs and feet calmly. Her fair, round calves appeared, showing smooth, delicate skin. Qin Ruoshang quickly moved to stand beside her, opening her wet skirt to try to block others' view, and softly said, "Sister-in-law, there are quite a few men over there." Su Yunwan paused, realizing she had forgotten the conservative customs of this era. But she wasn't going to embarrass herself for others' opinions. She quickly finished cleaning and looked for a chance to go into the space again for a bath. After finishing, she tidied her skirt and pants, put on her socks, and was about to come ashore when she saw a small fish swimming nearby. She immediately became interested in catching fish and said, "I'll make a fish trap to catch some." "Let's go together," Qin Ruoshang said with a smile, and followed. At first, Qin Ruolin said she wanted to find fish, but showed no reaction. Her attention was already on a man across the room, not even noticing the shocking scene that just happened. Similarly, Pei's wife also didn't notice. During her cleaning, her complicated eyes looked at her daughter, who looked at her as if she saw a mouse and a cat. She saw her daughter as a lifeline, but the lifeline ran away quickly, and her anger grew. However, because she loved her own daughter for over 10 years, seeing her avoid her so openly made her reflect on her mistakes. A feeling of regret and tenderness arose in her heart. Different emotions mixed together, but her motherly pride won. She secretly thought that if her daughter apologized, she would forgive her. But before she could get an apology, she noticed her daughter's feelings stirring, and her target was still a criminal in exile. She secretly decided to find a chance to talk seriously with her eldest son, to make him stop her daughter from having such thoughts and prevent her from lowering herself. Now she had become a nun, and her eldest brother was like a father. Her daughter's marriage was in her eldest son's hands. If he shook his head, nothing could be done. But her eldest son was gaining more authority, and even his usually respectful younger brother was harsh to him. She wondered if he would do as she wished and pull her daughter away from the brink of disaster. Yesterday, after everything settled, she was worried about her younger son's injury while being detained in the women's department. She could only spend money to ask a nun to investigate. She learned that her younger son was severely punished and couldn't even stand. She felt overwhelming sadness. Early today, upon receiving an order, she hurried to Qin's estate. Seeing her younger son lying in bed, she felt so distressed that tears fell, and she scolded her eldest son for being so cruel. But soon, her younger son covered her mouth, telling her not to curse his older brother anymore, so as not to cause worse consequences. Though she was heartbroken, she still harshly scolded her son. If he really shaved his head and became a monk, what hope did she have left? When she found out her daughter was sick and wanted to visit her, she was about to leave. Seeing her daughter recover but avoid her, she was angry and hurried away, pretending not to see. But now, discovering her daughter liked a criminal, she couldn't accept it no matter what. Mother and daughter were in a cold war. Whoever spoke first would lose. She could only plan to let her eldest son step in first. At this moment, Qin Junyi's face was dark, and his gaze was fixed on Su Yunwan. To avoid suspicion and maintain proper manners, he didn't look at his wife, who was mingling with the crowd. Instead, he looked into the distance at the horizon, pondering something. While serving, Wu Xiaohan noticed Su Yunwan's relaxed attitude when guarding against potential dangers. He immediately bent down to remind his master sitting in a wheelchair. Qin Junyi looked over when he heard the noise, his face darkening instantly. He ordered Wu Xiaohan to go and call her back. Wu Xiaohan had only taken a few steps when he saw Su Yunwan adjust her skirt back to normal. She then stopped and looked back at her master. Qin Junyi waved his hand, but his expression did not improve much. His gaze followed Su Yunwan closely, afraid she might do something inappropriate again. Su Yunwan and Qin Ruishan walked to the riverbank together, picked some sturdy grass and branches, and made 2 simple fish baskets. One person carried each basket, and they walked upstream for a while before going into the water again. "Hurry, there's a fish over here." "I caught one." "Watch where you're running." Seeing his wife's happy smile and hearing her playful chatter with her cousin, Qin Junyi's expression gradually softened. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Su Yunwan had already noticed someone's gaze. Thinking of his jealous nature, she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This time, he probably wouldn't bite her shoulder or neck again. But if he really wanted to, should she let him or not? And if she didn't let him, how would he vent his jealousy? She hoped he wouldn't cause trouble like last time, which almost kept her from getting out of bed. Just as Su Yunwan was lost to her thoughts, an unexpected situation occurred. Help! Xinyi had no idea when she reached the deep water area. Her foot slipped, and she screamed as she fell into the water, drifting downstream with the current. The women closest to her shouted anxiously, but dared not go after her to rescue her, afraid that if they failed, they would also be in danger. Her cry for help reached the men fishing downstream. Chu Yan, who was closest to Xinyi, immediately wanted to go and save her. He had only taken a few steps when Chu Yi grabbed his arm. Chu Yi looked at the struggling woman in the water with a cold expression and said, "That is Xinyi." Chu Yan froze, recalling how Xinyi had approached Sixth Brother that morning. His mind was filled with schemes and plots, and he couldn't focus on saving her anymore. "Look carefully. She knows how to swim," Chu Yi added after observing for a few moments. No one would joke with their own life so easily. If it was truly a trap, Xinyi would leave a way out. Sure enough, Chu Yi had found something unusual. On the surface, Xinyi seemed to be in danger, but in reality, every time she sank for a few moments, her head would surface again. She was probably kicking water or touching the ground with her feet. All of this was just her acting. Upon his reminder, Chu Yan also realized it. Thinking about how he almost got involved with this woman, he couldn't help but get goosebumps, shrinking his neck and rubbing his arms. While the 2 brothers were watching the show, Lu Junfeng quickly ran through the water to help. He embraced Xinyi's waist and took her away from the deep water. Cough, cough, cough. To make it seem real, Xinyi indeed choked on some water and coughed painfully. Lu Junfeng supported her with one hand and patted her back with the other, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?"
"I'm fine."
Cough, cough. "Thank you, cousin." Seeing her plan fail, Xinyi quickly changed her mind and strategy, once again using Lu Junfeng as a backup. "Let's go. I'll take you ashore." Lu Junfeng held her slim waist, feeling her softness in his hand, and his heart fluttered. After realizing the person in the water was Xinyi, he immediately let go of the fish he had just caught and hurried to save her. Through this incident, he realized he still hadn't truly let go of Xinyi. Since that was the case, he was determined to win her over. As for her feelings, once she became his woman, he would work hard to win her back. He didn't believe he couldn't teach a weak woman properly. Lu Juanfeng's rescue of Xin Yi caused a huge stir in the Lu family. Because as soon as they reached the shore, without consulting his family, Lu Junfeng immediately proposed marriage. You can't go back to the Qin family. I really can't bear to see a fragile woman like you alone and helpless. Marry me, I will take good care of you. Faced with Lu Juanfeng's deep affection, Xin Yi raised her hand to wipe away non-existent tears and used the Lu family as an excuse. Cousin, your mother won't accept me. That's right. I really can't accept you. Hurry up and get lost. Lu's mother chased over, furious at her pretentious tone. Xin Yi immediately hid behind Lu Junfeng, looking panic-stricken. Cousin, protect me. Lu Junfeng immediately opened his arms to block his mother. Mom, what's past is past. I really like Yi. Please just agree for my sake. No way. Unless I die, I will never let this fox spirit become my daughter-in-law. Lu's mother declared fiercely. Other members of the Lu family also gathered around, trying to persuade Lu Junfeng. However, Lu Junfeng was firm and refused to let go. Facing his family's disapproval, he suddenly had an idea, shouting loudly, even if it's to save her, I touched Yi and ruined her innocence. If I don't take responsibility, she can only die. As soon as he said this, everything fell silent. Xin Yi was also stunned and wide-eyed, immediately looking towards Chu Yi nearby. Seeing Chu Yi's indifferent expression and other male prisoners complaining in a regretful tone about missing the chance to get a wife, she felt as if the world was turning upside down and fainted to the side. Lu Junfeng quickly caught her, and the group noisily returned to the camp. Su Yunwan watched the whole process and naturally noticed Xin Yi's water skills, but she wasn't sure if her target was Lord Chu 6 or Lord Chu 7. Regardless of which brother she aimed for, after Lu Juanfeng's shouting, she would never succeed again. Her gaze shifted to Chu Yi, who responded with a meaningful look. They exchanged a smile without words, everything understood between them. Qin Junyi, seeing this scene, frowned again and stepped forward, saying, Wanwan, it's getting late. Let's go back to the carriage to change clothes. Okay, Su Yunwan replied, handing over the small fish she caught to the shadow guards for processing. Soon, the Qin family members also returned to the camp. The bonfire burned steadily, and fish soup simmered. Su Yunwan, sitting in the carriage, slipped inside her space, quickly took a bath, changed into a simple yet luxurious dress, and lay on the bed reading a storybook, enjoying this rare leisure time. An earthquake had already occurred, and the situation ahead would only become more severe. After the storm passed, she sensed the coming wind and rain. Qin Junyi waited a long time for Su Yunwan to get off the carriage. After the meal was ready, he went to call her. He lifted the curtain and saw Su Yunwan lying on the carriage bed, eyes closed, with a storybook resting in her lowered hand. His heart ached. She had walked for several hours in the morning, exhausting her. He was about to leave to let her sleep better when she opened her eyes, yawned, and said, How did I fall asleep? Wanwan, don't walk today. Qin Junyi took out a handkerchief, dipped it in water, and handed it to her to wipe her face and wake up. Su Yunwan casually wiped her face, smiled lightly, and said, I just didn't sleep well last night, not because I was tired from walking. Qin Junyi remembered his sister's attitude toward his wife last night and felt a shadow of gloom. Because Su Yunwan didn't make any small moves, the midday meal lost its usual special flavor. But since everyone hadn't eaten meat for days, they enjoyed it quite contentedly. After eating enough, Zhong Wei ordered the team to set out again. The terrain here was higher and the road conditions better. The women from the Qin and Chu families returned to the carriage, leaving the men to walk or push carts if necessary. The carriage jolted constantly, and Su Yunwan was shaken so badly she felt uncomfortable lying down or sitting. She finally suggested once more to get off and walk. Qin Junyi couldn't bear to see her tired and suggested, Why not ride on the horse's back? Let someone lead the horse. He wanted to personally lead Wanwan forward on horseback, but now was not the right time, and he felt a little regretful. That's fine, Su Yunwan said with renewed interest, jumping down from the carriage. The shadow guards were there to the carriage, and several horses were free. Su Yunwan was about to choose one when she heard a black horse pulling the carriage make a loud, clear neigh. This black horse was bought at the beginning of her exile. Back then it was so thin it looked like only bones covered by skin. Now, it had become fat and strong, no longer showing any sign of its past disdain. After a tough morning of traveling, the horse still had lots of energy. Its dark eyes looked at Su Yunwan, blinking lively and bright. Su Yunwan decided to have someone bring a horse for her to ride and swapped it out. Big sister-in-law, this is a rare steed. Where did it come from? Qin Mu asked as he approached, inspecting the black horse closely and marveling. Su Yunwan smiled gently. Bought it at the horse market. It didn't look impressive at first, so I bought it cheaply. Saved silver to buy better feed, and now it's well fed. Qin Mu nodded in amazement, praising her good eye, and volunteered to help lead the horse. Before she could refuse, Qin Junyi said, "Third brother, go check on second brother's injury and change his medicine." Okay, Qin Mu agreed without hesitation and went to find Qin Xian behind the carriage. Seeing Su Yunwan's teasing look, he rubbed his nose and told Shire, who was preparing the saddle, "Shire, come and lead the horse." Shire immediately responded, but Su Yunwan was eager to try herself. "I want to ride." "That's too dangerous," Qin Junyi said, worried. But Su Yunwan insisted she was good at light skills and could land safely if something went wrong. Though still worried, Qin Junyi didn't insist further and only told her to be careful. Wanwan was always resourceful. All he could do was explain the basics of riding and have Shire stay close to protect her. After the saddle was on, Su Yunwan kicked off her left foot and jumped onto the horse, her wide skirt forming a graceful arc. She relaxed her grip on the reins, and the black horse moved forward smoothly. The horse walked steadily and calmly, not too fast or slow. Su Yunwan loosened one hand and waved at the tense Qin Junyi, signaling him to relax. Maybe the black horse still remembered that Su Yunwan was the one who changed its life's path. It was very gentle, cooperating with her commands, allowing her to try all kinds of riding styles like fast and slow riding, and she had a lot of fun. Qin Junyi watched Wanwan, who was carefree and stylish under the sun with a sun hat, feeling his heart full of love. He only wished she could always be so happy and relaxed. Some people were happy, others worried. The other prisoners without transportation struggled to move forward under the guards' push, sweat pouring down their faces, their steps heavy as lead. They were occasionally whipped for stopping, making their progress very difficult. By evening, Zhongwei led the team to a small mountain village, planning to stay overnight. Su Yunwan looked at the large stone at the village entrance, which read Zhu Family Village, and felt momentarily stunned. This was the village where she had once experienced an earthquake and been buried under the ruins. At that time, Ding Qiudong and the adorable Xiao Zhu had already returned to Beijing, no longer facing the danger of being trapped in a desperate situation. After entering the village, she noticed some differences. The mountain village was very quiet. No matter how the guards called out, no one responded, and not a single domesticated animal was seen. Zhongwei ordered everyone to rest where they were and sent people to explore the surroundings. Soon, the explorers returned with the conclusion that all villagers had migrated away. Zhongwei began assigning houses. The Qin family stayed in the village chief's house, just like before. The village chief's house was relatively grand, built with blue bricks and tiles, quite rare in the countryside. After opening the large gate, the shadow guards went ahead to check the situation. The yard was empty, and the house was too. Except for the large, immovable beds, sofas, tables, and chairs, all other personal belongings had been taken away. Fortunately, the Qin family's supplies were complete, so they were unaffected. This time, Su Yunwan was not excluded to stay next door like before. After settling in, she carefully inspected the main house, especially the walls and beams. Qin Junyi noticed her tense face and serious expression and asked, "Wanwan, is something wrong?" Su Yunwan shook her head. "I didn't find anything." But the attentive Qin Junyi sensed that her mood was no longer as calm as before, as if there was some hidden danger lurking, requiring constant vigilance. He ordered the shadow guards to thoroughly check for danger, strengthen security, and stay close to her. If real danger came, he could step in front to protect her. After dinner, Su Yunwan looked tired and went to bed early. In the middle of the night, she woke from a nightmare and was immediately held tightly by someone beside her, with a caring voice saying, "Wanwan, you had a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Dreams are often reversed." Her panic gradually eased, and she rested her head on his shoulder, saying, "Ziyuan, I want to sleep in the carriage." She seemed to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, with her past despair vividly present and always following her. When she was awake, she could tell what was real and what was fake, staying rational. But when she slept, she couldn't control her mind and was haunted by nightmares. Qin Junyi didn't hesitate and simply said, "Okay," then got up to bring her a cloak. The two moved to the carriage. Inside the narrow carriage, Su Yunwan sat very close to Qin Junyi. She wanted to talk about her strange feelings, but sensed a mysterious force stopping her from revealing her past experiences. In the dark, a sigh sounded. "Ziyuan, I am just a tiny speck among all living beings. But Wanwan, to me, you are the brightest star." He gently kissed her forehead, full of care and tenderness. Su Yunwan was lost in the moment, unable to resist, and leaned up to kiss the man's lips. Then their lips and tongues intertwined, and their clothes gradually came off. The moon in the sky was blocked by a large cloud, as if it knew humans should not look upon forbidden sights. Qin Junyi, unusually gentle, restrained himself from making a second move. Considering the difficult road ahead tomorrow, Qin Junyi patted her back softly to help her fall asleep. Su Yunwan lay in his arms, her initial fear gone, replaced by a deep sense of safety. "It's really good to have you here." As dawn broke and the sky just turned pale, Qin Mu called the father and sons from the fourth household to go for morning exercises in the yard. As soon as they stepped outside, they were silently signaled by 07, who made a shushing gesture. He looked toward the direction of the main carriage, then pointed outside the yard gate. Qin Mu and the others immediately understood his meaning, looked surprised at the carriage, then quietly left the yard. The strong biological clock woke Qin Junyi first, but he remained still, lying with Su Yunwan, admiring her beautiful face close up. As soon as everyone left the house, 07 reminded them to move quietly. But Su Yunwan was not an ordinary girl. Hearing the sounds of others waking and washing, she slowly woke up. When they just got off the carriage, they saw old Madame Qin approaching and asked in confusion, "Brother E, Wanwan, why are you not sleeping in the main room and instead in the narrow carriage?" "Shuyungwan." "Grandmother, anywhere is fine," Qin Junyi replied, then quickly asked, "Did you sleep well last night? What did you have for breakfast?" The conversation shifted, and no one asked further questions to Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan. Only Lin Shi looked at her with a strange light in her eyes. Madame Qin was in a very good mood and kept urging her to eat more during the meal. Su Yunwan could probably guess what they were thinking, feeling so embarrassed she wanted to hide her toes. She was not doing this for fun. She only moved to the carriage because she had to. After the meal, Su Yunwan stepped outside and looked at the nearby intact houses, taking a deep breath. The earthquake had happened a few days ago, and the aftershocks had passed. She had been worried for nothing. But this sense of relief disappeared as soon as they gathered. When the team assembled, she noticed many prisoners were sick, and 2 had passed away last night. Long journeys and lack of food and clothing since exile had visibly drained the prisoners' strength. After 3 days of rest to wait out the heavy rain, they should have recovered somewhat. But after setting out again, they all suddenly fell ill after just 1 day. In her previous life, there had been no wolf attacks. Zhu family village was the first major disaster for the prisoners, many injured by the earthquake. This time, the team was still in the mountains during the earthquake, with few casualties. Yet reaching the same village again caused a wave of illness among the prisoners. Even the Chu family, who had a carriage, had a few women looking sick. It seemed as if an invisible hand was forcefully pulling the fate back on track. This hand was unseen, intangible, mysterious, and powerful. After getting into the carriage, Su Yunwan pulled back the curtain to look at the distant void, showing a serious expression similar to yesterday evening. Qin Junyi also keenly sensed the prisoner's unusual condition. Seeing Su Yunwan's movements and expressions, he suddenly felt a storm was coming. Wanwan, I want to let Lingchi be a substitute. Training with Qing Xian behind us, Qin Junyi said seriously once Su Yunwan regained her senses. She was slightly surprised but then nodded. That's good. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. But you must remember, haste makes waste. It's best to inform Grandma about this. Qin Junyi agreed, and then called for the old lady and Lingchi. He wanted to discuss this with them, but the old lady immediately worried, Brother Yi, maybe you should wait until we reach Yuhjo City to train more slowly. In the morning, she was told that Qin Mu and the second family's father and son had gone for morning exercises. It wasn't until mealtime that the shadow guards went to find them. The second family father and son looked like they had been rolling in mud, clothes faded and stained. After returning, they immediately went to the backyard to wash in the well. After tidying up, they slowly trudged back to the main hall, exhausted, to eat. This made the second daughter-in-law secretly shed many tears. Due to the eldest son's strong and resilient nature, she only trains him harder, but she is very reluctant to see her eldest grandson suffer. Qin Junyi said, Grandmother, we may not be able to reach Yuhjo City smoothly. The more my grandson recovers, the stronger he will be. The old lady naturally understands this, and can only sadly ask him to take his time and not rush. Qin Junyi agrees, and is the first to get off the carriage after changing his identity. Although he bears the face of 07, he avoids the attention of other prisoners and officials, then slips into the forest and disappears. Inside the carriage, disguising himself as the eldest grandson, 07 sits with his head lowered. The old lady looks at him with a frown and warns, 07, don't forget your duties. Don't have any inappropriate thoughts. Having seen her husband and son act on their desires many times, the old lady cannot fully trust 07 and the beautiful eldest daughter-in-law to be alone together. 07 understands her concerns and lowers his head even more, saying, I understand. 11, Grandmother will ride with you. Although 07 agrees, the old lady still feels uneasy and suggests they travel together. But Su Yunwan feels uncomfortable and says, Grandmother, there might be spies among the exile team. Our family should stick to the usual plan. Then Shan can come along to keep you company, the old lady suggests, as a young girl won't attract much attention. However, Su Yunwan still objects, saying if that happens, Shan will surely notice something unusual. Then she adds, let 07 stay here, I'll go to the donkey cart to prepare medicine. The old lady nods, that's good. So that day, Su Yunwan spends her time in the donkey cart carrying medicine. With the protection of the old lady, Qin Mu, Wu Xiaohan, and others, no one notices that Qin Junyi has changed his appearance. That night, they stay overnight in the wilderness. No matter how the officials try to drive them, the injured prisoners, weakened and slow, cannot catch up to the next official relay station. While the shadow guards set up tents, Lu Zheng's eldest son comes over. It turns out his family members are mostly ill, including his parents. He asks the old lady and Qin Junyi to give them medicine. He says, the youngest son, the eldest grandson, and the old lady's precious ones. When the old lady hears that Lu Zheng is sick, she immediately rushes to visit the Lu family in worry. Seeing her once lively youngest son now gaunt and suffering, groaning in pain, the old lady feels heartbroken, as if a dull knife is cutting her flesh. Seeing the sickly faces of Lu's family and other young relatives, she quickly turns to Su Yunwan and asks her to come and treat everyone at the Lu family. Before Su Yunwan could speak, 07, sitting in a wheelchair and acting on her master's orders, immediately interrupted and opposed her. Grandmother, the people and matters of the Lu family have nothing to do with us. Faced with the imposter 07, The anxious old lady's kindness towards Qin Junyi disappeared. Her face turned fierce as she said, "He is my youngest son. I must save him." "Then please, old lady, go save him yourself. Don't try to involve the Qin family or use our resources." Qin Mu stepped forward, his face cold and serious. The old lady was so angry she couldn't speak properly. "You, someone expelled from the family, have no right to interfere in my affairs. I am the head of the Qin family. Do I have the right or not?"
Qin Mu replied firmly.
"You keep talking about family interests, but you help Qin's enemies for your own selfish reasons. Tell me, old lady, do you want to be a good matriarch of the Qin family, or do you want to live with your youngest son?" "Third brother, you must not be rude to grandmother," 07 warned sharply, acting perfectly. Qin Mu said, "Big brother, our family rules are clear. Anyone who betrays us, regardless of their status, will be severely punished." Seeing that the old lady was about to faint from a heart attack, Su Yunwan interrupted. "Grandmother, I've looked at their faces. They are just exhausted and sick. But we are still thousands of miles from Yuhjo City and traveling every day with intense effort, so medicine has little effect." The old lady said, "Having medicine is better than having none. Wan, when you have a son in the future, you'll understand how grandmother feels."
Su Yunwan.
Even if she had a son, he wouldn't be like Lu Zheng. "Grandmother, from the moment Lu Zheng left the prison and betrayed Ziyuan, they became sworn enemies. If you want me to save someone who harms my husband, sorry, I am not that noble." Su Yunwan waved her hand to stop 07 and Qin Mu from stepping forward. She looked directly at the old lady with a cold expression. "There's more hardship ahead, and this is just the beginning." The exile team was severely reduced. Less than half made it to the exile land. It's not just talk. This is real. The old lady knew her nature well. If she said she wouldn't save, she wouldn't. The current eldest grandson was still missing, and none of the younger generation around her could be relied on, none. A huge sense of isolation and helplessness overwhelmed her, almost making her unable to stand. While Big Brother was away, Qin Mu spoke freely. "Lu Zheng betrayed the family, yet he's still alive. That's already a huge luck. If you still don't understand the importance of this, then once the Northwest tribes gather, I will request a formal trial to re-examine his crimes and handle him according to family law." When my elder brother returned from punishment, he was in a weak position. Facing the many people and stronger forces of the third household, he could only be expelled from the family. Thinking about how my elder brother had just suffered extreme physical torment and then faced betrayal from relatives, and because he was in a vulnerable position, he couldn't take revenge, his eyes turned red with anger. He wished he could immediately draw his sword and kill Lu Zheng. No, it's not allowed. Hearing about retrial in front of the family members, the old lady suddenly panicked. She grabbed Qin Mu's arm with great force, her nails digging into his flesh. If they truly held a formal retrial in front of everyone, Yaegir would no longer be able to be biased, and the third son would surely die. Qin Mu sneered softly. "Then it depends on whether you can position yourself properly and cut ties with the Lu family." After saying that, he leaned closer to the old lady, further threatening, "Anyone who causes trouble for my elder brother, I won't let them go, including the Lu family and even you." The old lady looked at Qin Mu with horror, as if she saw the Grim Reaper. Overcome with shock and grief, she couldn't breathe properly and fainted again. "Grandmother." 07 pretended to be anxious and hurriedly rushed over from the wheelchair. Wu Xiaohan quickly caught him to prevent him from falling and getting hurt. The father and son of the fourth household immediately supported the old lady and took her into the tent, with Qin Junyi and other women following closely behind. Su Yunwan watched the crowd rush in and stood still, not immediately following, but instead looked at Qin Mu. Hearing his quiet threat, she couldn't help but feel amused. Truly a sibling fanatic. Qin Mu not only said the harsh words he once told the old lady but also directly threatened her safety. He was really brave. Brave Qin Mu didn't expect the old lady to be so fragile. Seeing Su Yunwan look over, he immediately forced a smile and said, "Sister-in-law, you must help me." Seeing how he instantly became timid when thinking of the consequences, Soo-Yun-won found it quite funny and chuckled softly. Now you're afraid? Chin-moo put on an innocent smile that no one could believe. He was the same ruthless person who was just now unfeeling toward his relatives. Go prepare some twigs to apologize. Soo-Yun-won used this to send him away, so the old lady wouldn't wake up and pressure 07 to question him. Chin-moo understood her intention and then turned to head into the woods. Whether he was going to find twigs or his elder brother, Soo-Yun-won didn't know. As she entered the tent, she immediately heard 07 say, "Won-won, quickly check on grandmother." Soo-Yun-won responded with a sound and stepped forward to check on the old lady's health. Then she said, "Grandmother is just tired. Let her rest for a while." If she woke her up, she would have to face her younger son's difficult situation, so it was better for her to sleep. She understood her mother's love for her son, but couldn't help lose family as she wished. People are born with their own positions. As Ziyuan's wife, she would never help those who harmed him. Not to mention the old lady. Even if Ziyuan personally asked her, she wouldn't do something against her own will. In fact, Qin Junyi also didn't want to make her difficult. He had just received news from the Shadow Guards and hurried back after ending training early. When he reached near the camp, he met Chin-moo wandering around. Chin-moo kept his last secret and told him everything else that happened, then knelt to apologize. "You did very well." Qin Junyi helped him up. "When I'm not here, Lingchi can't control grandmother, so it's up to you." Chin-moo smiled and said, "Big brother, don't worry. I won't let her cause trouble." At that moment, Lingchi arrived after receiving the message. He saw Chin-moo, his eyes flickered, but he didn't mention what just happened. Qin Junyi, who already knew, didn't ask much. He removed his disguise, exchanged clothes with Lingchi, and returned to the camp. At that time, Soo-Yun-won sat by the fire, brewing ginseng soup. The firelight illuminated her face, which was as cold and calm as usual. Even with smoke and ash, her extraordinary aura couldn't be hidden. Soo-Yun-won turned her head and saw the main person returning at a glance. He had changed back into his original clothes, with no signs of training. His face was as cold as when Lingchi pretended to be him earlier. The wheelchair rolled closer. Qin Junyi and she exchanged glances. His deep eyes seemed to hold 1,000 words but didn't speak. He had been gone for a while but returned, yet to others, he seemed to have been there all along. He had only left for a short time. Soo-Yun-won stood up and walked to his side. As their fingers intertwined, an invisible power was transmitted from her palm. Fortunately, Ziyuan's body was strong. Even after suffering a severe injury recently, he recovered quickly with the help of his powers and medicine. However, his training was too intense, constantly challenging his limits, causing multiple soft tissue injuries and mental exhaustion. He didn't look as relaxed as he seemed. Qin Junyi gently patted her hand to comfort her and said, "I'll go see if grandmother has woken up." "Okay. I'll brew some ginseng soup to help you recover," Soo-Yun-won said, not wanting to enter the tent. Feeling her reluctance, Qin Junyi apologized. "Won-won, if grandmother makes any excessive demands again, let our third brother handle it." Soo-Yun-won was slightly surprised. She looked up at Chin-moo behind the wheelchair and saw him say, "Big sister-in-law, don't worry. I will handle it." She smiled gently and nodded in response, watching the two of them enter the tent.
No one wanted to rush to take the spotlight.
With Chin-moo, a powerful person present, he could control the old lady. She could relax and rest easily. At that moment, she began to understand why Chin-moo was unwilling to return to his identity as the young master of the Qin family. Having Qin family blood but no restrictions of status allowed him to better help his older brother manage the family affairs. Inside the tent, Qin Junyi looked at his grandmother, lying on the bed. His cold expression softened, and a twinge of guilt grew in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. His grandmother truly cared for him, but he couldn't fulfill her wish to help the Liu family. However, if even betrayal and treachery could be forgiven, the entire Qin family would become like the people in the palace, selfish and divided. He came to power during a national crisis, busy fighting and unable to care for the palace, which led to the people losing discipline and indulging in their desires. He needed to set everything back on track, not be bound by family ties that limited him. Gradually, the old lady woke up. The first thing she saw was her grandson's stern face. "Brother E, you're back?" The person in front of her looked very much like her eldest son from the past. The old lady immediately recognized that it was her real grandson and grabbed his hand tightly. "Grandmother, I've heard about it. You must take care of your health," Qin Junyi said gently. Seeing his calm expression, the old lady begged, "Brother E, don't let grandmother send her soul before her hair turns white. Please?" Qin Junyi avoided answering and turned to look at Qin Mu. "You go out first. I want to talk to grandmother alone." Qin Mu lowered his head and agreed, then turned and left the tent. Only the grandmother and grandson remained inside. Qin Junyi asked grandmother, "Do you remember how our family used to deal with traitors and runaways?" The old lady's already pale face turned even whiter, and she quickly argued, "It was because of extreme circumstances. It's different now. So you think that as long as you're in a tough situation, you can betray your family to survive?" Qin Junyi said coldly, not holding back. The old lady looked awkward. "Grandmother didn't mean that. Our family, since grandfather built it, has grown over 3 generations to what it is today. It relies on everyone working together and uniting. You've been with the army for many years. You should know the importance of brother fighting brother and father fighting son in war. If survival depends on betraying others, who would dare to trust their family? How far can our family go?" Facing her caring grandmother, Qin Junyi patiently explained the reasoning to her. The old lady's eyes filled with tears, and she said with bitterness, "I understand, but he is my son, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Who isn't born from a mother's? Don't we have relatives who died on the battlefield? Even my father." Qin Junyi suddenly stopped, looked up, and swallowed hard. Thinking of his deceased eldest son, the old lady was overwhelmed with sadness. After a few moments, Qin Junyi hoarsely said, "The wealth and honor you and the Wang family enjoyed in the past were earned through generations of our family fighting bravely and risking their lives on the battlefield. Yet your son Lu Zheng did nothing and enjoyed wealth for decades, only to later betray us and collude with enemies, framing our family. How can your grandson help in this situation?" The old lady cried loudly, pounding her chest. "It's my fault for spoiling him. If only I hadn't forced him to stay in the capital and let him go to the northwest with others. The battlefield is ruthless. If he had truly gone to the northwest, he might have already lost his life," Qin Junyi said. "Life has no turning back. Everything is his own doing. I hope you can accept this and take care of your health. But human hearts are the hardest to control." If the old lady could truly let go, she would have to make choices when she saw her son betray her and turn away in prison. Now she understands the truth, but finds it hard to give up her maternal love, tears streaming down her face. Outside the house, Su Yunwan heard the old lady's regretful crying and couldn't help but think of a saying, "Spoiling a child is like killing a child." While cooking, Lin softly said to her daughter, Shanshan, "You will marry and have children someday. You must teach them well." Qin Ruoshan smiled sweetly, "Mom, I haven't even gotten engaged yet, so how can I have children?" "Look at these guards." Lin glanced at the shadow guards working diligently, then leaned close to Qin Ruoshan's ear and casually mentioned the recent private thoughts about marriage. Given the current situation of the Qin family, even if they move to Yuhjo City, they can only match with merchants or farmers. She didn't want her daughter to marry commoners. But these guards are different. Although their status is still below that of high officials, with Brother E as their master, they wouldn't dare to mistreat her daughter. However, Qin Ruoshan's face reddened upon hearing this, and she opposed. "Mom, haven't you seen that they are all single? In my opinion, they are not ordinary guards or soldiers. They might be part of a secret force." Lin was surprised. "You mean the shadow guards?" Seeing her daughter nod, she frowned and said, "It is said that shadow guards are not allowed to marry or have children. They do the most difficult and tiring work in secret, so they are not suitable for family life. Mother, let's wait until we reach Yuhjo City and settle down first." The future is uncertain now, so don't worry so much.
I'm only worried about you.
The mother and daughter thought only they could hear their quiet whispers, but they were overheard by Su Yunwan and a group of shadow guards. Su Yunwan looked around at the nearby guards. They appeared calm and unaffected by the conversation. In reality, most of them remained completely unmoved. As shadow guards, they were trained from a young age. Loyalty to their master and strict discipline were deeply ingrained in them, becoming part of their very being. Shadow guards are the most secret and sharp weapons in the hands of their masters. They have no need for independent thoughts and cannot have weaknesses. Unlike other families, in the Qin family, highly trusted shadow guards have the chance to leave their roles and serve as household retainers or officials. However, such opportunities are very rare. Since the shadow guard camp was established, only a few have had this honor, and they never dared to hope for it. But she was deeply inspired and found it hard to calm his mind. If he could leave his role and take on a different identity. At the same time, at the Liu family, hearing the old ladies crying, Lu Zheng struggled to get up and said bitterly, "You shameless Qin Junyi, how dare you humiliate my mother? Just wait and see how I deal with you." He called his sons to attack him. But when he did, no one responded. It was a joke. Qin family guards all carried swords. If they went unarmed, wouldn't they be inviting trouble? Seeing his sons all look timid, Lu Zheng was furious and shouted, "What's wrong with you? Are you afraid of them? Father, you're still sick. Calm down." His eldest son Lu Junsheng helped him, but Lu Zheng pushed him away. Lu Zheng scolded loudly, "Haven't you seen how they bully your grandmother? If you don't stand up now, what's the point of having you?" Suddenly, Mrs. Lu's eyes lit up. "What if we invite your grandmother to live with us?" As long as they could win over the old lady, the Qin family would have to support them. Then, carriages, food, medicines, and other supplies would be sent over. Not to mention, even just one carriage could ease their current difficulties. She was fed up with walking everywhere. The younger members of the Liu family naturally thought of many benefits. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became, as if a bright future was beckoning to them. So, regardless of health, about 20 members of the Liu family rushed to the Qin family all at once. Everyone from the Liu family was mobilized. The guards immediately sounded the alarm when they detected the threat. In an instant, the guards rushed out, holding their blades to block the Liu family members outside the Qin residence. "What's wrong? Don't you all want to live? Coming here to seek death?" Qin Mu pushed through the guards' line, facing Lu Zheng and others directly. "I want to see my mother." Lu Zheng shouted loudly. "Yes, I want to see my grandmother." Others echoed. Qin Mu sneered coldly, drawing his sword and pointing it at Lu Zheng. "Be quiet. If you disturb my older brother, I will take your lives." Lu Zheng was so frightened he kept retreating, pulling his family members back a few steps. Qin Mu was a madman, capable of anything. He dared not confront them directly. "Stop." The old lady, alarmed by the noise, hurried out of her tent. Qin Junyi signaled to Qin Mu with a look, and Qin Mu finally restrained himself, sheathing his sword. Mrs. Liu was the first to shout, "Mother." The daughters-in-law heard everything. "Sorry you've suffered." Lu Zheng responded in unison, "Mother, follow your son. Don't suffer in the Qin family." "Yes, grandmother. Your grandson and his wife will serve you wholeheartedly, so you can enjoy your old age peacefully." Several sons echoed. The old lady was moved to tears by their sincere invitation. Qin Junyi coldly asked, "What are you planning to serve her with?" "We may not have as much as you, but our whole family is filial." Unlike some people who force their mother to become a nun, Mrs. Liu stepped forward. As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped so hard she instantly fell to the ground. Her ears and cheeks burned with pain, and her mouth tasted of iron. One of her big teeth was spat out onto the ground. Mrs. Liu reacted quickly. After being helped up by her family, she tremblingly pointed at Su Yunwan, who had struck her. "You dare hit me?" Su Yunwan struck again, nearly breaking her finger.
Ah!
A scream echoed around. The old lady, who had intended to scold Fong, immediately changed her stance and stepped forward to try to pull Su Yunwan's hand, shouting sternly, Yuan, you can't hit people. Su Yunwan avoided her and returned to Qin Junyi's side. The old lady looked at her, about to speak, when she heard a scream. This time it was a man's voice, different from before. A wife's failure to teach is the husband's fault. Qin Mu took out a silk handkerchief and carefully wiped his hands, as if they were stained with something dirty. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng was suffering the same treatment as his wife, collapsing on the ground, mouth bleeding. I'll fight you. Lu Zheng looked at the teeth on the ground and shouted angrily, ready to rush forward. His sword was drawn, shining coldly. The shadow guards held their swords in readiness, waiting for their master's command to strike. Father, don't be impulsive. Lu Junsheng quickly pulled Lu Zheng back a few steps. Even without his move, Lu Zheng was rooted to the spot, trembling and afraid to take another step forward. The old lady was so anxious, she was stomping her feet. Brother E, let's talk nicely. Please tell them to stop. Mother, they've always wanted to take my life. Save me, and be with me. Lu Zheng knelt on the ground, taking the chance to make another plea. Seeing this, the other members of the Lu family exchanged glances and then all knelt down, asking the old lady to join them. You are spreading lies. When did my older brother ever want your life? Qin Junxian, leaning on his cane, came over and loudly argued. But his voice was quickly drowned out by the loud voices of the Lu family. Lu Zheng ignored him, firmly believing that the Qin family was planning to kill him and that only the old lady could protect him. By now, many officials and prisoners had gathered nearby, watching the scene like spectators. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the old lady, waiting to see what she would do. The old lady was lifted onto a high platform, under the watchful eyes of everyone around. But she had no time to look around, her mind constantly replaying the words, "They always want to take my son's life." Thinking of Qin Mu's threats, her heart slowly tilted toward a decision. While the Qin family quietly listened to the pleading voices of the Lu family, Qin Ruoshan suddenly said, "The food is almost ready. Why don't we eat first and talk later?" Su Yunwan was the first to agree. Yes, let's start eating. I'm sure everyone is hungry. Right. Food is the most important thing in the world. Qin Ji, the former fourth master and now the fourth granduncle, nodded repeatedly. The Lu family members stared in shock as Qin Junyi and others turned away, ignoring them completely. Even the old lady finally turned and left. The table was set, bowls filled, and dishes served. Qin Junyi was the first to serve the old lady a piece of roasted bird meat he had picked up along the way. Grandmother, eat the meat. The old lady said nothing, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating. But she was preoccupied, and her meal tasted like chewing wax. During the meal, Qin Junyi kept offering food to Su Yunwan. Yan, eat more. That slap earlier must have hurt Yan's hand. You too. Su Yunwan poured him a carefully brewed ginseng soup to replenish his energy after training. The old lady watched them, feeling annoyed that they still had time to show affection, which made her already heavy mood even worse. Meanwhile, the Lu family saw them eating and drinking as usual inside the tent, and they were so angry they almost ground their teeth in frustration. But they couldn't give up halfway, so they kept kneeling on the ground. When they saw the mother and daughter of the fourth household carrying bowls to wash, they started shouting again, saying that if the old lady didn't agree, they would keep kneeling. Drive them away. Qin Junyi just finished speaking but was stopped by the old lady. The old lady earnestly said, Brother E, you promised grandmother that you would never take your third uncle's life. And Qin Mu must not trouble the Lu family. It depends on what Lu Zheng does himself. If he wants to die, I will help him. Qin Junyi's eyes flashed with a cold light. The old lady. She didn't want to see her younger son and eldest grandson fighting each other, nor did she want Qin Mu to hold her back. Most importantly, she couldn't bear to part with her beloved younger son, so she stepped forward once again to protect him. Grandmother will watch over them for you. Make sure they behave and don't cause trouble, the old lady said with a dignified tone. Qin Junxian exclaimed, Grandmother, please don't be confused. Mother, You are the matriarch of the Qin family. How can you go to the Liu family? Lin hurriedly advised. The others from the fourth household also spoke to persuade her. Stop talking. I have made up my mind, the old lady stubbornly said. Qin Junyi pressed his lips tightly, gripping the armrest of his wheelchair with trembling hands. If that's the case, then please pack your things and leave, Su Yunwan said coldly, her fingers pointing sharply at the armrest, her voice icy. The old lady was angry. What kind of attitude is this? You are about to abandon Ziyuan and the Qin family, and you still expect a good attitude? Su Yunwan is needed. Talking about watching over Ziyuan, but it's clear you're determined to go to the Liu family. Ask yourself, do you deserve the respect of the Qin descendants? You. The old lady couldn't argue with her and immediately turned to Qin Junyi. Brother E, are you just going to let your wife make a scene? Qin Junyi's eyes turned scarlet, his voice hoarse. Grandmother, I told you so much. Haven't you listened to a word? Brother E, grandmother is doing this for your good. If she goes over there, they won't bother you anymore. The old lady felt guilty, but still tried to flatter herself. Qin Mu sneered. If she really cares about my older brother, she should obediently listen to him. But if she insists on living outside, that means she wants to leave the Qin family and ask for a divorce. When this was said, everyone was shocked. Before the old lady could react, Qin Mu continued. Big brother, the old lady wants to leave on her own. If she doesn't want to be a wife in the Qin family anymore, just let her go, so she won't be labeled as unfilial again. All right, you say less. Qin Junyi warned him with a quick glance. Qin Mu had finished speaking, bowed his head, and quietly left. Qin Junyi made his decision, straightened his back, and said coldly, Grandmother, are you going to visit the Liu family, or do you want to abandon the Qin family and join the Liu family? The old lady was shocked. Brother E, do you not want your grandmother? It's you who doesn't want your grandson. Qin Junyi snapped angrily. The old lady was speechless. Qin Junyi took a deep breath and said firmly, if you just want to visit, just let me know. You can go anytime and come back anytime. But if you want to join the Liu family, I will support you, but from now on, if you want to return, you will be a guest of the Qin family. Brother E, the old lady cried out in pain. Think carefully first, Qin Junyi said, then turned to Su Yunwan. Let's go back. Okay, Su Yunwan agreed. Qin Mu pushed the wheelchair and returned to the main tent. Back in the main tent, Qin Junyi dismissed his third brother. His heart was heavy, and he leaned back in the wheelchair, unable to hide his pain. Su Yunwan felt sad but said nothing, gently holding him. Qin Junyi hugged her waist tightly. After a while, his mood calmed, and he said tiredly, maybe one day, I will be like my father. Marrying many wives? Having many children and blessings? Su Yunwan raised an eyebrow. Qin Junyi. Yuan. Su Yunwan smiled, revealing two small dimples, and softly said, as the head of the Qin family, you are indeed in the same position as your father. Because of this, you bear the responsibility of leading the Qin family out of trouble. You can't make any mistakes, and you shouldn't let the old lady and the Liu family get involved to avoid a fatal weakness. If the grandmother truly cares for you, she wouldn't make things difficult for you. Qin Junyi didn't expect her to understand the deeper meaning and was deeply moved. Then he sighed and said, Grandmother truly cares for me, but she also cares for Liu Zheng. You have given her a choice and a way out. If she insists on leaving, trying to keep her won't work. According to Su Yunwan's own thoughts, letting go of the old lady would bring peace to the Qin family. And the Liu family's wish to use this to get Qin family resources is just wishful thinking. At this moment, the Liu family members knelt painfully, their backs aching, sitting on the ground in the dark, whispering to each other, doubting whether their persistence would pay off. Just as their resolve wavered, the old lady appeared. Everyone immediately straightened their kneeling posture, grimacing in pain. Why are you still kneeling? Go back and tell her, the old lady said, looking at the swollen-faced couple, feeling distressed. The Liu family members sighed in relief and helped each other to stand. Then they walked together with the old lady. Behind them, someone quietly watched. Qin Rulin stood in the shadow of the tent, watching the departing figures, her eyes flickering. "Grandmother, go peacefully. It's best if you stay here and don't come back. As long as you don't return, I won't have to serve you on behalf of fourth aunt. You should let your beloved third sister-in-law or granddaughter Tsinyi take care of you." The old lady didn't realize that some people in the Qin family hoped she would leave. When she arrived at the Lu camp, Tsinyi, who was watching the children, immediately came forward. "Great-grandmother, you've finally arrived." The old lady saw her without surprise. She had seen her being swept away by the river yesterday and then rescued by Lu Junfeng. Before she could approach, Lu Junfeng carried her back to the Lu family. At that moment, she knew that Yi and Brother Feng would surely be able to reunite. After sitting down, the old lady told everyone about the choice given by her eldest grandson. Lu Zheng was furious. "He is your legitimate grandson. How can he treat you like this?" Others felt uneasy. They had worked hard to bring the old lady here, wondering if they would really gain any benefit. "You must understand, Brother Yi is not only your eldest grandson but also the head of the Qin family," the old lady said, not happy with his criticism of her beloved grandson. Her tone was a bit sharp. "Take good care of yourselves. I will visit often." Lu Zheng immediately said, "No, mother. Why don't you come stay with us? Qin Junyi is stubborn but kind-hearted. He won't neglect your care. You have enough to eat and wear, so why stay there and suffer?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old lady's face changed. "You want me to come back just to serve me?" "No, mother. It's because I'm sick and want you to stay with me." Lu Zheng quickly played on her feelings. His reasoning made the old lady hesitate. But seeing her younger son looking exhausted and sick, she was soon blinded by emotion and deceived herself.
"Hopefully not," she said.
"All right, go settle in early. We have to leave tomorrow," the old lady said, standing up and patting her clothes. No matter how the Lu family begged her to stay, she didn't stop. This big trouble at the Lu family not only failed to achieve their goal but also resulted in them being slapped and kneeling for half an hour, making their already tired bodies worse. Truly a case of self-inflicted suffering. But they also caused some damage to the Qin family, especially breaking the bond between the old lady and Qin Junyi. The next morning, the old lady pretended to be sick and refused to see anyone. She canceled all greetings and even had Lin Shi keep Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan outside the tent. Su Yunwan turned to leave immediately, and Qin Junyi hurried to follow. After returning to her tent, Su Yunwan frowned and said, "It seems grandmother has given up on her plans, but she knows your true health condition. It's still a hidden risk. Don't worry, grandmother knows what's important." Qin Junyi believed in the old lady. However, Su Yunwan thought to herself, that might not be true. She still needed to think of a way to add an extra layer of security. Someone who shared her thoughts was also nearby. Qin Mu was worried about his older brother facing the possibly tricky old lady. After assigning morning exercise tasks to the second household father and son, he left the camp first. As he approached his brother's tent, he overheard their conversation inside. He paused, his face darkening. During breakfast, the old lady still didn't appear, so Lin was sent to bring food into the tent. A tense atmosphere swept through the Qin family. Everyone ate almost in pain, except Su Yunwan, who remained calm and relaxed as usual. After the meal, Qin Junyi continued to switch identities with Lingchi. He warned Qin Mu before leaving. At that time, the team was about to set off. The shadow guards were packing up tents and supplies. Qin Mu called out to the old lady, who was about to get into the carriage. He asked Lin and others nearby to step away quietly, then whispered, "Old lady, if you reveal my brother's situation to the Lu family, whether intentionally or not, I will eliminate the entire Lu family to protect him."
"How dare you?"
The old lady shouted sharply, her heart pounding with shock. Faced with the old lady's question, Qin Mu sneered coldly, "You should know that I am willing to do anything for my brother. Aren't you afraid he will hold you responsible? This has nothing to do with you. You'd better remember your role, adjust your mood quickly, and stop thinking about using cold treatment to control my brother." The old lady snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at him, then climbed onto the carriage filled with anger. The incident that led to Qin Mu being expelled from the family was so serious that even she, far in the capital, received reports about it. After her eldest son died, Qin Mu became the enforcer of the family's strict rules, and her reputation for severity spread widely. She had heard that at the Northwest General's residence, anyone who disrespected Brother Yi would face his wrath. She cheered when she heard this, feeling reassured that with him around, she wouldn't have to worry about her grandson being manipulated by the elders because of his younger status. She never expected that she would end up being threatened. Qin Mu watched the old lady hurriedly leave for the carriage, a crooked smile appearing on his face, charming and mischievous. This conversation didn't escape Su Yunwan's ears. She lifted the curtain of the donkey cart and gave Qin Mu a thumbs up. Qin Mu saw this and nodded politely in return. Their eyes met, and both of them wore happy smiles. Others who saw this scene. The group started moving again, slowly progressing forward. Unlike before, they encountered many migrating people along the way. It seems the earthquake left survivors homeless, forcing them to find new places to live. As they crossed a farmland, Su Yunwan saw that under the storm's destruction, many young rice plants had fallen. Some were submerged in muddy water, lying flat. Farmers occasionally wiped tears while harvesting the half-grown rice. She asked the rider beside the carriage, Sure Air, to go ask around. He soon reported that nearby towns had outbreaks of disease, causing many families to move away. Some refugees banded together, burning and looting along the way. They planned to harvest their crops quickly and leave the area, fearing for their lives. Su Yunwan frowned slightly, sensing the energy within her. She sat cross-legged, placing her hands on her knees, mimicking a flower-picking gesture. A continuous flow of wood element energy emanated from her fingers, circling her body before spreading out into the surrounding fields. No one noticed that the rice in the fields was quietly ripening faster. Earlier, only about 40 to 50% was ready, but after her energy influence, it reached 70 to 80%. Su Yunwan deliberately controlled the range of her influence so that those harvesting wouldn't notice anything unusual immediately. Half an hour later, a farmer suddenly shouted, "Oh my! The rice is ripe." The nearby farmers, who had been working hard, straightened up and looked at the golden rice stalks in the distance, their eyes wide with amazement. To escape, they had to painfully harvest the unripe rice, a process as painful as cutting flesh. Now, in a very short time, the rice had ripened to a stage that would normally take 5 or 6 days to grow, an incredible miracle. Suddenly, an old man shouted hoarsely, "It must be heaven's mercy, saving us from suffering." "Yes, thank heaven," others echoed. Some devout ones even knelt on the field embankments to pray. Su Yunwan's spiritual power observed this scene and sighed softly. Throughout history, farmers have relied on the weather, and natural disasters often destroy crops. They survived earthquakes but couldn't escape storms and floods. Now, with the spreading disease and the chaos of refugees, more and more people are fleeing. She remembered the hardships on her past escape journey and looked lost in thought. While she was deep in her mind, suddenly a cry of pain came from behind. Sure Air outside the window said, "Madam, I'll go check on her."
"Okay," Su Yunwan replied.
She drew back the curtain and watched him walk toward the old lady's carriage. Wu Xiaohan, who was serving beside 07, also moved forward. Soon, Su Yunwan learned what had happened. It turned out that the old lady, full of anger and frustration, began to teach her female relatives from the Book of Songs. In the past few days, she had assigned study tasks, but only the cautious fourth household mother and daughter completed them seriously. Qin Rulan's mind was elsewhere, and the old lady caught her in the act. After scolding her, the old lady made her kneel for an hour. Qin Rulan dared not disobey and knelt in the middle of the carriage, tears in her eyes. Soon, she couldn't maintain the proper kneeling posture and fell onto the wooden board during a bump. The old lady accused her of being sneaky and swung her cane forcefully, hitting her arm, which caused her to cry out in pain. When Wu Xiaohan and Shire came to ask, the old lady, knowing her eldest grandson was not present, arrogantly said, Go back and tell Brother E that I am carefully teaching Lanlan so he shouldn't interfere. The message reached Qin-ji's carriage. Qin-mu, who shared a carriage with 07, sneered and said, "Then let her learn her lesson," as the old lady said. He had no good feelings for Qin Junxian and Qin Rulan, who were loyal to the Pei family, and he hoped they would be punished. If the punishment didn't fall on him, he wouldn't know pain. 07 was just a stand-in, already ordered by his master to listen to Qin-mu, so he silently allowed the old lady to show her authority and continued forward. In the past, Su Yunwan might have rescued Qin Rulan, but after several nights of conflict, she no longer cared about their lives or deaths. Throughout, Pei sure never appeared. She heard the sounds but mistakenly thought they were from the fourth household mother and daughter. Usually, when the old lady was upset, she took it out on the people of the fourth household. After returning from the riverside, she didn't immediately tell Qin-ji about her daughter's feelings for the culprit. She only discovered that among the men catching fish in the river were members of the Chu family. The Chu family was wealthy, and their women were well protected. If Lanlan married into that family, it wouldn't be a problem. In Yuhjo, if the Chu family could get a good position and escape their criminal status, that would be even better. So she decided to wait and see, first understanding who her daughter liked. After careful observation, she found out it was Chu E and felt relieved. At the same time, she no longer cared about her pride and took the opportunity to find Qin Rulan. Mother and daughter avoided the crowd and talked for a long time, then left together, putting their differences behind them. She never expected that her daughter was suffering from the old lady's punishment in silence. Finally, Qin Junxian, despite being injured, begged for mercy. After being refused by the old lady, he knelt down regardless of his injuries to accept punishment. The old lady, concerned for his health, changed the punishment to having Qin Rulan copy the assigned content 10 times. By noon, whether due to exhaustion from using special abilities or recalling unpleasant memories, Su Yunwan felt weak and did not want to move. Faced with the prepared meal, she had no desire to eat. "Wanwan, are you feeling unwell?" The disguised 07 asked with concern. Su Yunwan shook her head and said, "I have no appetite." 07 asked again, "Then what would you like to eat?" "I'll send someone to find it." "No need, you all eat. I'll find some snacks when I'm hungry," Su Yunwan replied, then stood up to rest in the donkey cart. 07 immediately stopped her. "Wanwan, go back to the carriage. It's spacious." Su Yunwan nodded, turned, and got into the carriage. The carriage had a long bed inside, where she could lie down and rest. The donkey cart was used for cargo and didn't have a bed. No one noticed that Qin Mu Wang, watching 07 with a caring expression similar to his elder brother's, looked increasingly tense. The exile team moved quickly, like an urgent march, and just finished eating before setting off again. 07 said to Qin Mu, "Let's go see if the second brother's injury has healed." If they followed the master's usual routine, he would go onto the carriage to rest with the lady. But he was just a stand-in. If he truly got on the carriage, the lady wouldn't be able to rest properly lying down. Qin Mu responded calmly and pushed the cart from behind, but his eyes secretly observed with suspicion. Once suspicion was planted, everything seemed suspicious. Was the person in front trying to genuinely play the role of the elder brother and husband, or was it just acting? Only 07 himself could truly answer that question, but it was difficult for anyone else to pry open his mouth, except the master and the leader. Qin Mu could only hide his doubts and watch quietly. After half a day, under the setting sun, the exile team finally arrived at a government inn to rest. Because of the Qin family's special status, they used money to get a few private rooms, avoiding being confined in small cells like other prisoners. As Su Yunwan entered the room, she heard 07 say, "Wanwan, you don't look well. Should I ask the innkeeper to send a doctor to check on you?" "I'm fine. Just need to rest one more night," Su Yunwan replied with a faint smile, noticing his concern and refusing politely. Qin Mu saw she was indeed lacking energy and advised, "Big sister-in-law, doctors can't heal themselves. It's better to have a doctor check." Su Yunwan insisted she didn't need it. If the doctor hasn't left Ziyuan yet when he returns, will he see a doctor or not? He has seen the doctor, so he will definitely be noticed for his true health condition. If he doesn't see the doctor, his unusual behavior will still be obvious. So, it's better not to call the doctor at all. Besides feeling lazy and tired, she has no other discomfort. Wu Xiaohan brought food, including a bowl of fish head tofu soup. When Su Yunwan smelled it, she felt like vomiting and quickly asked him to take it away. She hurriedly finished her meal, but Qin Junyi still hadn't returned, and no news came back. Su Yunwan felt restless and planned to look for him herself, but Qin Mu, who was also worried, stopped her. Sister-in-law, Big Brother might have encountered something and got held up. He will come back soon. Please wait a little longer. Big Brother specifically told him to protect his sister-in-law when he left. He wanted to prevent the old lady from causing trouble again and couldn't leave to accompany her. Su Yunwan looked down and thought for a moment, then didn't insist further. Instead, she asked someone to bring water for a bath. Later, after lying on the bed, she would use her spiritual power to search for him. Lingchi told her to rest first after washing and to call Qin Mu to another room to wait quietly for the master's return. Downstairs, the Chu family used money to rent 2 large shared rooms, separated by gender. Chu Yi wanted to give his father a single room but was refused by Yizhang. Because an epidemic appeared in the city, many officials and wealthy people left the city to avoid it. The station's guests were complicated, and he couldn't openly help the exiled prisoners. After dinner, Chu Yi was stopped by his father. He tensed up. Here he comes. They walked to the corner of the backyard behind the wall, making sure no one was around. Chu Xiao asked him like testing a lesson, "What do you think about what happened at the Qin house last night?" Chu Yi replied, "Qin Junyi managed to keep the old lady from the Qin family, so his weakness wouldn't be exposed. From my point of view, Qin Junyi has already broken free from family ties and is gradually returning to his role as a general. As long as he breaks through the emperor's restrictions and stays away from central China, he can rise again." Hearing the music and understanding the meaning, Chu Yi's nerves grew tighter. Sure enough, his father immediately said what he was most worried about: marrying Qin Junyi's younger sister as the main wife, forming an alliance between the two families, sharing honor and disgrace. Such a lifelong matter was spoken in a commanding tone, clearly not allowing rejection. Chu Yi felt bitter and proposed a delaying strategy. "Father, if the emperor ignores this and mobilizes troops along the way to pursue and kill, the Qin family might not escape disaster. If we take sides early, it could lead to ruin. It's better to help secretly. Wait for the crisis to pass, then propose the marriage." Xu Xiao shot him a glance and said sternly, "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? If he only seeks marriage after a crisis, it might seem like he is trying to trade favors. As long as both families keep quiet about the marriage, whether the alliance is open or secret, they can choose freely. But father, what if it fails? That is fate. I accept it. If it succeeds, our Chu family will not only escape the shame, but also gain even more." Chu Yi understands this logic well. Throughout history, wealth and power often come with risks. According to his personal thoughts, he would also prefer to form an alliance with the Qin family, just like his father. But he truly does not want to sacrifice his happiness in marriage to strengthen the family ties. Chu Xiao sees he is silent and asks, "Why do you dislike the eldest daughter of the Qin family?" Since his father has seen through his true feelings, Chu Yi straightforwardly says, "I don't like spoiled girls. If she cries and complains after marriage, it will affect the marriage alliance." As soon as he finishes, he sees his father relax and say, "That's nothing. If she makes trouble, the Qin family won't support her. As for your personal preference, when you meet a girl you like in the future, you can take her as a concubine. But I don't want a concubine, father. I want to marry someone I love and spend my life with her. Do you already like someone?" Chu Yi chokes, but I am sure she is not the type of the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Hearing this, Chu Xiao glances sharply. "Then tell me, what kind of girl do you like?" Suddenly, The image of Su Yunwan appears in his mind. Chu Yi feels nervous and quickly concentrates, saying, I don't know. Humph.
Chu Shao sờ not Gun Li.
Since you don't know, listen to your father and marry the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Chu Yi becomes anxious. Father, I have no feelings for her. Ask your brothers. How many of them had deep feelings before marriage? Aren't they all only affectionate after marriage and skin contact? Father, I really don't want this. Chu Yi lowers his head, tense and ready for his father's storm. Chu Shao's face darkens and his anger flares. His previous sons all married through their parents' arrangements and matchmakers. Who dare to pose? He knows his sixth son has rebellious blood deep inside. He understands forcing him is useless. That's why he's been arguing so much. But this boy refuses to listen. Yet, after glaring fiercely, Chu Shao does not strike, but speaks coldly. Do you know what happens to women who are exiled? Chu Yi suddenly raises his head, his face full of fear and pain. In this era where imperial power rules everything, being an official is especially dangerous. Officials are merely tools for the emperor to rule the world. If not careful, they can be executed and their families harmed. The most common punishment is house arrest and exile. For men, exile might offer a chance for redemption, but for women, there is no way out. Whether caught up in family conflicts or accused of crimes, once labeled as exile women, their lives are dark and hopeless. Even if they manage to reach their destination after hardships, they are often forced into military service as camp prostitutes. Their lives are worse than those working in entertainment houses. They must provide special services to soldiers, do laundry, cook, and mend clothes. They work every day and suffer every night. Even if they become pregnant and have children, they cannot escape their fate. Their children are branded as military slaves or camp prostitutes. As they grow up, the boys are forced to serve soldiers and become cannon fodder on the front lines, while the girls follow their mother's path as camp prostitutes. What makes it worse is that they have no chance to buy back their freedom in their lifetime. Once exiled, they are forever trapped. Even though Chu Shao was prepared, he knew he could not reach the remote borderlands far from the capital. All he could do was hide some valuables beforehand, and once in Yuhjo City, bribe officials and generals to protect his family's honor. But in a situation where people hold power over others, he wasn't sure if they would accept his bribes. If he married into the Qin family and helped them through their difficulties, they would surely help him in Yuhjo. That's one reason he forced his son to marry despite Qin Ruolin's flaws. The only forces capable of resisting the border army are the emperor's power and stronger armies. The Qin family became his best choice. This logic is obvious, and Chu Yi understood it well. That's why, when his father mentioned the family's women, he felt panic and despair. He begged, Father, please let me ask my seventh brother and younger sister if they are willing. I don't have to marry right now. They are both from lesser branches of the family, only suitable to marry into the Qin family's fourth branch. I want the main branch. But, Father, our family status was already lower than the Qin royal house, and now we are disgraced. Even if the Qin family is downgraded to commoners, they are still higher than us. Marrying into the Qin's fourth branch is a stretch. Chu Shao remained firm. This is a risky matter. If we do it, we must maximize the benefits. As your father's only remaining legitimate son, this is your unavoidable duty and responsibility. Cornered, Chu Yi struggled internally and finally stepped back. I can marry, but I ask father to change the bride to a daughter of the Qin family's main branch. First, it shows our sincerity. Second, the four-room eldest daughter is more suitable for marriage and family life. You're a tall, strong man, yet you can't teach a weak woman? Knowing his son's pain points, Chu Shao understands that a father knows best. But he must think of the whole family, and can only send his son out. People's hearts are easy to change, but their nature is hard to alter. My son truly isn't confident. If you insist that he marry Miss Qin, then you'll have to personally guide him in the future. Foolish. Chu Shao was extremely angry, raising his hand immediately to slap. A loud slap echoed, and Chu Yi, knowing he had spoken out of turn, did not dodge, nearly falling to the ground from the force. "Stop hitting people." A clear voice suddenly came from the second floor. The father and son looked toward the sound. It's her. Qin Rulin had just opened the window and saw her beloved being slapped the head. Without hesitation, she loudly stopped it. Seeing that the person hitting was the head of the Chu family, she quickly turned and ran out of the room. On the corridor, she brushed past Shi, who had come rushing over after hearing the noise. Her flowing skirt brushed past the black-clad figure, like a butterfly flying away. Shi watched her hurried figure and quickly followed. They ran to the backyard. Qin Rulin, breathless and nervous, looked at Chu Yi's swollen ear from the slap and asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" Chu Yi, dizzy from the heavy slap and with ringing ears, felt a stabbing pain but shook his head indifferently. This movement made him feel even more dizzy. Qin Rulin then turned to Chu Xiao and softly pleaded, "Uncle Chu, please calm down and forgive young Master Lu this time." She didn't recklessly ask what had happened but directly pleaded, easing Chu Xiao's displeasure. He looked at his son and said, "Still, thank Miss Qin." Chu Yi half-heartedly nodded and said distantly, "Thank you, Miss Qin." Qin Rulin didn't mind and blushed as she waved her hand, saying, "I'll go find some medicine to apply for you." "No need, I have medicine at home." Chu Yi immediately refused and dismissed her. "Traveling is tiring. Miss Qin, rest early." "All right, I'll go back to my room then," Qin Rulin said reluctantly and left. Chu Xiao watched her step back and forth, then said, "She likes you. That makes things easier. Son only wishes to marry the fourth miss of the Qin family. This is my final compromise," Chu Yi said firmly, unaffected by the small incident with Qin Rulin. "You." Chu Xiao raised his hand again, but stopped midair. Finally, he flicked his sleeve in anger and stormed back to his room. Chu Yi leaned against the wall, sitting down, with his hand on his forehead. His expression was hidden in darkness, showing a fragile and helpless look. Drawn by Qin Rulin's loud voice, Su Yunwan, who was about to wash up, released her mental energy and took everything in her sight. She called Qin Junyi and ordered his personal guard, Ing Wei, to deliver a small box of ointment to young Master Chu Lu in the backyard. "Sure, heir, take this ointment to young Master Chu Lu in the backyard."
Yes.
Sure, heir waited at the door, not seeing what was happening in the backyard. Although he was suspicious, he kept silent and followed orders. When he reached the backyard, he saw Chu Yan there too. After hearing his explanation, Chu Yi quickly looked around the second-floor window, but didn't see Su Yunwan's figure. He withdrew his gaze, nodded in thanks, and took the ointment. After Sure Heir left, Chu Yi opened the box. The ointment inside smelled strongly of medicine, clearly a good product. Chu Yan asked, "This should be made by Madame Qin, right?" "How do you feel, sixth brother?" "Good." He applied the ointment to his ear. It was cool and soothing, easing the burning pain. After finishing, Chu Yan asked, "Sixth brother, what does father want you to do?" Chu Yi looked upset. "Marry into the Qin family." Chu Yan immediately thought of the unmarried women in the Qin family and asked, "Is it the eldest daughter of the main house?" Seeing Chu Yi nod, he sighed in relief. "Just don't let her be like her mother, causing trouble for our family." Chu Yi showed a faint, bitter smile. "Sixth brother, what are you going to do?"
Fight to the end.
Chu Yan was worried. "But can you handle father's anger?" "I will never do things I don't want to do," Chu Yi said firmly. "Don't clash directly with father. Think of other ways," Chu Yan said. Suddenly, he remembered the elegant figure he saw when delivering umbrellas to the Qin sisters a few days ago. His ears turned red, and he hesitated. "What do you think about me and the fourth miss of the Qin family?" Chu Yi. "When did you start liking her?" Chu Yi looked at his seventh brother with surprise, feeling confused. Chu Yan blushed and said, "I just think she's the best among all the women in the Qin family." Chu Yi disagreed. "There's also Madame Qin. She's too impressive. Most people can't handle her," Chu Yan blurted out. Then his eyes widened in surprise.
Could it be?
"Don't overthink. It's nothing," Chu Yi immediately denied, feeling restless inside. Chu Yan, knowing him well, felt a pang in his heart and reminded him, "Sixth brother, Madam Qin is already married."
Don't need you to tell me.
Chu Yi gave a sidelong glance and said, "So you are certain about Miss Qin for?" Chu Yan blushed and replied, "I want to find a chance to tell her how I feel and see if she accepts me. You need to do it quickly."
Why?
Chu Yi looked at him with a calm expression and said, "I just told my father that if I marry, I will only marry Qin Ruoshang."
You
Also like Miss Four? Chu Yan was panicked, feeling like fate was playing a joke on him. Chu Yi sighed and said, "I'm not in love yet, but she is definitely better than the eldest daughter of the Qin family." "No, this can't happen." Chu Yan was anxious and pacing in place, crying out, "Sixth brother, let's persuade our father to let us compete fairly, okay?" Chu Yi smiled, stood up, and patted his clothes. "A gentleman doesn't take what others love, especially since you're my brother."
I will go talk to our father now.
"What will you do?" Chu Yan asked anxiously. Chu Yi pretended to be relaxed. "What can I do? If our father gets angry, I just have to accept it. Maybe we should think of other ways." Chu Yan hurried after him. Back in the building, Chu Yan pulled Chu Yi to the women's quarters to get reinforcements. Old Madam Chu already knew about the marriage arrangement. When Chu Yan expressed his feelings, she was instantly stunned. In the upper class, it was unheard of for two brothers to marry two sisters. The reason was simple. Marriage was a union of two family interests. Marrying two women from the same family was seen as a waste of resources. At this moment, Chu Yi looked gloomy and said, "Grandmother, I was forced by our father to say I wanted to marry Miss Four first." Old Madam Chu. Soon after, Old Madam Chu called Chu Xiao over, accompanied by the eldest son. Chu Yan, who usually followed behind Chu Yi, suddenly broke the norm and was the first to kneel before his father, gathering his courage to say, "Father, I like Miss Qin for." Hearing this, Chu Xiao looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his gaze shifting between his two sons. "So, you brothers are fighting over her?" "Father, you misunderstood. I don't want to marry anyone. Just let seventh brother have her," Chu Yi hurried to explain. But Chu Xiao's expression turned cold. "You can't refuse." Old Madam Qin gently advised, "Eldest, marriage has always been about uniting two families. If it turns into a bitter rivalry, it could harm both sides. Right now, seventh brother is interested. Why not let him propose, and we can delay sixth brother's marriage?" "Mother, this isn't as simple as you think," Chu Yan said. "If Qin Junyi truly became emperor someday, his younger sister and cousin would be far below him in status. Chu Xiao risked his family's safety to fight for greater rewards within his capacity. The Qin family's fourth branch, being a collateral line, was never part of his considerations. However, he couldn't openly discuss this with his mother or the other women." Chu Xiao's face darkened as he looked at Chu Yan. "Your sixth brother is engaged to the daughter of the Qin family. You can't choose a wife from Qin anymore. When we reach Yuhjo City, I will find a new match for you." Chu Yan's face turned pale as he looked at Madam Chu for help. Madam Chu gently advised him, but Chu Xiao remained firm, insisting that the eldest daughter of the Qin family liked his sixth son. Chu Yi felt even more depressed. Only one person could break this deadlock, but he didn't want to trouble her. If Su Yanwan stepped in to persuade Qin Junyi to refuse his sister and his father's wishes, she would be resented by the Qin girl, causing a rift between her and her sister-in-law. However, it seemed they already had a falling out because of the Pei family. At this moment, the eldest son of Chu said, "We don't know Qin family's stance yet. Why not let Xingxing step in and ask Madam Qin tomorrow?" Chu Yi's heart moved, and he immediately looked at his sister-in-law. Jiang Yuxing, the eldest wife of the Chu family, subtly returned his gaze, calming him and smiling as she said, "Father, let your daughter-in-law go." Chu Xiao asked puzzled, "Why ask Madam Qin?" As far as he knew, Su Yunwan only cared for Qin Junyi and paid little attention to others. "Father, the woman with the most influence in Qin family now is Madam Qin," the eldest son said gently. Chu Xiao thought this made sense and was about to agree, but saw his 6 son's expression of emotion, and his pupils narrowed. "What scheme are you up to now?" "I dare not," Chu-yi said humbly, his nerves tense. His older brother and sister-in-law understood and supported him, hoping Su Yunwan could help persuade Qin family to refuse this marriage. If their father found out, he would be implicated. In the matter of alliances, knowing the prophecy, Chu-yi understood his father's deeper intentions. But he believed that, compared to marriage alliances, a man should rely on his own achievements to rise. At this moment, Madame Chu, who valued hierarchy and order, said, "I'll go first to talk to Madame Qin and gauge her opinion. After all, she is the elder. I don't know if Qin family is completely against this marriage, especially since our family is now in disgrace." Chu Xiao was not worried about the latter half of her words. Qin family was besieged on all sides and desperately needed support. Their own strength was not weak, and Qin Junyi would consider the bigger picture and agree to the marriage. However, he did not expect that there were indeed some in Qin family who opposed it. When Qin Rulin returned, she was completely immersed in the joy and sweetness of saving her beloved. She didn't notice the small figure under the eaves. However, her good mood was greatly damaged when she returned to her room. As soon as she entered, her grandmother scolded loudly, "Kneel down." Qin Rulin dared not disobey and immediately knelt properly. Her knees, which had already been punished and hurt earlier that morning, ached and throbbed again quickly. The old lady reprimanded her. "You, a young girl not yet married, meddle in others' affairs. Do you still want to keep your dignity?" "I like 6th young master," Qin Rulin straightforwardly expressed her feelings. "No way." The old lady immediately opposed. "Look at his current status, an exiled criminal. No matter how handsome he is, he can't feed you. As the legitimate daughter of the Qin family, if you marry into the Chu family, our entire Qin family will become a joke." The old lady was not wrong. Exiled criminals were considered lower than commoners, at the bottom of society. No ordinary person would want their daughter to marry an exiled criminal, as rumors alone could ruin a person. The old lady, who had enjoyed her status for many years, even now that her noble title was revoked and she became a commoner, still maintained a proud attitude and looked down on the Chu family. Previously, at the riverbank, her sisterly relationship with the Chu family matriarch was just to find comfort through comparison. Qin Rulin bit her lip and stopped speaking. She decided to ask her elder brother to decide, regardless of the old lady's scolding. Seeing that she was unresponsive, the old lady became furious. "I think you're bewitched. 4th sister-in-law, go find a whip." Lingchi bent down to persuade her. "Mother, maybe let Yuhjo teach her a lesson. If I tell you to go, you go. Or, do you want a beating too?" The old lady threatened coldly. Lingchi dared not plead further and quietly left the room. After closing the door, she tiptoed toward Qin Yi's house. The old lady waited and waited, but when Lingchi didn't return, she ended up waiting for the person she liked the least. The door opened, and Qin Mu entered. He held a leather whip, glanced at Qin Rulin trembling on the ground, and wore a mocking smile. "May I ask, old madam, what do you plan to do with the whip?" "What I do, is that any of your business?" The old lady snapped angrily. Qin Mu sneered. "Could it be that you've forgotten your own rules? I was just trying to remind you kindly, no private punishments." The old lady was furious. "I am disciplining my granddaughter. What do you call private punishment? If you're about to use the whip, then it counts." Qin Mu finished speaking and handed forward the whip. "If you insist on abusing private punishment, I offer you this whip. But you have violated family rules, so I will handle it according to family law." According to Qin family law, those who use private punishment must pay double. This means that whatever the old lady hit Qin Rulin, she herself must endure at least twice as much. This was hard for the usually commanding old lady to accept. She shouted hoarsely, "How dare you hit me? Why not? Aren't you a member of the Qin family?" Qin Mu pretended to be bold and mockingly said, "That's right, you still have a way out. You can go to the Lu family as the matriarch. But as long as you stay in the Qin family, you must follow the family rules. The old lady never thought she would reach the highest rank but be treated so disrespectfully by a younger family member who was expelled. She was furious. This is rebellion. Where is Brother E? Call him over now. Qin Junyi still hadn't returned, so 07 continued to act. He had already been sitting quietly outside in a wheelchair. When he heard the old lady, he signaled to Wu Xiaohan beside him. Wu Xiaohan nodded, walked behind him, and pushed him into the house. Grandmother, calm down first. Don't get too upset and harm your health. In just a moment, Qin Laofu realized that the person in the wheelchair was not the eldest grandson. Her tone immediately turned sharp. Brother E, you heard that? Qin Mu, as a family servant, disrespected the grandmother so badly. You must punish him severely. 07 endured and said, Grandmother, please be calm. Third brother is just doing his duty. But disrespecting the head of the family is also a violation of family law. He should be punished as severely as Qian Rong, with 20 heavy strokes. As the head of the family, you shouldn't cover for him. The old lady's threatening and contemptuous tone was obvious. At this moment, Qin Junxian and the second son of the fourth family arrived after hearing the commotion. Seeing the old lady's expression, suspicion arose. Why was she so cold to her beloved eldest grandson? The father and son looked at the daughter present. Qin Ruoshang subtly shook her head, signaling them not to speak. Qin Junxian didn't notice the exchange of looks and expressions among the fourth family members. He hurriedly said, Grandmother, Qin Mu's punishment is only for the eldest brother to lead. Lan is still young and naive. Please be patient and teach her. Stop talking nonsense. Brother E, I only ask you. He disrespected the grandmother and you just watched? The old lady was determined to punish Qin Mu and refused to change the subject. Seeing the old lady's flaws, 07 knew that if this continued, it would ruin the master's plans. He had to first calm the situation. Third brother, go back to your room and reflect on your actions. Noticing that the old lady's punishment seemed too light, Qin Mu was the first to protest. Big brother, you can't keep spoiling the old lady anymore. Enough, go down. Qin Mu showed a look of shame and angrily left. Big brother. Qin Ruolin's knees hurt terribly, and she tearfully begged for help. Lingchi glanced at her and pleaded, Grandmother, Ruolin has done nothing wrong. There is plenty of time in the future. Please take your time to teach her. The old lady, feeling she had won a battle, was unwilling to stop. She is just a girl, shamelessly falling in love, and she even admires a man with a gold badge and exile. Grandmother has tried to teach her, but she won't listen. Should she be punished? Grandmother, be careful with your words. Young Master Chu is not as bad as you say, and the Chu family should not be enemies. As for Ruolin, if she needs punishment or discipline, let Qin Mu handle it. Don't tire yourself, Lingchi said coldly. The old lady snorted. It is my duty to discipline the women in the family. I am not afraid of being tired. But grandmother is old now and should enjoy her retirement. And Wanwan will handle the family affairs. You need not worry, Lingchi firmly insisted. The old lady glared angrily, but Lingchi responded coldly, and their gazes met in silent challenge. At that moment, Su Yunwan yawned and walked in. Ziyuan, why isn't it over yet? I'm about to fall asleep. The tense atmosphere was broken. Lingchi turned around gently and said, It will be ready soon. After speaking, he looked at the pitiful Qin Ruolin and told her to stand up. The old lady wanted to get angry, but when she saw Su Yunwan's deadly stare, a chill ran down her spine, and she immediately swallowed her words. All right, it's late. If you have any matters, wait until tomorrow. Everyone, rest now, Lingchi said, then left with Su Yunwan. They returned to the room and saw Qin Mu sitting inside, drinking tea and calming down, which was not surprising. Lingchi stood up politely and bowed. Madam, thank you for your help. Su Yunwan waved her hand and smiled lightly. Don't be so formal with Ziyuan. I find it uncomfortable. Lingchi looked up at her smiling face and couldn't help but smile back, his voice softening unconsciously. All right. Hud. Qinmu tapped the table a few times with his fingers, his gaze lingering on Lingchi for a moment before everyone sat down. Grandmother has torn off her kind face, and the people from the 4 houses have noticed something unusual, Qinmu said coldly after everyone was seated. Lingchi continued, I was just angered earlier and lost my respect for the old lady. That is not like a lady of the house. Su Yunwan waved her hand and said, It's okay. In this situation, even if Ziyuan were here, he wouldn't let the old lady cause trouble. Lingchi may not know that from the beginning of the exile, the Chu family had already expressed their stance. Although the 2 families seemed to have little contact on the surface, their relationship was friendly and secret. Whether it's his opinion of the Chu family or his support for Qin Ruolin, these are things Ziyuan would do. However, Ziyuan, due to his feelings for his grandparents, wouldn't speak so directly and conflicts wouldn't be so intense. But this doesn't bother Lingchi. If he acted timid and flattered the old lady, that would be worse. Wu Xiaohan shared her opinion and nodded. This also helps maintain the master's dignity. This old woman, if she dares to interfere with my older brother's affairs, I won't forgive her. Qinmu was angry. Sister-in-law, how about we think of a way to send her to the Lu family so she doesn't cause trouble all day? Su Yunwan chuckled softly. I won't get involved, or my brother might blame me. Brother doesn't know, Qinmu said, then looked at Lingchi and Wu Xiaohan. You two won't tell, right? Lingchi. Wu Xiaohan. Late at night, with heavy dew, Qin Junyi finally jumped out of the window and returned. His clothes were stained with blood, and his expression was cold and tired. Seeing the 4 people inside drinking and chatting happily, he paused in surprise. Big brother, you're hurt? Qinmu, who was very protective of his older brother, immediately rushed over and examined his arm. Su Yunwan wanted to go forward, but when she smelled the strong blood scent on him, she frowned uncomfortably and asked, What happened? Qin Junyi brushed away his younger brother's hand and came over. A group of refugees was looting and causing chaos in the village across the mountain. Now they've all been wiped out. I'm not hurt. It's others' blood. In the evening, just as Qin Junyi was about to finish and return to the team, he was attracted by the noisy crying from the valley opposite. He and Qing Xian arrived to find a large group of refugees causing trouble. They rushed into the village, scattering into each household. They killed the men on sight, and after attacking the women, they killed them too. Some children's screams ended with a fatal stab. Qin Junyi summoned all the shadow guards nearby, leading them with a sword into the village. With Qing Xian nearby, he was not injured. Qing Xian intentionally let him practice in real combat to help him recover his inner strength faster. Outnumbered and exhausted, Qin Junyi leaned against the wall to rest. The refugees, afraid after being killed, either fled or hid under cover of night. He didn't want to let any escape and ordered people to chase and search for them. After completely eliminating the wandering civilians, they realized it was already late at night. They left 2 shadow guards to help the villagers with the aftermath and hurried back without delay. Qin Junyi approached Su Yunwan, briefly sharing a few experiences. As he looked at the food and drinks on the table, he changed the subject. You seem quite interested. The smell of blood was overwhelming, so Su Yunwan immediately went to the inner room. I have nothing to do, so I just had a few drinks. I'll go find you some clothes. Qinmu's expression was a little shy. He didn't trust Lingchi to be alone with his sister-in-law, so he stayed behind with Wu Xiaohan, and they sent someone to bring food and drinks for a late-night chat. During this time, Wu Xiaohan and Lingchi were just background figures. Qinmu was telling his sister-in-law about his older brother's past. Su Yunwan enjoyed the fine wine and listened happily, so she didn't pay attention to Qin Junyi's whereabouts. If this happens again, you should just go to sleep first, Qin Junyi said, then together with Lingchi used a special potion to remove their disguises. After Su Yunwan found her clothes, she was overwhelmed by the disgusting smell in the room and said, I'll go find you something to eat. You should take a bath and change clothes first. Let them handle it, Qin Junyi replied. No, I'll go and come right back. Eager to leave, Su Yunwan hurried out of the room. If she stayed any longer, she might again. Qin Junyi didn't notice this. After the water was brought, he dismissed Lingchi and took a bath in the tub. Qin Mu grabbed Wu Xiaohan's towel, helped Qin Junyi wash his back, and carefully recounted what had happened that evening. In the end, he said, "Big brother, if the old madam keeps acting like this, something bad will happen sooner or later." "I'll talk to grandmother about the key issues tomorrow morning," Qin Junyi said. His focus was more on Qin Roland than the old madam. When Roland goes downstairs, "What is Shi doing?" Suddenly asking about Shi, Wu Xiaohan and Qin Mu exchanged glances, both puzzled by the question. Wu Xiaohan said, "I'll go investigate." Having permission, he turned and left. Shi's actions didn't escape notice, and the sadness and pain in his later expressions were seen by Shi, who was delivering medicine. Soon, Wu Xiaohan returned with a report on Shi's reaction. At this point, Shi's true thoughts were obvious. Wu Xiaohan suddenly knelt on one knee, trying to plead, but his words caught in his throat. He was tense all over, afraid that his master would order Shi to be taken to the Shadow Guard's torture chamber. If punished strictly, Shi might only survive as a tool or medicine. He and Shi had been close shadow guards serving their master for many years. He truly didn't want to see Shi end up in such a helpless, life-threatening situation. But as the designated successor to lead, he couldn't show favoritism or plead for mercy. A heart felt as if it was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, making him breathe hard with worry. In contrast, Qin Mu's face was stern. "Big brother, I can't keep Shi anymore." He had once been trapped in the Shadow Guard camp and knew their rules very well. That time, when he was close to despair, the leader secretly contacted his older brother, who then felt compelled to save him. As a result, the leader was severely punished and had to undergo a disguise and rebuild, suffering a lot. As a Shadow Guard, she dared to think about becoming Qin Roland, the daughter of the Qin family, which was unforgivable. Qin Junyi told Wu Xiaohan to get up, leaning tiredly against a wooden tub. "I already suspected this." "Then why did you keep him around?" Qin Mu asked in surprise. "Times are different now. Roland is of marriageable age. If she also likes Shi, I plan to have Shi change his identity. I trust him more than marrying an outsider." Qin Junyi was reluctant to see his sister marry out but knew it was inevitable. So, when he discovered Shi's feelings, he didn't follow Qingshuan's advice to transfer him away. But now that his sister had someone else in her heart, she truly couldn't stay. The Chu family. Qin Junyi closed his eyes, frowning as he pondered deeply. If they could form an alliance with the Chu family, it would greatly help with their current difficulties and the future path. Qin Mu and Wu Xiaohan stood quietly beside, breathing lightly, like two statues, motionless. This was exactly how a Shadow Guard should look. The experiences of the former Shadow Guards had, in some ways, become ingrained in Qin Mu's bones. Until Su Yunwan brought a bowl of egg noodles back into the room, the two seemed to come back to life. Wu Xiaohan went to take the tray, and Qin Mu continued to wash his older brother. Su Yunwan asked curiously, "Why did it take so long to wash?" "Almost fell asleep," Qin Junyi replied from behind the screen, then told Qin Mu to leave first, quickly washing and dressing himself. When he came out, Su Yunwan handed him a pair of chopsticks, urging him to eat the noodles. Then she lit a piece of sandalwood to dispel the faint smell of blood. The blood-stained clothes were no longer in the room, probably taken away and dealt with by the Shadow Guards. Qin Junyi hadn't eaten dinner yet and was so hungry he felt like his chest was pressed against his back, just like during a march or battle. He quickly finished a bowl of noodles. Qin Mu felt distressed. "Big brother, in the future, you don't need to handle these things yourself. Just have the leader send someone. Sister-in-law has been waiting eagerly for you to come back." The person called out Su Yunwan. "Honestly, I haven't been waiting for that at all." Qin Junyi looked at Su Yunwan with a guilty expression. "Wanwan, I'm sorry for making you wait so long." "It's okay," she replied. "Food and drink pass quickly, so it's truly okay." After going to bed, Qin Junyi asked, "What do you think about your sister marrying Chui?" "From what I know, many women in the city like Chui, but it's like flowers wishing for rain. Unrequited love. Su Yunwan closed her eyes, letting tiredness wash over her. Qin Junyi continued, I plan to meet with the head of the Chu family tomorrow. After a while without a response, he looked carefully and saw that the person in his arms had already fallen asleep. This list was passed down from my grandfather. Over the years, I don't know if their feelings have changed. You should investigate thoroughly, make sure everything is correct before revealing yourself, and mobilize their forces. Focus on infiltrating the agencies responsible for the exile of prisoners. Su Yunwan was awakened by quiet whispers outside. She listened carefully and realized that Ziyuan was giving instructions for Shi to go to Yuhjo. Compared to turning Shi into a useless person, Qin Junyi wanted to make better use of him and give him another chance to redeem himself. Shi didn't realize that his hidden feelings had been exposed. He only thought it was a task assigned by his master. As an excellent shadow guard, executing his mission perfectly was his duty. Even if he felt reluctant, he accepted and obeyed. Back in his room, Shi saw Wu Xiaohan, Lingchi, and Shire, either standing or sitting, their gazes fixed on him. When he was summoned by his master, the three in the same room opened their eyes at the same time. They knew Shi had committed a serious mistake and worried all night. Now that he was called back, they immediately looked at his expression. Wu Xiaohan, the highest ranking among them, asked a forbidden question. What did the master ask you to do? To carry out a mission, Shi replied calmly, turning to pack his belongings. Wu Xiaohan and the others slightly relaxed. If he had been punished according to the rules, Shi wouldn't be so calm while packing. I'll help you pack, Shire offered, helping him organize his things. Last night, Wu Go asked him, and he couldn't help but tell the truth. He felt guilty afterward, realizing he had suspected something but didn't stop Shi in time. Now that the matter had been brought to his master's attention, there was no turning back. Fortunately, the master was forgiving and didn't hand Shi over to the Shadow Guard's disciplinary hall. As a newcomer, Lingchi saw that Shi had escaped punishment and didn't say much. He simply returned to his bed to rest. After packing, Wu Xiaohan asked Shire to stay behind while he saw Shi off. Shire knew Wu Xiaohan had something to say to Shi, so he didn't follow. He only wished Shi success in completing his mission and a quick return. The night was dark and silent, and the people staying at the official inn were still asleep. Shi took a bright red horse, put his luggage on it, and led the horse out of the inn. As he moved, his gaze briefly swept over a room on the second floor of the inn, filled with longing. Wu Xiaohan, who was traveling with him, saw this and looked displeased. Let's go. Outside the official inn, Wu Xiaohan asked coldly, besides giving out tasks, did the master say anything else? No. Shi shook his head, confused about his master's strict rules. Let me tell you, your secret thoughts are already known to the master. As soon as Wu Xiaohan finished speaking, Shi's face turned pale like paper. This mission is a special favor from the master, out of kindness for past friendship, giving you a chance to make up for your mistakes. If you can't eliminate those dangerous thoughts and complete the task properly, you'll face a fate worse than death. Wu Xiaohan's voice was stern, and he stared directly into Shi's eyes. Shi dared not meet his gaze, feeling a mix of gratitude and bitterness. He softly said, I understand. Remember, no matter when or where, never forget your identity and duties. We await your safe return. Yes, Shi forced a smile that was even more painful than crying. He clenched his fist, then mounted his horse and rode away quickly. Wu Xiaohan watched his figure blend into the night, and all his emotions turned into a sigh. At the same time, Su Yunwan saw Qin Junyi delay returning to his bed and not summon anyone else, so she sat up. Qin Junyi, hearing the movement, quickly crossed the screen and entered the inner room, apologizing. Wanwan, did I wake you? Who would have thought your family in Yuhjo City also has influence? Su Yunwan said openly, revealing she had overheard a recent conversation and showing her surprise plainly. This was a shocking secret. If it got out, it would surely provoke the emperor's suspicion and madness. Qin Junyi was completely open with Su Yunwan and explained, after the founding of the country, The first emperor eliminated many meritorious officials. My grandfather narrowly escaped and secretly trained people, placing them in various exile locations across the Great Zhou, to prevent future retribution and ensure his family's safety. Su Yunwan sighed. It looks like that day has truly come. Qin Junyi's eyes hardened as he said, no matter if those people can still be used, I will do everything to keep you safe. I believe in you. Su Yunwan smiled warmly. It's not even dawn yet, let's sleep a little more. Yes, they both lay back under the quilt, snuggling to sleep again. In the morning, the Qin family members paid their respects to the old lady as usual. Madame Qin was upset last night because of Qin Mu and Lingchi. She stayed upset all night. She scolded everyone strictly and gave the women heavy tasks to study the Book of Songs. If it weren't for the men being trained by Qin Mu, they wouldn't be able to escape her control. While she was showing off her authority, Qin Junyi knocked on the door and came in. Seeing his icy, stern expression, the old lady couldn't tell if he was pretending to be Lingchi or if he was her grandson. Grandmother, I want to talk to you alone. Please let the others go, Qin Junyi said, perfectly continuing Lingchi's attitude from last night, changing from his usual gentle way with the old lady. The old lady was sure the person in front of her was the real one, but she felt nervous. After everyone left, Qin Junyi got up from his wheelchair. Grandmother, I've heard about last night. Lingchi, acting as my stand-in, was very confrontational with you. You didn't treat him like your grandson at all. If others find out, do you know how serious the consequences could be? Brother E, it's not his fault. He didn't listen to me, so it's not my fault, the old lady quickly defended herself. Qin Junyi said, Grandmother, I was hurt by unfair punishment when I was young. I hate unfair punishments. My third brother followed my wishes and stopped you. Also, I asked him to handle the discipline, so he didn't do anything wrong. But isn't it wrong for him to move the family rules against you? The old lady asked, wide-eyed. Grandmother, do you want to do something against the family rules? This question made the old lady feel very sad and distressed. Are you saying that if I break the rules, I should let Qin Mu do whatever he wants? Yes, but I will take the blame for it, Qin Junyi replied. But don't I deserve respect? The old lady said, her eyes filling with tears of sadness and disappointment. Grandmother, you always believe in following family rules to run the household. The old lady interrupted him angrily, her face fierce. If we follow the family rules, isn't your wife the first to be questioned for breaking them? She should be the first. Hearing this, Qin Junyi's face darkened. Besides me, no one in the Qin family has the right to question Wanwan.
Good.
Very good. The old lady gritted her teeth with anger. I've loved you for over 20 years, but I can't compare to a woman I've only known for a few months. This family no longer belongs to me. If I am no longer in your way, I will leave. Qin Junyi grabbed her arm and shouted sadly, Grandmother. Don't call me grandmother. If you are unfilial to me, others will be filial to me instead. The old lady angrily stormed out, but once again was stopped by Qin Junyi, who was walking quickly ahead. Before she could speak, her cane sharply struck his arm. Qin Junyi didn't dodge at all. His arm took the hit heavily, but he still kept it raised in front of him. The old lady, furious and blinded by anger, bypassed Qin Junyi and continued walking out. This time, Qin Junyi didn't try to stop her again. Watching her determined back, he felt as if a hole had been torn in his heart and a cold wind cut like a blade pierced inside. Meanwhile, Su Yunwan was awakened by the loud shouting from the old lady. She found no one beside her and thought quickly, oh no! Hurrying to put on her coat and letting her hair fall messily, she hurried out of the room and just ran into the old lady coming downstairs. In the lobby on the first floor, Qin Mu stepped forward to block her way. Old lady, where are you rushing off to? He asked. Qin Mu, from today on, you're not allowed to control me with family rules anymore. The old lady said proudly, lifting her chin. Qin Mu was surprised. Are you going to the Lu family? He asked. Before he could act, the old lady seemed to decide on her own to leave. Move aside,
she ordered.
Qin Mu immediately stepped back a few paces, clearing the way. He was eager for his older brother not to try to stop her, and hoped she would leave quickly. Seeing this, Su Yunwan thought, "Grandmother, you should stay calm first. If after thinking carefully, you still decide to go to the Liu family, please leave a letter ending the relationship, so outsiders won't blame Ziyuan for being unfilial. You've always loved Ziyuan. You wouldn't want to ruin his reputation." The old lady, seeing Su Yunwan's seemingly pleading tone but actually forcing her to cut off her options, suddenly became furious and angrily shouted, "Who sent you? Are you trying to disturb our family peace? I'm just trying to help you, yet you bite back at me?" Su Yunwan said coldly. She had indeed suggested ending the relationship to cut off her last way out, but she also hoped that after calming down, the old lady would reconsider, giving her dignity and a chance to turn back. If she went to the Liu family and later regretted it and wanted to return, she would lose face and respect. However, the old lady, whether out of anger or jealousy, couldn't see this point clearly. At this moment, Qin Junyi came out of the house, his whole presence exuding the stern aura of a soldier. He was supported by Wu Xiaohan, walking heavily through the corridor and down the stairs. Seeing him, the old lady immediately turned the blame onto him and said painfully, "Brother Yi, your wife is forcing me to cut ties with the family." Qin Junyi didn't follow her line of thinking. Instead, he asked, "Grandmother, may I ask, are you going to visit the Liu family or are you planning to stay there forever?" The old lady was stunned, suddenly recalling the two choices given by her eldest grandson and the consequences of following the Liu family. It was like a cold shower, waking her up instantly. She looked around, hoping someone would give her a way out. However, Qin Ji and Lin Shi, who usually listened to her, were about to speak but were quickly held back by their daughter Qin Ruoshan and son Qin Junyu, signaling them not to say anything. Qin Ruolin had been exhausted all day yesterday, and today she had to serve her grandmother again, likely facing more hardships. She was eager for her grandmother to leave. Qin Junyan, caring for his sister, couldn't bear to see her suffer, and despite respecting the old lady, he couldn't speak up. Hoping for Su Yunwan and Qin Mu was also pointless. The old lady found herself isolated and helpless, caught in a difficult situation. Just then, hearing the commotion, the Liu family bribed the guards and rushed into the main hall, surrounding the old lady in a protective circle. Lu Zheng said, "Mother, we've all heard about it. Just come with your son. Don't stay in the Qin family and suffer anymore. At my house, anyone who disrespects you, I'll break their legs." Other members of the Liu family echoed warmly, inviting her kindly. The old lady was lifted high, feeling tempted and wavering. Rather than facing the threats from Qin Mu and Su Yunwan every day, she might as well go to the Liu family. With their filial piety, she could live comfortably. So, she hesitated and was taken away by the Liu family. Qin Junyi looked coldly at his grandmother being led away, hiding all his emotions deep inside. "Big brother, the old lady wants to leave." Qin Mu wanted to comfort her, but his brother's sharp gaze made him stop mid-sentence, and he lowered his head. Qin Junyi looked around coldly at the onlookers, then turned and went upstairs. At the railing on the second floor, Su Yunwan grabbed his hand. He paused, then took her back inside together. The other Qin family members followed but were blocked outside the door by the shadow guards. Inside, Qin Junyi took a comb and gently combed Su Yunwan's hair, saying, Yuan, come downstairs for breakfast later. I don't feel hungry now, so I'll skip it." "Okay." Since he wanted some quiet time, Su Yunwan gave him space. After dressing up, she opened the door and met a few worried eyes. She calmly said, "Let's go. Time to eat." At the table, Qin Mu enthusiastically used his chopsticks to serve her food, saying, "Sister-in-law, you've worked hard. Eat more." Su Yunwan smiled and glanced at him, telling him to eat his own food. As for the old lady leaving the Qin family, the happiest person was definitely Qin Mu. As a blind sibling protector, he pays special attention to anything that concerns his older brother. If the old lady had always been kind to his older brother, he would just feel a little jealous. But the old lady mostly showed her love to her younger son, and even made things difficult for his older brother for the Liu family, almost ruining his brother's martial arts training. He is determined to drive her away. Now that he has achieved his goal, he feels very happy. After dinner, Qin Ruishan frowned slightly. The Liu family will definitely come in the name of the grandmother to ask for money and supplies. Yes, if they come asking for a carriage or grain. What should we do? Mrs. Lin agreed. Qin Mu sat confidently. Let them come. I have tolerated them for a long time, and this is a good chance to teach them a lesson. Qin Ji said, Brother Yi won't let our mother suffer. As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered that Qin Junyi had forced his own biological mother to become a nun, and he became uncertain. Qin Junyi replied to his father, But this is the grandmother's own doing. She refuses to enjoy a peaceful life and keeps causing trouble at home. Exactly, Qin Rulin muttered softly. Qin Junxian was not worried about how difficult the Liu family was to deal with, but he was concerned. I wonder if the older brother can stay calm. Big sister-in-law, please take care of things on my older brother's side, Qin Mu said seriously, with a respectful request. Su Yanwan listened quietly to everyone's discussion and smiled softly. It's my honor. She watched Ziyuan walk over step by step. He was no longer the fragile person he was when injured. He wouldn't hesitate because of the old lady's matters. With a little time, he would understand that only like his grandfather and father could he make her obedient and keep the family peaceful. After dinner, they prepared to leave again. When they gathered, Qin Ruishan predicted correctly. Lu Zheng, looking like he was about to raid a house, led several sons and followers to approach. My mother is riding which carriage? Hurry and bring it here, along with her attendants. I will collect them all. Lu Zheng shouted at Qin Junyi, who was in a wheelchair, after being stopped by the shadow guards. Qin Mu clenched his fists, eager to act. Older brother, let me handle this. Tell them there are no carriages, no attendants, and nothing they can get. I will only leave a spot for the grandmother's carriage. If she can't walk, she can come back and ride, Qin Junyi said, then was pushed forward by Wu Xiaohan in the wheelchair. Su Yanwan quickly followed, feeling very happy. As expected of a great general who speaks with authority in military affairs, if he says the Liu family won't get any advantage, Ziyuan will do his best to follow through. Qin Mu wore a sly, cold smile on her lips as she conveyed her older brother's words to Lu Zheng and the others. They immediately scolded Qin Junyi for being unfilial. Before Lu Zheng could finish speaking, Qin Mu punched him to the ground. Then, her other sons, who had not spoken yet, were also not spared. Despite being outnumbered, they had no strength to fight back. Qin Mu targeted the spots that hurt terribly but wouldn't cause internal injury, causing them to scream in pain. Stop! The old lady hurried over, angrily shouting, Qin Mu, how can you hit people like this? Qin Mu lazily replied, They are extorting you in your name and insulting my older brother. I've done well not to cut their throats already. How dare you? The old lady trembled with anger. Qin Mu's expression darkened as she looked fiercely at Lu Zheng. What's daring? Lu Zheng, you should have died the day you betrayed my older brother. If you're smart, you'd keep your head down and stop causing trouble, or I might just end your life at any moment. The old lady and Lu Zheng no longer dared to provoke her. Her 3 sons also dared not speak. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyou came over and shouted, What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and line up. We're leaving soon. If anyone delays, don't blame me for being harsh with my whip. Lu Zheng, helpless, had no choice but to support the old lady back to the Liu family and set off with the exiled prisoners. Only then did the old lady, frightened by Qin Mu, come to her senses. Her youngest son didn't get a riding carriage, she had to walk. During breakfast earlier, Lu Zheng bought her a delicious, expensive meal to win her favor, saying he would never let her suffer. The old lady enjoyed this and generously shared the food with the children. It was a warm, loving family scene. But now, she was stunned. Her old bones couldn't walk such a long distance. Lu's family still said, Mother, I didn't expect Yigo to be so cold. We have to walk now. You've been riding in a carriage before, so your legs aren't used to walking. It's good to exercise a bit. Come on, let's go. When you're tired, you can personally go to the Qin family and ask for a carriage. Then she would have a carriage to ride in, and her aching, sore legs couldn't walk much longer. The old lady, too proud to ask Qin Junyi for help, could only step forward slowly, supported by Cin Yi and Lu Shi, and start her journey of exile. In a blue cloth carriage, old Madame Chu lowered the curtain and sighed. Such foolishness. Yes, Qin old Madame has had an easy life and forgotten her current situation. The eldest lady of the Chu family responded, Your daughter-in-law was originally worried that you would approach her for advice and might belittle or criticize her. Now that she has broken ties with the Qin family, you no longer need to seek her out. The eldest wife, Jiang Yuxing, suggested, let the daughter-in-law from the Sun family handle the negotiations with Madame Qin. Now she is truly the head of the Qin household. Although Su Yunwan had already taken over the household management after Qianrong arrived, she no longer needed to handle shopping and expenses, becoming more of a hands-off manager. As for the women of the Qin family, there was an older lady in charge, so she mostly stayed out of it. The heavy burden that once pressed down on her has now lifted. Among the current women of the Qin family, no one could surpass her. Let's wait for your father-in-law's instructions. With this incident in the Qin family, the situation might change, said old Madame Chu calmly. She thought Su Yunwan was quite mysterious. Most of the conflicts within the Qin family were related to her. Pei Shi was influenced by her, which led her to make mistakes and eventually become a nun. Now that old Madame Qin had left, it was likely her doing. The separation letter alone was not something an ordinary woman could produce. In the future, the Qin family might face even more shocking events. Perhaps she was destined to bring misfortune, or maybe someone was manipulating her to break up the family. If that was true, the Qin family was in danger. Proposing a marriage alliance now would only drag them into a deep pit. No, I need to talk to the eldest. Old Madame Chu immediately sent someone to call Chu Xiao over. After Chu Xiao got in the car, old Madame Chu asked the others to get out first, then quietly shared her suspicions with him. Chu Xiao listened and couldn't help but smile. Isn't this just fate's favor? Everyone who wronged her would face bad consequences, while those who befriended her gained much. Like the fourth branch of the Qin family, or the mother and daughter, who divorced peacefully. Wait, since the eldest daughter of the Qin family is the daughter of Pei Shi, if she blames Su Yunwan for her mother's fate, their relationship would surely turn hostile. From last night's events, the Qin family's eldest daughter liked Lu Er. If Qin family proposed a marriage for her, should he agree or not? Mother, I want to change the marriage proposal to Qin family's fourth miss. Chu Xiao decided to act first and change the plan.
Wait.
Eldest, have you considered Madame Qin's influence? Madame Qin is very good. If she hadn't already married Qin Junyi, Lu Er's personality matched hers perfectly, and they would become a perfect couple. Chu Xiao stopped speaking, looking disappointed. Old Madame Chu saw this, and mistakenly thought he had also fallen for Su Yunwan, and was stunned. After the incident with the old lady leaving home, Qin Junyi did not go out today. After setting out, Su Yunwan first took out a delicate empty fruit tray from her space, then arranged grapes, kumquats, and green dates on it. The presentation was very fine. These fruits were all collected from the palace. Her space has a preservation function, so no matter how long ago the items were placed inside, they remain as fresh as when first stored. Now Qin Junyi knows about her past glorious deeds, and she can freely take out items whenever she wants. Come, have a grape, Su Yunwan said, plucking a grape and offering it to Qin Junyi. Her wide sleeves fell, revealing slender arms. Qin Junyi gently held her wrist and took a bite of the grape from her hand. Then Su Yunwan also offered him different fruits. When feeling upset, eating is a good way to improve mood. But it seemed this method didn't work well for Qin Junyi. After a small taste, he said he needed to focus on practicing internal energy. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes slightly, and adjusted his breathing to run his true qi. Su Yunwan found a miscellaneous book ate some snacks, and casually flipped through it. They each did their own thing, enjoying peaceful days. Meanwhile, in the carriage carrying the Qin family women, a dispute broke out again. Mrs. Lin, as an elder, could have taken the soft couch to enjoy, but Qin Rulin was quicker and took it first. Qin Rulin climbed onto the bed and said sweetly, "I knelt for half a day yesterday. It hurts so much. This soft couch belongs to me now." Mrs. Lin was used to lowering herself before the main house and didn't want to argue with her. Qin Ruishan was unhappy and said, "Auntie, my mother has to serve the grandmother, do laundry, and cook. She's exhausted. Now that the grandmother isn't here, the soft couch should be shared. You and my mother can each use it for half a day." The soft couch was comfortable to sit, lie, or recline on, much better than sitting on a cold bench. She didn't mind how she used it, but her mother was also an elder and had served the grandmother for a long time. Now that she finally had a break, she deserved a good rest. "No, I need to rest after lunch." Qin Rulin, as the eldest daughter, had always enjoyed the best things and wouldn't give up her favorite spot. Qin Ruishan was furious and said, "Then get up now and let my mother lie down." Recently, her mother had to stay by the old lady's side every night, always ready to respond, and hadn't slept well at all. Qin Rulin naturally refused and pouted. "Shan, look at me now. Don't you have any sympathy?" Qin Ruishan retorted, "That's why I want you to rest for half a day now, and I'll let my mother use it in the afternoon." The sound of the two people's argument reached Su Yunwan's ears. She glanced at the person practicing martial arts, then lifted the curtain and whispered a few words to Wu Xiaohan. Wu Xiaohan nodded and walked to the front carriage. "Ladies, please stop arguing. Madam has something to say. Young lady, please go with Huigong. It's a good chance for mother and daughter to be together." Huigong is actually Pei's daughter. Since the rain stopped and they set out, Qin Mu arranged for her to travel alone in a carriage under the pretense of quiet meditation. Unlike the two carriages used by the Qin family, that carriage was specially bought by Wu Xiaohan for house arrest, with money from Qianrong. Since it was meant for punishment, it definitely wasn't fitted with soft cushions for Pei to enjoy comfortably. The inside of the carriage was small and simple, with only 3 fixed long cold benches. The width was not enough for anyone to lie down and rest. Qin Rulin had seen the interior of that carriage and was very unwilling to change to another one. But facing Wu Xiaohan's cold gaze, she could only blame Su Yunwan for meddling and reluctantly get out of the carriage to switch. If it had been before, she would have been happy to stay close to her mother. But since Pei used her as a bargaining chip last time, she harbored deep resentment toward her mother. Now that mother and daughter had reconciled, the rift still remained. She was entirely focused on Chu Yi, having already shifted her attachment away from her mother. In contrast, Pei was very happy when she saw her come over and immediately asked about what happened last night. At that time, she was guarded by shadow guards and wasn't allowed to go out. She only knew there was a conflict in the Qin family, but didn't know the details. Qin Rulin told her everything about last night and tearfully said, "Grandmother won't let me marry into the Chu family." Pei was angry. "She's just an old woman. She can't decide your marriage. Go tell the guards. Mother wants to see your elder brother. She wants him to propose marriage for you." "Thank you, mother. You are the best to your daughter." Qin Rulin coquettishly finished and went to find someone. But before she got close to the carriage, Wu Xiaohan stopped her. "The master is resting. Come back at noon if you need anything." Qin Rulin, needing help, saw that her elder brother's carriage was silent, so she suppressed her excitement and returned to the previous carriage. The long line of carriages wound along the official road. Looking at the end of the Qin family line, only a few shadow guards led horses on foot. Walking was just for stretching. But the Lu family wasn't so lucky. Lu Zheng and several legitimate sons had been beaten badly by Qin Mu. Not long after setting out, they were in pain and couldn't walk. A few sons were supported by other Lu family members, barely able to move. Lu Zheng called his illegitimate sons to take turns carrying him. After traveling a short distance, the old lady finally collapsed. Inspired by her youngest son, She also wanted her illegitimate grandson to carry her. The young men were already treated unfairly because they were born out of wedlock. After the ground dragon's rise, they had little food or clothing, and their bodies became weaker. Originally, they took turns carrying one person and could rest, but now they had to carry two, which was too exhausting. One of the youngest boys, carrying the old lady, felt his legs weaken and accidentally fell to the ground. The old lady also fell and cried out in pain. Lu Shi, who was already sick and had been slapped hard by Su Yunwan, couldn't take it anymore and begged, "Mother, can you help us find a carriage? Everyone is about to collapse." The old lady was watched by eager eyes and asked Lu Zheng how the eldest grandson responded when he went to ask for a carriage in the morning. Lu Zheng looked uncomfortable and said she could go back to the Qin family to ride. Lu Shi immediately said, "Mother, to ask for offerings for you. My husband and sons were badly hurt. You can't just leave us now." The old lady sighed helplessly. "You know Yij's temper. I can't do anything about it." Lu Shi gently persuaded her, "Then please, for the sake of your grandchildren, hold on a little longer. Once Yij softens, he will send the carriage." She absolutely would not let the old lady return to the Qin family. The old lady, hurt from the fall, was even less able to walk. Suddenly, she had an idea. "Go borrow a stretcher from the Qin family and carry me." Lu Shi's face turned pale. "There aren't enough people." "It's okay. The women can also carry the stretcher. I'm just an old woman, not heavy." The old lady spoke casually, but the women of the Lu family looked pale. "Grandmother, Yij said he won't lend us anything," the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family struggled to say. The old lady waved her hand. "It's fine. Just tell them it's for grandmother's use. Yij won't refuse." The people of the Lu family hesitated. Under the old lady's urging, Lu Shi had no choice but to go to the Qin family and explain her purpose to the shadow guards blocking the way. The shadow guards didn't report to Qin Ji, but went directly to Qin Mu. When Qin Rulan changed the carriage, Su Yunwan had already told someone that Qin Mu's older brother was practicing internal skills and asked him to handle the matter. Qin Mu heard this and chuckled happily, then generously lent out the stretcher. Compared to Qin Laomu, he definitely disliked Lu Zheng more. Wasn't Lu Zheng trying to take advantage of the old lady's name? Let's see how he ends up shooting himself in the foot. And the old lady, she truly thought the Lu family was full of filial children. When she was useless, how would they treat her? If it weren't for considering his older brother's feelings, he wouldn't have lent the stretcher at all. He would watch as the elderly lady in the Lu family faced her own downfall. Even if she returned in disgrace, she would carry the resentment of the Lu family members and pay the price of turning against her son and mother. At this moment, Qin Junyi was immersed in practicing his skills and knew nothing about what was happening outside. After exterminating the refugees last night, he had a feeling that the road ahead would become even more difficult. He needed to restore his inner strength quickly to better protect Wanwan and his family. At noon, the team took a break. Qin Rulan, shy and gentle, eagerly followed Mrs. Pei toward Qin Junyi's carriage. Ahead, Chu Xiao, who had just stepped down from his carriage, saw them and his eyes widened in surprise. He immediately called his wife and hurried toward the Qin family. "Master, Chu Xiao and his wife are coming this way." Wu Xiaohan's voice came from outside the carriage. Qin Junyi opened his eyes and responded, "Let Qin Mu go and greet them." "Yes." Wu Xiaohan's footsteps receded. Su Yunwan put down her book and looked up, asking, "How is it?" "I've found the feeling," Qin Junyi said as he settled down. "Wanwan, have you been reading all this time?" "Still eating and drinking," she replied with a smile. They looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, Mrs. Pei's voice came from beside the carriage. "Brother E, Mother has something to say to you." Qin Junyi's smile faded slightly. Pretending to be weak, he was helped down from the carriage by Su Yunwan and Lingchi. Wu Xiaohan just brought a wheelchair and helped him sit down. Qin Junyi sat in the wheelchair, raised his cold eyes, and said to Mrs. Pei, "I'm busy right now. If you have something to say, I'll talk to you later." "Mother wants to discuss Wanlan's marriage with you," Mrs. Pei said. not thinking he had urgent matters, but simply dismissing him and speaking her mind. Qin Junyi glanced at his younger sister beside her and understood immediately. Su Yunwan sneered coldly. It's better if you and Nun stay out of worldly affairs. Wanlan is my daughter. Of course, I want what's best for her, Mrs. Pei said coldly. Her gaze shifted and she saw Chu Xiao and his wife walking over with Qin Mu, and she immediately smiled like a hostess welcoming guests. Lord Chu, Lady Chu, welcome. It's an honor to have you here. Chu Xiao paused and looked at Qin Junyi in the wheelchair. Qin Junyi, with a cold tone, said, Hui Kong, please go back to the carriage and don't disturb our guests.
Brother, E.
Mrs. Pei exclaimed. Qin Junyi called out Little Wu. Wu Xiaohan immediately approached her, reached out, and firmly said, Please. Mrs. Pei, knowing the skills of these shadow guards and not wanting to lose her freedom by being subdued, reluctantly stepped away. Qin Junyi put on a gentle smile and politely said, Please forgive us for the intrusion. It's no trouble. We came here suddenly. General Qin, how is your health now? Chu Xiao, meeting Qin Junyi for the first time up close, noticed that even though the other sat in a wheelchair with a sickly look, his presence was still strong. Thanks to my wife helping me recover, I feel much better, Qin Junyi replied, glancing at Su Yunwan with tender eyes. No matter how he tried to hide it, his body was clearly better than others who had endured the same torture, so he needed a convincing excuse. Chu Xiao looked at Su Yunwan with deep meaning after hearing this. At that moment, Madame Chu brought over a small wooden box. Madame Qin, these are some nourishing herbs we bought along the way. I wonder if they might be useful. Su Yunwan took the box and opened it. Inside, there were 3 small compartments containing ginseng, Lingchi mushrooms, and Polygonum multiflorum. These are valuable medicines suitable for Ziyuan, and she wondered if they had any other intentions. She closed the box and smiled lightly. I was just in need of these herbs. Thank you, Madame Chu. Whether she could handle the matter or not, she could always return a gift of equal value. Don't mention it. If you need anything else, feel free to come to my house, Madame Chu said warmly, secretly relieved. Su Yunwan thanked her again and pointed to the side. Let's go over there and sit down to talk. In a few moments, the guards had arranged simple wooden tables and chairs, and Qin Ruishan and Madame Lin were setting out tea and snacks. Su Yunwan and Madame Chu led the way, with Chu Xiao and Qin Junyi following to sit at the table. Madame Lin and her daughter paused their actions to greet Chu Xiao and his wife politely. Madame Chu warmly exchanged greetings with them, feeling happy when she saw how courteous and graceful Qin Ruishan was. After serving tea, Qin Ruishan pulled Madame Lin aside for a lively chat and then withdrew first. Time was limited, and they needed to quickly prepare a meal for the family. Madame Chu took a sip of tea and smiled. General Qin, Madame Qin, your family is very good at raising daughters. All the girls are excellent. Have they been promised to anyone? Su Yunwan and Qin Junyi exchanged glances and replied, Not yet. Their future is uncertain. Once we settle in Yuhjo City, we will arrange everything. That's proper. I also have 2 sons who are not yet married. We plan to wait until we arrived in Yuhjo City. But with so many families seeking good matches, my husband and I are worried others might get ahead of us. So we took the liberty to come here. Do you think you might be interested in our sons? Perhaps our families could unite through marriage. Qin Junyi put down his teacup and said, Master Chu, may I have a word with you privately? Chu Xiao nodded and stood up. Qin Mu pushed the wheelchair, and the 3 of them walked away to a quiet place. Madame Qin was unsure of Qin Junyi's attitude. She watched their backs with some worry. Su Yunwan poured her more tea and softly asked, Madame Chu, which young lady from my family do you like? 4th Miss, Madame Chu replied straightforwardly. Su Yunwan was surprised. Isn't it Qin Roland? No wonder she was so warm to Lin and her daughter earlier, but why didn't they let Qin Jishan and Lin, as Qin Roland's parents, discuss it together? She didn't know that in the Chu family, all marriage arrangements must be approved by the head of the family before moving forward. So, Madame Chu and her husband first approached Qin Junyi, and only after he agreed would they talk to the girl's parents. Su Yunwan asked again, "Which young master?" "Our sixth son. What do you think of him?" Madame Chu tested. Chu Xiao changed his mind about whom to marry, but he didn't replace Chu Yi with Chu Yan. He didn't want Qin Ruolin to have the chance to marry into their family and preferred a legitimate son for the marriage to show sincerity. Madame Chu also preferred her sixth son to marry a girl from the Qin family, as he was her legitimate youngest son. If they missed out on such a good girl from the Qin family, with their family's background and reputation, it would be hard to find another girl with such qualities. Su Yunwan smiled and said, "Sixth young master is free-spirited and handsome, an excellent choice." "But Madame Chu, have you asked for his opinion?" "Don't worry, we've asked him before coming to propose. He personally said he was willing to marry the fourth miss, and later opposition was ineffective, no problem there." But Su Yunwan wasn't convinced. She hadn't seen Chu Yi show any romantic feelings for Qin Ruolin. She remembered that marriages in the current court were arranged by parents and matchmakers. Children's wishes didn't matter much. She doubted Madame Chu's words and suggested, "Let them get to know each other first. They're still on the way, so there's no rush to decide." But without a formal engagement, it might hurt the fourth Miss's reputation. Madame Chu was reluctant to delay, fearing complications later. If Chu Yi himself was unwilling and was forced into marriage by his parents. Thinking of this possibility, Su Yunwan's smile faded. "Madame Chu, I will convey this matter to my husband and Shan Shan's parents. Please have some tea and snacks. The dried plum is quite good." After that, Su Yunwan didn't bring up marriage again. Whenever Madame Chu mentioned it, Su Yunwan would change the subject with food and drink. After several attempts, Madame Chu gave up and quietly waited for Chu Xiao to return. Then Qin Junyi and Chu Xiao moved away from the crowd and walked along the path they came from. Qin Junyi drew his sword and asked directly, "Why does Lord Chu suddenly want to marry into our family?" The Qin family was on the emperor's list of wanted people, and everyone tried to stay far away from them. Chu Xiao's way of doing things was well known. He was not the type to sacrifice family interests for personal relationships. Proposing marriage under such dangerous circumstances meant he had noticed something. Qin Junyi's nerves were tight, and his sharp eyes looked directly at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao calmly said, "You probably know what happens to women who are exiled. I need your help. But the journey is dangerous, and I can't guarantee we will reach Yuhjo city safely." Qin Junyi thought he didn't believe this excuse. "Even if we get there, I might not be able to protect your family women." Chu Xiao looked toward the sky and said, "Do your best. Leave the rest to fate." Qin Junyi's mouth twitched. Lord Chu doesn't seem like the type to accept fate. Even if I spend all my wealth, my family women might not be well taken care of. They could be harmed at any time, and my men might rebel because of it," Chu Xiao said seriously. "Instead of waiting to be attacked, it's better to join forces with you and create a new path." Qin Junyi's sharp gaze was like a sword. "The emperor's control over Yuhjo is weak. Once I reach Yuhjo, I can protect myself." "Why are you so sure I will rebel?" Chu Xiao had to explain the reason. "Your wife." Qin Junyi and Qin Mu immediately tensed up and became alert. Chu Xiao reassured them, "Don't worry, this is just my personal guess. Whether we work together or not, I won't tell outsiders." Seeing Qin Junyi deep in thought, Chu Xiao continued, "My family has many men, skilled in both literature and martial arts. You can call on them as needed." Hearing this, Qin Junyi was moved. The Chu family was prosperous, and all the men were talented. If he could use them, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Actually, last night, he heard that his younger sister liked Chu Yi and started thinking about marriage alliances. Considering the Chu family's difficulties, he sent someone to Yuhjo early to awaken the hidden agents. Qin Junyi lowered his guard and said gently, "If I am attacked, I want you to protect my family, especially my grandmother." Chu Xiao knew things had been settled and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I will make arrangements when I return. Also, I want to ask for my sixth son to marry the fourth girl from your family." Qin Junyi. When Madame Chu saw Chu Xiao and the others return, She immediately stood up to greet them and observed their expressions carefully. Qiu Xiao and Qin Junyi both looked expressionless, and Qin Mu's face showed no signs of emotion.
Is this
rejection? Su Yunwan also stood up, inviting Qiu Xiao to sit down again for tea and to dine together later. Qiu Xiao politely declined and said he needed to leave. Su Yunwan then asked them to wait a moment, took out a box of health pills made from various rare medicinal herbs from the car, and gave it to Madame Qiu. These health pills can warm the yang, dispel cold, boost energy, and strengthen the stomach. 1 pill a day is best for the elderly. Madame Qiu declined politely, but accepted. After the couple left, Su Yunwan asked Qin Junyi and his brother, "What did you talk about? You look so unhappy." Qin Junyi drank his cold tea in one gulp. Qin Mu quickly said, "The Qiu family wants to marry the 4th Mississippi." Su Yunwan looked at Qin Junyi. "Madame Qiu also told me about this. Ziyuan, what do you think?" Qin Junyi felt frustrated. Lanlan showed her feelings for Lord Lu last night, and today Qiu Xiao came to ask to marry Shanshan. It's obvious they don't want Lanlan to marry into their family. Qin Rulin is still his younger sister. Being disliked so much makes him uncomfortable. Su Yunwan understood his feelings as a brother, but also thought Qin Rulin was not suitable for Chewy. She said, "Marriage should be based on mutual willingness. If they don't agree, we can't force them." Qin Junyi explained, "I'm not forcing anything. Shanshan's parents are still alive, and we need Uncle C and Aunt C's approval." That's exactly what he told Qiu Xiao earlier. Even though he was unhappy, he didn't outright refuse the marriage. He knew clearly what was more important and wouldn't let personal feelings ruin a big alliance. Su Yunwan said, "Don't tell the 4th house yet. I want to talk to Chu Yi alone first." "Talk about what?" Qin Junyi felt a bit sour inside.
Shuyunwanante noticed.
"Of course, about this marriage. From what I know of Chu Yi, he doesn't seem very fond of Shanshan. If he's being pressured, we should step in and decline on his behalf." Qin Junyi turned into a lemon. "You really know him well. I see him as a friend. If he's in trouble, I'll help." Seeing his expression darken, Su Yunwan leaned on his shoulder with a smile and quietly traced from the back of his hand upward, whispering, "Compared to him, I understand you better, inside and out." Qin Junyi's ears instantly turned red. He grabbed her mischievous hand and glanced at Qin Mu. Qin Mu made a fist to cover his mouth and coughed softly, holding back laughter. "Well, I'll go check if the food is ready." After speaking, he strode away quickly. Su Yunwan softly laughed, making Qin Junyi's heart feel like water, and he let out a loving yet helpless sigh. After calming Qin Junyi, Su Yunwan immediately invited Chu Yi to talk. The two walked to a roadside farther from the crowd, but still within the sight of the shadow guards. Su Yunwan said, "Your parents just came to talk about marriage for you. According to your mother, you've already agreed." "I haven't agreed," Chewy said for the first time, showing a worried expression in front of her. Just now, he saw his parents heading to the Qin family, thought it was bad, and immediately wanted to go and stop them. But he was stopped by his eldest brother, who was helping his grandmother get out of the car, and asked him to help. He had to turn back to his grandmother, and then he was told that the marriage proposal had changed to the 4th Miss Qin. Hearing this, he felt even more anxious. "No, I must go stop this marriage." "6th brother," said the eldest son, "you should understand the meaning behind this marriage." Chu Yi looked at Chu Yan, who was setting up a stove nearby. "But what about 7th brother?" The eldest son said, "Father rejected 7th brother last night. He will come around." The old lady also said, "6th son, your father's decision rarely changes. Now that it's the 4th Miss Qin, it's already what you wanted. If you oppose again, your father won't forgive you easily. Don't worry your grandmother and mother." Chu Yi felt helpless and planned to find a chance to ask Su Yunwan for help. But before he could act, Su Yunwan came to find him herself. Now hearing her speak, he immediately shared his thoughts and recent events, including the pressure from his father to marry Qin Rulin and his 7th brother's interest in Qin Rulin. If he really marries Qin Rulin, it's not impossible, but he felt it was wrong to take someone else's love, and he felt sorry for his 7th brother. Su Yunwan listened and said, "Have you ever thought about Shanshan's feelings?" Chu Yi had been praised and favored by many girls since he was young, which made him very confident. As long as he agreed, he would marry either Qin Ruolin or Qin Ruolin properly. Rebellious as he was, he knew that marriage was always decided by parents. Even he couldn't escape this, let alone a weak girl, so he never thought about asking Qin Ruolin what she wanted. As for her parents, the only concern might be his criminal record. If his family got involved with the Qin family, their fates would be linked, and they wouldn't be looked down upon as a humble family. After all, the two families are about to rebel, so exile means little. Therefore, he always believed that the fixed marriage was certain, but when Su Yunwan questioned it, he was instantly stunned. Seeing this, Su Yunwan said, "Compared to marrying first and loving later, I prefer liking each other first, then getting engaged and married, to avoid regrets later." Even if Qin and Chu's families don't form an alliance, it won't affect their cooperation. She knew that at this time, the Chu family was proposing an alliance to strengthen their partnership. An alliance is just to make cooperation stronger, not the foundation of their relationship. Chu Yi also realized this and immediately corrected his arrogance. "Please ask the fourth miss if she is willing. If she isn't, I won't force her." "Wait a moment, I'll find her." Su Yunwan turned and waved to the shadow guard to call someone. Looking at the straightforward woman before him, Chu Yi's eyes lit up with a smile. "Maybe I should step back for now? Let's see if Shanshan needs anything." Qin Ruoshan, who is usually gentle but firm inside, always has her own opinions. Instead of passing messages, she prefers the two to talk directly. Hearing that Su Yunwan was looking for her, Qin Ruoshan immediately put down her work and came over. She exchanged greetings with Chu Yi, then listened quietly as Su Yunwan explained the marriage proposal from the Chu family and the matters between Chu Yi and his brother. A blush appeared on Qin Ruoshan's face. After a moment of silent thought, she remembered the benefits of the cooperation between the Qin and Chu families, then looked up and said, "If it's for our family, I am willing to marry." Su Yunwan frowned. "Our family doesn't need to sacrifice a girl for marriage. The Qin and Chu families have already agreed on cooperation. You just need to follow your heart." Qin Ruoshan glanced at Chu Yi, then bit her lip and said, "I can't bear to leave my parents. I want to wait until we reach Yuhjo city, my brother will be engaged, and then I will consider marriage." She wasn't truly only thinking of filial piety, she also considered her future. Chu Lugongzi is too outstanding. Being with him makes her feel inferior, as if she doesn't deserve him. Plus, his younger brother is in the way. Even if they marry, there would be a gap between them, and they could only respect each other politely. Chu Yi was very surprised after hearing Qin Ruoshan's words. He had never expected to face rejection from a girl. Even though his mood was complicated, Chu Yi still wanted to fight for his younger brother. "If you like my seventh brother, I can ask my parents to propose marriage." Qin Ruoshan looked down at the ground and shook her head. "My family is still in crisis. I have no mind for marriage." That young man who kindly offered her an umbrella in the rain left a deep impression on her with just one encounter. However, the match was not arranged with him, and she knew well how powerful the imperial authority was. She had never ignored her own danger. The farther they were from the capital, the more likely they were to be targeted for assassination. If she couldn't escape the danger, once the marriage was arranged, the seventh young master would surely be sad. Why cause him pain? Su Yunwan and Chu Yi exchanged a glance. Without words, they understood each other's thoughts about Qin Ruoshan. Chu Yi smiled freely, saying, "In times of great trouble, it's not the right moment to talk about personal feelings." Su Yunwan nodded in agreement. "Let's wait until things settle down, then we can think about it." Moved by their understanding, Qin Ruoshan was overwhelmed with tears. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have asked about her feelings. But because of the marriage arrangement, she couldn't refuse. She could only accept the marriage. The three of them walked back happily, and Qin Ruolin saw them. She almost tore her silk handkerchief in anger. She went over and forced a smile, saying, "Sixth young master, my family's dinner is almost ready. Stay and eat with us." Chu Yi's expression instantly turned cold and distant. Thank you, but my family is waiting for me.
I must go now.
He nodded to Su Yunwan and Qin Ruishan and strode away. What were you just talking about with the sixth young master? Qin Rulan asked, her face darkening. Qin Ruishan replied casually, just chatting. I want to see if the food is ready. Only Su Yunwan remained, but she was too lazy to care and simply walked away. Qin Rulan watched her back, her mind racing. When the Chu couple visited earlier, she was stopped outside by the shadow guards and didn't hear their conversation. Now, seeing Su Yunwan invite Chu Yi and Qin Ruishan to meet, and recalling how Madame Chu liked Qin Ruishan, Qin Rulan thought of a possibility and suddenly panicked. Big brother. Big brother. Qin Rulan hurriedly ran past Su Yunwan, clutching her skirt, and headed straight for Qin Junyi. Reaching Qin Junyi, she panted and asked, Big brother, did Lord Chu come to propose marriage? Qin Junyi looked cold and distant. It's none of your business. Qin Rulan grabbed his arm tightly. Is it sixth young master and Shan Shan? I told you, it's none of your business, Qin Junyi said coldly, but he didn't pull her away. I don't agree. Qin Rulan shouted, then begged painfully, brother, please help me. You have to help me. At this moment, Pei Shi, who had heard the commotion, came over, embraced Qin Rulan to calm her down, and said, Brother Yi, mother has something to say. Qin Junyi nodded and was about to leave when he saw Su Yunwan approaching. Su Yunwan leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Qin Junyi learned that his cousin did not want to marry and looked at Qin Ruishan, who was gazing in their direction. He nodded at her to show his agreement. Qin Ruishan smiled happily, bowed slightly, and expressed her gratitude. After Qin Junyi left, the people from the fourth household, hearing Qin Rulan shouting, quickly gathered around Qin Ruishan and asked about the marriage. When they found out Qin Ruishan refused, Mr. and Mrs. Lin both said she was foolish. Missing out on Chu Yi, there was no other son as outstanding as him. Besides, they were worried that marriage alliances might ruin their cooperation. The Chu family was now considered guilty, but their power was so great that even Zhong Wei was somewhat cautious. If they could join forces with such a strong family, their safety would be more secure. Now that the marriage didn't happen, it would surely affect the relationship between the two families. At this moment, Qin Junyu, who had been silent, stammered, Father, Mother, can I marry a girl from the Chu family? Under the questioning from Mrs. Lin and others, Qin Junyu revealed his connection with the fifth young lady of the Chu family. It turned out that once, when he was staying outside the village, he went hunting and met some Chu family women gathering wild vegetables. Not far away, he heard a scream of terror. One of the Chu girls saw a snake and was so frightened, she kept shouting. He turned around and killed the snake, and only left after hearing the Chu boys arrive. Now, hearing about the marriage, he couldn't help but think of the girl who was frightened by the snake. The more he thought about it, the more he felt moved and impulsively spoke about it. Qin Ji and the others quickly figured out which girl it was. The Chu family had few sons and daughters, and only a young girl, the fourth young lady, was still waiting at home. She was beautiful and gentle, which was why his son liked her at first sight. Because it involved life and death and his son's feelings, Qin Ji and his wife immediately agreed happily. But Qin Ruishan was worried that something might happen to the Chu family and didn't want to get too excited too soon. Meanwhile, Mrs. Pei mentioned the idea of Qin Rulan marrying the sixth young master, but Qin Junyi poured cold water on it. Chu Yi is not interested in my sister. Mrs. Pei didn't believe it. How can that be? Your sister is so beautiful and gentle. How could he not like her? I've heard many women like Chu Yi. In his eyes, Lan Lan might just be one of them. Then who does he like? I don't know, Qin Junyi ended the topic. Anyway, you should tell your sister to stop thinking about it. Hiding nearby and eavesdropping, Qin Rulan appeared and stepped out, tears in her eyes, asking, Does he like Shan Shan? No, certainly, Qin Junyi nodded confidently. Qin Rulan felt a little better inside, but only just a little. She threw herself into Pei's arms and quietly cried. Qin Junyi did not stay. He turned back to be with Su Yunwan. The people from the fourth household gathered around, discussing how Qin Junyu was secretly planning to marry a girl from the Chu family. Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan looked at each other and smiled. Truly, human plans often fall short compared to what heaven has in store. They started eating and then set out again, traveling for more than half a day. Once more, the group stayed overnight in the wild. Like the turning of a wheel of fortune, Qin Junyi, Su Yunwan, and the couple from the fourth household went together with gifts to the Chu family to express their intention to marry. When Chu Xiao and his wife heard this, they looked at each other and felt that all their careful plans had come to nothing. Unlike the proposal in the afternoon, this time Chu Xiao called his young daughter, Chu Fei, to the scene. Chu Fei respectfully said, "My daughter leaves everything to my father's decision." As children of the Chu family, they had no say in marriage, only the father decided. So, they basically agreed on the engagement verbally. The marriage alliance between Qin and Chu started with difficulties, faced many twists and turns, and the ending was unexpected, but overall, it was a happy event. Both Qin and Chu families celebrated happily, but the Lu family was full of worry. They had finally invited the old lady, but not only did they get no good news, they also had to serve an elderly ancestor. They had to carry her on a stretcher and buy expensive good food and dishes for her from officials. While eating the costly meals, the old lady complained that the people didn't carry the stretcher properly, almost causing her to fall several times. After dark, without tents or mosquito-repellent herbs, the old lady was bitten by mountain mosquitoes, developing large, itchy, painful bumps. She could no longer care about her dignity and, with her illness and injuries, collapsed on the ground. Lu Zheng, who was sick and injured, begged her, "Mother, staying here will only add to your burden. You should go back to the Qin family." "Mother, you can't leave your son." Lu Zheng, so old, cried like a child, clutching her hand tightly. "Mother is weak now. When I have money, I will secretly send some to you," the old lady said. When money was mentioned, Lu Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. "Mother, when we said goodbye at the long pavilion outside the capital, my second brother gave you 300 taels for traveling expenses. You could ask Qin Ger to get it back." "Yes, mother, with that money, we can buy a cart and food, and no longer have to suffer so much," Lu Zheng said excitedly, blushing. But the old lady said, "That money was used up a long time ago. Now Qin's family has wealth and plenty of money. If you ask, Ger will surely return it to you," she added. But the problem was, the old lady didn't want to ask. If she insists on taking back this money, she will never be able to return to the Qin family. Throughout the day, she realized how good life had been at the Qin household a few days ago. When she was at the Qin family, everything was comfortable: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. She was never as miserable and tired as she was today. On the way, she thought several times about returning to the Qin family. But since the Lu family was so caring and attentive, she couldn't abandon them, so she endured until now. She is a smart person and doesn't want to cut off all options. So, she refused to ask her eldest grandson for money, fearing she might get deeper into trouble with the Lu family and demand to go back to the Qin family. Lu Zheng had to take a cautious approach. "Come back in a few days. Let's use this time to arrange Yi's marriage." When the topic of marriage came up, Yi felt wronged and started crying. "Grandmother, they want me to be a concubine for brother Junfeng." It turned out that after she fell into the water, Lu Junfeng not only damaged her reputation but also promised to marry her responsibly, which was strongly opposed by Lu Zheng and his wife. In the end, both sides compromised, agreeing to let her become a concubine. Yi was so angry she nearly vomited blood, but because of the cold, fatigue, and pain from the fall, she couldn't keep up with the group and needed support. She had to agree at last. She only agreed if she could have a proper wedding in Yuhjo City before officially joining the Lu family. Lu Junfeng couldn't refuse her and had to agree. Now, with the marriage brought up again, Yi hoped that the old lady would help her marry Lu Junfeng as the main wife. So, instead of opposing the marriage date being moved up, she accused of being a concubine. The old lady, as she wished, scolded Lu Zheng and his wife harshly, calling them terrible for mistreating her. The women of the Lu family, led by Lu Shi, had previously fought physically with Yi and refused to let her be the main wife. They even brought up her alleged conspiracy with a dead officer and suspected she had lost her innocence long ago. Yi was so angry, she wanted to tear their mouths apart. Lu Shi suddenly shouted sternly, "You promised, and now you're changing your mind? Do you have any integrity? If you really don't want to, we won't force you. Just get out of the Lu family now." Even though her body was recovering, Yi didn't believe she could walk alone to Yuhjo City. She looked pitifully at the old lady. "Grandmother, I don't want to marry anymore. Just treat me like a servant and let me serve you." She had long suspected that the old lady wanted to return to the Qin family and take her along. However, Yi's plan was clever, but the old lady knew she couldn't stay away from the Qin family forever. The old lady couldn't bear to see her alone and drifting away, so she wanted to arrange a marriage between her and Mr. Lu to give her support. Seeing that the Lu family was firm in their stance, the old lady suddenly changed her tone and said, "If you become a concubine, so be it. As long as Brother Feng truly likes you, that's enough." Xin Yi was speechless. The old lady wasn't sure how long she could stay with the Lu family, so she said, "It's better to do things sooner rather than later. Tomorrow evening, we will hold the wedding for Brother Feng and Yi." "Grandmother, we're still on the way and can't get married today." Yi objected, concerned about the timing. "Keep it simple," the old lady said sharply, warning her. "Yi, things are not like before. Soon, you'll be part of the Lu family. The money saved can be used for the household. Don't waste it." Yi felt sick. How could a girl who hasn't even married yet be asked to save money for her husband's family? When talking about money, she said, "I thought of Yuhjo City. I want to earn some silver first as a dowry, so I won't be looked down upon in the Lu family." The amount of a woman's dowry directly affects her status in her husband's family. Now she had no money. Either her grandmother would give her dowry, or she would use this as an excuse to delay. "Yi, you're overthinking," Lu Junfeng said eagerly, eager to marry her soon. "Once we're married, we'll be a family. No one will look down on anyone." He spoke sweetly, eager to win her over. "Don't worry, I will treat you well. Everything will be fine with me." But Yi was not fooled. If he really could be trusted, why would she suffer insults from his family? If her money hadn't been taken by the Lu family and others as ransom, she would have a few hundred taels of silver, enough to marry well and be respected. Madame Qin knew how important a dowry was, but her money had already been used to support her younger son, so she was also broke. If only the Qin family hadn't been accused and punished, she would definitely let Yi marry with grace. Just then Wu Xiaohan approached. The old lady was overjoyed, thinking her grandson had lowered his pride, and asked her to return to the Qin family. In fact, Wu Xiaohan had been sent to ask if she wanted to stay overnight. But contrary to her expectations, Wu Xiaohan said, "Old madam, are you thinking of resting in the tent, or shall I send your bedding over?" As for her clothes, after Qin Mu drove away the Lu family members, she had already sent someone to give her new clothes. Hearing this, the old lady was furious. She couldn't believe her once obedient and filial grandson could become so cold. In her anger, she lost her temper and said, "I'll sleep right here. Yi has grown up in the Wang family estate and is getting married tomorrow. Let him give some money as a dowry." Hearing this, even Wu Xiaohan, who is good at controlling his expressions, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He turned around and reported the original words of the old madam. Qin Junyi sneered and said, "Tell grandmother that I am not Cini's father." Not only is she Cini, but even the old madam herself, since she chose the Lu family, shouldn't expect to enjoy Qin family's monthly allowance anymore. Su Yunwan suddenly chuckled. Didn't she say the Lu family is filial? Let her control the finances of the Lu family. Whether it's the bride price or the betrothal gift, she can do whatever she wants. Wu Xiaohan quietly looked at his master. Seeing that he appeared calm and nodded in agreement with Su Yunwan's words, he understood. Indeed, the old madam couldn't part with her youngest son. Giving her money was like giving Lu Zheng money. Wu Xiaohan quietly delivered the bedding to the old madam and conveyed the words from his master and madam. When the old madam heard this, she nearly fainted. Refusing to give her the monthly allowance was like not recognizing her as the matriarch of the Qin family. Did Brother Yi really disown his grandmother? The Lu family members were also panicked. Without the monthly allowance, their financial source was cut off. Xin felt humiliated and cried bitterly in Lu Juanfeng's arms. After a while, the old madam turned her head and asked, "Third son, how much silver do you still have?" "All gone. We've used it up." Lu Zheng's heart sank. Did his mother really want him to hand over money? But the old madam didn't believe it. "In that case, give Yi 5 taels of silver, so she can prepare her dowry." Lu Zheng cried out, "Poor mother, I only have a few taels left. How can I afford a dowry? We need to save some for the whole family's food and clothing." Lu Shi immediately sneered at the old madam, giving Xin a disdainful look and sarcastically said, "Xin, you're just a concubine. Why bother with a dowry? Don't you just want to use grandma's feelings to coax her into asking the Qin family for money? Are you happy now?" "I didn't." Xin was caught off guard and showed a hint of panic on her face. Lu Shi scolded angrily, "You know very well whether you did or not. We don't have a betrothal gift, so you don't need to prepare a dowry. Just have a simple ceremony tomorrow. If you're not happy, then everyone will go their separate ways. Once you're married, you can come back to eat at the Lu family's house." Xin, who had only just managed a few meals of warmth, clenched her lips tightly and couldn't say anything brave. Seeing her mother-in-law's aggressive attitude, Lu Junfeng hurriedly took Xin away from the scene. Without the key person, the argument gradually subsided. It was late autumn, and the temperature dropped sharply at night. Everyone gathered around the campfire, curled up and sleeping. The old lady's bedding was shared among several children. She woke up early and caught a cold, coughing nonstop. Along with her, Lu Zheng and his wife, along with a few women, were also sick. Their condition was worse, and they could hardly get up. Looking at the entire exile group, only a few people quietly passed away during the night. Zhong Wei ordered someone to cut off each person's ear as a report, then buried the bodies nearby. Everyone watched silently, and a heavy, sad atmosphere covered the whole group. When Qin Junyi learned that the old lady was ill, he immediately sent someone to bring her back. The old lady went down the quickly, eager to leave, but Lu Zheng and his wife held her tightly, crying and begging her to stay. Their medicinal supplies were gone, and only the old lady could get medicine from the Qin family. Feeling compassionate, she couldn't bear to leave the sick people behind, so she refused to return to the Qin family and used herself as a bargaining chip, sending shadow guards to fetch medicine. However, Qin Junyi wouldn't let Lu's family succeed. He only allowed the medicine to be brewed and then brought to Lu's house, making sure everyone drank it in front of her. Lu's family saw that Qin Junyi was not fooled and felt angry and helpless. A new day, a new start. Many from Lu's family, weak from illness, needed help to walk or be carried. No one else helped to carry the old lady. She missed her chance to return to the Qin family earlier and felt ashamed, so she focused on supporting Xin and slowly moved forward. In less than an hour, she couldn't walk anymore. She stopped and looked back toward the Qin house, shouting in her heart, "Brother Yi, if you come to invite me again, I won't be angry with you anymore." In the carriage, Qin Junyi was meditating as he did yesterday, but couldn't concentrate. Su Yunwan saw he was off and suggested, "Ziyuan, maybe you should leave."
"Leave?"
Qin Junyi was surprised but quickly realized she meant to pretend to go out. Grandmother has been at Lu's for a day and a night. She might come back anytime. We should wait until she's settled before practicing martial arts. This was the first time Qin Junyi mentioned the old lady since yesterday's incident. If she comes back, just let her ride with Hui Gong, Su Yunwan said calmly, clearly showing her attitude. If the old lady had openly said she was a spy in public, Qin Junyi and his wife would have had serious disagreements unless they trusted her completely. She could no longer treat Qin Lao as a senior out of respect, as she used to, because of her feelings. "I was too greedy for my grandmother's love and failed to advise her properly," Qin Junyi admitted regretfully. I won't let that happen again. Su Yunwan's gentle expression was gone, and her eyes were very serious. Ziyuan, your grandmother treats you well, which is understandable, but she has never been kind-hearted and doesn't truly care for me. Now she even wishes to separate us. As long as I stay in your house, I won't allow her to dominate. Qin Junyi felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if stabbed by a knife. I will control my grandmother, he promised. Su Yunwan didn't want to cause him trouble. In the entire Qin estate, only the fourth branch and a few others are sensible. They are distant relatives of the Qin family, not your grandmother's servants. I don't want your aunt to serve her anymore. Then let my sister take care of her, Qin Junyi suggested, recalling the morning's events with a stern face. It's a good way to teach her some humility. Early that morning, Qin Rulan had tossed and turned all night, feeling upset and anxious. When she saw Qin Rinshan happily preparing breakfast with Mrs. Lin, she suddenly remembered how she almost became engaged to Lord Chu. Jealousy grew in her heart. At breakfast, she deliberately complained that Qin Rinshan's cooking was bad. Qin Junyi scolded her sternly, then don't eat it. Go downstairs. I want to cook myself. Qin Rulan pouted, unwilling to go hungry. Su Yunwan coldly warned her, if you waste food, I will deduct it from your meals later. Think carefully before you act. Angry, Qin Rulan snapped, I think Grandma is right. You're scheming to tear our family apart.
Lon Lon.
Qin Junxian called out anxiously. Overlapping his voice was a sharp shut up, and Qin Junyi, furious, said coldly, from now on, you stay in the carriage. You will eat the official grain rations twice a day. Don't get off unless I say so. Tears streaming down her face, Qin Rulan wanted to argue, but Wu Xiaohan stopped her with a hand and took her away. Qin Junxian wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by his older brother's stern look, so he dared not move. Qin Junyi scolded the remaining family members. Remember, Wanwan is the head lady. Anyone who dares to speak disrespectfully will face my wrath. Everyone responded obediently. Over the past days, they had realized that anyone who upset Su Yunwan was also making trouble for themselves. They knew Qin Junyi kept his promises. Seeing the obedient looks of the others, Qin Junyi's anger slowly subsided. Now, when he thought of his grandmother returning, he decided to proceed with his previous plan, letting his sister serve her. This Su Yunwan had no objections at all. She placed the old lady in Pei's carriage, letting them deal with each other. Qin Rulan never expected that the duty of serving, which she just escaped from, would fall on her again. Now she was confined in the carriage, holding a coarse grain bun given by the official and painfully stuffing it into her mouth. Pei Shi gently handed her water. Lon Lon, Yaigir has been bewitched. He is no longer the caring older brother he used to be. Just go along with him a little, to avoid more trouble. A wave of hidden anger rose in Qin Rulan's heart. Mother, stop talking coldly. If you hadn't been so harsh to Yaigir since childhood, he wouldn't have been fooled by Su Yunwan.
Lon Lon.
Are you crazy? Pei Shi's face flushed.
Qin Rulan suddenly shouted hysterically, I'm crazy.
You're all driving me mad. Pei Shi was frightened by her daughter's wild look and quickly stepped forward to soothe her softly. Qin Rulan moved aside, avoiding Pei Shi's hand, looking tired. I'm exhausted. I want to rest for a while. Pei Shi looked at her empty hand, overwhelmed by a wave of sadness that almost drowned her. But soon, this emotion was broken apart by outside forces. Because the old lady returned and was carried onto their carriage. Just now, the old lady was too exhausted to walk and, seeing her grandson delay sending someone, she staggered and pretended to faint with her ultimate move. The Lu family members were terrified. They called out and pinched her acupuncture points, but she endured the pain and kept her eyes closed. Jiang Xiaolu from the Jiang family, who was supervising, saw this and immediately told Qin Ji, who was walking behind the team. Qin Ji sat in a wheelchair, being pushed quickly and steadily by Wu Xiaohan to the old lady's side. Realizing the old lady was pretending to faint, he felt very complicated and then ordered her to be taken back. The Lu family wanted to stop them, but seeing Qin Mu, who came along, They dared not act rashly. Now, the shadow guards spread mats and bedding on the wooden planks inside the carriage, and Wu Xiaohan laid the closed-eyed old lady down carefully. Master has ordered that the young ladies serve the old lady, Wu Xiaohan said, then led everyone away. The old lady's eyelashes fluttered faintly. Hearing a sneer, she immediately opened her eyes and sat up. What she saw was Pei Shi's gleeful smile, with a cold, mocking voice. "Grandma, I didn't expect you to have today." The old lady was both ashamed and angry. She was about to explode, but suddenly remembered what she just heard, and immediately looked at Qin Rulin. "Lanlan, come give me a massage for my legs." Pei Shi's smile suddenly faded, her words icy. "How dare you make things difficult for Lanlan? Grandmother, please behave yourself. Big brother sent you here. Don't you understand his meaning?" Qin Rulin looked at her with disdain, losing all respect she once had for the old lady. The person in front of her had once oppressed her mother in many ways and was partly responsible for her mother's tragic fate. The old lady raised her head, eyes full of anger. "I am your elder. How dare you speak to me like that? An untrustworthy elder is not worth keeping," Pei Shi said. "No wonder the third household dared to betray us. It's because the leaders are corrupt." The old lady was furious and tried to stand up and hit her. But as soon as she moved, she felt unbearable pain in her legs. She hissed sharply and gasped, glaring angrily at Pei Shi. "Just wait and see." Her only response was Pei Shi's sneer and Qin Rulin's indifference. Watching all this, Su Yunwan withdrew her spiritual power and smirked sarcastically. Good, let them fight each other like dogs, and she could enjoy peace and quiet. What she didn't know was that a carefully planned assassination was about to happen. At noon, the group took a break. After the old lady got off the carriage, she ordered Lingchi as usual. But Su Yunwan was the first to tell Lingchi and her daughter that they no longer needed to serve the old lady. Su Yunwan and the old lady were in a contest of wits. Everyone knew which side to support, so Lingchi avoided it by saying she was busy with housework. Qin Junxian took the opportunity to say, "Big brother, let Lanlan get off the carriage to serve grandma." Qin Rulin was still confined and guarded inside the carriage. When the old lady was brought back, Qin Junxian was nearby and heard the shadow guards relay instructions for his sister to take care of the grandmother. Qin Junyi did not agree as he wished, but gave a deadline. Confine her for 3 days. The old lady never expected that after just 1 day, she would lose her honor as the matriarch of the Qin family. However, she quickly realized that only her eldest grandson could help her regain her status. So, her attitude shifted, and she showed great concern for Qin Junyi. During the meal, the old lady kept piling food onto Qin Junyi's plate, urging him to eat well and take care of his health. Qin Junyi, feeling complicated, also helped himself to some gentle foods. The warm, harmonious interaction between grandfather and grandson made it seem as if yesterday's quarrel had never happened. Su Yunwan ignored the secret glances from other Qin family members and quietly ate her meal, expression calm and emotionless, as if she was detached from everything. After setting out again after the meal, Qin Junyi did not follow the old lady's wish to return to the spacious carriage. The old lady lay on the bumpy wooden floor of the carriage, eyes half closed, lost in thought. The Qin family has always hated betrayal. If she truly lived long-term with the Liu family, it would be considered betrayal, and according to family rules, she would be removed from the family tree and no longer considered part of the Qin family. She had always prioritized her eldest grandson and the interests of the Qin family. Why would she leave the Qin family for her younger son? After thinking carefully, she blamed her strong jealousy on her eldest grandson's excessive favoritism towards Su Yunwan, which made her feel resentful and dizzy, leading her to act against her grandson. Now, the best way to return to the past was to reconcile with Su Yunwan. However, Su Yunwan was different from her beloved Qin Junyi. As an elder used to a comfortable life, she couldn't bring herself to face the shame, and she only favored her eldest grandson. The exile team traveled for half a day more and arrived at an old city god temple before sunset. In the center of the temple stood a statue of the city god Buddha, with a dusty altar in front. Around it, many people sat on the ground, men, women, and children, seemingly family groups, cooking over bonfires with clay pots. Seeing the imposing Zhongwei enter the temple, a middle-aged man in simple cloth clothes stepped forward, claiming to be the leader of this group. They came from different places, but all had lost their homes to the Earth Dragon's upheaval. As the plague spread in the town, they fled eastward. Seeing many officials and exiles outside the temple, Zhongwei voluntarily ordered the young and strong to stay overnight outside, leaving half the space for officials to rest. Because the temple was small and crowded, Zhongwei ordered the prisoners to stay at the entrance and assign guards to watch them in shifts. The inside of the temple was reserved for his brothers. Outside the temple, the Qin and Lu families had already verbally agreed to an engagement, but on the surface, their relationship remained distant. Both families set up tents on opposite sides of the crowd, starting to cook dinner, hunt, and gather wild vegetables in an orderly, busy manner. Just as the meal was nearly ready, Lu Junfeng came to invite the old lady to attend his and Yi's wedding, suggesting that Xin Yi marry into the Qin family. Without needing Qin Junyi's opposition, the now-aware old lady was the first to refuse, saying, "Yi has already separated from the Qin family and has nothing to do with us. The exile team hasn't reached the relay station yet. How can you hold a wedding? We are on the road now, so everything must be simple," Lu Junfeng said with a bitter smile. He had been annoyed by Xin Yi for a long time and already had a headache. Now, the Lu family cannot even hold a banquet, nor do they have a proper house for a wedding and bridal chamber. It is indeed unfair to expect a young girl like her to spend her wedding night on an open ground. But their situation is just like this, and now they are on the way to exile, so she can only accept her hardship. The old lady, alone, followed Lord Lu to the Lu family. Seeing Xin Yi dressed in the pink clothes of the family's women, she sighed helplessly as Yi completed the ceremonies of bowing to heaven and earth, to her parents, and to her husband. From then on, she became a concubine of the Chu family. She couldn't help but feel a deep, powerless sadness. The granddaughter she once cherished in her palm, who initially opposed becoming a concubine, had gone through many hardships to reach today. In the end, she still became Brother Feng's concubine. After the ceremony, the old lady, ignoring the insistence of the Lu family, left before dinner, feeling heavy-hearted and returning directly to the Qin family. At that time, the Qin family had just started eating. After sitting down, the old lady took the initiative to mention Yi's situation. Only then did everyone realize that Yi had married as a concubine. In the apocalypse, order collapsed. Most ordinary women at that time, like these female prisoners, relied on selling their bodies to exchange for survival supplies. Loyalty, righteousness, shame, filial piety, loyalty. These virtues had no value in the face of survival. Having lost her memory upon arriving in the apocalypse, she was blessed with exceptional beauty and unique temperament, which led several powerful mutants to fight over her, causing many conflicts. She became known as a beauty who brought disaster. She struggled to survive in the cracks, enduring a dark period of her life, refusing to submit to others, facing life and death tests. It wasn't until she was critically injured again and her powers were activated that her situation gradually changed. Now she has returned to the great Zhou dynasty, wanting to live freely and happily for the rest of her life. But she gradually finds herself caught in the internal struggles of the Qin family, transforming from an outsider to a participant. In some ways, what the old lady and Qin Rulin said is not entirely unreasonable. Having experienced the chaos of the apocalypse, she is like a sharp sword, refusing to be corrupted by the decay and evil of the Qin family. She actively or passively reacts, weakening the old-fashioned and secretive practices like withering weeds. Whether intentionally or not, the Qin family has caused turmoil, but she has no regrets. Instead of exhausting herself internally, she chooses to exhaust others externally. Even as she becomes part of the game, she will never sacrifice herself to become a perfect wife and mother according to current societal standards. When Qin Junyi quickly finished his meal and supported himself with a cane to leave the tent, he saw her looking up at the sky, her eyes shimmering with an elusive, dark light. Wanwan, what are you thinking? Qin Junyi quietly approached and asked softly, as if afraid that a loud voice would startle her like the story of Chang'e flying to the moon, making her fly far away and hard to find again. Su Yunwan looked away and asked softly, Ziyuan, did you decide to take the path of a winner or a loser just for me? Recently, all of Qin Junyi's plans were made to prepare for fighting against royal power and the court. There was no real need for that prophecy. Not to mention that there are always people better than others. She did not see herself as a character in the story. Even if she truly became a target of many factions like in a world-ending scenario, she wouldn't need to hide under a man's protection. She has her own wings and can soar through the sky on her own. When Qin Junyi heard this, he immediately understood her thoughts and quickly denied, not entirely. I want revenge, and to let the new emperor experience the decline of royal power and harsh punishment. At first, he only wanted to protect Su Yunwan. Later, as his inner strength began to recover, his desire for revenge grew. Now, with chaos approaching, a bit of the fiery spirit and ambition of a man in turbulent times also stirred in his heart. Help those who have been wronged and repay kindness and enmity as it should be. I also want these suffering common people to live peacefully, eat well, and stay warm. Su Yunwan's eyes widened as she looked at the man before her, who was completely open and sincere. For a moment, her surprise turned into a bright smile. When one is poor, they focus on self-preservation. When successful, they help the world. If you can truly benefit the people, I support you. Qin Junyi felt his heart stir. He wanted to say more but saw a group of thin, pale children coming out of the temple gate. They gathered in groups, holding wooden bowls, walking toward the prisoners who were cooking food over a makeshift stove. Jiang Shaolu immediately stepped forward to chase them away, saying, "What are you doing? Go away. Master, we haven't eaten for days. Please have mercy and give us some food." A ragged, pale boy about 7 or 8 years old looked up and said, seeming very hungry, "These are prisoners. I can't give you anything." Jiang Shaolu refused. According to his uncle, on the way to exile, they must be cautious of strangers trying to approach the prisoners to prevent messages from being passed or sabotage that could rescue the prisoners. What about them? The boy pointed to a row of tents outside. Jiang Shaolu looked in that direction and recognized the Qin and Chu families, his expression suddenly stiffening. With their strength, if they truly wanted to escape, they wouldn't need outside help. "Master, we are all orphans. If we don't find food soon, we will starve to death," the boy said pitifully. Jiang Shaolu's heart softened, and he relaxed his tone. "Then you can go and try. If you're rejected, don't insist." "Thank you, sir." Hearing a series of childish thanks, Jiang Shaolu sighed deeply. This natural disaster. Led by the young boy, a few children split into 2 groups and headed straight for the tents. Among them from the Qin family was the boy who seemed to be the leader and a younger girl. The shadow guards on guard outside stopped the two, listened to their explanation, then turned to look at their master. "Let them come over," Qin Junyi said. The 2 children approached. The brave boy raised a wooden bowl and looked up with big eyes, saying, "Please, young master and madam, be kind and give us some food." "Are you siblings?" Qin Junyi asked. "No, she was picked up from the mountains by my parents. They said when I grow up, she will be my wife, but now, only the 2 of us are left," the boy said, tears welling up. The girl looked blank, reaching out her dark hand to wipe the boy's tears. "Big brother, don't cry." Su Yunwan and Qin Junyi exchanged glances, both noticing that the little girl had a mental disability. Qin Junyi asked again, "Do you have relatives inside?" "No, we got separated after encountering bandits," the boy replied. Su Yunwan said, "In that case, if you help me pick a basket of wild vegetables, I will give each of you a big bun." "Okay." The boy's eyes lit up with excitement, while the girl remained dull. Su Yunwan turned and went to the donkey cart, took out a bamboo basket for the boy. The boy happily carried the basket in one hand and held the girl's hand with the other, walking outside. Meanwhile, the Chu family seemed to use a similar approach, with their 3 children also carrying baskets. The 5 children gathered together, talking as they walked about their past experiences of gathering mountain herbs with adults. This small episode didn't seem to bother Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan much. Qin Junyi instructed the shadow guards to leave 2 buns for the children, then he and Su Yunwan went to wash up and rest. Deep into the night, cold air swept across the land, wild winds howled, and the tents rustled loudly. Inside the main tent of the Qin family, a candle flickered. Under its faint glow, Qin Junyi sat cross-legged in the center, practicing internal energy through the night. Su Yunwan lay in her quilt, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Perhaps because there were many refugees nearby, she remembered a nightmare. In that dream, Qin Junyi faced various assassination attempts, one of which involved refugees spreading a disease. If someone among the refugees carried the plague and was instructed to infect the Qin family. No, she couldn't let the refugees get close anymore. But just as she thought of this, a faint sound came from outside the tent. It was the little boy. "I have something important to tell the young master." The boy hid in the shadows and whispered to the guard on duty, then nervously looked around, afraid of being seen. The guard crouched down and whispered back, "Just tell me directly." The boy hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and whispered into his ear, "The refugees plan to rob us tonight." The guard immediately turned his head and stared at the boy. The boy continued, "I overheard it by accident." "What do you want?" the guard asked, glancing at the refugee crowd some distance from the exile team. "I want to leave the refugee group, help the lady with chores, and support my sister." "Understood. Go back now and take your sister somewhere safe." After the boy entered the temple, the guard quickly told the others on duty and increased patrols around the vehicles and supplies. Su Yunwan withdrew her mental energy, feeling puzzled. Isn't this about a disease? The movements of the Qin family caught the eye of Chu Yen, who was guarding the Chu family. From the dispatch and arrangement of Qin's shadow guards, Chu Yen guessed the boy's message. He was about to notify his brother when he saw the guard quietly approaching. After hearing what the guard said, Chu Yen silently expressed thanks and turned to enter a tent. Not long after, the Chu family also quietly sent more night guards. At the second watch of the night, a large black cloud drifted across the sky, completely covering the crescent moon, plunging the land into darkness, with only the flickering flames of the campfire shining faintly. Faint footsteps sounded, and Su Yunwan opened her sharp eyes. They were here. Robbery? A figure appeared near the Qin family carriage, and a voice like icy shards shattered the silence of the night. The refugee, who came in the dark, was startled and stopped in his tracks. "You have so many things. Share some food and money with us." "Yeah, just half, and we won't bother you anymore." "I also want their donkey cart." Waiting for a long time, Qin Mu sneered, "Dream on. Stop wasting time with them."
"Charge."
The leader of the strongmen shouted, and all the young men with wooden sticks rushed forward. Long swords unsheathed with a ringing sound. With a shout of "Dare to die," the strongman was struck and blood splattered on the spot.
"Ah!"
The man let out his last scream before dying. The others were shocked by Qin Mu's ruthlessness, their faces full of fear and retreat. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. "There are lots of gold, silver, and jewels on the carriage. Hurry up and rob them." The refugees, upon hearing the chaos, made a desperate rush forward, charging straight into the carriages. The guards appeared from the shadows, and after Qin Mu ordered, "Kill on the spot," they no longer held back. Qin Junyi and the 2 sons of the 4th family also joined the fight with their swords. Amidst the clash of blades, lives were ruthlessly taken. Similar scenes happened beside the Chu family's vehicle. Unlike Qin's side, where each strike was deadly, the Chu family's young men only aimed to disable their opponents. Hearing the commotion, Zhongwei stepped out of the temple and gave the order. Many officers drew their swords to stop the rioting refugees. They even dared to attack the exile convoy, truly brave and reckless. In his anger, Most of the refugees inside the house rushed past him, charging forward one after another, risking their lives to seize the opportunity for survival. Due to the large difference in weapons and skills, the rioting refugees could not break through the defenses. However, the Qin and Chu families' elite fighters, though few in number, fought fiercely. Even if they could face 10 enemies at once, they still fell into a tiring stalemate, consuming their strength. Worse still, a large group of refugees suddenly appeared on the road, swarming like locusts toward the carts and tents, even attacking the official supplies. It was clear that someone had coordinated with other refugee groups, working together to try to steal the entire convoy's supplies. Inside Qin Junyi's main tent, Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan quickly put on their outer garments and cloaks. 07 and Wu Xiaohan stood guard at the front, ready for battle. Something's wrong. Qin Junyi listened to the noise outside and immediately ordered Wu Xiaohan to move all the women of the Qin family, including Mrs. Pei, into the main tent. Everyone gathered inside, filling the already small space to capacity. How can there be so many reckless people? The old lady's face turned pale with fear. The others trembled with fear, worried that their guards wouldn't be able to stop the rioters. Su Yunwan pulled out a thorny whip, saying, "Such a large-scale robbery, with so many risking their lives, must be led by someone. I will go and find the real leader." 07, protect 11, Qin Junyi said, regretting that he was not as skilled as 07. He couldn't reveal his injuries easily, so he watched anxiously as Su Yunwan left the tent. As soon as she stepped outside, the chaos of looting and killing was fully visible. The thick smell of blood filled the air, making her grimace uncomfortably. To find the mastermind, she used her special power to jump onto the roof of a carriage, looking around from above. She saw no one giving commands, only a few people among the refugees, shouting to boost morale. Target locked. Su Yunwan's figure suddenly appeared behind the other person like a ghost, and her long whip quickly and silently wrapped around their neck. The poison pierced the body, causing blood to block the throat. There was no need for force. Before the opponent could act, they bled from 7 orifices and died from pain. Be careful. 07's agile figure arrived quickly to block the palm strike coming from the shadows. The person on the ground had accomplices nearby, clearly not ordinary refugees. There's an assassin. Go back and protect Ziyuan. No. My lord has ordered me to protect you. Just as Su Yunwan was about to return to her tent, the assassins hidden among the refugees saw her skills and were greatly shocked. They quickly moved closer to her, intending to surround and kill her. However, this exposed their identities. Su Yunwan and 07 teamed up and defeated them one by one. When the assassins were at a disadvantage, arrows shot out like rain from the shadows, aiming directly at the Qin family's tent. Su Yunwan's eyes sharpened. She flew to the front of the main tent and swung her whip to its fullest. Countless arrows were caught by the vine whip and sent back toward the shooters. The ambushing assassins emerged in full force. As the situation reached a critical point, the true attack began. "Forget the supplies. Protect my brother."
Qin Mu shouted loudly.
The shadow guards blocking the refugees near the vehicles immediately changed their targets to stop the attacking assassins rushing in. But with the enemies many and us few, and their strength roughly equal, they could only hold back some of the assassins. The rest charged toward the main tent of the Qin family. Chu Xiao's eyes sharpened. He immediately sent some of his sons to reinforce. The addition of the Chu family's young men temporarily slowed the assassins, buying time for the Qin family to escape. At this moment, arrows falling from above ignited the top of the main tent, and the fabric caught fire, spreading the flames. Even with Su Yunwan and 07 working hard to block, arrows still fell from the sky, and some escaped. Abandon the tent. Everyone moved to the temple. Qin Junyi, leaning on Wu Xiaohan's arm, led the way out of the tent. With a flick of his hand, a signal flare shot into the sky, illuminating the dark night. In the lush forest, a large group of masked, black-clad people swooped in swiftly, reaching the scene within moments and engaging in a fight with the assassins rushing toward Qin Junyi. The arrival of reinforcements eased the pressure on the defending shadow guards. Su Yunwan turned to protect Qin Junyi and helped him into the temple. As the Qin family members, shadow guards, and assassins entered, the prisoners and refugees hiding in the temple scattered like they were fleeing a plague. Amid the chaos, a mentally disturbed little girl was pushed to the ground, trampled repeatedly, unable to get up. Her brother noticed her small hand slipping from his grasp and quickly turned around to look for her. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. No! An assassin blocked the girl's path and cruelly raised his sword to strike. At this dangerous moment, the boy threw himself onto the girl and tremblingly closed his eyes. However, he felt a wet sensation behind him but did not feel any pain. Someone shouted, "Get up quickly." He looked up and saw the assassin who was holding the sword had fallen to the side. The boy immediately got up, dragging his unconscious sister, and scrambled to avoid the danger of swords and blades. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaohan and others, fighting the assassin, shielded the siblings. Amid the chaos, they entered the protective circle of the Qin family. "Young master, please save my sister. I beg you, save her," the boy cried, tears streaming down his face, kneeling on the ground. Qin Junyi looked at the small girl, who was bleeding from her mouth, and was about to step forward. But Su Yunwan held his hand back. Under her sleeve, her palm suddenly held a hard object. Su Yunwan blinked and said, "Let me do it." She crouched down and reached out to check the girl's injuries. Qin Junyi struggled to sit beside her, showing a weak and pained expression. Just then, the ground opened her eyes slightly, looked around confusedly, and her right hand moved silently. Her left hand triggered a mechanism, and a hidden arrow shot toward Qin Junyi. The arrow shimmered with a blue glow, clearly poisoned. Qin Junyi's face changed drastically. He tried to dodge, but suddenly, a dagger slipped out of the boy's sleeve and stabbed toward him. In a flash, Wu Xiaohan swiftly pushed Qin Junyi down, making it impossible for him to defend himself. However, neither the dagger nor the arrow hit him. Wu Xiaohan turned his head and saw the arrow had landed in the small girl's chest, while the dagger in the boy's hand had fallen to the ground, and a dagger had suddenly been driven into his own chest. "You!" The girl finally shed her dazed expression and stared at Su Yunwan, wanting to ask something. But as she opened her mouth, dark blood burst out, and a few seconds later, she died from the poison. The boy's attack froze. He looked down slowly, seeing the dagger embedded in his chest, the pattern on the hilt exactly matching his own. His face was full of disbelief as he looked at Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan. His gaze finally fixed on Su Yunwan. "Who exactly are you?" In response, Su Yunwan let out a cold laugh. "Traitor." The boy mustered his last strength and lunged at Su Yunwan, but she easily dodged. The sound of a body hitting the ground echoed, and the boy's eyes grew dull, unwilling to close. Everyone looked shocked and suspicious, their eyes shifting between the fallen assassin and Su Yunwan, as the words traitor echoed repeatedly in their minds. Seeing their assassination mission fail, the assassins immediately retreated. However, Qin Junyi used hidden strength from the shadows. He wouldn't allow these assassins to come and go freely. He gave the order, "Kill them all, don't spare anyone." The situation quickly worsened. The assassins fled like stray dogs, while the shadow guards chased after them relentlessly. Inside the house, only Wu Xiaohan and Lingchi remained close to defend. "Big brother, are you hurt?" Qin Mu, who had just been caught outside by an assassin, hurried in anxiously, helping Qin Junyi and examining him carefully. "I'm fine." Qin Junyi stood straight and walked towards Su Yunwan. Qin Rulin shouted, "Big brother, watch out. She's an accomplice of the assassin." But Qin Junyi ignored her. He tightly embraced Su Yunwan, a wave of fear washing over him. Just now, Su Yunwan caught the flying dart with her bare hands and returned it to the girl. Sensing the danger, he also used the dagger Su Yunwan gave him to kill the little boy. If Su Yunwan hadn't warned him, he wouldn't have been prepared for these little assassins. It wasn't just him. No one else had any suspicion either. Those two little assassins had disguised themselves so well. Their begging left a deep impression, and their late-night signals of goodwill, along with the genuine act of shielding their sister from danger, would evoke sympathy and emotion in anyone. Who would think all of this was a trap, just for an assassination? They are royal secret guards. Wu Xiaohan examined the two bodies, identifying their identities by the qilin-shaped brand on their backs. Hearing this, the old lady stepped back a few paces and sat down heavily on the ground, tears streaming down her face. How can the emperor do this? He's harming loyal people. Before the new emperor took the throne, he was respectful and close to her. She cared for him like her own younger family member. Now that her family is in trouble, she thought it was a conspiracy by treacherous officials, and she believed the new emperor would clear their names. She had previously heard about her eldest grandson's ruthless plans to eliminate all threats and didn't want to believe it. Things seemed smooth afterward, and she thought her grandson was just overthinking. But now, cruel reality shattered her illusions. It turns out the new emperor is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, a cunning, sinister, and vicious wolf. Wu Xiaohan pulled out the dagger from the boy's chest, wiped it clean with a cloth, and returned it to Qin Junyi. Qin Mu noticed that this dagger was exactly the same as the one the boy dropped on the ground. "Big brother, where did this dagger come from?" Qin Mu asked suspiciously. Before Qin Junyi could answer, his gaze shifted to Su Yunwan. "It's my wife's." The confident tone left no room for argument. The assassin believed that because of this dagger, the older sister-in-law was an accomplice. Could it be that the older sister-in-law truly came from the royal secret guard? Qin Mu Xian had doubts, but showed no suspicion towards Su Yunwan. If she was truly sent by the Dog Emperor, given her brother's trust and feelings for her, she would have had countless chances to kill him. Yet, she chose to heal his wounds and stop the ultimate assassination. Even if she once belonged to the royal secret guard, she had long betrayed the new emperor and sided with her brother. Others who shared similar thoughts included Wu Xiaohan and Lingchi, who knew the inside story. The rest were wary of Su Yunwan. Exactly, Su Yunwan took out her sheath and put away the dagger. Her face remained calm, without any panic or fear about her true identity being exposed. "You knew about this assassination all along, didn't you?" Even with inside knowledge, the old madam was still furious and questioned her. Su Yunwan sneered. "What does it matter if I knew or not?" Qin Junyi interrupted coldly. "Grandmother, you're too upset. Sit down and rest." "Junyi, she's part of the emperor's people," the old madam shouted. "No. Remember, Wanwan is my beloved wife and the lady of the Qin family." Qin Junyi's stern gaze swept over everyone. Everyone recalled Su Yunwan's past actions and gradually relaxed. No matter what, she would not harm Qin Junyi. Only Pei Shi was emotionally agitated, her chest rising and falling sharply. She pointed at Qin Junyi and said, "You're asking for death. Don't bother the wise monk Tai." Qin Junyi responded coldly, making Pei Shi almost faint from anger. During the conversation, Su Yunwan walked to a corner and sat down. A strand of her mental energy separated from her body, rising into the sky outside the house, then shooting toward the direction of the fleeing assassin. Just after the small assassin was counterattacked and killed, Su Yunwan heard a sharp whistle from the roof. Clearly, the real leader had not appeared, only observing from the shadows. Once the mission failed, they immediately signaled to retreat. On the forest trail, one assassin after another was killed by Qing Xian and others. The leading assassin, however, had already escaped into the dense woods. Qing Xian, who was behind, landed under a tall tree, focusing all her senses to detect the enemy's hiding place. Suddenly, loud crashes came from above, and the assassin was thrown to the ground. At the same time, the tree swayed without wind, and countless pine needles fell like rain. Qing Xian saw that the person on the ground struggled a few times and then stopped moving. Upon closer inspection, the dead person's face and body were covered with pine needles, making it impossible to recognize them. He cautiously looked up at the sky, flew up into the trees, searching for the person secretly responsible. No matter how carefully he examined, he couldn't find any trace of a third person. That mental power had already left the scene after activating the pine needles. With this heavy, even if not dead, the person could not escape Qing Xian's pursuit. Just as Su Yunwan was about to withdraw her mental energy, she saw a large group of people rushing past in carriages and horses. They were from the Qin family. Angered, Su Yunwan released a large amount of invisible mental energy from within herself. Outside, the people who had grabbed supplies had already fled, and the chaos was gradually calming down. The ground was littered with injured people and dead bodies, blood staining the earth red. All the vehicles and supplies from the Qin family had been stolen by refugees, and even several tents were set on fire. The Chu family, having sent people to block the assassins, also lost a few carriages. Even the official vehicles and supplies suffered major losses. After checking the list, it was found that many criminals had participated in the theft and had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Zhong Wei listened, then took the roll call, and angrily ordered, "Those uninjured, go chase the fugitives and kill them on the spot." A group of officers immediately responded, holding torches and heading after the suspects. "Big brother, all our things have been stolen." Qin Junxian and Qin Ji, one on each side, helped Qin Junyu into the temple. They originally fought against the refugees, but after the assassin appeared, they listened to Qin Mu's advice to abandon the supplies and shift their focus to intercept the attacker. Qin Ji blocked a strike meant for his father, suffering a deep wound on his back, blood pouring out. The mother and daughter of the Qin family hurried over, while Wu Xiaohan and Lingchi took out their medicines to bandage Qin Junyu and stop the bleeding. Qin Jinyi asked about the outside situation, learned that the chaos was under control, and then sent Qin Mu and Qin Junxian to investigate the refugees' escape routes. After they left, Wu Xiaohan and Lingchi knelt on the ground. "Master, it was our oversight. We failed to identify the assassin, which put you in danger. Please forgive us," they said. Qin Jinyi raised his hand to signal them to stand up. "It's not your fault. Even I was almost deceived." Wu Xiaohan and Lingchi stood up, both glancing at Su Yunwan, who was sitting in the corner with her eyes closed, resting. With so many people present, only Su Yunwan noticed the assassin's identity. Did she see through the attacker's flaw, or had she always been cautious of all strangers near her master, children included? If it's the latter, it's hard to imagine what she went through to become so cold and sharp, almost like a rational machine. The old lady has suffered a lot these past 2 days. Hearing that everything was lost, she looked worried. "Brother Yi, without the carriage and supplies, what should we do?" Qin Junyi remained expressionless and said, "First, deal with the assassins, then recover the supplies." The old lady looked at the sky. "What if they run far away? It's almost dawn." Qin Junyi took off his cloak and gently covered Su Yunwan, then sat beside her and softly said, "While it's still dark, everyone should rest quickly." Without mats or quilts, the women shivered from the cold, sitting on the damp ground, curled up, gradually falling asleep amidst the noise outside. Meanwhile, Qin Junxian and Qin Mu chased about a few miles away. A blood-covered man ran toward them, looking extremely frightened. Qin Mu stopped him. Before asking, the man tremblingly said, "There are ghosts. Help." After some questioning, Qin Mu and Qin Junxian roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that after the refugees quickly fled the city temple, they had already run quite far, then slowed to a walk and finally rested in an open area in a mountain valley. They checked their supplies and found no gold or jewels, but gained a lot of grain, medicine, and daily necessities, along with many animal carts, considered a big harvest. Everyone was very happy and kept talking about having a big meal. Just as they looked forward to a better life, everything changed in an instant. The plants in the mountains seemed to come alive, moving without wind. Many leaves turned into sharp weapons, stabbing indiscriminately at the crowd. Suddenly, screams and cries for help echoed through the valley. In the chaos, a torch fell on a carriage and ignited a fierce fire. People died or were injured, and the precious supplies they had fought for were about to turn to ash. Those still able to move split into two groups and fled. But even as they ran away, they were attacked by vines on the road. Many refugees were caught by the vines around their necks and hanged to death. Only he remained of the dozen or so people running back. "Let's go and see." Qin Mu forced the refugee to lead the way. Qin Junxian advised cautiously, "Qin Mu, we should tell Big Brother first."
Don't act rashly.
Qin Mu snorted coldly and pushed the refugee forward. "If there are ghosts, how many brave souls have been lost on the battlefield? If you're afraid, go back and report to Big Brother. I'll go check it out." "I'm not afraid. Big Brother said we should scout first." Lord Qin Xian was worried that Qin Mu was alone facing strange phenomena, so he followed him. Fearing a large fire might burn the mountain, they moved quickly. However, when they reached the place where vines were killing people, they found no bodies, only bloodstains, indicating that some people had been hurt or killed. As they continued toward the scene, all they saw was blood everywhere. Qin Mu and Lord Qin Xian searched around but found no signs of human activity. The wandering refugee closely followed Qin Mu, afraid of being attacked. But as expected, something happened. When Qin Mu investigated the blood near the cliff, the refugee's ankle was suddenly pulled by something, dragging him toward the edge. "Help me,"
he cried.
Qin Mu saw that a vine with leaves was causing trouble. He kept his hand on his sword but did not draw it to help, simply watching as the refugee slipped toward the cliff. A few steps away, Qin Xian instinctively drew his sword, ready to attack, but Qin Mu stopped him. "Don't move," Qin Mu ordered. A scream echoed through the valley. Qin Mu's voice tightened as he said, "If I'm right, those people he mentioned are buried beneath the cliff." Actually, if Qin Mu had helped him, the remaining person might have escaped. But since the refugee was trying to steal from Qin Mu's brother, Qin Mu didn't have time to help him. Nor would he have done so. Qin Xian pulled Qin Mu back repeatedly, both retreating from the cliff, his nerves tense as he listened carefully to the sounds around them. "Are plants really alive now? Let's go find the cart." The area quieted again. Qin Mu and Qin Xian returned to the place where the refugees rested, following the tracks of the wheels to find the cart. Finally, they stopped on a sandy patch beside a stream. In the stream, several carts pulled by animals had been burned to charcoal, with only some remaining flames flickering over the blackened wood. The horses and donkeys pulling the carts were gone. Only a black horse was calmly grazing by the stream, as if unafraid of the fire. Qin Mu circled the horse, feeling surprised. This horse had a simple name, Dahe. It had been taken off the cart by Qin Mu's sister-in-law, and was now her personal ride. It shouldn't have come here after the cart caught fire. In fact, Dahe saw the fire and ran first, leading the other horses and donkeys to follow. It became the leader, rushing with the burning cart to this stream. Attracted by fresh green grass, Dahe stopped, while the other horses continued running away and disappeared. Regarding the horses and donkeys pulling the cart, out of instinct for survival, they stepped into the creek to try to extinguish the fire. However, the water was not deep enough, and their efforts were in vain. As they cried out in pain from the flames, water plants spread and loosened the ropes connecting the cart. Startled, the horses and donkeys were freed and ran away into the distance, soon disappearing from sight. At the same time, inside the city god temple, Qing Xian knelt on one knee and reported, "Master, all the assassins have been killed." "Good. Sit down and speak." Qin Junyi gestured with his hand. Qing Xian sat beside him and quietly explained the strange injury of the assassin leader, who had been turned into a hedgehog. Qin Junyi instinctively glanced at Su Yanwan on the other side, tidied up her falling cloak, and then said, "I understand." Next to them, Wu Xiaohan's expression moved slightly, and he understood everything. Qing Xian glanced at Wu Xiaohan and Lingchi, then sternly said, "Master, allowing assassins to get close is a serious mistake for the shadow guards." Wu Xiaohan and Lingchi felt a chill and lowered their heads at the same time. "In this special time, just let them make up for their mistakes," Qin Junyi said. He knew Qing Xian's strictness and rigidity, and he did not claim that he had also been deceived. The shadow guards are supposed to eliminate all dangers for the master. Strictly speaking, they had indeed failed in their duty. Qing Xian understood the current special situation and knew punishment was not appropriate. He only glared at the two sternly, secretly recording this in his mind for future reckoning. Qin Jinyi then asked about the casualties. During their conversation, Qin Mu and Qin Junxian returned. Qin Mu saw Qing Xian and froze for a moment, his face trembling with excitement. He quickly straightened his back and said, "Commander." Qing Xian's expression softened unusually. "How have you been lately?" "Yes, everything is fine," Qin Mu replied. Realizing the recent robbery and assassination, he quickly added, "I mean before tonight. Now, the Dog Emperor has shown his teeth, and the road ahead will be difficult and unstable." Qing Xian agreed, and then turned to Qin Jinyi. "Master, send more people to your side." Qin Jinyi hesitated for a moment. "No need. You hide in the shadows and support us, so the enemy won't detect our strength." Tonight, he chose not to call for help during the riot, waiting for the assassins in the dark to reveal themselves so they could be caught all at once. The cost is all the materials of the Qin family. Losing supplies can be replaced, but he would not allow any assassin in the shadows to escape. If someone reports Wanwan's situation, it would surely arouse the suspicion of the new emperor. He would never allow anyone to harm Wanwan with malicious intent. After Lord Qin Xian sat down, he said, "Big brother, those refugees who stole our supplies are all dead. The vehicles and supplies were burned, leaving only Auntie's black horse." "What's going on?" Qin Ji asked with a frown. Qin Juxian then carefully explained about the refugees he encountered escaping, their descriptions, and the investigation he and Qin Mu conducted. Qing Xian listened and fell into deep thought. It's again the leaves killing people. No, more accurately, it should be plants harming people. Who exactly is behind this? Are they enemies or friends? He noticed that Qin Ji's face showed no surprise, which made him wonder. Does the master know the truth? Qin Mu also noticed Qin Ji's expression and thought, "My big brother must know who is behind this." His gaze drifted naturally towards Su Yunwan, who was leaning against the wall, sleeping peacefully as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with her. "Auntie, is it you?" After dealing with the assassin and the refugees, Su Yunwan was about to recover her mental energy when she noticed a group of officials searching for fugitives. Those fugitives were dangerous criminals who had participated in the robbery along with the refugees and were now trying to escape. Su Yunwan decisively used her mental power to guide the officials to their hiding spots. The people resisted fiercely, but ultimately fell under the officials' blades. Once all remaining mental energy was restored, Su Yunwan opened her eyes and met Qin Mu's meaningful gaze. Su Yunwan silently asked. Qin Mu suddenly smiled. "Annie is awake?" Qin Ji immediately turned his head, looking concerned. "Wanwan, did we wake you up?" "No. What's the situation now?" Su Yunwan, with sleepy eyes and a lazy expression, glanced at the people sitting around her and nodded slightly at Qing Xian. Qin Ji then briefly summarized the information he had obtained. After hearing this, Su Yunwan's mouth twitched. "I should have known as a foodie." Qin Ji chuckled softly, and others couldn't help but smile. "Sleep a little more." Qin Ji saw her tired face and felt both tenderness and guilt fill his heart. No one knew how much effort she had put into this chaotic robbery and the intense assassination. Su Yunwan lay down as instructed, resting her head on his lap and closing her eyes. Seeing this, everyone else looked away and began to meditate and rest. As dusk approached, the officials hunting for the fugitives gradually returned. They brought back over a dozen ears of the dead, which they planned to report to the local authorities in Yuhjo. They counted the ears and found the number matched exactly with the number of escapees. In other words, all the fugitives had been killed. Zhongwei was surprised and immediately asked about the process, but found no abnormalities. Meanwhile, the Qin family members woke up to find their supplies completely destroyed, feeling as if they had returned to their exile days, and they couldn't help but feel scared. The riot among refugees and the attack by assassins caused many casualties among the exile team, drastically reducing their numbers. Zhongwei ordered his men to reorganize the team and leave this chaotic place, as quickly as possible. The Liu family saw that the most envied carriage of the Qin family had escaped, and they were so happy they almost laughed out loud. Other prisoners who felt jealous also took joy in their misfortune, pointing and whispering about the Qin family members leaving the temple. Some relatives had been injured or killed in the chaos, and people cursed and attacked the Qin family, calling them troublemakers. This scene was like returning to the street parade when leaving the capital. The women of the Qin family, led by the elderly lady, faced accusations and insults, feeling both ashamed and angry, and they argued back with those people. The noise was loud, filled with foul words. Su Yunwan was annoyed by the noise and frowned uncomfortably. Qin Junyi saw this and immediately said, "Make them shut up." Qin Mu then smiled mischievously, drew his sword, and pointed around him. "Guess how much blood my sword drank last night?" The onlookers, mostly prisoners, were shocked, like ducks with their necks squeezed, unable to speak. "If anyone dares to criticize the Qin family again, I'll send them to meet Yama." Qin Mu finished, and the refugees scattered like frightened birds and beasts. At this moment, Chu Yan, the eldest son of the Chu family, came over pulling a mule cart. After exchanging greetings, Chu Yan handed Qin Junyi a piece of white paper with ink writing on it. "This cart is for your use. It has some supplies inside. Here's the list." Qin Junyi took it and saw it listed rice, flour, pots and bowls, medicine, and other urgently needed supplies for the Qin family. The Chu family planned to keep money for Yuhjo's expenses, and the supplies purchased had fixed quantities. Now, half of the supplies and vehicles had been stolen, and they were no longer enough for their own use. But Chu Xiao still arranged for some supplies and a mule cart to help the Qin family. Su Yunwan looked at the supply list and then glanced toward the Chu family. The early morning of late autumn was cold, and not far away, 7 or 8 Chu family women huddled, rubbing their hands and standing quietly by the cart. It was clear they had to walk because there weren't enough carriages. "Want a ride?" Qin Junyi's voice came. Su Yunwan looked away, understanding his meaning instantly, and smiled. "I have to hay, I'll ride my horse." Qin Junyi nodded. "Thank you, Chu brother. I'll leave the grain here, and please take the rest back." As soon as the words were spoken, the women of the Qin family changed their expressions. The old lady wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qin Junyi raising his hand. "Brother Qin, don't worry. My family has already made arrangements. Thanks to your help last night, I am very grateful. Honestly, I have already sent people to organize supplies, and they will arrive soon." The person Qin Junyi mentioned for organizing supplies was Qian Rong. A few days ago, after seeing the chaos caused by the disaster, Qin Junyi ordered Qian Rong to take the lead in managing the security and supply procurement for the Qin family. Chu Yan heard this and didn't insist further. He turned and said, "If the old lady is willing, please ride with my grandmother." The old lady, already tired of walking, nodded repeatedly. "Thank you for your trouble. Junyu, come along too." Chu Yan looked at Qin Junyu, who was supported by Qin Junyi. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in fine sweat. As Chu Yan's future brother-in-law, Qin Junyu didn't immediately agree, but looked at Qin Junyi, asking with his eyes, "Do you want to ride in a carriage or be carried on a stretcher?" Qin Junyi let him decide. Considering himself a wounded man, Qin Junyu thought it would be inconvenient to ride with the women of the Chu family and politely declined. "Thank you, Brother Chu. I want to walk first. If I get too exhausted, I'll use a stretcher." Lin Shi anxiously wanted to say something but was stopped by Qin Ruoshang. Suddenly, Qin Rulin said, "Big brother, I will go take care of our grandmother." Qin Junyi, knowing her intentions, looked a bit serious. "No need. You and your mother should go together." This left Qin Rulin speechless. She fidgeted with her handkerchief and secretly rolled her eyes at Pei Shi, showing some resentment. Chu Yan, at the right moment, said he would take his leave. As he turned to leave, he noticed Qin Rulin's small actions and thought to himself, "Sixth brother not having a betrothal with the eldest daughter of the Qin family is truly a blessing for the family." "Ziyuan, I want to go ahead and scout the road." Su Yunwan, impatient from riding slowly, planned to find a good place to cultivate. Having just survived an assassination attempt, Qin Junyi was worried about her traveling alone. Let Xiao Wu protect you. Su Yunwan already knew from Qin Junyi that Wu Xiaohan was aware of her special abilities, so there was no risk of her revealing anything. She said, "There's only one horse right now." Wu Xiaohan immediately said, "Madam, please ride quickly. I can keep up." Having seen his lightness skills, Su Yunwan knew he was telling the truth and relaxed her worries. Wu Xiaohan went to tell Zhongwei, and when he returned, Su Yunwan noticed a faint, hard-to-see worry on his usually expressionless face. Su Yunwan jumped onto her horse, looking down from above at Qin Junyi, who sat in a wheelchair-like position. She smiled and waved her hand. With a loud giddy-up, she urged her horse to run forward. Her bright red cloak fluttered in the wind, making a loud sound. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the exile group, her elegant and lively figure disappeared around the corner. An hour later, Su Yunwan reached the top of a high mountain. She loosened the reins and let her horse walk freely. She jumped onto a large rock at the mountain's peak and looked out. The mountains stretched endlessly, like a painting with dark green and yellow colors blending together. In the distance, there was a river rushing with great power. On the riverbank, many people gathered closely together. "Young Master Wu Xiaohan," Su Yunwan called out. From a big tree about 50 meters away, Wu Xiaohan jumped down and quickly came over. "Come and see what's happening over there," she said. Wu Xiaohan looked in the direction she pointed and frowned slightly. "That river is called the Murky River. There's a large bridge crossing nearby. Many people are gathered on the riverbank, probably because the bridge collapsed and they can't cross the river. Are we going to cross the river too?"
Su Yunwan asked. "Yes."
"I heard that part of the river is very dangerous and fast-flowing. If the bridge is gone, they have to go a long way around to take a boat. Qianrong is on the other side of the river in the county town, and supplies can't get through." "Never mind. There's always a way," Su Yunwan said softly, her gentle eyes looking at Wu Xiaohan. "Last night's chaos probably damaged the officials' team quite a bit. Do you think Zhongwei is angry and taking it out on you?" Wu Xiaohan was surprised for a moment, but then said no. Su Yunwan asked again, "Did something happen to you?" Wu Xiaohan felt the familiar feeling again. Suddenly, in the quiet forest, a flock of birds was startled and flew into the sky. Su Yunwan was drawn to the movement and looked away. She looked up at the sky. Her white side face showed a beautiful curve, and she radiated calm and peace. Wu Xiaohan, influenced by the peaceful atmosphere, finally revealed a long-held question. "Madam, have you known your subordinate for a long time?" Su Yunwan turned around, a look of understanding flashing across her face. Then she smiled and said, "No. I just realized your identity earlier than others after I left the capital." Wu Xiaohan didn't believe it, but Su Yunwan clearly decided not to say more. He guessed she had a hidden reason, so he didn't ask further. He thought about Su Yunwan's mysterious background and identity. Even the master didn't fully understand her, let alone him. Thinking of the past, Wu Xiaohan asked, "Is what that little assassin said true?" "Of course not." "Which secret guard camp would allow a traitor to roam freely?" Su Yunwan smiled and said, "Would the Qin family's shadow guard camp forgive a traitor just because of special circumstances?" "No," he replied. "No matter how difficult the situation, once someone betrays, they are hunted for life, no mercy." Since the shadow guard camp was established, only a few traitors appeared, and the longest lived among them were dead within 100 days. Once caught, the execution hall would gather everyone in the training camp and any shadow guards who could be reassigned, and publicly carry out a punishment as severe as slow slicing. Su Yunwan guessed how strict the shadow guard camp was and asked, "Have you ever thought about leaving the shadow guard?" "Never," he said, his jaw tight, worried she might say something to the master. As the chosen successor to lead the shadow guards, if the master or the teacher misunderstood him, the consequences would be terrible. The Qin family shadow guards could possibly leave their roles, but that was a favor granted by the master, and they were not allowed to ask for it themselves. Anyone who tried to leave using their achievements as leverage was seen as having bad intentions. Not only would they fail to succeed, but they would also face serious punishment. Su Yunwan noticed his strange expression and asked, "Don't be nervous. I just think we will need talented people in the future, especially military experts for fighting. I heard from Ziyuan that you are the famous ghost-faced general in the battle against the Northern D. You could also leave the Shadow Guard and join the army, like Qin Mu." Recently, when Qin Junyi and his brothers Qin Junxian and Qin Mu discussed troop movements, they mentioned Wu Xiaohan, whose identity was unknown to outsiders. Su Yunwan happened to overhear this. Wu Xiaohan's fair face turned slightly red. "It's thanks to the master's good military leadership. I dare not take credit." Seeing him so modest, Su Yunwan's beautiful face lit up with a genuine smile. Wu Xiaohan saw her smile and also relaxed his tense nerves, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Su Yunwan brought the conversation back to the main topic. "You are Ziyuan's capable aide. If you need my help, just ask. I will consider whether I can assist." "Thank you, madam." Wu Xiaohan paused, then added, "During the chaos, Zhang Xiaolu accidentally injured his leg." Su Yunwan immediately asked, "Is it serious?" "Not serious. His bones didn't break, just a small fracture. He can't walk for now." Su Yunwan wondered. In his eyes, what kind of injury would be considered serious? "All right, when we return, I'll take a look at him," she said. "Thank you, madam." Wu Xiaohan felt relieved. With the madam's help, Zhang Xiaoyu's injury wouldn't leave lasting effects. "You're welcome." The sun had risen high, shining brightly through thick clouds onto the earth. Su Yunwan said, "I am practicing internal energy here. You can do as you like." Wu Xiaohan nodded politely, jumped down from the rock, and hid in the shadows to guard. On the large stone, Su Yunwan sat cross-legged, focusing entirely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Before long, Wu Xiaohan sensed something unusual in the air. As he breathed, his internal energy circulated automatically, and the long-stalled bottleneck in his inner strength seemed to loosen slightly. Wu Xiaohan's face showed surprise, but in the next moment, he calmed down again. He needed to guard his post and could not practice openly. "What's wrong?" Su Yunwan noticed his emotional fluctuation and opened her eyes with a gentle smile. Wu Xiaohan replied, "It's nothing." Su Yunwan thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any special feelings?" She didn't understand the martial arts principles of the Great Zhou dynasty and didn't know if cultivators could sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wu Xiaohan no longer hid and shared his feelings of comfort and the unusual movement of his internal energy. Su Yunwan said, "Then you should sit and practice too." "Thank you, madam." "I must remain alert to my surroundings," Wu Xiaohan replied, feeling quite motivated but still prioritizing his duty. "It's fine. If there is real danger, I can sense it," Su Yunwan reassured him. Seeing Wu Xiaohan hesitate, she added, "You know, if it weren't to reassure Ziyuan, I wouldn't need anyone to guard." Hearing this, Wu Xiaohan no longer hesitated and thanked her again. "Come up and sit beside me," she said. The large, flat stone was enough for two people to meditate. Su Yunwan asked him to join her because the closer he was, the more spiritual energy he could sense, which would improve his cultivation. Knowing it was important for his martial progress and understanding her good intentions, Wu Xiaohan didn't refuse. He leapt onto the stone and sat cross-legged beside Su Yunwan. Soon, the two were completely immersed in their cultivation, unaware of how much time passed. Spiritual energy from all directions gathered and rushed into Su Yunwan's body. As her supernatural abilities circulated and leaked out, they were returned to nature. After an unknown amount of time, faint footsteps came from below the mountain. Su Yunwan released her spiritual consciousness to investigate, then opened her eyes with a happy smile. It was Ziyuan coming. At the mountains, Qing Xian detected the special mark left by Wu Xiaohan and immediately reached out to pull it. "Master, they are heading up the mountain." Qin Junyi, disguised with a neutral face, nodded and started climbing. Suddenly, he slipped and almost fell, quickly grabbing a tree trunk to steady himself. During the break, when the team was distributing breakfast, Qin Junyi suddenly remembered that Su Yunwan and Wu Xiaohan both didn't bring any food. Worried that Su Yunwan might go hungry, he asked Qin Ruoshan to make a few more pancakes and planned to have his subordinates deliver them. When choosing someone to send the food, he suddenly had an idea. Since Lingchi had a substitute, he could go himself. The moment this idea appeared, he became more excited and immediately took Qin Mu, Qin Junxian, and Lingchi to a secluded place to give detailed instructions. Then he switched identities with Lingchi. Once the pancakes were ready, he took them to meet Qin Xian, and the two followed the mark left by Wu Xiaohan to find their way. Because Qin Junyi's internal energy had not yet recovered, his lightness skill was less fast and durable than before. After 2 hours, they finally reached this place. By then, it was almost noon. Qin Junyi hadn't eaten since last night. His strength was greatly drained, and he was already weak and anxious, feeling as if a fire was burning in his stomach. Qin Xian said, "Master, rest for a while and eat something to regain your energy."
Okay.
Qin Junyi assessed his strength, no longer forcing himself, and sat down to eat a few bites of the pancakes he carried. Seeing Qin Junyi, Su Yunwan immediately stood up, intending to go down the mountain to meet up, but noticed Wu Xiaohan nearby with an excited expression, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. To avoid accidents, Su Yunwan sat back down and continued to meditate, attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Qin Junyi struggled up the mountain, finally reaching the summit. Just as he looked up, he saw two familiar figures on a large rock. Su Yunwan was about to greet Qin Junyi when Wu Xiaohan immediately stood up beside him. While focusing on his cultivation, Wu Xiaohan also remained alert and did not fully relax. As soon as Qin Junyi and Qin Xian reached the top, Wu Xiaohan sensed them, suddenly opened his eyes, and looked sharply in their direction. In the next moment, he leapt down the rock, kneeled before Qin Junyi, and saluted, "Greetings, master." Qin Junyi looked at him with complex feelings, feeling uncomfortable inside. He hadn't yet found a chance to practice martial arts with Wanwan, but Wu Xiaohan had taken the lead. If he had known earlier, he would have left with Wanwan that morning. In fact, Qin Junyi was worried he would hold Su Yunwan back, so he suppressed his desire to go together. Later, when he thought about delivering food, his longing became unstoppable, and he set out before even eating. Qin Xian saw that Qin Junyi didn't speak and immediately scolded, "Wu Xiaohan, is this how you guard?" "I asked him to practice with me," Su Yunwan said, standing up and turning cold eyes toward Qin Xian as she approached. Lord Qin Junyi suppressed his emotions, causing Wu Xiaohan to stand up. "Thank you, master," Wu Xiaohan said as he stepped back to the side. Qin Xian bent forward and bowed politely, "Greetings, madam." "You're excused," Su Yunwan replied with a calm and distant expression. Qin Xian paid no mind. He was loyal only to his master and did not need to flatter other members of the Qin family, including Su Yunwan. As the leader of the Shadow Guards, maintaining distance from the family members was his duty. In the past, to deliver messages for Qin Mu, he secretly contacted the current master and paid a high price for it. Though things have improved now, he would never make the same mistake again. Qin Junyi stepped forward and took Su Yunwan's hand, showing concern. "Wanwan, have you eaten breakfast?" "Not yet. I'm not hungry, so I didn't look for food," Su Yunwan replied. As soon as she finished, Qin Junyi and Qin Xian's eyes shot sharply at Wu Xiaohan. Neither of them expected Su Yunwan to go so far, and now it was past noon, yet Wu Xiaohan hadn't gone to find anything to eat. Wu Xiaohan immediately knelt down, but Su Yunwan held his arm to stop him. Qin Junyi's eyes widened as he stared at her hand holding Wu Xiaohan, his face darkening with anger, as if a storm was brewing. Su Yunwan paused slightly, then loosened her grip. Wu Xiaohan immediately knelt, his back straight as he apologized. "It's my fault. Please punish me, master," he said. Qin Junyi took a deep breath, trying to suppress his jealousy and dissatisfaction with Wu Xiaohan. His strong desire to control and possess reminded Su Yunwan of her difficult times in the last world. Her face turned cold as ice, and she gritted her teeth. I told you. I asked Wu Xiaohan to accompany me in practicing. I had no appetite and didn't want to eat, but he could only endure hunger and obey. What more do you want from him? I didn't want anything. Qin Junyi's suppressed negative emotions suddenly erupted like a tidal wave, filled with anger. He tried to control his feelings, but his tone remained harsh. Su Yunwan repeatedly defended Wu Xiaohan and even turned against her for his sake, making her feel like her entire journey had been a joke. The wind rustled the leaves, and an invisible storm filled the air. At the center of this storm, Wu Xiaohan bowed even lower. Please, madam, calm your anger. It was indeed my negligence. I am willing to accept any punishment. Shut up. Qin Junyi snapped angrily, swallowing hard before saying, Go find some prey and bring it back. Yes. Wu Xiaohan stood up, glancing quietly at Su Yunwan before slipping into the forest. Qing Xian's gaze swept over the two, who were in a standoff. He took out a flatbread and offered it to Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi raised his hand and patted his forehead, then took the flatbread and handed it to Su Yunwan, speaking slowly. Eat something to fill your stomach first. Humph. Su Yunwan snorted coldly and turned her head away. I won't eat. Qing Xian spoke up to help. Madam, the master is worried you're hungry. He specifically brought you food. He hasn't eaten either. Su Yunwan looked back at Qin Junyi, then said to Qing Xian, You can leave now. Qing Xian looked at Qin Junyi, saw him nod slightly, and then stepped back from the scene. A red waterproof mat suddenly appeared, and Su Yunwan laid it on a flat spot a few steps away. Delicious dishes like steamed lamb, roasted flour chicken, and tender meat appeared in her hands, still steaming. Soon, about 10 plates were arranged on the mat. Qin Junyi stared in shock. How could he forget? Yunwan had received a whole supply of goods from the imperial city. How could she be short of food? He only blamed his mind for being so occupied with thoughts of seeing Yunwan that he acted impulsively, like a young man full of passion. Su Yunwan placed a large bowl of rice and a set of utensils on the mat. She then looked at Qin Junyi, who was frozen in place, and waved her hand. In a cold, emotionless tone, she said, Please enjoy your meal. Qin Junyi tightly clenched the flatbread, almost tearing the oil paper on the outside. The uncomfortable feeling grew stronger inside him, like a fire burning from his feet to his head. Didn't you say you hadn't eaten? I brought you a good meal. This cold and indifferent tone immediately made Qin Junyi think of the phrase farewell meal. His sense of reason, like a string, snapped with a loud pop. Without caring about their argument, he immediately put down the flatbread and wanted to hug his wife. Su Yunwan swiftly dodged a few meters away, crossing her arms and squinting at him. Eat up. If you don't, it'll get cold. Qin Junyi swallowed the bitterness rising in his throat and spoke in a hoarse voice. Let's eat together. Su Yunwan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then she stepped forward, picked up the flatbread, peeled back the oil paper, and put it in her mouth. But before she could take a bite, Qin Junyi snatched it away. I'll eat the flatbread. You eat your meal. Su Yunwan, annoyed, tried to grab it back. Didn't you say it was for me? Give it to me. Yunwan. Qin Junyi, anxious and upset, hid the flatbread behind his back with one hand and tried to wrap his arms around her waist with the other. Seeing this, Su Yunwan dodged like a snake and scorpion, slapping away his hand. Hurry up and eat the food on the ground, then go back where you came from. Qin Junyi looked hurt. Yunwan, I miss you. It's only been a short time since we parted. What's there to miss? Su Yunwan rolled her eyes in frustration. I don't know either, I just want to see you. Qin Junyi paused, then added, Lately, how have you been eating? Today you've skipped 2 meals in a row. How are you holding up? Wanwan, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Looking at his sincere face, Su Yunwan replied irritably, No, it's just that the smell of blood affects me, and I have no appetite. Also, I've been so immersed in practicing that I don't feel hungry. But your body can't handle that for long. You need to eat something. Su Yunwan lowered her head in silence for a moment, then took out a few sets of bowls and chopsticks. Let Qing Xian call Wu Xiaohan back. Let's eat together. Qin Junyi nodded and immediately asked Qing Xian to find Wu Xiaohan. When Qing Xian appeared, seeing all the items suddenly appearing out of nowhere, he was startled. He quickly and quietly followed the orders to find the person. Soon, Wu Xiaohan returned carrying a large wild chicken flapping its wings, following Qing Xian. He saw the table full of food and was momentarily stunned. Qing Xian withdrew his gaze. So, you didn't know either. The two of them sat down as invited, silently eating and guessing what was happening. Qing Xuan's peripheral vision watched his master softly encouraging his lady to eat, while his chopsticks kept serving food to the lady.
His feelings were complicated.
His brave and mighty master, after all, couldn't resist the charm of a beautiful woman. Good food is a great way to heal the mood. Su Yunwan carefully picked at her food, filling her stomach to about half, and her gloom was completely swept away. Instead, she felt very sleepy. She covered her mouth with her hand and yawned long and deeply.
Wanwan, you should rest for a while, Qin Junyi said.
As Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan hurriedly cleared the dishes, she got up and headed to another shaded spot, taking out a mat, pillow, and bedding from the air. Qin Junyi followed closely, helping her. When he left his seat, Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan naturally couldn't sit still and just stood aside waiting. Finally, Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan saw clearly where all these items came from, but their hearts were even more confused. What occupied their minds even more was her mysterious ability. If used by others, the consequences could be terrible. Qing Xian thought to himself, "Madam, do you have any cloth? We can make you a temporary tent." Used to his proactive kindness, Su Yunwan nodded casually and took out an axe, rope, and cloth soaked in tung oil from thin air. Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan quickly and silently divided their tasks, working together smoothly, cutting trees, tying, securing, until a six-sided tent gradually took shape. After laying out the bedding, Su Yunwan told Qin Junyi to leave the tent and sleep on the spot. Qin Junyi was not upset. He returned to his mat and dealt with the leftovers with her. Even though they only saw food as a way to fill their stomachs, it still made them eager to eat, and they enjoyed their meal very much. After eating, Wu Xiaohan took the initiative to share details about their cultivation practice, informing them that their bottleneck was loosening and that with time, they could break through to a higher level. Qin Junyi replied, "Good. We should keep steady and not rush." Wu Xiaohan nodded in agreement. Qing Xian focused on the main point and, holding back excitement, said, "Master, when the lady is practicing, you also practice your inner strength nearby. Maybe it will help you improve faster." Qin Junyi looked at the tent, his eyes gentle, and said, "Let Wanwan rest first. I am already satisfied to have escaped the pain of heavy punishment." He believed he could reach the peak of martial arts through his own efforts, so as not to tire Wanwan. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled light spots on the ground, quietly shifting position. Tired beyond endurance, Qin Junyi no longer waited and entered the tent once more. He was mentally prepared to be asked to leave again, but found that Su Yunwan was already asleep. In her dream, she saw Qin Junyi also crossing into the end-of-the-world scenario, quickly building a strong force. While she was negotiating with several groups, Qin Junyi, unstoppable, forcibly intervened, taking her away and risking being wiped out to eliminate anyone with malicious intent toward her. In front of others, he was a dominant ruler. But behind the scenes, he was willing to do anything to please her and earn her affection. One day, she wanted to recover her lost memories and decided to leave. Qin Junyi, unusually silent, only asked where she wanted to go. After hearing her answer, he simply said he had some business outside and would wait for him to return before she left. In her dream, time seemed endless. When she grew impatient waiting, Qin Junyi finally returned with his team. He walked step by step to her side, leaning on the railing, gently brushing her bangs aside, and looked at her with deep affection before saying, "Wanwan, I have cleared the chaos and taken that city. You can come with me now." The scene in her dream suddenly changed. On a blood-red evening, Qin Junyi returned exhausted, leading his team back. He dressed in military uniform and slowly walked over to stand by her side. He gently brushed aside her bangs and looked at her with deep meaning in his eyes. After a long moment, he said, Wan, I have cleared the chaos and taken that city. Now I am coming back to welcome you and take you there. The scene from the dream froze in place. Half asleep and half awake, Su Yunwan felt very complicated and didn't know how to respond. When she woke up again, she was lying flat with her eyes unfocused, not knowing what day or night it was. The vague memories of the dream appeared in her mind. She thought to herself, Ziyuan is different from those people. She turned to the side and saw the person she had just been thinking about. Qin Junyi was lying quietly beside her, obeying the order not to disturb her sleep. His steady breathing came, and his broad chest rose and fell regularly. His handsome face, sharp as if carved from stone but also gentle, showed no trace of his usual seriousness and coldness, only a hint of tiredness. Yes, he had just recovered recently and had traveled a long way, so he was exhausted. Su Yunwan quietly reached out her plain hand to his wrist, intending to send healing energy, but suddenly withdrew her hand. Since the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could make Wu Xiaohan's internal strength operate automatically for cultivation, Ziyuan probably could too. What was the principle behind this? Frowning, Su Yunwan thought for a moment and then probed into the space, searching for books stored deep within the palace. Perhaps because she had helped establish the empire, the former emperor valued martial arts over literature and collected many martial arts secret manuals from the martial world families, keeping them hidden in his private library. Now, they all belonged to Su Yunwan. She found a secret manual about internal energy cultivation and casually flipped through it, eventually focusing on a book called Yijin Heart Method. This book started with the principles and origins of internal energy cultivation, and later recorded 9 levels of martial arts formulas. Su Yunwan studied each word carefully. However, although she was experienced and knowledgeable, she had little exposure to contemporary martial arts. So many terms on the pages were obscure and hard to understand. For example, hold firmly and think quietly. She could only guess based on her intuition, but hug Mount Kunlun with both hands left her completely clueless about what Kunlun meant. The more she read, the more she felt it was profound and mysterious, difficult to grasp. When Qin Junyi woke up, he saw her holding a book with a serious expression and her brows tightly furrowed. Several other books were also placed beside her. Wan, what are you reading? Qin Junyi sat up and asked. As soon as he spoke, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He saw that several books were beside her, including one called Qian Kuan Heart Method. The Qian Kuan Heart Method was a martial arts internal skill created by the former emperor, drawing from the essence of martial arts from various dynasties. It held a leading position in today's martial arts world. The former emperor used this secret technique to train a group of highly skilled inner guards and secret guards. By combining light and dark methods, they protected the imperial city's palace defenses as solid as gold. Su Yunwan turned her head and saw him staring intently at a book. She picked up the book and handed it to him. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Qin Junyi chuckled and took the book. Unaware, Wan didn't know that once this book was revealed, it would cause a lot of chaos. He didn't open the book immediately, but explained its origin and importance to Su Yunwan. After hearing this, Su Yunwan said, Then I'll keep it for now. I'll give it to you when you want to see it. Qin Junyi set the book aside and asked with concern, Why are you suddenly studying martial art secrets? Su Yunwan smiled bitterly. I want to understand the martial arts of our time, but after looking at it for a while, it's all confusing. Show me what you don't understand, Qin Junyi said, leaning closer to help answer her questions. At the same time, his broad hand quietly rested on her shoulder. Su Yunwan listened carefully as Qin Junyi explained, seemingly unaware of his touch. Qin Junyi secretly felt happy, and his hand tightened a little around her waist. Su Yunwan sighed inwardly, then tilted her head and leaned into his neck, finding a comfortable position to continue asking questions. Qin Junyi's face lit up with a happy smile as he explained the origin of internal energy in simple terms. Their quiet conversation drifted outside the tent, where Wu Xiaohan, who was meditating to cultivate internal energy, opened his eyes, and stood up. He listened as the master, like a teacher, was teaching his wife the basics of martial arts. Nearby, Qing Xian, responsible for guarding, endured for a moment before stepping forward and interrupting outside the tent. Master, it's now the 4th quarter of Shen hour. Do you want to cultivate internal energy? Wu Xiaohan hesitated, knowing the master would refuse. Sure enough, Qin Junyi understood Qing Xian's hint. He looked at Su Yunwan, who was earnestly asking questions, and said outside, "No rush, we can do it another day." Qing Xian's eyes widened in surprise. He knew how eager the master was to recover his internal energy. Now that a shortcut was right in front of him, he couldn't believe the master said it wasn't urgent. Hearing the conversation, Su Yunwan remembered her plan to help Qin Junyi cultivate and closed the book. "Let's go. We'll practice on the giant rock together. Don't want to read anymore?" "Of course I want to read, but not right now. I want to fully recover from last night's exhaustion first." Last night, she used her elemental powers from a distance, dealing with and burying over 100 people, which drained her greatly. Wood elemental powers are powerful both offensively and defensively, but they also consume a lot of energy. If only I could learn a simple move or two from this ultimate skill to help me. Su Yunwan looked at the book Heaven and Earth Mind Method, which Qin Junyi valued highly, and suddenly smiled. If I master this mental technique, in the eyes of assassins, I would be seen as a traitor to the royal secret guard. Qin Junyi heard this and shook his head with a smile. The mind method is internal energy flowing through the meridians. It's hard for others to recognize its origin easily. Also, to become a martial arts master, just having internal strength isn't enough. You need to strengthen your muscles and skin, practice both soft and hard skills, and combine techniques with internal power to reach your full strength. Then the royal family should also have some special external skills, right? Su Yunwan asked as she searched through the secret manuals in her space. Yes, there is also a kind of sword technique. Is this what you mean? A book titled Heaven and Earth Sword Technique appeared in Su Yunwan's hands. Qin Junyi took a deep breath suddenly. He should have guessed. Since Yunwan could learn the mental method, it's not surprising she also found a sword technique. Where did you get these? Does anyone else know? Qin Junyi looked worried. They're in a secret chamber inside the Emperor's treasury. No one else knows. Oh, and there's a treasure sword with them. I took it all, Su Yunwan said. After speaking, she drew out the sword. The sword was about 3 feet long, with a beautifully embroidered rainbow dragon pearl pattern on the blade, and the characters Qi Xiao engraved on it. The blade was as cold as frost and snow, shining with a chilling light. "This is the Qi Xiao sword," Qin Junyi exclaimed. Seeing Su Yunwan's puzzled expression, he explained, "The Qi Xiao sword is the legendary first divine sword from ancient times. Every dynasty's emperors have held it, so it's also called the Emperor's Sword. Rumor has it that whoever possesses the Emperor's Sword gathers great luck and can become the ruler of the world. If the new emperor loses the Emperor's Sword, does it mean the decline and possible fall of the Great Zhou dynasty? And Yunwan, the new ruler, could she become the first empress in history?" Su Yunwan turned the sword over to admire it for a moment, then placed it back in its sheath. She looked at his surprised and doubtful gaze, smiled, and asked, "Do you believe those rumors?" Qin Junyi's heart was very complicated. He wasn't sure whether to believe it or not. He once wanted to help Yunwan ascend to the throne, but she refused. To prevent her from falling into others' hands, he decided to take a risky, rebellious path. Now he had grand ambitions to rule the world, but the loss of the Emperor's sword was a sign. He knew that Yunwan's indifferent attitude toward the Qi Xiao sword meant that if he said he believed, she might give it to him. But this sword was very important. He couldn't steal it. Qin Junyi shook his head and denied it with a smile. Su Yunwan withdrew her space, taking back the secret manuals she had previously taken out. "This sword is too eye-catching and not suitable for showing in front of others," Su Yunwan thought, a mischievous smile on her face. "The dog emperor losing his sword and secret manuals will surely be terrified every night. This is a kind of punishment." Qin Junyi nodded with a smile. Indeed. After packing up, The two of them left the tent and encountered Qing Xian, who looked very complicated. He clearly heard their conversation and began to think about the Empress. If the master carefully planned everything but ultimately let the lady take the throne. Qin Junyi understood what he was thinking, giving him a warning look, then took Su Yanwan's hand and led her to a large stone. They sat side by side. Su Yanwan turned her head to Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan, saying, "You can stay together. I can sense others nearby, so there's no need to be on alert." Qin Junyi added, "Listen to Wanwan."
Yes.
Qing Xian, feeling curious, agreed along with Wu Xiaohan, and the two sat down under the stone. Su Yunwan cleared her mind, began to circulate her energy, and absorbed the spiritual air from the surroundings. Thick spiritual energy surged in, causing Qin Junyi's spiritual platform to shake suddenly, filling him with energy. He immediately used his qi to move his body, following the flow of energy to practice his techniques, gradually improving. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace in the capital, the new emperor sat in the imperial study, looking at reports of natural disasters sent from all over the country, and he painfully pounded his head. The earth trembled, floods caused disasters, and the ongoing drought in the south seemed to signal ominous signs. At this moment, Prime Minister Xiao, Grand Tutor Zhao, and Supervisor Yang came to see him. The new emperor ordered them to be summoned together. After bowing, Yang, worried, said, "Your Majesty, I have recently observed the stars at night and noticed the Ziwei star gradually losing its glow. This indicates a decline in the nation's fortune."
How can this be?
The new emperor was shocked. He remembered the stolen emperor's sword and the Qianquan secret manuals and hurriedly asked, "Is there no progress in the theft case in the imperial city?" Prime Minister Xiao looked very worried and shook his head. His treasury and secret chambers had been robbed, resulting in serious financial loss and the theft of many private letters and ledgers. If these were made public, the consequences would be disastrous. Grand Tutor Zhao didn't care about the theft. He explained his purpose. "Your Majesty, with many regions experiencing natural disasters, please send officials quickly to oversee relief efforts and distribute aid funds." The new emperor felt frustrated. He had used the imperial treasury to form new troops, hoping to replace the Western North's northern army, so there was no money left for disaster relief. The emperor has issued an order to open granaries and distribute food. Prime Minister Zhao said, "Your Majesty, there are many issues with the local grain reserves, and some warehouses are even empty. They can't meet the needs of disaster relief." The new emperor signaled to Chancellor Xiao, who immediately replied, "Prime Minister Zhao, the treasury is empty. We have no extra funds for relief efforts." He added, "There are urgent matters at hand. I suggest you temporarily halt military recruitment and use the money for disaster relief." The new emperor's face darkened. The Northwest is on the brink of rebellion. If I don't quickly expand the army, how can I defend against the rebels and the watchful northern barbarians? "But Your Majesty," Zhao continued, "throughout history, the fall of dynasties often comes with natural disasters and calamities. If we don't focus on relief now, soon the land will be filled with starving people and the common folk will suffer greatly. If the great Zhou dynasty falls, it would not be surprising." The emperor was furious. "How dare you curse the great Zhou?" Zhao held his head high. "I only wish for the prosperity of the great Zhou. I hope Your Majesty will think carefully." At this moment, Yang Jian spoke up. "Your Majesty, Zhao's words are not entirely unreasonable. Natural disasters are punishments from heaven. Please issue an edict to reflect on yourself and show heaven your remorse." "Do you want me to issue a self-blame edict?" The emperor's eyes widened with anger.
Yes, Yang replied calmly, bowing.
"What fault do I have?" The emperor slammed his hand on the table and stood up, shouting loudly. Both Xiao and Yang thought silently. "You shouldn't have taken drastic actions to eliminate rivals and harm loyal officials when you first ascended the throne." But no one dared to speak these words, fearing disaster. Zhao gently advised, "Your Majesty, you are the ruler of the world. When your people are in trouble, it is your duty to take responsibility and save them from suffering. Do I need you to teach me how to govern?" Should I give the throne to you? The emperor lost control and shouted loudly. Frightened, Zhao immediately knelt down, trembling.
I dare not.
Stop mentioning funds again, or I will cut off your head.
Leave now.
The emperor's eyes were bloodshot, like a furious lion. Zhao staggered to his feet, took a few steps back, then turned and left. Outside the imperial study, he looked up at the sky. The sky was covered with dark, heavy clouds, pressing down as if they might fall at any moment, making him feel very oppressed. For words appeared before Zhao's eyes. Great show. In danger. Inside the study, Yang Jian insisted, Your Majesty, the omens today are very bad. Please reflect deeply and sincerely write a self-blame edict to help us get through this crisis. The new emperor saw this and sank back onto the throne, resting his hand on his forehead in thought. He said, Let me think for a moment. Yang Jianjing saw an opportunity and decided to leave, bowing out gracefully. Empress Xiao turned to watch Yang Jianjing walk away, then straightened herself and whispered, Your Majesty need not worry. This self-blame edict is just a formality. You only need the censor-in-chief to draft the decree and stamp it. As long as there is a self-blame edict, you can report to heaven and comfort the people. The new emperor nodded. That's all we can do. Neither of them expected that this act of pretending to blame heaven would only hasten the decline of the nation's weakening power. Later, Yang Jianzheng sensed something was wrong. No longer caring about the distinction between ruler and minister, he harshly criticized the new emperor and proposed a final solution. Follow Grand Tutor Zhao's advice, do everything possible to help the disaster victims, and show love for the people through real actions. The confident new emperor trusted Yang Jianjing's advice and dared not ignore it. But saving the lives of the people was more important than his own throne and safety. A royal decree was sent along with a newly formed army to the northwest. All soldiers of the Northern Defense Army would lay down their weapons to help rebuild after the disaster, and the new army would take over all military duties at the northwest border. As the sunset faded, the sky gradually darkened, and the cold wind from the mountain top grew sharper. Su Yunwan finished her training first, smiling happily. After a day of practicing, her special power was fully restored. She jumped down from the rock and went to her tent, packing away her tent, bedding, and other items into her space. Meanwhile, Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan stood up, noticing that their master was still meditating, and looked at Su Yunwan. They saw her items vanish into thin air as she touched her palm, once again shocked by her abilities. After tidying up, Su Yunwan sat on a mat used for meals, laid out a tea tray, fruits, and snacks, and invited Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan to sit with her, sipping tea while waiting for Qin Junyi to finish. Night fell, and Su Yunwan lit 2 beautiful glazed palace lanterns.
I'll go call Ziyuan.
Qing Xian immediately stopped her. Madam, the master wants to recover his inner strength quickly. Please let him continue practicing. Then we'll have dinner first. Su Yunwan ignored Qing Xian's hesitation and set out different dishes from the morning. Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan didn't touch their chopsticks, but Su Yunwan didn't mind. She took a large round plate, divided her preferred dishes, and ate alone. When Qin Junyi regained consciousness, Su Yunwan had already finished eating. She took out a stove, iron pot, and other cooking tools, letting them heat their food themselves. Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan quickly got to work. Qin Junyi sat beside Su Yunwan, tilted his head back, and drank all the water from the water pouch. The water droplets slowly slid down his firm neck muscles, faintly visible under the glass lantern light. Su Yunwan quietly swallowed and handed him a silk handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Wan, I estimate that in half a day, we've made progress equivalent to 5 days and nights, Qin Junyi said as he casually wiped his face with a handkerchief. So, it's a 1:10 ratio, Su Yunwan summarized. Qin Junyi looked confused. What does 1:10 mean? It means 1 day of training equals 10 days, Su Yunwan explained. Exactly, Qin Junyi turned to Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan, who were cooking and serving food.
How do you feel about this?
Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan, hearing Su Yunwan mention such strange terms for the first time, exchanged glances and both nodded, indicating they also experienced a tenfold speed-up. After the food was ready, Qin Junyi eagerly invited Su Yunwan to sit and eat together. He hadn't forgotten that she hadn't eaten enough at noon and probably only had a few bites at night. Su Yunwan accepted his kindness, sat beside him, looked around at everyone and asked, "Do you drink alcohol?" Qin Junyi smiled. "What kind of alcohol do you have?" "Imperial court wine," Su Yunwan said, producing a small jar weighing about 10 jin, along with a set of delicate wine bottles and cups. Wu Xiaohan immediately leaned over to pour wine from the jar into the bottles and filled the cups for his master. Then he looked up and asked Su Yunwan, "Madam, would you like some?" "No, I just want a soft drink," Su Yunwan replied, pulling out a bottle of grape juice. Wu Xiaohan then poured wine for Qing Xian. Qing Xian asked, "So, the theft cases from the palace and the Prime Minister's residence a month ago, were they your doing, madam?" The thefts at the palace and the Prime Minister's residence caused a big stir in the city. Investigators changed many times, but no clues were found. In broad daylight, all supplies vanished without a trace, something only a very capable person could do. Seeing Su Yunwan perform her incredible feat of materializing objects out of nowhere, Qing Xian immediately suspected her of being the culprit. Later, when they found her hiding royal treasures and various imperial items, his suspicion was even stronger. Su Yunwan chuckled softly and nodded, then looked at Qin Junyi. "Not only those two places, but I also took almost everything from the Qin prince's warehouse during the house search." Her eyes shone like bright moonlight, and her smile was captivating. Qin Junyi's gaze flickered slightly, his head feeling dizzy from the heat. He glanced at Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan. They immediately buried their heads in their food, eating as if they hadn't eaten for days. Qin Junyi cleared his throat and said, "Very good. The new emperor hasn't been taken advantage of." Su Yunwan heard this and smiled even more. She said, "I've just checked, and the treasury of the prince's residence has about 100,000 taels of silver. Now, with so many disaster victims, human lives are worth little. You can use this silver to help train more people." After speaking, Su Yunwan took out 10 silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels, and handed them to Qin Junyi. "Use this money first. If it's not enough, just tell me." Even though it was her family's money, Qin Junyi felt like he was relying on others. If not for Wanwan, all the belongings in his residence's treasury would have been taken by the new emperor's treasury. Without her, they wouldn't have such a large amount of wealth. Qin Junyi took the silver notes and looked into Su Yunwan's eyes. He said, "Wanwan, thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" "You're expanding the team, and I benefit too," Su Yunwan said calmly. As husband and wife, Qin Junyi's influence grew stronger, and she could feel more at ease. After dinner, it was time to return to the exile team. Wu Xiaohan made 2 torches to light the way at night. Qin Junyi suddenly said, "Wanwan, the exile team is probably near the river. Our supplies were burned earlier, so when we go back, we'll have to survive outdoors. Why don't we stay here for the night?" Away from the crowd, Wanwan could freely use supplies, at least avoiding sleeping on the ground. "Won't it be risky?"
Su Yunwan frowned slightly.
"Don't forget, there's the Chu family and Zhongwei in the team." Qin Junyi replied, "Chu Xiao already knows the route we're taking, and they've surrendered. As for Zhongwei, he's smart and has already realized that the whole team might be silenced. He won't easily cut off his own escape route." Su Yunwan nodded in agreement. Wu Xiaohan suggested, "Master, why don't I sneak into the camp to check the situation? You can't show yourself. Instead, you contact the hidden team members and send others to check the camp." "Yes." Qin Junyi looked at Su Yunwan and hesitated for a moment. He said, "Wanwan, do you have warm clothes? Let Xiao Wu bring a few back. It's cold by the river at night, and I'm worried about Junyu and the women. Actually, blankets are warmer, but Xiao Wu couldn't carry so many." "I'll look for some," Su Yunwan said, rummaging through her space. She found about 20 thick cloaks and packed them into 2 bundles, separated by gender. These cloaks were leftover stock she bought when passing through city, mid-quality, just right for use. "There's quite a lot of stuff. Let's ride back." After saying that, Su Yunwan looked around. By the way, where's Dahu? It had been a long time since they last climbed the mountain during the daytime. Su Yunwan finally remembered her horse. The four of them looked at each other. Wu Xiaohan said, "I'll go find a horse." "Wait, let me check first," Su Yunwan said, not with her eyes but with her mind. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, and a wave of mental energy flew into the sky to scan the forest. Deep in the valley, there was a small lake formed by several streams gathering in a low area. Under the moonlight, a black horse was resting on the grass near the lake, occasionally nibbling on yellowed grass blades nearby. Its long eyelashes half covered its eyes, and Su Yunwan felt that it looked quite annoyed. By the lake, when the black horse saw Su Yunwan and the others, it immediately stood up. Su Yunwan patted the horse's head and ordered, "Dehei, take Wu Xiaohan for a ride." "Nay." The black horse let out a long, high neigh, sounding reluctant. "Be good, I'll give you something tasty when you come back," Su Yunwan said. As soon as she finished, she saw the horse's hooves stomping, acting like it was being spoiled and stubborn. "All right, I'm a bit scared of you," Su Yunwan said, then turned around to let Qin Junyi and the others wait where they were. She went into the dense woods and found an open space. She scattered a handful of grass seeds on the ground. These seeds were from the grass she had previously discovered that Dehei loved to eat, collected after it ripened. Since she had once fed Dehei some specially accelerated grass, the horse seemed to have become almost human, making expressions that Su Yunwan could interpret, showing a kind of intelligence. Sometimes, it would come close to Su Yunwan, asking for food, but she didn't want it to be picky, so she didn't indulge it. Su Yunwan had a feeling that even if Qin Mu and Qin Junyan didn't find Dehei at the creek early in the morning, after eating enough grass, it would come back on its own. That's why she hadn't tied Dehei to a tree or thought about it much since going up the mountain. Now, since it was time for it to work, she decided to reward it with a good meal. She extended her right hand, making a gesture like plucking a flower, and flicked her hand forward as if sprinkling water. An invisible stream of light, unseen by ordinary people, flew from her fingertips and landed on the ground. Grass seeds took root and grew rapidly, flourishing in an instant. Su Yunwan retracted her hand and called toward the lake, "Dehei, come here." The black horse galloped straight toward the source of the grass, immediately munching happily on the lush, tender grass it had been longing for. 3 people, including Qin Junyi, followed closely behind. They did not know about Su Yunwan's ability to accelerate growth. Seeing this, they paused briefly, guessing many things in their minds, but they did not ask aloud. Su Yunwan asked Wu Xiaohan to place the large bundle on the horse's back. The black dog wagged its tail and buried its head in the haystack without lifting it. Thinking about Qin Junyi's injury, Su Yunwan took out 2 quilts and told Wu Xiaohan, "Give these quilts to Lingchi and Qin Junyi." Wu Xiaohan agreed. Qin Junyi moved his lips but swallowed his words back. He wanted to ask Yunwan to give 1 more quilt to his grandmother, but her recent unfounded accusations had cooled his feelings toward her. With Yunwan's personality, she would return kindness doubled to those who treated her well, ignore those who paid her no mind, and never willingly back down if someone treated her badly. She was clear about her feelings. She had already shown her respect by not asking her grandmother to use her cloak. He felt embarrassed to ask again. Su Yunwan did not notice his subtle expression. She handed Wu Xiaohan a bottle of pain relief medicine for Jiang Xiaolu. Soon, the horse finished eating and let out a big burp, then automatically walked to Yunwan's front and lowered its head in greeting. Yunwan chuckled softly and patted its head.
"Go now."
Wu Xiaohan bade farewell to everyone and mounted his horse. He pulled on the reins and the horse, like a shooting star, dashed away swiftly, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only the fading sound of hooves. At the bank of the murky river, at the exile team's camp. As Wu Xiaohan guessed, a recent flood had caused the river to wash away the cross-river bridge. Many refugees trying to escape were halted by the river, stranded on the shore. It was estimated there were several thousand people. Zhongwei led the team to settle on a flat area about 1 kilometer from the refugees. He warned everyone to stay alert, fearing that some reckless refugees might start a riot by the river. Jiang Shaolu ran back from the direction of the refugees, panting. "Uncle, I asked many people. They all say this broken bridge is the only way to cross to the other side nearby. If we take a detour, it will take at least 10 more days. They are all waiting for officials to repair the bridge."
When will that be?
No one knows for sure. The officials haven't given a clear answer. What should we do? Let's get through tonight first, and see how things look tomorrow morning. Zhongwei looked at the turbulent river in the distance under the dusk, his brow furrowed deeply. "Tell Liu to cut the prisoners' dinner in half. We don't have enough food. Last night, official supplies were stolen, and now the river blocked their way again." The food crisis was once again imminent. This time, things are different. The Qin family supplies are completely destroyed, and they must rely on the Chu family for help. However, the Chu family has also suffered significant damage during the uprising and has no extra rice or grain to lend. Zhongwei looks up at the darkening sky and sighs quietly. Not far away is the Qin family. Under Qin Mu's arrangements, everyone is busy hunting, gathering, and cooking, working efficiently and in order. Qin Ruolan and Pei Shi are kept outside, sitting tiredly on the rough stones, waiting for food. Pei Shi is waiting for the vegetarian meal provided by the Qin family. Since she became a nun, she hasn't eaten any meat, as Qin Mu strictly enforces the monastic rules. Qin Mu also warned Qin Junxian and Qin Ruolan in front of Pei Shi that if they secretly provided meat and it damaged Pei Shi's spiritual practice, they would be sent to a nearby nuns' monastery to fend for themselves. Given Zhongwei's attitude toward the Qin family, it would be easy for him to turn a blind eye and list them as dead. Pei Shi and the others are frightened and dare not make trouble behind the scenes. They can only accept whatever the Qin family gives them. Sometimes it's a bowl of plain porridge, sometimes just rice with bland wild vegetables or sour pickles. She finds it tasteless, but cannot bear to throw it away, knowing she would go hungry otherwise. In the first few days, she couldn't stand it and tried to starve herself, but Qin Junyi was stubborn and refused to compromise. He even listened to Qin Mu's words, scolding her for wasting food and cutting off supplies. Only when Pei Shi was starving and sincerely apologized did Qin Junyi restore her rations. Since then, she dared not complain about the food. Now, Pei Shi is supported by the Qin family, but Qin Ruolan can only eat government-supplied grain because her 3-day punishment has not yet ended. Even though she was frightened during last night's assassination attempt and had to walk all day without a carriage, Qin Junyi did not end her punishment early. From morning until now, Qin Ruolan has only eaten a coarse grain bun and is already dizzy from hunger, feeling so wronged, she wants to cry. When she received half a small bun from the official, she broke down and cried loudly. Pei Shi's eyes reddened with pain as she begged, "Brother Yi, this bun is gone in a few bites. It's not enough for Lan Lan. She knows she was wrong. Please forgive her." The stand-in, Lingchi, showed no mercy to Qin Ruolan. Following his master's orders, he coldly said, "The 3-day limit isn't up yet. Even if she's short on food or completely out, she still has to endure it." Pei Shi cried out in despair, "How can you do this? She's your real sister." Ji Qi gave Qin Mu a signal, and Qin Mu, without hesitation, said, "What if she's my sister? If she did something wrong, she deserves punishment. Are you a monk, so interested in worldly affairs? Or maybe you also want to go eat the official supplies?" Pei's voice was blocked as if by something, and after a few moments, she burst into tears. This scene was seen by the people next door in the Chu family, and Chu Xiao looked thoughtful. "Stop crying. You're disturbing others. If you want to cry, go somewhere far away. Aren't you ashamed?" Old Madame Qin had been riding in a carriage all day and was already tired physically and mentally. The crying of Pei and her daughter annoyed her, and she scolded them. Pei wiped her tears hard and pointed at the old lady, saying angrily, "Grandma, Lan only criticized Su Yunwan because she listened to your words. How can you have the face to mock her now?" Old Madame Qin looked like she had been slapped hard, her face hot and sore. Feeling guilty, she couldn't speak properly. You. Seeing that she had won the first round, Pei continued to challenge Qin Junyi and Qin Mu. You say Lamon did wrong and deserves punishment. But Grandma made the same mistake, so why is she safe and sound? Are you really fair? Clearly, Grandma is the instigator, but only Lamon was punished. I don't accept this. The old lady was so angry she nearly fainted. She raised her cane and swung it at Pei. If you don't agree, you'd better hold it in. With your current status, what right do you have to interfere in our Qin family's affairs? Pei quickly dodged, running and hiding, turning the scene into a chase. Enough! Ji Qi shouted sharply. The shadow guards, who had been waiting, immediately stepped forward to stop the old lady. They ran out of breath, unable to speak. Ji Qi, still pretending to be very angry, leaned on his wheelchair, pretending to be exhausted. Qin Mu quickly understood and hurriedly asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" The people from the fourth household also put down their work and came to check on him. The old lady didn't hold back and asked anxiously, "Brother Yi, are you feeling unwell? And Wamon hasn't come back yet. What should we do?" She had been at the Chu family all day and hadn't noticed that her eldest grandson was a substitute. Ji Qi used a weak voice and said with difficulty, "I'm fine. Don't worry, brother. Your health is the most important. Leave this to me." Qin Mu immediately spoke. Lingchi tilted his head and quickly closed his eyes uncomfortably. Qin Mu slowly stood up, his face as grim as the king of. The people in the courtyard were frightened, not to mention the old lady and the Pei family members who caused trouble. "Sure, you pushed my older brother to the fire pit to warm him and pressed on his acupuncture points." Qin Mu looked at Sure. "Yes," Sure replied, carefully pushing the wheelchair away. Qin Mu withdrew his gaze and first confronted the old lady. "Old lady, do you have anything to say about your accusations against Hui Kong?" The old lady wanted to say she hadn't said anything wrong, but that would be refuted by her eldest grandson. Now, the relationship between the grandparents and grandson was no longer as close as before. She hadn't had time to mend the cracks, and she couldn't let them grow wider. Thinking of this, the old lady reluctantly said, "It was my anger that made me speak harshly at the time. I didn't mean it." "Humph. Words once spoken are like water spilled. You can't just take them back," Qin Mu sneered, his eyes coldly fixed on the old lady. "Since you have no defense, you will be dealt with like Qin Ruolan. The day and a half you spent at the Liu family will be counted as part of your punishment. The remaining day and a half will start now, where you will eat official rations, but since you are old and your teeth are bad, you will break your steamed buns into flatbread, eating twice a day. You will resume normal meals the day after tomorrow morning. Let this be a warning, and do not offend again." The old lady's face turned red with shame, and she wished she could disappear. She looked at Qin Junyi, hoping to ask him for help, but only saw his back, leaning crookedly on the wheelchair, motionless. Pei Shi was stunned. She accused the old lady, but never thought she would actually be held accountable and punished. After all, she was the matriarch of the Qin family. Except for Qin Junxian, who knew the inside story, everyone else was just as shocked. They all looked at Qin Junyi, but saw him with his back to everyone, leaning crookedly on the wheelchair, unmoving. Clearly, he had approved of Qin Mu's decision. At this moment, everyone in the Qin family finally understood one thing: Qin Junyi would no longer compromise or tolerate because of his junior status. He held absolute authority and had truly become the head of the Qin family, like the old marquis. Qin Mu didn't wait for everyone to recover and said coldly, "Pei Shi, you overstepped by interfering in Qin family affairs. From tonight, your offerings will be cut off. Go beg for alms yourself." "Stop." Pei Shi's face suddenly turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Where could she go to beg for alms?
Qin Mu.
Qin Junxian called out urgently, suppressing his rising emotions. "Please, in consideration of my mother's love for her daughter, show mercy and handle this lightly." Love for her daughter? Qin Mu felt like he heard a huge joke and sneered. If she truly cared about her daughter, why would there be that scene at the Bao Hua Temple Hall? Qin Junxian was struck like lightning and froze instantly. Qin Ruolan remembered that painful memory again, her eyes full of resentment when she looked at the Pei family. Pei stepped back a few steps and fell to the ground, tears of regret silently sliding down her face. Qin Mu watched her mother's reaction for a while before saying softly, "All right, since this is your first mistake, I'll give a small punishment and a warning. Starting the next morning, vegetarian food will be restored." Qin Junxian clenched his teeth in thanks, but before Qin Mu could say anything sarcastic, he strode towards the officer's main tent. Soon after, he returned, squatting in front of Pei, who was sitting on the ground. He extended his hand forward, holding a small, simple bread roll. Pei looked at Qin Junxian, who had always been her hope, and in her anger, she slapped the bread away. "Good for nothing. How did I end up with such a useless son?" After saying that, she clenched her fist and struck his chest. Even though she used all her strength, she couldn't really hurt him, but Qin Junxian felt as if a hammer was pounding into his body, making it hard to breathe. He quickly pulled Pei into his arms, letting her struggle free, only hearing her bitter sobs. Under the moonlight, Qin Junxian raised his head to look at the sky, his Adam's apple trembling slightly. Qin Mu snorted softly and withdrew his gaze, leaning close to the old lady's ear and whispering, "Have you forgotten the contribution of the eldest sister-in-law to the eldest brother?" The old lady trembled and remembered an important matter she had previously ignored. Su Yunwan had healed her grandson's injury. She was grateful to Su Yunwan, so how could she think she was a troublemaker for the family? It was because she had argued fiercely with her grandson, lost her temper out of jealousy, and deliberately ignored Su Yunwan's kindness, focusing only on her inappropriate behavior, and made such harsh accusations. Seeing her face full of regret and despair, Qin Mu looked around at everyone and said, "Without my eldest sister-in-law, how much suffering would you have endured during the exile? I don't need to say more, right? If a person has no gratitude, they are no different from animals. From now on, anyone who disrespects the lady will be punished as if they disobeyed the head of the family." This warning deeply resonated in the hearts of all the Qin family members present, lingering for a long time. "Shire, send someone to find Wanwan and bring her back." The bonfire crackled, flames flickering in the wind, casting shadows on Zichi's worried face. "Yes," Shire replied and turned to give instructions to the other shadow guards. After dinner, the shadow guard returned from searching for someone. He brought back several large bundles and reported, "Master, these are cloaks and bedding bought by the lady. She specifically instructed that they be used by you and young Master Junyu. Also, the lady said she has urgent matters and will not return tonight." "Where did she go?" 07 leaned forward slightly. "Shadow guard, did I met the lady and Brother Wu on the road." After handing over the bundles, they turned around and left without revealing their destination. 07 showed a clear look of disappointment, acting with the emotion expected of his true self. Anyone who saw it would believe it was genuine. At the Chu family, Chu Xiao and his second son exchanged a glance. The father and son then went to a secluded place. Once sure no one else was around, Chu Xiao stopped and looked serious. His eyes darkened as he said, "I always feel there is something strange about the Qin family. What do you two think?" Chu Yan thought for a moment and replied, "Qin Junyi lets Qin Mu do as he pleases and hasn't said a kind word about his grandmother. That is quite unusual. Maybe he really holds a grudge against the old lady. Because of his younger status, he can't say certain things openly, so he has Qin Mu speak for him. Sixth, what do you think?" Chu Xiao turned to Chu Yi. Chu Yi nodded confidently and said, "Qin Junyi is pretending to be hurt and upset."
Chu Xiao, not that. I can see that too.
"The goal is to make Qin Mu take action." Chu Yi added, this time, his serious injury was just acting. "But what about normally?" His words caused a shockwave, and Chu Xiao and Chu Yan looked at each other with surprise and suspicion. "Are you saying?" Chu Xiao fixed his gaze on Chu Yi. "Son is trying to say that Qin Junyi's health has improved a lot since he left the capital. The situation will only get better, not worse. As for how much he has recovered, I suggest our family not investigate too much. When the time comes, we will know. Chuya nodded and smiled. Sixth brother is right. Our two families are working together now. His health improving is a rare good thing. Chu Xiao thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Actually, Chu Yi had a suspicion he hadn't voiced. When Pei Shi and the old lady were questioned by Qin Mu, Qin Junyi's restrained expression seemed deliberate, as if he was pretending. This could explain why he no longer personally dealt with family matters. But if he was an imposter, why did he seem genuinely worried and sad when he heard that Su Yunwan wouldn't return? Sometimes truth appears as falsehood, and falsehood seems real. It's hard to tell the difference. But one thing is certain, Qin Junyi's body will not break down from torture, and that's enough. They are talking quietly inside a tent in the shelter of the wind, waiting for Wu Xiaohan to return. Qin Junyi plays with a lock of black hair near Su Yunwan's shoulder. I received news that disasters are severe across central China. The government responds slowly, rescue efforts are weak, and some officials have even abandoned the city. This is a sign of chaos, Su Yunwan predicted. Throughout history, no dynasty has lasted forever. The longest lasted 3 generations, and now the Great Zhou is in its third. Qin Junyi takes a deep breath, his face very serious. Because of his loyalty and patriotism, he never thought about losing the throne before returning to the capital. Now, pushed onto the path of rebellion, he hopes to face the court without harming innocent people. But with natural disasters and human troubles, if not managed well, the people might rise up against the officials, leading to chaos. In times of chaos, heroes emerge and wise men gather. You should recruit talented and brave people so they don't join the enemies. If someone wants to control central China, it won't be just you. Su Yunwan looks at Qin Junyi with bright eyes and a slight smile. Qin Junyi's eyes move.
Wanwan.
Su Yunwan's gaze is clear, as if nothing can escape her sight. If you want revenge, you must be prepared to oppose the royal family. It's normal to have big ambitions. Qin Junyi's heart softens completely, and he shares his plan. I want to first control Yuhjo, then hide my strength and wait for the right moment. In chaotic times, building up forces and waiting patiently is the smartest choice.
Su Yunwan agrees strongly.
Suddenly, she smiles and says, Yuhjo is a good place. Yuhjo is in the far northeast of the country, an important border area protecting the central plains. But because of closed roads, it's very far from the central dynasty, and the court's control there is weak. To keep stability, the court secretly appointed a powerful local leader to manage the area. Because the emperor is far away, many rebels in later times used this place to rise up and then moved south to conquer the central lands. It's unclear what the foolish emperor was thinking, exiling a noble family to Yuhjo, where control was weak. What confidence did he have, thinking Ziyuan would die on the way? Qin Junyi looks surprised. Yuhjo's land is poor and the weather harsh, famous for being cold and difficult.
Why is that?
You'll find out later. Su Yunwan's smile was bright and cheerful. Looking at his wife, who had a mountain within her chest and rivers in her eyes, Qin Junyi's heart grew even more firm. Wanwan must be the person predicted in Yang's prophecy. He was so lucky to marry Wanwan. But, despite his excitement, he had never thought of using his wife's magical abilities before. Now, as he chose his future path, he still didn't want to ask her for help, even though her strength could rival thousands of soldiers. As long as Wanwan was not used by hostile forces, that was already a great fortune for him. Su Yunwan didn't think as much as Qin Junyi did. She only knew that a true gentleman does not let revenge go unpunished. On the day the dog emperor exhausted the nation's strength, it was the time for him to face the consequences. She would repay Ziyuan tenfold for everything he suffered before. Soon, Wu Xiaohan returned, bringing back a shadow guard from the Qin family. This shadow guard carefully reported to Qin Junyi about the argument between old Madame Qin and Mrs. Pei, and also told him about Qin Mu's handling of the matter. Su Yunwan impatiently clicked her tongue. Can't have a moment of peace. Qin Junyi's face showed struggle. After a moment of silence, he said, "Tell Qin Mu, he did very well. Also, I am giving him authority to clear all the unstable factors in the family. including his grandmother. Yes, the shadow guard responded and left. Qin Junyi swallowed the bitter, sour feeling that weighed heavily in his throat. He reached out his long arm and embraced Su Yunwan. "Let's go to sleep." Su Yunwan responded with a soft and they fell asleep together. They didn't speak all night. Early the next morning, the mountain was silent. While picking wild fruits on the hillside, Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan suddenly heard a cry for help from an elderly person. "Help! Is anyone there?" At the end of a narrow mountain path, a weak voice faintly came, hoarse, as if filled with sand. Qing Xian immediately appeared from the shadows. "Master, I will go check." Qin Junyi nodded, put on a black mask, and looked at Su Yunwan. "Shall we go together?" "Yes," Su Yunwan said cautiously. Elderly people and children are the most likely to make others less suspicious. If the Dog Emperor's people saw the failed assassination attempt, they might send an old assassin next. The group followed the path for about 100 meters. After turning a corner, they found the source of the voice. It was an unfinished grave, with the mound protruding a few centimeters above the ground and not yet sealed. The voice was coming from the opening. "Broken pot grave." Qin Junyi's face slightly changed.
Su Yunwan was confused.
"What is a broken pot grave?" "This is a folk custom where elders are buried alive, also called a huajia grave. In poor families, when elders reach their 60th year, they often move into unfinished, jar-shaped graves, where family members bring them food. Each time food is delivered, a brick is added to the grave until the top is sealed. But isn't the great Zhou known for valuing filial piety? How can such a strange custom exist?" Su Yunwan's big eyes were full of surprise. Initially, elders chose to enter the graves to lighten their family's burden. Over time, this became a common practice. If a person reached 60 and could no longer do physical work but refused to leave home, they would be looked down upon by their children and neighbors. Today, whether they want to or not, being sent to the mountains seems like an unavoidable fate. Is there any way to escape? Su Yunwan knew humans' desire to survive very well. Maybe at first, people obeyed because of pressure from inside and outside. But when life is at risk, people's reason often gives way to instinct, and they will do anything to survive. Of course, some try to run away, but their endings are usually tragic. Qin Junyi explained what he knew carefully. As more bricks are added on top, the entrance of the jar-shaped grave gets smaller. The instinct to survive makes people desperately want to escape. Inside, they go crazy, digging the dirt with their hands like shovels. Some try to carve footholds on the wall to climb out. But their old bodies lack food, strength, and stamina. Even if they can keep going, the shape of the jar makes it impossible to reach the opening. Not only is it futile, but they risk breaking their legs. Others scratch at the ground, ignoring their bloody nails, and spread the dirt they dig out on their feet to slowly climb out of the hole. However, even if they escape from the grave, they don't know where to go. Staying in the mountains means facing wild animals and poisonous creatures, making survival unlikely. Going down to the village, their families probably won't accept them, and they might be mocked by villagers. Besides going home, the elderly have nowhere else to go. But once they appear, they face beating, tying up, and being thrown back into the grave, with the entrance sealed immediately, buried alive again. The government has rules saying families with elders can be exempt from forced labor. But from what I know, this policy isn't actually enforced. At least not in the Northwest or along the route I took to drive the northern tribes out of the country. No officials seem to implement it. After finishing, Qin Junyi released Su Yunwan's hand. "Wanwan, the place is dirty and smelly. Wait here for me." He walked to the grave's edge and looked inside through the opening. On the graveyard ground, a person bound with ropes curled up, covered in dirt, making it impossible to see the color of their clothes. Next to his head, there was of cloth, possibly spat out after being sealed shut. The man was in a semi-conscious state, instinctively calling out help. Qin Junyi narrowed his eyes and instructed Qing Xian to bring the person up. "Be careful." After the experience with the little assassin the day before, Qin Junyi was somewhat cautious about this stranger at the bottom of the cave. "Understood." Qing Xian moved aside the earth bricks, reached inside, and then brought the person out of the hole, placing him on the ground and cutting the ropes around him. The person's hair was completely white and messy, scattered over his body. His pale face was covered with a cold, deathly aura. However, judging by his features, he seemed to be around 50 years old, not quite an elderly man. Perhaps sensing someone nearby or being stimulated by the light, his eyes suddenly opened. They were bloodshot and cloudy, directly meeting Su Yunwan's gaze. Su Yunwan's fingers, hanging by her side, twitched slightly, but the man immediately shifted his gaze to Qin Junyi and Qing Xian. His lips, cracked and trembling, said, "Thank you both for saving me." "Give him some water," Qin Junyi said. Qing Xian took out a water pouch, gently holding the man's chin to feed him a few sips. The man was extremely thirsty, gulping down several mouthfuls. He wanted more, but Qing Xian knew that dehydrated people shouldn't drink large amounts at once, so he put the water pouch away. Qin Junyi then handed him some mountain fruit he had collected earlier. The man greedily stuffed the fruit into his mouth. After eating and drinking, the man casually broke a branch from a nearby tree, tied his long white hair up, and stared intently at Qin Junyi.
"I was harmed by someone.
If you can help me reunite with my people, I am willing to lead my entire tribe of a few hundred people to serve you loyally," he said. Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan exchanged glances, then said, "Please tell us more." "My name is Jiang Hongman. I am the village chief of Dahuang Mountain, with 5 sons and 3 daughters. Our family was quite well off. But then a landslide destroyed everything. Later, a plague broke out. To escape, I called my people to leave the area. The night before we fled, I drank tea given by my second son, then fell into a daze and woke up in this grave." Qin Junyi glanced around at the surroundings, which didn't seem freshly dug. He remained calm and asked, "You mean your second son dug a grave with a clay jar overnight?" Jiang Hongman replied, "I don't know.
I was knocked out at the time.
But when I woke up and thought carefully, I believe he had planned it all along. Just a month ago, my eldest son accidentally fell and broke his back, leaving him paralyzed and unable to succeed me as the village leader. According to the order of age, it was now my second son's turn to take over. Since then, my second son has become arrogant and obsessed with power, treating the villagers under his control as servants. I considered passing the position to my third son, who has better character, but before I could tell the officials, a sudden upheaval occurred. My eldest son, unable to move easily, couldn't escape when the land suddenly shifted. In the end, Jiang Hongman covered his face with his hands and whispered in tears. The pain of losing a loved one is hard to understand unless you experience it yourself. Su Yunwan looked at the old man and mostly ruled out the possibility of an assassin. A respected village leader wouldn't have trouble investigating someone's true identity. If the other person was truly connected to the Dog Emperor, it would only be an old secret agent, which is very unlikely. If what he said is true, this story might be about a son so obsessed with power that he wanted to force his father to go to a remote grave, but the earthquake happened first, bringing that plan forward. Qin Junyi asked, "When did your family leave?" Jiang Hongman gave a date, exactly 3 days ago in the morning. After learning this, he gritted his teeth and said, "I must catch up and deal with that rebellious son." "But we have urgent matters and cannot you," Qin Junyi replied. Jiang Hongman looked slightly ashamed and asked, "Could you kindly give some money? I will go to the county town to hire a carriage. I should be able to catch up quickly. After I settle my affairs, I will come back to repay your kindness." Qin Junyi looked at Su Yunwan for question. Su Yunwan reached into her sleeve and took out a bag of copper coins from her space, then handed it to Jiang Hongman. "Thank you, madam." "Thank you, young heroes," Jiang Hongman said, holding out his calloused hands to accept the money. Su Yunwan's eyes flashed, and she took some baked cakes and a water pouch filled with water. The cakes were the ones Qin Junyi had brought yesterday. Because Su Yunwan, feeling stubborn, prepared many delicious meals for the 4 of them, enough to fill their stomachs, she didn't eat the cakes. Jiang Hongman, having survived life and death and now receiving so many supplies, was moved to tears. "How can I find you all?" It's just a small favor. No need to worry, Qin Zhenyi said.
No, no, no.
You saved my life. I must repay you, or I will feel uneasy, Jiang Hongman insisted. Su Yunwan said, then perhaps we will meet again by fate. After speaking, she gave Qin Zhenyi a meaningful look and left first. Qin Zhenyi and Qing Xian followed closely behind, pretending to be her guards. Before leaving, Qin Zhenyi left a message. The bridge over the turbid river has been destroyed by floods, so your people might still be crossing the water. If his people stayed by the river, they might meet again someday. However, Qin Zhenyi did not plan to return to the team immediately. On one hand, his grandmother was undergoing punishment, so he couldn't go back now. On the other hand, this peaceful place was perfect for practicing internal skills. Wu Xiaohan spent most of his time meditating and cultivating, and at his current pace he was likely to break through his bottleneck and advance in a few days. He could also enjoy quiet time with Wanwan, away from worldly troubles. After this interruption, Su Yunwan didn't explore the mountains anymore and went straight back to her resting spot. Along the way, Qin Zhenyi picked flowers from the roadside. Su Yunwan sat inside the tent, trimming flower branches and placing them in a vase, while taking out 2 royal secret manuals for Qin Zhenyi and Qing Xian to study. Knowing yourself and your enemy leads to victory in every battle. Check if there are any weaknesses. Even if there aren't, you'll be prepared if you face them someday. Qin Zhenyi handed the Qian Kuan sword technique to Qing Xian, then flipped through the Qian Kuan mind method and asked, Wanwan, do you really want to practice this mind method? Let me think about it first. I haven't found the feeling yet. Do you want me to help you open your small circulation channel? That is, the run and do meridians.
Can I? Come.
Qin Zhenyi sat in front of her. After reciting the formulas and key points, he raised both palms to face Su Yunwan's palms, channeling his internal energy to guide her true qi. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Su Yunwan's supernatural power flowed into Qin Zhenyi's body like a raging flood, instantly disrupting his breath. Qin Zhenyi quickly held his breath, focused his mind, and exerted all his strength to control the flow of supernatural power, guiding it along their dual cultivation method, circulating once inside his body before returning it to Su Yunwan. The supernatural power and internal energy intertwined, circulating continuously between the two. Finally, Su Yunwan realized the difference between supernatural power and internal energy cultivation. They both absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, but one gathers in the Xian pool and the other in the Dantian. Gradually, she felt an energy building in her Dantian, growing more and more, accumulating endlessly. Unbeknownst to them, vast amounts of spiritual energy from all directions converged into their bodies. Wu Xiaohan was influenced by this and successfully broke through that evening, greatly enhancing his already high martial skills, making him one of the top 10 experts in the world. He finished his posture, looked at his master and wife still practicing, then walked over to Qing Xian, who was acting as a protector.
How are you?
Qing Xian saw that his face was normal, and his calm tones secretly showed concern. Wu Xiaohan suddenly smiled happily and said, It's done. Congratulations. Qing Xian patted his shoulder.
Thank you, Master.
Wu Xiaohan said, My disciple discovered that this energy of heaven and earth contains healing power. From now on, let me protect the law, and you can also take the opportunity to practice. Okay. Qing Xian nodded and sat down a short distance from Qin Zhenyi to meditate and begin practicing. Sure enough, he felt a strange, pure power flowing into his body, slowly repairing various hidden injuries. Years ago, when Qin Mu urgently reported the situation, he was severely punished by old Wang Yi. First, he endured 7 days and nights of harsh punishment in the punishment hall. Then his martial arts were abolished, and he was retrained. His aging body was not as capable as when he was young, so he relied on overexerting his life force to graduate successfully again. His body also carried various hidden injuries from long-term harsh punishment and rigorous training, constantly craving attention. He knew he wouldn't live long, so he was extremely strict with his disciple Wu Xiaohan, hoping he could take over the leadership role as soon as possible. Now, this power flowed slowly, like a gentle spring breeze, and he had not felt such comfort in a very long time. When Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan finished their training, Qing Xian also regained consciousness. He felt as if his whole body and mind had been reborn, and the persistent pain finally disappeared. What made him even more happy was that Qin Junyi not only fully restored his inner strength, but also reached the peak of his cultivation. At that moment, Su Yunwan just opened her eyes and heard Qin Junyi ask with concern, "Wanwan, how do you feel?" "Seems okay." Su Yunwan felt a strong energy gathering in her dantian, which should be her internal power.
And you?
Qin Junyi showed a big smile. "My inner strength is fully restored and even more advanced, reaching the peak." "Congratulations, Master." Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan exclaimed happily. Su Yunwan also felt very joyful. "We should celebrate properly. Come on, let's go eat." Soon, a table of delicious food and fine wine appeared on the mat, and the four of them raised their glasses to celebrate. During the laughter, Su Yunwan learned that she and Qin Junyi had practiced a special dual cultivation technique together, and they had been doing so for 3 days and nights. She also tested her accumulated internal power by smashing stones, and found it was extremely powerful, only needing more practice and insight. 1-1. You can choose a weapon to practice with, combining your internal power and techniques to maximize your strength. Okay, I'll look at various weapon manuals first, and then decide which one to use later. No one knew that after studying all the martial arts manuals from different schools, she lost interest in systematic training. Instead, she eagerly deciphered fighting moves for fun. For Su Yunwan and Qin Junyi, the past few days were full of good food and rewards, making them very comfortable. Meanwhile, the Qin family members in exile were suffering deeply and feeling like time was dragging on. After spending a night by the river, Zhongwei learned from local villagers that the nearby terrain would require about 10 days to go around and reach the other side. He sent 8 officials to nearby towns to gather supplies. Other prisoners paid others to buy things for them, while Qin Chu's family sent 2 people each to do the same. The rest stayed behind until the supplies were ready, then they all set out together. Qin Mu received a message from Qin Junyi giving him authority, so he began to reform the Qin family boldly. After breakfast, Qin Junyi gathered everyone, telling them to follow Qin Mu's arrangements. Qin Mu, claiming they were traveling, canceled the old lady's strict daily routines to weaken her high status. The old lady couldn't accept this and immediately questioned Qin Junyi. "Brother E, the daily routines are basic rules. How can they be cancelled just like that?" The stand-in, 07, looked cold and said, "Grandmother, we are still on the exile road. Let's be quiet for now. Once we settle in Yuhjo City, we can restore order. If we lose our manners and education, our family will be laughed at," the old lady insisted. 07 replied coldly, "Haven't we already been laughed at enough?" The old lady's voice rose sharply. "What did you say?" 07 glanced at her coldly and said indifferently, "That's the truth." You're not." The old lady suddenly realized what was happening, her face full of shock. 07 gave her a cold look, silently confirming that he didn't intend to pretend to be a caring grandson in front of her. The old lady sat down in despair, realizing that it was indeed her eldest grandson's message, leaving Qin Mu in charge of the family. Unable to resist, she immediately turned to the women and vented, "Today you all memorize the Book of Rites of Womanly Virtue. If anyone can't answer during inspection, they'll be whipped." She had originally wanted to use the Book of Songs, which was more difficult and could restore her authority, but it was destroyed during the chaos that night. Qin Mu didn't give her a chance to show off. He quickly said they already know these contents by heart. However, Hui Kong and Sinyi's performances are completely different. This shows that talking about theory doesn't help. It's more important to practice in words and actions. The family rules clearly state this, so there's no need for the old lady to worry. The old lady was repeatedly blocked and became very angry, her chest rising and falling quickly. "I educate my family women. What does that have to do with you?" If you really want to teach, then please bring back a knowledgeable lady wife. Don't make me say you are unworthy of your position. Qinmu lost patience, and her words became sharp. The old lady was so angry she leaned back. In the past, Lin would have already supported her and softly advised her, but now she instinctively wanted to step forward. Suddenly, her arm was grabbed by her daughter. Only then did she realize she no longer needed to serve the old lady as carefully as before. Qinmu saw Lin and her daughter's actions, and a hint of interest appeared in her eyes. Please, fourth madam and Miss Ruoshan, go borrow some fabric, needles, and thread from the Chu family to do some needlework. Lin and her daughter agreed and left together for the Chu family. After arranging for the fourth madam and her daughter, Qinmu said, Hui Kong and Ruolan, you are responsible for going up the mountain to dig wild vegetables. Pei immediately refused. Why can they do light needlework, but Ruolan and I have to go up the mountain and dig wild vegetables with the refugees? Ruolan took the chance to speak. I'm so hungry I feel weak. I don't have the strength to climb the mountain unless my brother restores my diet. Yes, how can you expect us to only eat government supplies today and then make us dig wild vegetables? Pei found another reason she thought was valid. But Qinmu wouldn't let them have their way. You two, one is a Qin family girl, and the other is a nun supported by the Qin family. If you don't follow the arrangements, then on the way, you can just eat the government-issued bread. Ruolan had never suffered such unfair treatment before. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Lingchi. Big brother. Lingchi's heart was as hard as iron. In the past, the fourth madam and her daughter collected many wild vegetables and mountain mushrooms, but what about you? The Qin family doesn't support useless people. If you still want to enjoy Qin family resources, you must obey Qinmu's orders. Pei didn't notice the substitute and only forced herself to plead, let me go alone. Ruolan has been hungry for 2 days and really can't walk anymore. Ruolan looked at Pei, and tears streamed down her face. She moved and called out softly, Mother. My unfortunate daughter. Pei hugged her daughter tightly. Qinmu watched this deep mother-daughter scene and felt it was quite harsh. Her sneering voice sounded, Young lady, you've always been obedient. You wouldn't be willing to watch your mother go up the mountain alone, would you? Ruolan's body stiffened immediately, unsure how to answer. Qin Juanxian's nails dug into his palm tightly, and finally, he couldn't hold back and spoke. Qinmu, Ruolan is not feeling well. Please allow her to rest for a day. You often emphasize filial piety, so why do you avoid responsibility when it concerns yourself? Qinmu's sarcastic expression faded, and anger appeared. When our eldest brother was mistreated and punished by your mother, did any of you give him time to rest? Compared to that, what does Qin Ruolan's minor health issue matter? Qin Juanxian's face suddenly turned as white as paper, filled with guilt and pain. Qinmu then looked sharply at Qin Ruolan, speaking coldly like a blade. Qin Ruolan, you always think your eldest sister-in-law isn't doing enough, but look at yourself. How much have you done? When the eldest brother clearly asked you to serve the old lady, did you fulfill your duty as a granddaughter? Now your mother is pleading for you out of guilt, and you, as a child, just enjoy it without guilt? If you can't do what's right, why expect others to? Stop talking. I'm going now. Qin Ruolan cried out, covering her face and running toward the nearby forest. Lan, wait for mother. Pei Shi quickly chased after her. The shadow guards watching over Pei Shi nodded at Qinmu and then strode quickly to follow. The others, except for the body 007 and the elderly lady, had no free time. Qinmu ordered Qin Junxian to practice martial arts and go hunting, while he focused on Qin Ji's physical training. Qin Junyu was resting and listening to Shi explain and memorize military books. Everyone else was busy, except for the body 007 and the old lady. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and her daughter explained their visit to the Chu family. The Chu women warmly welcomed them. Madame Chu not only arranged fabrics for them to choose from, but also invited them to sit and do embroidery together. Just right, you can get to know Fair better. Madame Chu is talking about Chu Fair, the youngest daughter of the Chu family and also Qin Junyu's fiancé. Since they hadn't prepared gifts yet, the Qin family hadn't officially proposed marriage, but the two families had reached a verbal agreement, treating each other as future relatives. After Lin Ruoshan told Qin Junyi about it, she and her mother stayed at the Chu house. While the mother and daughter enjoyed embroidery and chatting with the Chu women, Pei Shi and Qin Rulin endured the gossip and pointing fingers from others. Too many refugees had stopped by the riverbank. While waiting for the bridge to be built, they also went up the mountain to gather edible resources. Seeing Pei Shi and her daughter sit on a large rock for a long time without moving, bored women fleeing the disaster whispered among themselves, "Did you notice? They've been sitting there forever, not doing anything. What else can they do? Probably just being lazy. If I were like them, I'd have been beaten to death by my husband long ago. If you were as beautiful as they are, your man wouldn't be so angry. I'm not a courtesan, so I don't serve men with my looks." It seems like they came from exile, probably noble ladies or daughters of officials who lived comfortably before. I've heard that these women are often sent to the army to become military prostitutes. Serves them right. It's because they are corrupt and bribe officials, oppressing ordinary people. Mrs. P couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up, crossed her arms, and scolded angrily. "What do you know? My Qin family has protected the country for generations. Yet, when the new emperor ascended the throne, he betrayed loyal subjects and harmed the honest. You ignorant fools only talk nonsense and gossip, not even afraid of your own words." As soon as she spoke, Shiru's face changed drastically. The area fell silent, then erupted with even harsher accusations and insults. "How dare you insult the emperor? You're just asking for death. You're the ones at fault. The emperor spared your lives, yet you don't thank him and even hold grudges. I think exile is too lenient. Behead them all. Yes, behead them. All corrupt officials deserve death. You, a nun, dare to speak so wildly. Are you pretending to be a nun? I think you're trying to escape exile by pretending to be a nun, but it backfired. I wonder if those rough soldiers in the army would dare to lay a hand on a nun. They definitely would. They've been holding back for too long. They'd get excited even seeing a sow." Ha ha ha. Mrs. P was humiliated and furious. She wanted to step forward and fight them, protected by her guards, but Shiru grabbed her. "Don't cause trouble. Are you blind? What trouble did I cause?" Mrs. P struggled hard, but the hand holding her arm didn't loosen, causing her pain. Qin Rulin was anxious and angry. She shouted loudly, "You don't understand. My older brother was framed.
It was just the night before last."
Shiru immediately released Mrs. P, spun around, covered Qin Rulin's mouth with a big hand, and whispered in her ear, "Don't cause trouble for the master." This was the first time Qin Rulin had been so close to a man other than her brother. She felt shy and dizzy, her cheeks flushing. Before she could react, Mrs. P pushed Shiru away. "What are you doing? Let go of Lan." Shiru stepped back a few paces, listening to Mrs. P's continuous insults. "Not only are you not helping to protect the Qin family's reputation, but you also dare to disobey and offend my daughter. Just wait until my eldest son sorts you out when we get back." Shiru was unafraid and simply said, "If you hadn't ignored the purpose of this trip and just sat around doing nothing, how could you have attracted attention? What are you, and how dare you criticize me?" Pei Shi angrily raised her hand to slap her. Shiru once again grabbed her wrist tightly, applying more force. "Ouch! Ouch! Let go quickly!" Pei Shi shouted in pain. Thinking she was the mother of the lady, Shiru didn't break her wrist like she would with others. But if she didn't give her a lesson, Pei Shi wouldn't learn to behave. So, she made Pei Shi suffer without hurting her bones. "How dare you? Let go of my mother." Qin Rulin was anxious, hitting and kicking Shiru, but her strength was like tickling to Shiru. Shiru stood still like a stone and coldly said, "Apologize." Pei Shi was in so much pain she could only quietly say, "Sorry." "What did you do wrong?" Shiru asked as if she was questioning someone being punished in a court, insisting Pei Shi admit her mistake. "I shouldn't have hit you. That's just the first mistake. I shouldn't have argued with them." Shiru sneered and clearly pointed out, "First, You shouldn't be sitting here wasting time on a task you were given. Second, you've already become a nun and shouldn't act like a member of the Qin family. Third, you shouldn't pretend to be a Qin family member, criticize the royal family, and cause trouble for the Qin family. I repeat my words, Shi Wu ordered. Pei Shi had no choice but to stammer and repeat her words. Only then did Shi Wu let go of her. Since you know you're wrong, start digging wild vegetables. After speaking, Shi Wu motioned for them to go up the mountain to avoid the crowd and continue gathering vegetables. The women had never seen anyone as fierce as Shi Wu, so they quickly gave up and whispered among themselves. Under Shi Wu's guidance and supervision, Pei Shi and her daughter dug half a small basket of wild vegetables, finally returning with something in hand. By noon, the three of them carried the vegetables back to the Qin family, just in time to meet Lin Shi and her daughter returning from the Chu family. They brought back borrowed sewing supplies and embroidered silk handkerchiefs, as well as a package given by Chu Fei. Inside the package were 2 new outfits made by Chu Fei and her aunt. The fabric was plain cotton, and the colors were simple, but they were badly needed supplies for the Qin family. Lin Shi couldn't put the clothes down, saying, "We worked all day yesterday in the heat, didn't change or wash, and now we smell terrible. Fair is so thoughtful. This really helps us have a tight spot." Cough, cough. The old lady beside them coughed a few times, her eyes almost glued to the new clothes. Lin Shi paused, then quickly pretended not to understand, and put the clothes away. If it had been in the past, even if this was a dress given by her future daughter-in-law, she would have painfully let go of it first to please the old lady. Now, since she no longer depends on the old lady to live, she naturally won't do things just to flatter her. Seeing the old lady's expression turn slightly angry, Qin Rusin immediately took out the finished embroidery from this morning and handed it to Qin Junyi. "Big brother, this silk handkerchief is for the eldest sister-in-law to use. My sewing isn't very good. I hope she won't mind." Liqui took it and looked at it. The pale pink silk handkerchief had a vivid peony embroidered on one corner. He looked up and smiled. "Thank you, it's very beautiful." Qin Rusin glanced at the clothes her future sister-in-law had sent and said, "If the eldest sister-in-law didn't bring any change of clothes, I can give her this one." "Thank you, she should have some." "You keep it for yourself," Liqui said, his expression softening. Among all the women in the Qin family, this girl was the only one who truly treated the lady sincerely. She was sensible, generous, diligent, and understanding, unlike her mother who was more interested in gaining favor through flattery. In the big dyeing vat that is the Qin palace, she was like a pure lotus emerging from the mud, elegant and noble. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice interrupted. "Shanshan, since you don't want this dress, give it to me. When I receive my monthly allowance, I will return you a better one." Qin Rulan, as the eldest daughter of the Prince Qing's estate, with her mother as the head lady, had better clothing and supplies than Qin Rusin for more than 10 years since her birth until the family was overthrown. After being exiled, her mother's subsidy and twice the monthly allowance Qin Rusin received were all spent on buying beautiful clothes. If she hadn't been robbed by refugees, she wouldn't have looked at this plain dress. Seeing her confident and disdainful attitude toward the clothes, Qin Rusin was instantly furious. "This was sent by my future sister-in-law. How could I not want it?" She carefully stored the clothes away. Suddenly, she saw a light blue silk handkerchief. When she opened it, she saw embroidered mandarin ducks playing in the water, and she immediately understood. She smiled and walked toward Qin Junyu, who was bowing his head, pondering something. "Brother, look what I brought you." Qin Rulan watched her back and stomped her foot. "Humph, who would care about that?" Thinking of something, she turned and asked Qin Junyi, "Big brother, the eldest sister-in-law managed to buy so many cloaks and quilts yesterday. She should also be able to bring back clothes for everyone to change into today, right?" "I don't know," Liqui said lazily, not even bothering to lift his eyelids.
How could you not know?
"Didn't you send someone to look for her? If she has something to do, someone can send her back." Lingchi glanced coldly and said, "Do you know what it means to push your luck? Big sister-in-law manages the household. Buying supplies is her responsibility. Qin Rulin muttered softly. Lingchi sternly shouted, "Look at the whole exile team. How many people are cold and have caught colds because they lack warm clothing? If you're still not satisfied, take away the cloak and experience what it's like to suffer among common folk. Big brother, I just want a set of clean clothes to change into. Can you get what you want just like that? Have you earned any silver? What have you contributed to this family? Only asking for more. What's the difference from a blood-sucking leech?" When Qin Mu helped the exhausted Qin Ji back, he saw from afar Lingchi loudly scolding Qin Rulin. Qin Rulin lowered her head, unable to lift it, wiping tears with a handkerchief. Seeing Qin Mu, Lingchi suddenly paused, coughing softly. "Big brother." Qin Rulin hurriedly took out a water pouch to feed Lingchi. Lingchi looked at the water pouch, reached out to take it, but touched delicate, fragile fingers and froze. The air suddenly grew quiet. Lingchi looked up, meeting her blinking eyes and an innocent, puzzled expression. Qin Mu's face darkened sharply. He called out, "Shan, come help your father."
Coming.
Qin Rulin turned her head and responded, pulling back her hand. "Big brother, I want to see my father. Go ahead." Lingchi raised the water pouch and took a few sips. After covering it, Qin Mu had already stepped in front of him. "Big brother, are you okay?" Qin Mu asked with concern, but his eyes held suspicion and warning. Lingchi calmly met his gaze.
"I'm fine."
At this moment, Lin Shi and Qin Rulin helped Qin Ji back, repeatedly asking where he was hurt, breaking the tense atmosphere. Qin Mu scolded the 12th servant for not taking better care of the master. The 12th servant inwardly felt wronged. He also wanted to deliver water, but was snatched by Miss Rulin. If he had stepped forward to compete, wouldn't Miss Shan, with her cleverness and attention to detail, clearly show everyone that her brother was different? But he only dared to think this silently and pretended to be respectful outwardly. Qin Mu was the most trusted and capable brother of the master, someone who was very opinionated and willing to do anything for the master. He didn't want to become a target of criticism. Qin Mu snorted coldly and turned to apply medicine to Qin Ji's injuries. Soon, Qin Junxian and the shadow guards returned. Mrs. Pei immediately called Qin Junxian over, showing him the fierce wound on his wrist and exaggerating to accuse the guards of injuring her. Shiwu knew that the Pei family would not give up easily. After hearing the news, he immediately knelt in front of Lingchi, explaining everything from start to finish in detail. Lingchi listened, then coldly glanced at Qin Junxian, waiting to see how he would seek justice for his mother. Qin Junxian heard two very different versions. He only told Qin Rulin to take good care of her mother, then stood up to gather firewood and prepare food. Pei looked at his back, growing angrier at his passivity and feeling more resentful. Qin Mu, seeing that Qin Junxian was somewhat sensible, did not trouble Pei further. Instead, he used harsh words and threats to scare her into submission. The old lady already knew Qin Mu was cold and distant, and might secretly give Pei a harmful potion. Though she was unhappy, she dared not oppose Qin Mu's sharpness. To make herself feel better, she kept convincing herself, Qin Mu's actions are all to help the eldest grandson. She and him are on the same side, so she must support him fully. However, the old lady was used to having someone serve her. Even if she tried to restrain herself, sometimes she still instinctively ordered others. The person she ordered was no longer Lin Shi, but Qin Rulin. Qin Rulin, after being insulted by Qin Mu, refused to admit her flaws in filial piety. She endured her young lady temper and tried to serve as diligently as Lin Shi did. This made Pei so angry she nearly vomited blood. She secretly cursed her for being foolish. Qin Rulin, however, was betting on her pride. She wanted Qin Mu to see clearly, she is not someone who harms others out of selfishness, like Su Yunwan. Unbeknownst to her, her idea seemed childish to Qin Mu. Although he joined the exile group halfway through, he already understood Su Yunwan's character and manners. There was no need for Qin Rulin to tell him. According to the laws and customs of the court, her behavior as the eldest sister-in-law was indeed very unfilial. But so what? Just because she healed the eldest brother's serious injury, the Qin family would treat her as a great benefactor, giving her anything she wanted. Not to mention her extraordinary skills, which made her proud and confident. Even if she was so strong, she still wanted to take on the responsibilities of being the Qin family's wife. But within a few days, the old lady had destroyed her efforts. Thinking of this, Qin Mu cast a dark look at the old lady. He had already hinted that a person without gratitude is no better than an animal. If the eldest sister-in-law returned and the old lady dared to show her face, he would tear her face off and stomp on it. Now let her do as she pleases and fight fire with fire. He doesn't know that this moment of indulgence will lead to a serious accident. The old lady had fought for many years in the inner court and knew how to control people's hearts. She was not upset by Qin Rulan's insincere service. Instead, she wanted to prolong this time until the day she could hire servants to help. So, when Qin Rulan was not careful enough in her duties, the old lady patiently pointed out how she should behave. At the end, she would also teach her. Lan, when you get married, taking care of your mother-in-law by cleaning, serving tea, pouring water, massaging shoulders and waist. These are normal chores. You are the eldest daughter of the Qin family, so you must do everything perfectly to maintain our family's good name. Qin Rulan was trained so harshly that she suffered greatly, but she could only grit her teeth and endure. Later, she wished she could spend all her time gathering wild vegetables on the mountain to avoid her grandmother. It was then she realized why her eldest sister-in-law often left under the pretense of shopping. This family was too oppressive. However, after escaping from the old lady, her mother started nagging again. Peisher listened to the old lady and stopped blaming her daughter for overthinking. She also told Qin Rulan about the hardships she faced when she first became a wife, after rules were imposed on her. Finally, she advised, Lan, you are grown up now. If you get married, serving your in-laws will be your duty. All women have to endure 10 years of hardship before they become respected. Only then will life be easier. Listen to your grandmother now, so you can adapt quickly to your husband's family after marriage. Don't be like your mother, who suffered because of the big gap before and after marriage, crying every day and feeling like years passed in pain. Qin Rulan had never heard her mother talk about past hardships before. Now, hearing this, she was so shocked she couldn't speak. So, her mother had endured her grandmother's harsh treatment in the past, and only after becoming a mother-in-law did she become strict with her new sister-in-law. Was she trying to make her own suffering be experienced by her daughter-in-law too? If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have blamed her sister-in-law for disrespecting her mother. Qin Rulan was completely confused. She couldn't tell who was right or wrong, her mother or her sister-in-law. She felt a deep fear of becoming a wife. A few days later, one morning, when she heard the old lady again talking about her duties after marriage, she couldn't hold back her feelings and said, Grandmother, I don't want to get married. As soon as she said this, everyone around looked at her. The old lady's heart skipped a beat. Could this be a case of pushing someone to the limit? You are a young girl, and it's not right for you not to marry. Don't forget, the law clearly states that women must marry before 20 and men before 30. Qin Rulan felt very sad and said, I know this law. If I don't marry by a certain age, I have to pay a big fine or be matched by the government's matchmaker. But some people are excused, like nuns or Taoist priests. I could join my mother and live quietly away from the world. Once, she resented her mother for using her as leverage to force her brother to marry. Now she thought that if she became a nun, she wouldn't have to marry or deal with her in-laws. Lan, why do you think like that? I don't want you to stay alone. I only want you to be happy, Peisher said hurriedly, trying to change her mind. But no matter what she said, her daughter looked tired of everything. Peisher then blamed the old lady. It's all your fault. If you hadn't pushed my daughter so hard, she wouldn't have these thoughts. You hurt me enough, and now you want to hurt my daughter. Do you think everyone is as mean as you, a very cruel old lady? Look around the city. How many grandmothers in noble families are as strict with their daughters-in-law as you? You always say I treat Yuhjo too harshly. Well, it's all your fault. You cause me so much pain, and I will make sure my grandson feels it too, since you treat him like your precious jewel. Poor Ego, the eldest son of the family, has to suffer because of you. If it weren't for you, I would be a kind mother who loves Ego more than anyone else. You've ruined me and my eldest son. Peisher pointed at the old lady, crying and laughing at the same time, pretending to be crazy. Under her loud accusations, everyone in the Qin family felt sad and bitter. The women lowered their heads and wept quietly. Suddenly, there was a loud thud, and the old lady collapsed to the ground, trembling. Everyone rushed to her, and Qin Ji quickly lifted her upper body. They saw her eyes crooked, mouth twisted, making faint sounds like ah, unable to speak clearly. Lu Qi immediately responded like a proper servant, shouting, "Quick! Find a doctor. Ask the crowd if anyone knows medicine, and bring them here." Several guards ran toward the waiting crowd. Peisher, realizing she had caused a big problem, hid behind a large tree, trembling and afraid to show herself. Qin Ruolan gently held her mother in her arms and softly comforted her. "Mother, don't be afraid. Your daughter is here with you, and I will stay with you always." "No, no," Mrs. Pei responded, hugging back tightly. Mother and daughter cried loudly together. Qin Mu glanced at the figure behind the tree, clenched her fists tightly, and turned to call someone quickly to inform her older brother and sister-in-law. Soon after, the shadow guards brought back several barefoot doctors. They examined the old lady's symptoms and said with sympathy, "The old lady's blood and energy are out of balance, and wind phlegm is disturbing her, which has triggered A." As for specific treatment methods, they claimed their medical skills were limited, and they had no solutions. In fact, they were unsure and, seeing so many black-clad guards, they feared if they failed or something went wrong, they would face blame or retaliation. They tried to avoid responsibility. The Qin family was in chaos. Chu Shao personally brought several of his sons, and some stored medicinal herbs. "Doctors, please look at these herbs and tell us which can be used. Prepare a prescription for urgent treatment." Zhong Wei also brought Fan Qinwen to deliver medicine, asking the doctors to take what they needed freely. The barefoot doctors exchanged glances, looking hesitant. Lingchi immediately said, "Please, let us treat her. I will take responsibility for any consequences." Only then did they examine the symptoms and finally draft a prescription, urging the Qin family to prepare the medicine quickly. After giving her a bowl of medicine, the old lady lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. No one knew if it would work. The doctors collected their fees and left. Zhong Wei and Chu Shao also took their people away. The Qin family members stared at the sleeping old lady on the ground, falling into a deathly silence. At that moment, Qin Jun-yi and Su Yun-won had just finished practicing internal energy together. They raised their cups in celebration of Qin Jun-yi's full recovery and the Five Organs Temple, which had not received a single grain of rice for days. As Su Yun-won finished reading a martial arts secret manual and discussed which martial art to practice next, Qin Jun-yi suddenly changed his expression, reaching his right hand toward his left chest near the heart. "What's wrong?"
Su Yun's smile faltered.
Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan looked at Qin Jun-yi nervously. Qin Jun-yi shook his head. "I don't know why, but just now I felt a sudden heartbeat, as if something bad was about to happen." Hearing Qin Jun-yi's premonition of misfortune, Su Yun-won immediately asked, "Have there been any messages from the camp in recent days?" Qing Xian responded right away, "Yes, every night there is a transmission, but nothing unusual has happened." "Wanwan, I want to go back to the camp first." "Please eat slowly," Qin Jun-yi said quickly, looking worried. Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan also stood up immediately, ready to follow orders. "All right, be careful on the way." Su Yunwan stood up, then looked at Qing Xian and Wu Xiaohan. "You two will accompany us." Qin Junyi immediately objected. "Qing Xian, you go with me."
"Wu, stay behind."
Su Yunwan didn't say much. Instead, she asked, "Should we ride Dahuang?" "No need. My light skills are faster." Qin Junyi was very happy that his body and strength had returned to, or even surpassed, his peak. He tightly held Su Yunwan's hand, then with Qing Xian, used light skills to fly down the mountain. Soon, they disappeared into the forest. Su Yunwan sat back down on the ground, picked up her glass of juice, and looked thoughtful. Who do you think might be in trouble? Wu Xiaohan sat down and said, most likely the old lady. Su Yunwan paused slightly, then drank all the juice in her glass. In that case, there's no rush. Let's eat slowly. She hadn't forgotten how the old lady treated her. Even with Qin Junyi's feelings, she wouldn't rush to help. Su Yunwan knew the old lady's attitude toward her was unpredictable, driven by her own interests. That was normal. Interests are the main reason for relationships. But she shouldn't take advantage and then turn hostile once she's done. Wu Xiaohan looked at her with complicated eyes and poured her a drink. If the master requests, let's talk about it later. Today, we enjoy the wine while we can. Su Yunwan raised her glass, smiling as she looked at him. Wu Xiaohan had no choice but to clink glasses and keep her company. After setting down her empty cup, Wu Xiaohan wanted to refill it, but Su Yunwan waved him off.
No more wine.
I'll have some cold water. With Qin Junyi gone, the delicious dishes and fine wines seemed to lose their appeal. Su Yunwan took another cup and poured herself some water. Wu Xiaohan poured himself some wine, then suddenly felt a strong gaze on his wine jar. He looked up and noticed Su Yunwan's expression, silently saying, I want some too. Wanna try? Wu Xiaohan shook the jade bottle and invited her. Su Yunwan's left hand instinctively pressed against her abdomen. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her head. She wasn't a naive girl. Her recent symptoms, excessive sleepiness, unexplained nausea, and heightened sensitivity to smells, were signs of pregnancy. Every time she caused trouble on the road, she took measures. But the night of her wedding night, that morning, when she woke up, she was racing against time. She hurried to copy the emperor's house, the chancellor's house, and the Qin prince's house. Afterwards, she was thrown into prison. By the time she was sent into exile, it was already past the safe period for contraception. Who would have thought that with a gifted husband, she would also be gifted with a baby? Now, she can't even drink alcohol anymore. Wu Xiaohan's gaze stayed on her hand resting on her belly, his pupils narrowing slightly. Recently, your stomach hasn't been feeling well, so I think you shouldn't drink. Su Yunwan calmly retracted her hand and asked, has Jiang Xiaoyou's injury healed? Wu Xiaohan immediately looked away and smiled lightly. Yes, according to the shadow guards, your painkillers are working well. That's good. Take your time eating. I'll pack up the tent. Su Yunwan stood up and turned away. When Wu Xiaohan couldn't see her, the smile on her face faded. Whether there was really a little life inside her or not, it wouldn't affect her moving forward. Right now, she wasn't sure if she could stay with Qin Junyi for the long term, so she decided to take it day by day. She didn't want to face the pain of separation with extra burdens. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, she faced a choice, to stay or leave. Wu Xiaohan thought they should quickly return to the camp to find out what was happening, and if there was a place the master needed. But he could see Su Yunwan's longing for nature, or more precisely, her desire to leave worldly worries behind. How about we walk slowly?
Wu Xiaohan suggested.
Su Yunwan smiled and said, that sounds perfect to me. She led her horse down the mountain slowly. At the foot of the mountain, they were greeted by messenger shadow guard Shi Wu. It turned out Shi Wu was sent by Qin Mu to deliver a message. On the way, he met Qin Junyi and Qing Xian. Qin Junyi, upon hearing that his grandmother had immediately sent him to the mountains to bring his wife back to the camp. Madam, Brother Wu, Shi Wu bowed and then explained the grandmother's and the master's orders. Su Yunwan's mouth twitched as she looked at Wu Xiaohan. As I guessed, you were right.
Why did she suddenly have a?
Wu Xiaohan's brows furrowed slightly, worried for the master. Shi Wu, mostly responsible for guarding the Pei family, knew the details well. He recounted everything carefully. After listening, Su Yunwan's face was full of anger. What wrongs has that child suffered? Wu Xiaohan's expression tightened, his hand trembling slightly as he held his sword. If Pei Shi had been present, he might have drawn his sword in anger. The conflicts in noble households were never rare, and secret schemes were endless. But no mother would ever cruelly use her own child as a tool for revenge. Pei Shi, who was ruthless and afraid of the strong, had lost her humanity to this extent, shamelessly shirking responsibility. Su Yunwan leapt onto the horse, shouting "Ride," and galloped forward. Wu Xiaohan and Shi Wu exchanged a glance, then quickly followed. At the same time, Qin Junyi and Qing Xian used their light skills to reach a hidden spot near the camp where the guards were stationed. Qin Mu and 07 had been waiting for a long time. When they saw them return, they knelt from afar to apologize. "Big brother, it was my carelessness. I failed to prevent this," Qin Mu said with a guilty look as the figure approached quickly. 07, bowing his head, immediately said, "My mistake. Please punish me, master." Qin Junyi bent down to support Qin Mu's arm and told them, "It's not your fault." After they stood up, Qin Junyi changed his clothes with 07 while asking about the current situation. Then he sat in a wheelchair, pushed back to the Qin family by Qin Mu. Seeing the unconscious old lady lying on the ground, Qin Junyi felt a sharp pain in his heart, his face showing deep sorrow. He sat down beside her on the ground, looked at her for a moment, then pressed his hand to his forehead, hiding all his emotions behind his palm. Just as Qin Ruoshan wanted to say something comforting, Lu Zheng's voice was heard. "Brother Yi, let me see my mother." Long before the old lady fell ill, Lu Zheng, his wife Cini, and Lu Junfeng had come over but were stopped by the guards, not allowed to interfere. Lu Zheng and the others dared not force their way in, so they waited nearby for Qin Junyi to give permission. Now that Qin Junyi had been gone for a while and returned, he once again made a request. Qin Junyi's eyes were red-rimmed as he looked toward the speaker, and the guards were allowed to let them through. Sin Yi was the first to rush to the old lady's side, crying uncontrollably. Lu Zheng staggered forward, knelt on the ground, and loudly cried out to the old lady, "Mother, lower your voice. Don't disturb my grandmother's rest," Qin Junyi said coldly, giving him a sharp look. Lu Zheng glared hatefully toward the tree where Pei was hiding, lowering his voice. "It's all because of my eldest sister-in-law's words that mother is like this. Brother Yi, you can't be biased. You must punish her strictly. This is my family's matter." "You don't need to worry," Qin Junyi replied firmly. Lu Zheng shouted again, "My mother has changed like this, and you still want to protect that wicked woman?" Qin Junyi tilted his head, and 07 immediately struck Lu Zheng's acupoint, rendering him speechless. Lu Zheng clutched his throat with both hands, turning red in the face from lack of air. "Once you've finished, please leave." Lu's wife wanted to say something but was afraid she would also be silenced, so she said, "When mother wakes up, we will come again to visit." Qin Junyi nodded. "Big cousin, can grandma be cured?" Yi's eyes were filled with tears, looking very pitiful. Lu Junfeng quickly turned to block her view and helped her up. "Yi, don't be sad. Big cousin will find a way." Yi lowered her head and dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief.
Yes.
"Brother Yi, look at uncle." Lu Shi smiled politely. Qing Qi received the signal and untied the pressure points. Lu Zheng wanted to get angry again, but he saw Qin Junyi's stern look and Lu Shi pulling him back. Finally, he shook his sleeve and turned away. Lu Shi hurried to follow. Lu Junfeng politely said, "Big brother, grandma will leave her care to you." "That should be right." Qin Junyi responded coldly, "That's proper." Lu Junfeng didn't want to embarrass himself further, so he took Yi to leave. After the Lu family members walked away, Qin Junxian knelt in front of Qin Junyi, forcing himself to speak. "Big brother." He only managed 2 words before he couldn't continue pleading. In this family quarrel between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the one who suffered the most and was the most innocent was undoubtedly the big brother. What right did he have to ask for his brother's forgiveness? He only hated his own weakness and inability to stop his mother from gradually losing her maternal instincts. If only time could go back, he would rather bear the crime of disobedience and unfilial piety than let his big brother suffer his mother's anger and harshness. But unfortunately, it was impossible to turn back time. Seeing his younger brother's kneeling body bend more and almost fall to the ground, Chin Junyi reached out and grabbed his arm to help him straighten up. My relationship with her and her son has long been exhausted. Let Grandma handle it. If Grandma's illness causes her to pass away. Qin Juanxian's pale face was full of panic. Once Grandma learns the truth behind her mistreatment of Big Brother, she will surely hate her deeply and do everything possible to take her life. Qin Junyi remained silent, seeming to accept that she might pass away. Qin Junxian knew this well, but any principled and far-sighted head of the family wouldn't allow someone like her mother, who committed such inhumane acts, to stay. He didn't blame Big Brother at all. But no matter how bad his mother was as her son, he couldn't just ignore her. In a hurry, Qin Junxian thought quickly. Big Brother, can I send her away? Let her never cause trouble in front of Grandma again. Go ahead. Qin Junyi looked at him surprisingly. It was rare that he didn't keep pleading but instead tried to solve the problem. Then I will tell Officer Zhong to include her in the front team. Seeing that his brother didn't oppose, Qin Junxian immediately stood up and hurried to make arrangements. He first went to ask Zhong Wei for help. The latter only asked, "Does your older brother know?" When he learned that Qin Junyi was already aware, he agreed to help. However, Zhong Wei emphasized she should be treated the same as other female prisoners. If she slows us down, don't blame my men for punishing her. I won't, she replied. I will go with my mother and won't cause you trouble. That's good. After dealing with the officials, Qin Junxian went to see his mother. When Mrs. Pei heard she would be sharing a cell with other dirty, smelly prisoners and would no longer enjoy the Qin family's support, she screamed, I won't go. I am also a victim. Why does no one understand me? Understand you? Qin Junxian laughed bitterly, looking more distressed than sad. Don't you know that some debts have a cause? Your older brother was born after your mother carried you for 10 months. How could you be so cruel as to treat your own son as an enemy to take revenge? Brother Xian, you don't understand how vicious our grandmother is. Not only did she treat my mother like a servant, but when my older brother was just in her, she sent a concubine to my father. If I had given birth to a daughter, the eldest son might have become a child born outside marriage. Qin Junxian was furious. So what? Forget it. I can't explain everything to you. If you want to survive, completely cut ties with the Qin family and stop appearing before the old lady. I might as well run into a tree and die. Mrs. Pei suddenly tried to throw herself at a tree, but Qin Rulan, who had been standing nearby, quickly caught her. Qin Yuan said harshly, Sister, let her hit the tree. If she really dies, we might be free. You, a grown man, what do you know? Qin Rulan shouted. She had only been caring for her grandmother for a few days and was nearly driven crazy. Her mother had been tormented by her grandmother for hundreds of days. I don't understand your feelings as women, but I know what is proper, what is honorable, and what is shameful, Qin Junxian panted heavily. You know your grandmother's temper. Either come with me or wait until she wakes up and deals with her. I won't interfere anymore. Mrs. Pei panicked immediately, clutching Qin Juanxian's hand tightly. Brother Xian, you can't just abandon your mother. Qin Junxian looked up to the sky in pain. Mrs. Pei, knowing he was powerless, immediately stood up and staggered out from behind the tree. When she reached Qin Junyi, she knelt on the ground, grabbing his hand desperately. Brother E, mother knows she was wrong. Really wrong. Let her make it up to you. Please? Qin Junyi replied, It's too late. It's not too late. Mother will treat you well for the rest of her life, better than your grandmother ever did. Mrs. P hurriedly said. As soon as she heard the words grandmother, Qin Junyi immediately pulled back his hand. Mrs. P tried to grab again, but was easily dodged. Are you truly awakening, or are you struggling to survive without the Qin family's support? Mrs. P's thoughts were exposed, and she froze in place. Just as Qin Junyi was about to sneer, he heard a series of ah sounds. The old lady's medication wore off, and she was awakened by the noise. Grandmother. Qin Junyi no longer cared about Mrs. P. He tightly held the old lady's hand and lowered himself, calling out sadly. Seeing Mrs. P beside her, The old lady's pupils burst with intense hatred. She muttered vaguely, "Ah, almost.
Died.
Grandmother, don't worry, rest well."
She died.
The old lady's face stiffened, and her expression grew more agitated as she struggled to speak. Finally, she made a trembling gesture as if to cut her own throat. Mrs. P was so frightened she collapsed to the ground, crawling backward. Qin Junyi stepped forward to block her with a protective look, speaking to the old lady, "Grandmother, I will take my mother away now. Calm down, and don't worry your health." But when the old lady heard Mrs. P wanted to escape, she became even more excited, waving her arms and legs wildly, speaking incoherently in her urgency. At % Yuan. Qin Junyi helped her lean on himself, holding down her trembling hands to prevent her from hurting herself. "Grandmother, don't worry. She can't run away. Rest well first, then deal with it later." The old lady had long lost her reason, wishing she could tear Mrs. P apart. She struggled with all her might to attack her, but no matter how Qin Junyi tried to soothe her, it was useless. Suddenly, distant horse hooves sounded loudly. It was Su Yunwan returning. She gracefully dismounted from her horse and slowly approached, letting go of the reins. In the few days since they last saw each other, the old lady before her looked like she had aged 10 years. Her well-maintained hair had turned much whiter, and her face looked gaunt and stiff, with vitality visibly fading. While observing the old lady, Su Yunwan was also noticed. Her rationality, which had been about to leave her, began to return. She shakily reached out her hand toward the old lady, but Su Yunwan did not step forward to catch her. Instead, she looked away and focused on Mrs. P, who was shrinking back. She then coldly questioned Qin Junxian, blocking her way. "This time, how will you continue to protect your mother?" Qin Junxian knew that in the past, he had been too indulgent and biased toward his mother, which caused his older brother to suffer a lot. Therefore, he was not angry at Su Yunwan's questioning. "I sent my mother to the front of the prisoner line and will no longer accompany her." Su Yunwan raised an eyebrow. "Very good, but since you want to cut ties completely, you should do it thoroughly. I remember your grandmother once wrote a letter of resignation. Take it with you. Big sister-in-law. My mother has already become a nun. She is no longer part of the world. The resignation letter isn't really necessary," Qin Junxian pleaded. In the eyes of outsiders, as long as she has the status of a Qin family woman, even if she becomes a nun, she can still enjoy the support of the Qin descendants. Don't you think that matters? Su Yunwan's question left Qin Junxian speechless. Qin Rulin interrupted, "But my mother raised 2 sons and a daughter. She has contributed, even if not with great deeds, at least with hard work. But her hard work can't compare to the sin she committed. If you lack the ability to distinguish right from wrong, you can take the resignation letter and leave with your mother," Su Yunwan reminded, not forgetting that she was the spark that caused the incident. Qin Rulin hesitated. She didn't expect her moment of emotion to lead to such serious consequences. She never truly wanted to become a nun. If she entered the monastic life, she wouldn't enjoy worldly pleasures like good food, fine clothes, or jewelry. What's the point of living then? Mrs. Pei, worried for her daughter, stood up again. "Su Yunwan, stop persecuting my daughter. You will also become a mother-in-law someday. Are you not afraid that your future daughter-in-law will treat you the same way in decades?" Su Yunwan slightly tugged at her mouth. "I'm not afraid. You always want to vent your past oppression and suffering onto your daughter-in-law. Have you ever thought that you also have a daughter? When Qin Rulin gets married, if her mother-in-law is as selfish and harsh as you, how will she live?" Mrs. Pei couldn't argue back and said fiercely, "That's her fate." "Huh. It's people like you that pass down the abuse and torment from mother-in-law to daughter-in-law, poisoning many women and families. This is the reality today. If you have a daughter, you can't escape it either." Su Yunwan's expression suddenly darkened, her fingers slightly curled. In the next moment, her palm was enveloped in warmth. Qin Junyi, who had been standing silently, suddenly stepped forward and tightly held her hand, saying to Mrs. Pei, "If Yunwan and I have a daughter, We will never let her suffer from her mother-in-law's abuse. He would build a strong foundation for his daughter, giving her the most solid support. Sounds nice, but aren't you afraid she won't get married for her whole life? Pei Shi looked disdainful. Su Yunwan sneered. Why must she marry? Can't she find a son she likes to marry into the family? Or at least find a good man with no parents and good morals? Only you, always saying you love Qin Rulin, but your actions keep pushing her into trouble. I didn't. Pei Shi suddenly realized she had narrow thoughts, but she refused to admit defeat. Qin Rulin's eyes lit up with excitement, and she eagerly interrupted, Mother, I have a new choice now. Pei Shi. At this moment, the old lady's movements were heard. Su Yunwan turned to look and saw she was holding an open piece of paper. Just then, during the argument, the old lady's mood gradually calmed down. She struggled to take a small bag from her sleeve and handed it to her fourth son Qinji, who was supporting her. Qinji opened the bag and saw only a blank piece of paper with ink writing. It was the previous letter of resignation. The old lady grabbed it and waved it toward Pei Shi. Qin Junxian took the paper, looked at it, then handed it to Pei Shi, saying, Master Huikong, take care of yourself. Pei Shi sidestepped to avoid it but was caught by Qin Junxian. Qin Junxian sighed. Mother, let's go. Pei Shi was defeated and had no choice but to follow her children toward the officials.
Yuan.
The old lady called again. This time, Su Yunwan went to sit beside her. Because she had contributed a resignation letter, she took out a set of acupuncture tools and said to everyone, Hold her down. The old lady looked at the long needle in her hand, horrified and struggling no. But Qin Junxian ordered everyone to stop her and told her to endure a little longer. It would be over soon. Su Yunwan remained unaffected, carefully applying acupuncture to points like Qianzheng, Shuigo, and Xiaguan, inserting and twisting the needles. The old lady felt sharp pain and soreness at the needle points, miserable but held down by Qin Junxian, Qin Ji, Lin Shi, and Qin Ruishan, unable to move, only able to moan helplessly. When Su Yunwan removed the last needle, the old lady had exhausted her strength and fell into a deep sleep.
Yuan. How is she?
Qin Junxian's eyes were red as he hurriedly asked. Su Yunwan withdrew the needle set and replied, she was overwhelmed by anger and frustration, which caused her qi and blood to become unbalanced, leading to a. Fortunately, the rescue was timely, and it wasn't too serious. If you have someone help with internal energy to unblock her meridians and blood, she will recover faster. Qin Junyi's internal strength could not be revealed in front of others, so he had Wu Xiaohan transfer his energy to the old lady. His tense heart gradually relaxed. Wanwan, thank you, Qin Junyi said, his deep eyes falling on Su Yunwan's face, showing genuine emotion. No one knew better than him how clearly his wife loved and hated. He had initially planned to ask nearby doctors for medical help and seek out famous physicians. When the relationship between his grandmother and Wanwan eased, or if there was no other way, he would ask her to intervene. Now, Wanwan took action directly, helping his grandmother suffer less. Su Yunwan's face showed slight embarrassment. It's nothing. She could have done better and faster to heal the old lady, but given their previous conflicts, she preferred to use traditional medicine mainly, with a touch of her special abilities, allowing the other person to recover gradually. Moreover, because she had given her a divorce letter and was Qin Junyi's grandmother, she was willing to do this. If it had been someone else, in a hostile relationship, she might have coldly watched the other person suffer, or even pass away. In the chaos of the end times, holding on to even a little kindness was rare. She had long lost her warm-hearted nature. Qin Junyi, observing her subtle expressions, roughly guessed her thoughts. His heart suddenly felt sour and painful. Ignoring the prying eyes of everyone in broad daylight, he pulled her into his arms, whispering close to her ear, Wanwan, it's our honor that you stepped in to help, both for me and for Grandma. At the Chu family camp, Chu Yi, who was meditating, withdrew his gaze, feeling a complex mixture of emotions. Did you see anything? Chu Xiao, also meditating, asked. After delivering medicine to the Qin family, Chu Xiao had instructed his eldest son to lead the men elsewhere to practice martial arts. He and his sixth son stayed behind to secretly observe Qin's movements, testing a certain idea. Soon, they saw Qin Mu pushing someone in a wheelchair away from the crowd. When they returned, the leadership of the Qin family shifted from Qin Mu back to Qin Junyi. It was clear that the real person in charge was the one who came back later. Chu Yi sighed with a wry smile. "Father, you already know what's happening. Why ask again? Stupid kid. Whatever I ask, you answer," Chu Xiao said, slapping Chu Yi on the side of his head heavily. Chu Yi hurriedly raised his hands, crossing his fingers to protect his head. The slap landed on his arm, making him shout, "Ouch! Father, why do you always hit me so hard?" "Because you deserve it." Chu Xiao scowled and glared. Hee. Chu Yi chuckled awkwardly, lowering his hands. "They say small sticks are easy to break, big sticks are hard to break." In the Chu family, both small and large sticks had to be obeyed. Anyone who dared to run would face even harsher punishment from Chu Xiao. Only Chu Yi dared to gently pull the tiger's whiskers, occasionally resisting when small sticks came his way. As for the big stick, he had escaped more than 3 or 5 times, but never once avoided harsher punishment. Through deep lessons of blood and pain, he gradually learned not to challenge his father's authority easily. Chu Xiao snorted coldly and said, "Go hunt some prey and bring it back. At noon, let your mother and sisters-in-law prepare a few dishes to host General Qin."
Got it.
Chu Yi brushed off the grass and dust from his clothes, then told his family about the feast before heading toward the Qin household. When Qin Junyi heard his explanation, he immediately knew Chu Yi and his father had probably figured out Lingchi's substitute. He remained calm and said, "Then we shall accept it respectfully." Chu Yi looked at Su Yunwan and smiled softly. "My sisters-in-law are not very skilled in cooking, so I hope Madam won't mind." Su Yunwan raised an eyebrow with a faint smile. "What? Do you want me to help in the kitchen? It's not proper to have distinguished guests cook. I'll go up the mountain to find some wild game. Tell me what you and General Qin like to eat, and I'll bring it back." "I'll go too," Su Yunwan said immediately. As soon as she finished, Qin Junyi looked over sharply, his deep eyes filled with displeasure. The other Qin family members also focused on her, hesitant to speak. But Su Yunwan paid no mind. She never wanted to come back in the first place. Now that everything was settled, why not relax a bit in the mountains? Qin Mu looked around and broke the tense silence. "Sister-in-law, I'll go too. It's been a long time since I went hunting." "Me too. I want to see what tasty wild fruits there are," Qin Ruoshan added. Su Yunwan nodded with a gentle smile. "Sure, anyone else who wants to go can come along." Qin Junyi grew more annoyed. He didn't know when his grandmother had woken up, and he had to stay by her side, so he couldn't leave. Lin Shi also needed to stay to care for the elderly lady, so she reminded her daughter to be careful of snakes, insects, and mice in the mountains. Chu Yi's eyes flickered, and he smiled. "Wait a moment, I'll ask my family if anyone else wants to come. The more, the merrier." Su Yunwan looked into his eyes, a hint of understanding in her expression. She smiled silently. As they exchanged glances, Chu Yi smiled openly. "Let's meet at the foot of the mountain." "No problem." Su Yunwan picked up her water bottle. Amid Qin Junyi's reluctant gaze, the 3 members of the Qin family set off together. Meanwhile, Chu Yi first went back to Chu's house to fetch his younger sister Chu Fei, then secretly headed to the martial training ground for men, sneaking away from his father. On a clearing not far from the camp, young Master Chu Yen, usually gentle and calm, was now looking serious and stern. He called out commands while walking back and forth, holding a stick and checking the soldiers. In the line, the Chu family members and Uncle Chu San, about 20 young men, were neatly lined up, practicing military boxing. After several hours of intense training, their faces were red and they were sweating heavily. Chu Yen, who was weaker in physical strength, was starting to struggle. Just as he failed to do a move properly, he felt a hard touch on his back. He shivered and quickly focused, correcting his posture. "One more time."
Chu Zan won Stanley.
He kept moving his hands and feet, answered yes, and sweat poured down his forehead and body. If there was another mistake, the stick would be mercilessly struck down. Getting hit with the stick would make it even harder for him to keep going, especially since he was already struggling. If this continued, it would create a bad cycle. Worse, if their father found out when they returned, he might punish them even more. The Chu family was known for its military background. They always took their son's martial skills seriously. Just a few days ago, Chu Xiao personally led the training. Unlike Chu Yan, who might get a chance to correct mistakes, anyone caught slacking or doing poorly would be hit directly with a stick, which would strike hard and fast. Many soldiers trained through injuries, making it harder to keep going. More sticks would be used, and they would finally return to camp exhausted and hurt. For other prisoners, the team might stop by the river to rest or find food, but for the Chu boys it was relentless, day and night training. Much harder than just walking. When Chu Yan saw his second brother and little sister approaching, he told everyone to rest and walked over. "What are you doing here?" Chu Yi smiled and said, "Big brother, I want to borrow someone." When Chu Yan, the eldest son, heard that the second brother wanted to borrow the seventh brother, his face immediately darkened. Chu Yan, the youngest, was favored by his brothers despite being a half-brother. He lacked the toughness needed for martial training and focused only on studying literature out of interest. However, in the Chu family, martial skills were essential for every son. Chu Yan had suffered a lot in this area. Chu Yi, about the same age as Chu Yan, grew up with him and shared a close bond. He had often made excuses to protect Chu Yan from danger. Now, Chu Yan was struggling with tough training, and Chu Yi thought his second brother was trying to repeat the same old trick. Chu Yi saw his older brother's expression and quickly explained, "Big brother, don't misunderstand. Father wanted to host General Qin for lunch. I went hunting in the mountains with some members of the Qin family. To avoid losing face, I also called seventh brother along." The eldest son did not immediately agree but asked, "Who else from the Qin family is coming?" "Qin Mu, Madam Qin," Chu Yi replied, then gave his older brother a subtle look. And the fourth Mississippi Chu Yan immediately understood and slightly narrowed his eyes. "Does father know about this?"
Well.
Hee, I will tell him myself later."
You.
The eldest son shook his head and called out, "Seventh brother, come here." At that moment, Chu Yan was sitting on the ground resting without any manners. When he heard the call, he immediately got up and walked over. He had seen his seventh brother and younger sister arrive earlier, but was too tired to greet them. Now, after resting for a while, he felt a bit more energetic. When he heard they could go hunting in the mountains, Chu Yan was so happy, he almost jumped. "Behave yourself and don't embarrass the Qin family women," Chu Yan warned. Hearing this, Chu Yan's heart pounded quickly. He stretched his neck and asked, "Qin family women?
Who are they?"
Chu Yi and Chu Yan exchanged glances and just smiled without answering. Chu Yan suddenly understood and grinned widely. "Wait for me. I'll change into clean clothes."
"Don't."
Chu Yi immediately stopped him. "If father sees, you'll have trouble. But I look so dirty. Let's go." Chu Yi didn't mind Chu Yan being dirty. He put an arm around his shoulder and led him away, while waving behind him. Chu Fei giggled softly and waved goodbye to her older brother. Qin Junyi watched the departing figure of Su Yunwan until she disappeared from sight, then withdrew his gaze and suddenly asked Lingchi, "Do you know why the Chu family is hosting a lunch today?" "I don't know, sir," Lingchi replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought of the key point. His face changed slightly, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The Chu family rarely invites guests, especially when the master just returned. It was suspicious. Now it was confirmed. The fact that the master's health had recovered was known to outsiders. With a loud thud, Lingchi knelt on the ground. "I failed in my duty. Please punish me, master." Qin Junyi tidied the quilt of the old madam and said coldly, "Go find Qing Xian and accept your punishment."
"Yes."
Lingchi felt bitter inside and bowed out. Wu Xiaohan watched him leave and silently mourned for him. If everything was peaceful, Lingchi, trained as a substitute, could easily pass as real. With the sudden serious situation of the old lady having it was the perfect test of 07's disguise skills. Clearly, his mission had failed. The consequences of failure were much more serious than neglecting duty. He hoped he could hold on. But even if he couldn't, he had to try. As a shadow guard who hadn't completed his mission, he only knew how to endure punishment. No one could escape it. Sure enough, when Qing Xian heard that 07's substitute was discovered by the Chu family father and son, his face immediately turned cold and stern. He sharply asked, "Where did the problem occur?" "After the old lady had I failed to express my emotions properly." "Why was it improper?" 07. He couldn't say that it was because the old lady treated the lady badly, which made him dislike her and not want to act as if they shared a deep grandparent-grandchild bond. Not answering questions and breaking the rules? Qing Xian suddenly kicked out. 07, like a broken kite, was instantly kicked into the air and hit the tree behind him with a loud bang, falling to the ground. Severe pain in his chest and waist hit him. 07 supported himself on the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and struggled to kneel back to his previous position. He said with difficulty, "It was my lack of disguise ability." Lack of ability? Qing Xian refused to accept this explanation. "You've done multiple substitute missions before. You've handled unexpected situations before, but never failed a mission until now. Why did it all go wrong with the old lady?" "The old lady knew I was a substitute and didn't want to say much to me, so I became a bit lax. I told you before, from the moment you wear the master's mask, you are no longer yourself. All your words, actions, and even thoughts must be exactly the same as the master's. Only then can others not notice anything unusual. So, how did you do it?" How did he do it? 07 was overwhelmed with sadness. He had followed the teachings carefully before, completely setting aside his own consciousness during the disguise, and had successfully completed many substitute missions. But now that the master was married, he faced a new challenge, hiding his true feelings from the master's close companion. After being exiled to avoid being discovered by the lady, he secretly observed the young lady and studied how she interacted with the master. Gradually, he immersed himself in the master's role so that he could perform the next substitute mission smoothly. However, when he first acted as the master in front of the lady, he just entered the state and called out, "Wanwan, is everything going well?" Only to be told that she already knew he was a substitute. That feeling of extreme embarrassment was so intense, he almost wanted to find a block of tofu to hit himself with. Since then, that charming figure has taken root in his heart. However, he has not forgotten his identity. After Qingshuan's warning last time, he completely crushed these subtle feelings and dared not have any inappropriate thoughts again. But when he saw the old lady and the young lady unjustly accusing the lady of harming the Qin family, his mood became unsettled once more. As a result, during this replacement mission, he couldn't fully suppress his own thoughts. He would unconsciously worry about the lady not returning and instinctively dislike the old lady, Hui Kong, and the young lady, who all harbored malicious intentions toward the lady. He couldn't understand his master's feelings and attitude toward these people, so he decided to leave everything to Qinmu. This mistake led to the discovery by the Chu family father and son, causing the replacement mission to fail. 07 thought a lot, but only a few moments passed. He dared not remain silent. "No matter how much I try to imitate the master, I cannot handle the Qin family members as well as the master. Therefore, I follow the master's orders and leave Qinmu to manage them." Perhaps this is when the Chu family started to suspect. Qing Xian did not accept his explanation and scolded harshly. "Suspicions are one thing, but your poor performance has given them a clear answer with your own actions. 07, I sent you to serve the master to help you better imitate her and complete the replacement task. But you have done the opposite. Since that's the case, don't go back to serve the master for now. Stay hidden as before." 07's face turned pale instantly. His lips trembled, but he finally gave up struggling, lowered his head, and hoarsely responded, "Yes. Now, are you ready?" Qing Xian said briefly and abruptly, causing 07 to tremble violently. He bowed and replied again, yes. Same old rules, let's begin. Qing Xian gave the order, and the shadow guards behind him stepped forward confidently, silently saying to 07, please. 07's body tensed as he silently stood up and followed him to a tree. After removing his shirt, his lean, smooth muscles were exposed to the air. To match the master's figure, he lost more than 20 pounds after the master was severely punished. Only after the master recovered from his injuries and gradually regained health did he return to a normal diet. As a replacement, he had more unavoidable reasons than other shadow guards. At this moment, over 20 shadow guards appeared from the shadows and silently watched the punishment. 07 knew that the usual punishment for failure was to be dealt with, but he pretended these people did not exist and cooperated by extending his hands. Next, his hands were tied with rope and he was hung high in a tree, barely touching the ground with his toes, appearing almost suspended in the air. His wrists and arms bore almost his entire body weight, and soon he felt increasing pain and soreness, but 07 could no longer care. After being given a pill that suppressed his internal energy and kept him awake, the shadow guard responsible for punishment approached from behind and used full strength. The of a whip with barbs hitting flesh sounded, and in an instant, his skin was torn open.
1.
07 clenched his silver teeth tightly, but could not stay silent. The whip, like a venomous snake, continued to lash at his skin. Sweat beads the size of beans appeared on his forehead, and his veins bulged. 2. With each lash and count, 07's back was covered with bloody wounds, flesh torn open, a shocking sight. Point 30. After finishing the last count, 07 was soaked in sweat, his head weak and leaning against the suspended arm. Commander, 30 lashes are done. Apply the bone corrosion powder.
Yes.
The words bone corrosion powder made 07 shiver instantly. According to the rules, those who fail their task are first whipped 30 times, then the powder is applied to intensify the pain 100-fold, followed by rinsing with salt water. After these 3 punishments, even the strongest, most hardened warrior would be left howling in agony, hardly able to stand. When the white powder touched his torn wounds, the excruciating pain caused his body to convulse uncontrollably. 07 could no longer endure, and a broken, suppressed moan escaped from his teeth. When a bucket of salt water was poured over his back, he finally couldn't hold back and screamed. Ah! The sound echoed in his ears, causing 07 to panic. He and the tense-faced shadow guard looked toward the commander. According to the rules, guards are not allowed to cry out in pain during punishment, otherwise they must start over. Qing Xian faced away from everyone, gazing into the distance, his tall figure unmoving. But he did not speak. The shadow guard in charge of punishment dared not slack off. He ordered a colleague to bring another bucket of salt water and poured it again. This time, 07 nearly bit through his gums, finally stopping the muffled, broken cry of pain. 07, are you still awake? Yes, came a weak reply. If he fainted during the punishment, he would have to be awakened and start over. 07 knew this well and refused to let himself fall into unconsciousness, no matter how painful it was. Commander, the punishment is complete. Please check his injuries. Qing Xian turned around, looked at the person already in a semi-conscious state, and said it's over. 07 is about to go on a mission. The fasting and water deprivation punishment can be waived. Take him down and give him medicine.
Yes.
When 07 heard this, their consciousness fully sank into darkness. At the same time, Su Yunwan and Chu Yi's group gathered at the foot of the mountain. After exchanging greetings, Qin Ruoshan looked at Chu Yen, who was covered in dirt but still graceful, with a flicker in her eyes. Chu Yen tried to hide his discomfort and joked, "Luckily, my 6th brother called me out. If I kept practicing, I'd probably get beaten with a stick." Is it that strict? Qin Ruoshan raised her eyebrows slightly. Yes. Luckily, today my eldest brother is leading, giving me a chance to correct myself. If it had been my father, that stick would have hit my waist just now, Chu Yen said with a look of fear. Chu Fei giggled and complained. It's because you refuse to learn martial arts. If you had built a good foundation earlier, it wouldn't be so hard now. You don't know, my family values martial arts, but my seventh brother is focused on literature. Even though he's talented, my father doesn't really approve. Chu Yan retorted, that's not fair. Every child of the dragon has different talents. I just don't like fighting and killing. I don't like it either. Does anyone here like it? Su Yunwan smiled as she looked at Qin Ruoshan, Chu Fei, Chu Yi, and Qin Mu. The first three shook their heads in denial. Only Qin Mu was unsure how to respond. His hobby was quite special, woodworking. But like Chu Yan, coming from a military family, he also learned various martial arts. Later, after a sudden upheaval, he was forced to train as a shadow guard, which made him develop a habit of using force to suppress others. I've caught someone, Su Yunwan said with a light laugh. Qin Mu, now it's up to you. If you can't catch more prey than us, you'll be hard to explain. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Qin Mu begged, I definitely can't compare to my sister-in-law. I might as well admit defeat. Really? You want me to do it? Su Yunwan raised an eyebrow. I'm just here picking wild fruits. Chu Yi smiled gently. You girls can just wander around. For hunting, the three of us are enough. The six of them happily climbed the mountain, then split into two groups. Su Yunwan took two girls to pick wild fruits, mountain mushrooms, wild vegetables, and herbs. Qin Mu and the others went deeper into the forest to hunt wild animals. Time always flies when you're happy. As the sun approached noon, Qin Ruoshan looked worried and said, it's almost noon. Why haven't they come back yet? They should be close, Chu Fei said uncertainly. Maybe we should go down the mountain first? Just as Su Yunwan finished speaking, she heard sounds from afar. The hunters were returning, and they brought back a young boy. The young boy looked to be in his teens, carrying a bent bow and quiver, full of lively energy. He was holding a large, colorful python with both hands, its body torn in several places with blood already dried. Qin Mu dragged a wild boar with vines. Chu Yi similarly used vines to pull a muntjac, and Chu Yan carried several small animals like moles and wild chickens in one hand, while holding a large bunch of colorful chrysanthemums in the other. Chu Fei saw the python and screamed in fear, hiding behind Qin Ruoshan. Qin Ruoshan also turned pale, but did not move away. The boy quickly comforted them, saying, Don't be afraid. It's a dead snake. I killed it. Chu Yan hurriedly added, Yes, little sister, fourth young lady. Don't be scared. It's completely dead. Su Yunwan looked around at their harvest and praised, Not bad, a big bounty. Qin Mu felt a bit disappointed and said, Big sister-in-law, I also saw a tiger, but it had little tigers inside its belly, so I didn't hunt it. It's okay, we're not short of tiger meat, Su Yunwan said casually, waving her hand. The boy. I am. Seeing the boy's complicated expression, Chu Yi smiled and patted his shoulder, introducing, This little brother is Ah Jiang. Don't be fooled by his young age. He's quite brave, daring to go deep into the forest alone to hunt. When we saw him, he was fighting a python. That was a real exciting scene. I've grown up. Ah Jiang straightened his small, thin body. His mature look made everyone chuckle softly. Chu Yan put down the small animals and divided the flowers into three parts, handing them to Su Yunwan, Qin Ruoshan, and Chu Fei. His ears turned slightly red as he said, The chrysanthemums in the mountains are pretty. I picked some to bring back. Su Yunwan, do you know what chrysanthemums symbolize? She chuckled softly and said, Thank you. Chu Fei plucked a pink chrysanthemum and tucked it behind her ear, playfully looking at everyone. Is it pretty? Very pretty. Everyone nodded in agreement. This wasn't just politeness. Chu Fei was naturally beautiful and pure, with a youthful face and bright eyes. The pink chrysanthemum made her look even more adorable and charming. Madam, Shanshan, you should wear some too, Chu Fei said, plucking a colorful chrysanthemum and pinning it on Qin Ruoshan's head without asking. She looked her over and exclaimed, Beautiful, truly beautiful. Who knows which young man will be lucky enough to get you in the future? Chu Yan's heart was burning with warmth, and his gaze on Qin Ruoshan was tender and gentle. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Ruoshan, still graceful and composed, blushed and looked as if she wanted to remove the flower from her head. Don't move around. It's really beautiful. If you don't believe it, ask the lady. After spending some time together, Chu Fei and Su Yunwan became familiar, and she naturally shifted the conversation to her. Su Yunwan, she looked her over and exclaimed, "Beautiful, truly beautiful." Who knows? Qin Ruoshang chuckled softly and smiled. Don't just talk about me. Sister-in-law, why don't you try it too? Yes, it must look good too, Chu Fei encouraged cheerfully. Su Yunwan confidently said, I look good even without wearing it. Chu Fei laughed loudly. That's the truth. General Qin is really lucky. That's right. That's probably the only good thing the emperor did. Thanks to him for arranging my brother and sister-in-law's marriage, Qin Mu said, holding his sword and looking over at Chu Yi. Chu Yi wore a gentle smile, but only he knew what he was thinking inside. Qin Ruoshang chuckled softly and smiled. Don't just talk about me. Sister-in-law, why don't you try it too? Yes, it must look good too. Chu Fei, good eye, lady. My master gave them to me. They're very useful, Jiang said softly, patting his arrow bag like it was a treasure. Qin Mu's face remained serious as he said, these bows and arrows are made by the army. Someone faked and discarded them, then sold them to civilians. It was likely that someone collected these well-made weapons and recruited private soldiers. Thinking of this, Su Yunwan asked immediately, Jiang, what's your master's name? Where did he get these bows and arrows? I asked earlier, but this kid wouldn't tell, Chu Yi said annoyed. Good eye, lady. My master gave them to me. Jiang shook his head firmly. My master doesn't like meeting outsiders. Su Yunwan then said, try to persuade him. I'll give you half of the wild boar meat. Jiang swallowed nervously and looked at Qin Mu, who nodded, then said, I'll ask my master when I go back. If he doesn't want to see you, I can't do anything. No problem, Su Yunwan agreed cheerfully. Feeling that his master probably wouldn't see anyone, Jiang hesitated and asked, are you trying to find out where these bows and arrows come from? Good bows are hard to find. Now that I see these, I want one too. Do you know? Jiang shook his head. Su Yunwan asked kindly. Jiang looked around and confirmed no one else was nearby before whispering, there's a Black Wind village on Black Wind Mountain, about a few dozen miles away. They have some. Su Yunwan and the others exchanged glances, sensing the brewing storm. Let's go back first, Chu Yi said, carrying the large basket beside Chu Fei, filled with what they had gathered from the mountain. Seeing the situation, Chu Yan quickly and skillfully picked up Qin Ruoshan's basket. I'll carry it. Qin Mu looked at him, seeming to understand that he was worried about being snatched away. He gave Su Yunwan a quick look. Is this a matchmaking event? Su Yunwan smiled faintly and nodded slightly, then bent down to pick up the vine-made strap of the basket, preparing to carry it. Seeing this, Qin Mu didn't hesitate and quickly grabbed the basket. Older sister-in-law, I'll carry it. No need. Your wild boar is heavy enough, Su Yunwan said. But if I let you carry it back, my older brother will break my leg, Qin Mu said confidently, snatching the basket and throwing it over his back. That's not likely, Su Yunwan said with a smile. After reaching the foot of the mountain, more people gathered around. They saw the wild boar, muntjac, and large snake, and they discussed with envy or jealousy, asking where they caught the prey and if there was more. Lively Ajang was responsible for answering each question, while others continued walking ahead. Back at the Qin family camp, Ajang was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Are you also exiled prisoners? Before anyone could answer, he looked confused. No, wait, they all have gold seals. Why didn't you get one? Su Yunwan smiled and said, all right, stop guessing. Go back and tell your master. He can come get the pork later. Ajang responded happily, okay, and ran cheerfully back to his camp. Once home, he boasted to his family about killing the snake, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Finally, he said to a masked man, Master, I actually managed to kill this snake with the help of a few older brothers. Also, a lady saw my bow and arrow and wants one too, so I asked her to introduce you. You agreed? The man tilted his head. eyes shining sharply. Ajang, fearing for his life, said, I told her. Whether she sees it or not depends on you. No. The man refused immediately. Okay, Ajang said without disappointment, then called out to his family, bring a few people, let's go kill the wild boar.
Wait.
Where did the wild boar come from? The man grabbed Ajang's collar. It's from that lady. She offered a message in exchange for half a wild boar. Pretty good deal, right? Good deal, my foot. The man shouted angrily. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair approached. What lady? Tell me more. Grandpa, it's Qin Foreign from the Exile group, Ajang explained, recounting their encounter on the mountain. The elderly man asked about Madame Qin's appearance and demeanor, then paused thoughtfully before saying, Let's go. Grandpa also wants to take a look. The man touched his mask and followed along. Camp of the Exile team, Qin family. Old Madame Qin gradually woke up and saw Qin Junyi sitting beside her. Unsure, she asked, Dear? She spoke normally, but her heart was excited, and she suddenly started coughing. Quick, bring some water. Qin Junyi supported her head and gently patted her chest. Grandmother, don't worry. Take your time to rest. The old lady drank a few sips of plain water and held Qin Junyi's hand, repeatedly apologizing. Grandmother was wrong to you, causing you so much suffering for no reason. Her speech had recovered, but her body was still stiff and immobile, so she could only lean on Qin Junyi's arm. Grandmother, those days are over. Let's not talk about it anymore, Qin Junyi comforted her. Seeing her still full of guilt, Qin Junyi added, If you find it hard to let go, be kinder to Wanwan. Treat her like your own granddaughter. Suddenly, Qin Junyi's voice faltered. Grandmother didn't seem very close to her own granddaughter, except for Tsinyi, who also didn't have a good ending. Old Madame Qin didn't know what her eldest grandson was thinking and nodded. All right, I will treat Wanwan as my own daughter. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yunwan and others returned. The old lady quickly waved her hand. Wanwan, come here. Su Yunwan looked to the side, hesitated briefly, then stepped forward. She pretended not to see the hand the old lady extended and sat down just out of reach. Disappointed, the old lady withdrew her hand and smiled again. Wanwan, did you save Grandma? Not really, Su Yunwan replied coldly. Those words earlier were just Grandma's angry words. Grandma is sorry. Please forgive her, okay? Su Yunwan said, Take good care of yourself. If we can live peacefully in the future, that's enough. She was tired of the old lady's hot and cold behavior and didn't want to pretend anymore. Grandmother knows she's made you suffer. If there's nothing else, I'll go wash some wild vegetables. Before the old lady finished speaking, Su Yunwan nodded to Qin Ruishan and stood up to leave. The old lady watched her figure leave and sighed deeply. Qin Junyi looked away from her longing gaze and softly said, Grandmother, there's always time. Take good care of yourself now, and don't get angry easily in the future. Meanwhile, Su Yunwan called Qin Ruishan to help process the harvest in the back basket. Qin Mu also called a few shadow guards to go to the river to slaughter pigs. A group of people was walking steadily toward the river and accidentally bumped into Ah Jiang and others. Madam, is that really you? The elderly man with white hair exclaimed happily. Su Yunwan, who was casually chatting with Qin Ruishan and looked over when they turned, smiled lightly and asked, Old sir, have you found your family? The white-haired old man, Jiang Hong Man, who had been rescued from a clay pot grave in the mountains, chuckled and said, Yes, they happened to be near the river, so I met them. I have already cleared out the family affairs and expelled that rebellious son. Grandpa, is Madame Qin the person you said saved your life? Ah Jiang asked in surprise. Jiang Hong Man patted Ah Jiang on the back and said, Yes, hurry and bow to Madame Qin. Ah Jiang immediately knelt and bowed, and Su Yunwan, unable to stop him, had to accept it, saying, It was just a coincidence that we met. It was only a small favor. I don't deserve any thanks. Madam, you're too kind. Without you, I would have died in that clay pot grave, Jiang Hongman said, then pointed toward his own direction. My family is camping over there. If you need any help, just come and find us. Su Yunwan smiled and said, Thank you. Let's go and share some wild boar.
No, no, no.
Jiang is young and inexperienced. He shouldn't take your wild boar. Jiang Hongman quickly waved his hands. Su Yunwan glanced at the masked man behind them and asked, "One thing is one thing. Jiang, did you tell your master what you found?" "Yes, but my master." "Madam Qin, my surname is Zhua. I am Jiang's master." The masked man interrupted Jiang and bowed with clasped hands. Su Yunwan returned the gesture and said, "Master Zhua, may I speak with you privately?" "Please." Zhua Qing waved his hand to invite her. Su Yunwan told the others to go to the river first. Then she and Zhua Qing moved to a quiet place away from others. "Have we met somewhere before?" Su Yunwan looked at Zhua Qing and asked. Zhua Qing suddenly stiffened and avoided her gaze, saying, "I have no impression." Su Yunwan's mind quickly searched through the information she had learned or heard about people with the surname Zhua since her return. Soon, she identified a fugitive from the exile team. "You are Zhua Qing." Zhua Qing was stunned and looked intrigued. "Madam Qin, you have sharp eyes. You and I have never met before. How did you recognize me?" "I heard about you from Yu Xinjin. You are the girl you saved that night when you escaped. Also, the two people you killed were enemies of the Qin family, so I remember clearly," Su Yunwan said with a gentle smile. "What happened to you afterward? Were you safe?" Left Qing saw that she didn't seem like someone who would report Zhong Wei, so he simply shared his own experience. "I stayed at the Black Wind village for a few days. One day, I happened to meet the Jiang family. Jiang has excellent talent, so I took him as my disciple and stayed at the Jiang family's place. Old Master Jiang isn't the village chief. He's really brave. It's not a big deal. The bandits of Blackwind village are just local villagers. They were so poor that they turned to banditry. They farmed the mountains, worked during busy seasons, and robbed travelers or kidnapped for ransom as a side job." Su Yunwan sighed. "I didn't expect the line between civilians and bandits to be so thin. Does the government not care?" "They do, but every time the court tries to suppress the bandits, they split up and hide among the people. The government's efforts are usually loud but ineffective, and the bandits use this to make money." "What do you mean?" Left Qing angrily said, "The soldiers just patrol the mountains and then go to nearby villages, pretending to hide bandits but actually robbing and looting. To avoid trouble, villagers pay bribes, but those who can't afford it are falsely accused as bandits and thrown into prison." Su Yunwan sighed again and suddenly asked, "That's not right. Where did the bows and arrows at Blackwind village come from? What did Jiang tell you?" Left Qing frowned and asked back. Su Yunwan answered vaguely, "Is it true that Blackwind village has secret soldiers?" Left Qing hesitated for a moment and said, "Last year, the Gao family in the county funded Blackwind village and some fugitive refugees to form a well-equipped private army. Also, I know a piece of news related to the Qin family." Su Yunwan had a bad feeling and said, "The emperor's people went to Blackwind village? How do you know?" Left Qing's eyes widened like bells. "I heard a Jiang say that Blackwind village has weapons, so I guessed." "Madam, you are incredibly perceptive. I admire you." Left Qing praised, and then shared what happened a few nights ago. But for safety reasons, he dared not appear before the exile officials to deliver the message. Now that Su Yunwan, who held significant importance in Qin Junyi's heart, was accompanying him, he had no more worries. When they returned to the camp, Qin Junyi, Chu Xiao, and Zhong Wei were sitting on mats, drinking tea and chatting, looking quite relaxed. Around them, four shadow guards from the Qin family guarded the four directions, east, south, west, and north, and asked anyone approaching to leave. Zhua Qing saw Zhong Wei and immediately stopped in his tracks. He didn't want to be directly exposed to Zhong Wei. Su Yunwan reassured him, "Don't worry. Even if Zhong Wei recognizes you, I can keep you safe." Zhua Qing thought for a moment and understood. Are they already allied? The emperor not only wants to wipe out the Qin family, but also plans to kill the entire exile team to silence everyone. We're all in the same boat. As they approached, Wu Xiaohan, who was on guard, bowed politely. Qin Junyi immediately spoke up. Wanwan, come and sit. Wu Xiaohan stepped aside to let Su Yunwan and Zuoqing pass. After greeting, Su Yunwan introduced Zuoqing. This is Zuodagwang, Zuo the hero. As soon as she finished speaking, Zuoqing was met with 3 sharp gazes, especially from Zhong Wei, but he said nothing. By the way, this alias was chosen by Zuoqing himself. He didn't want to use his parents' given name, so he took apart the characters and made a new one. Zuoqing sat cross-legged, looked around, and recounted what he had seen and heard a few days ago. I have some connection with a bandit hideout called Black Wind Village nearby. Just a few nights ago, I overheard someone plotting to harm General Qin with a village chief. The person was probably an old, and he brought several hundred men. They came fiercely, and if they joined forces with the village's private soldiers, they could have thousands. When Zuoqing finished recounting what he heard that night, Zhong Wei clenched his fists and slammed them onto the mat, his face darkening with anger.
How can they do that?
Everyone fell silent. Except for Zuoqing, they had already guessed, but didn't know how to calm Zhong Wei's rage. Qin Junyi broke the tense atmosphere. Where's Black Wind Village? I'll send someone to investigate immediately. Zuoqing provided the exact location. Zhong Wei suppressed his anger and quickly took out a sheepskin map from his pocket, placing it on the ground and pointing to the spot. Chu Xiao frowned and said, "That's exactly the mountain trail the trading team will pass." "I'll send someone to support them immediately," Zhong Wei said, standing up with a heavy heart. The greatest fear during the exile team was bandits in the mountains. Certainly, some poor common people turned to banditry, engaging in petty theft and robbery, but there are also desperate fugitives who dare to openly challenge officials, even daring to steal tax silver guarded by soldiers, not to mention those in exile convoys. This is why officials escorting prisoners must report to local authorities and withdraw funds at each stop, rather than collecting enough supplies from the starting point. Of course, he leads a large team, with at least 50 officials escorting the prisoners each time, so bandits rarely dare to attack. Recently, someone from the court has been secretly causing trouble, targeting the entire exile convoy, which puts the buyers at risk. In the end, Qin Junyi and Chu Xiao each sent a trusted assistant, Fan Qingwen, to accompany Zhong Wei, to help with the reception and to investigate the situation at Black Wind Mountain. Knowing that Zuoqing is not a court official, Qin Junyi and the others openly discussed defensive strategies based on his descriptions of Black Wind Village and the surrounding terrain. Zuoqing, aware of the situation, quickly interrupted, saying, "I have told you everything I know. I will take my leave now." Qin Junyi raised his hand to stop him, asking no rush. "If we face Black Wind Village, could you help us by acting as a mediator or guide?" After a moment of hesitation, Zuoqing nodded in agreement. Chu Xiao then said, "That makes him one of us. Stay for a meal before you go." Zuoqing declined politely, but decided to stay and participate in the discussion, even offering, "If needed, I am at your service." Su Yunwan listened quietly and sipped her tea, saying nothing. In terms of individual combat skills, she believed she could match anyone, but in team coordination, everyone present was better than her, so she chose not to show off. Once the meal was ready, Qin Junyi and the others finalized their plans for facing the enemy, while Chu's family members cleared the tea and replaced it with dishes and utensils. Because Chu's family values gender distinctions, Chu's wife personally came to invite Su Yunwan to dine with the women. Before Qin Junyi could decline, Chu Xiao frowned and said, "Lady Qin can dine wherever she likes. There's no need for such formality." "Yes," Chu's wife responded nervously and quickly left. Back among the women, Chu's old lady learned that her eldest son was hosting Lady Qin, which made her think deeply. She anxiously told the women, "Don't just focus on household chores and living a simple life. Pay attention to your appearance and be gentle and caring toward your husbands. Don't let your hearts drift apart." The women of the Qin family exchanged subtle glances, but no one could understand what the old lady meant, so they quietly obeyed. The old lady secretly glanced at Su Yunwan, who looked quite relaxed, her brow furrowed deeply as she felt worried. She said softly, "Of course, If you find that your husband has any intentions, you should be tolerant and generous. Don't be jealous or cause trouble. Chu Xiao was unaware of his mother's worries. He called his eldest son, Chu Yan, and sixth son, Chu Yi, to sit with him and wait on the guests. Chu Yi had prepared in advance and somehow brought a bottle of low-alcohol osmanthus wine, inviting Su Yunwan to drink together. Su Yunwan smiled and declined. Instead of wine, I'd prefer some hot soup. Chu Yi suppressed his disappointment but kept a cheerful face, saying, "Drink whatever you like. Don't be shy." Qin Junyi glanced at a soup dish just served on the table and asked sideways, "How about some snake soup?" "I'll serve myself," Su Yunwan said, scooping a spoonful, but not in a hurry to drink. During the toast and chatter, Chu Yi sitting opposite noticed Su Yunwan only took a small sip, seemingly struggling to swallow. Qin Junyi also noticed this and immediately asked someone to bring a glass of plain water for her to drink. After drinking the water, she finally managed to wash away the unpleasant fishy taste in her mouth. Su Yunwan then casually ate half a bowl of rice with the dishes, put down her chopsticks, and said, "I'm full. I'll go back to see my grandmother first." "You all eat slowly." Qin Junyi knew she had a poor appetite, so he didn't insist. "That's good. Go back and tell everyone to rest early and prepare for any upcoming challenges." "All right." Su Yunwan stood up. At that moment, the Qin family was also having lunch. When they saw Su Yunwan return, Qin Ruishan immediately stood up and invited her to sit and eat more. Su Yunwan shook her head to refuse and told everyone that another wave of attack was coming soon. Qin Mu and the men quickly finished their meal, eating with such speed that their chopsticks seemed to leave after images. The women also sped up, no longer eating slowly but filling their stomachs quickly. After the meal, the Qin family gathered around Su Yunwan, sitting on the ground and asking about the situation. When they learned about the enemy's size, everyone was very frightened. Qin Junxian immediately begged, "Big sister-in-law, let my mother come back." "You'll have to ask your eldest brother about that," Su Yunwan replied indifferently. Concerned for their mother's safety, Qin Rulan also panicked. "Big sister-in-law, please say something. My eldest brother will listen to you." Su Yunwan looked at her anxious siblings and said, "Have you thought about changing her into prison clothes and letting her stay with the prisoners? That might help her avoid being hunted." Qin Rulan immediately said, "You speak so easily. If something happens to my mother, is it my fault?" Su Yunwan looked at her sharply. "Do you know your attitude looks really bad? If you have the ability, go learn martial arts to protect your mother." Qin Rulan was left speechless. During Qin father's rule, the women of the Qin family had two choices: marry well as socialites or join the Shadow Guard Corps. They would use fake names, train alongside others, and accept any risks, including injuries or death. But because of their family ties, they were more loyal and trustworthy than other Shadow Guards. If they completed training, they had a better chance of promotion and could quickly rise to management, becoming top leaders. However, the brutal training in the Shadow Guard Corps scared many women, and the entry age was limited to childhood. Most family women didn't want their daughters to suffer like that, so few women chose this path. When the Shadow Guard Corps came to ask about the Pei family, Qin Rulan was there. She hadn't even heard the full introduction before she started crying loudly, shaking her head like a rattle, begging them not to take her. If she had joined the Shadow Guard Corps training back then, she could have protected her mother herself now. But if time could be turned back, she still wouldn't give up her life of comfort as a wealthy young lady to join the cold, harsh Shadow Guard Corps alone. At this moment, Qin Junxian said, "Thank you, sister-in-law, for your advice. I will go ask my elder brother." Before leaving, Qin Junxian scolded Qin Rulan, "Sister-in-law means well, but you're so confused about right and wrong. If you keep acting like this, you'll end up like our mother." Without waiting for her response, Qin Junxian hurried to the Chu family to see his elder brother. After getting approval from Qin Ji and Zhong Wei, he immediately asked an officer for a clean prison uniform for Pei Shi, had her change into it, and then brought her before Jiang Xiaolu, who was chatting with some officers. He said formally, "Little officer, my mother has renounced her previous life. According to Lord Zhong's arrangement, She will take care of you these days.
Don't do that.
Jiang Xiaolu quickly stood up, frightened, leaning on his cane. I value my life too much. I can't accept that. Just kidding, no matter what Pei Shi said, she was still General Qin's mother. From Wu Ge, it was clear that General Qin was strict and cold. If she suffered any grievances, he might face serious consequences. Zhong Wei's original words were for Pei Shi to get closer to Jiang Xiaolu so that if anything happened, her subordinates could better protect her. To hide his intentions from outsiders, Qin Junxian made up a reasonable excuse. However, after hearing Jiang Xiaolu, he realized that in others' eyes, his mother still had a close relationship with his older brother. In fact, natural family ties are undeniable. In this environment where filial piety is considered the greatest virtue, people believe that all parents are good. Pei's situation caused Qin Junyi to be criticized by many. If it weren't for the strong guards of the Qin family and Zhong Wei's favoritism, they would have already been loudly condemned. Whether Pei becomes a nun or is dismissed from her position, as long as she is alive, she remains Qin Junyi's biological mother and has the right to be supported by her son. Qin Junxian felt sad inside. They didn't know that his older brother had truly given up on their mother. What he didn't realize was that although Qin Junyi appeared cold and indifferent to Pei, he still couldn't completely abandon her when danger came. Before Su Yunwan left and Qin Junxian arrived, Qin Junyi raised concerns about Pei's safety at a banquet. Zhong Wei and Chu Xiao both agreed to secretly protect her. They not only saw her as not a burden, but also felt relieved that Qin Junyi hadn't completely severed his feelings for his mother and son. If someone can fully abandon their biological mother, what else can they not give up? Once such a person holds a high position, they could become a very unstable and dangerous threat. No one wants their future ruler to be an unpredictable bomb. Yes, the ruler. The Chu family, after defining their stance regarding Su Yunwan, had already begun arranging a marriage alliance, tying themselves to the Qin family. Zhong Wei realized early on that complete defeat was imminent. After the refugee uprising, his concerns deepened. The final proof came from the secret agent's report that Luo Qing overheard. The personally said, "Take this opportunity to eliminate the entire exile team, leaving no survivors." Ultimately, their lives are considered insignificant by those in power. If they want to eliminate them, they will. To protect the reputation of the royal family, even if their officials are innocent, they cannot escape the fate of the fire in the city affects everyone. In such a crisis, he quickly made a decision, revealing all the surrendering offers from his subordinates and expressing willingness to share hardships with the Qin family. Luo Qing keenly sensed something and immediately offered to serve Qin Junyi faithfully. Qin Junyi was overjoyed, raised his cup, and invited everyone to drink together. Qin Junxian's feelings were completely different from his brother's. He looked at Jiang Xiaolu with a worried face, whispered a few words into his ear, then insisted, "I'm leaving my mother in your hands." "Don't do that." Jiang Xiaolu pointed to his still-bound leg with a splint and shouted loudly, "I'm still injured. Injured." "Please." Qin Junxian patted his shoulder, then told Pei to stay calm and turned away, without looking back. Jiang Xiaolu looked up silently at the sky, the whisper from earlier suddenly exploding in his mind. Startled, he immediately looked toward Wu Xiaohan. At that moment, Wu Xiaohan was instructing a shadow guard to send a message to Qing Xian. When the guard bowed and accepted the order, Wu Xiaohan suddenly seemed to sense something. He turned around and saw Jiang Xiaoyu's worried eyes. "These days, you've been recovering well. Keep it up. Take 1 pill morning, noon, and night. It will help you heal faster." Su Yunwan withdrew her pulse-checking hand, took a small bottle of bone-healing pills from her sleeve, space, and handed it to Jiang Xiaolu. Jiang Xiaolu happily accepted it, saying, "Thank you, madam."
"Thank Wu Xiaohan.
"He's been worried about your injury and asked me to come here," Su Yunwan said with a gentle smile. Just now, Wu Xiaohan saw Jiang Xiaolu leaning on a cane, looking at him from afar, then approached Su Yunwan and asked her to help Jiang Xiaolu check his injury. A few days ago, Su Yunwan had already agreed, but she was busy with team matters and hadn't had time. When Wu Xiaohan mentioned it, She immediately stood up and went with him to examine Jiang Shaolu. Using the pulse check as cover, she quietly transferred healing energy to him, which could speed up his recovery by at least half. Wu Xiaohan's trust was not misplaced. Hearing this, Jiang Shaolu immediately looked at Wu Xiaohan, whose eyes seemed to hold a flicker of fire, bright and passionate. Wu Xiaohan coughed awkwardly. "I'm doing this to repay Lord Zhong's kindness." When cold water was poured over him, Jiang Xiaolu's expression darkened. Suddenly, he said, "Brother Wu, if I get the chance in the future, teach me martial arts." If he were skilled in fighting, he wouldn't get hurt so easily. Unexpectedly, Wu Xiaohan replied seriously, "I don't take disciples." "I didn't mean to ask you to be my master." Jiang Shaolu felt frustrated. Su Yunwan chuckled happily, "A teacher for a day, a parent for a lifetime. You two just aren't suited." Wu Xiaohan and Jiang Shaolu exchanged a look, their eyes filled with unspoken feelings. At that moment, distant noise and commotion could be heard. A government officer who had gone shopping a few days earlier returned, panting heavily and sweating profusely, shouting, "Where's the boss?" "Something's happened." Zhong Wei hurried forward, supporting his breathless subordinate, then turned and shouted, "Bring water." The man anxiously said, "Our goods were stolen. Brothers, we also need ransom." "Don't worry, take it slow. Tell me everything clearly," Zhong Wei said calmly, already expecting this and not surprised. After the man drank some water, he carefully explained the theft. It turned out that most of the people in the towns they visited had already moved away. Unable to buy enough supplies, they went further out to find more. When they finally returned with a full load, they were caught off guard while staying at a rural inn. When he woke up, he found himself and his brothers in a small wooden shed, and the 4 members of Qin Chu's family were missing. Half an hour later, the 4 missing people were also brought into the shed. They were dragged in, covered in blood, and unconscious. Soon after, because he was small and thin, the black shop owner sent him back to deliver the news. The owner demanded a ransom of 1,000 silver notes per person to be paid at the inn by noon the next day. If they were late, the deal would be cancelled. "Boss, what should we do now?" The man cried out in despair. Zhong Wei immediately asked for the location of the inn and learned it was near Blackwind Mountain. He exchanged a quick look with Qin Junyi and Chu Xiao. Qin Junyi sent someone to send a signal, stopping the 3 helpers who were supposed to assist before lunch, to prevent them from being captured again. Zhong Wei clenched his fingers tightly, making a cracking sound, and said, "They're forcing me to lead the exile team there." To rescue the trapped people, he would need to send dozens of skilled fighters, but with fewer guards, the prisoners might escape. To handle both tasks, if only he went himself, he would have to take the entire team. Chu Xiao said, "It seems the other side has already set a trap and is waiting for us to walk right into it." Qin Junyi thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "If we leave now, we must travel day and night to arrive on time. The prisoners won't cooperate willingly. The enemy probably plans to use the kidnapping to distract us, and then attack us all at once. We'll play along with their plan, so everyone listen up. We leave in 15 minutes. The officers ordered, while many prisoners wailed loudly. In recent days, their food intake had been cut in half, leaving them weak and exhausted, with little strength to walk. But their resistance was brutally suppressed. They had no choice but to go. Families who had paid the ransom cried and begged the officers to recover the stolen supplies. They had already spent every penny they had and couldn't afford any loss. For a while, the camp was in chaos. The Qin family, Qin Junyi, said to Wu Xiaohan, "Go check on Lingchi." Wu Xiaohan received the order and left. Hearing the sound, Su Yunwan looked puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with Lingchi?" Qin Junyi paused slightly, but still told her the truth. He failed his mission and went to receive punishment. Su Yunwan frowned and thought for a moment, then understood the hidden meaning behind the banquet. Was his substitute recognized by Lord Chu? Exactly, Qin Junyi nodded. Su Yunwan disapproved and said, "That could have been delayed." At this time, how can they weaken their own people? Qin Junyi explained, "We didn't know about the Blackwind village back then. Lingchi's main task was to be a substitute. Even if he is punished, it won't be a big problem. That's easy for you to say. If enemies attack and he's injured, it will be even harder for him to escape danger. Since he is my substitute, I will naturally protect him carefully. Su Yunwan knew his reasoning made some sense but still disagreed. In these special times, we must treat things differently. If the shadow guards haven't committed any deadly mistakes, can we delay punishment? Besides, Lord Chu is not an ordinary person. You probably guessed he might see through the disguise. Qin Junyi suppressed his impatience and explained again. Wanwan, it's true that Lingchi's disguise was exposed because of a flaw which Lord Chu saw through. The Emperor also has many talented people. If they discover it, you know how serious the consequences could be. After this punishment, will there be no more flaws?
Su Yunwan asked back.
Seeing her start to argue stubbornly, Qin Junyi forced himself to say, Wanwan, he is a shadow guard. If he fails his mission, he must follow the rules of the shadow guard camp. A cold autumn wind suddenly rose, swirling the fallen leaves on the ground, making rustling sounds. Su Yunwan felt a bone-chilling cold and tightened her cloak, asking sharply, what happens to those who fail their missions? Qin Junyi hesitated, not wanting to tell her about the harsh, cruel, and bloody nature of the shadow guard camp. Su Yunwan immediately thought of rumors about the shadow guards. Most royal family members and high officials secretly train shadow guards to strengthen their defenses. These guards survive brutal training, fighting each other to stand out, becoming human weapons, and serving their masters for life. They must complete their tasks perfectly. If they fail, they face severe punishment, either execution or torturous punishment worse than death. Only shadow guards who serve their masters intimately might gain some mercy and lighter punishment. According to her knowledge, Qin Junyi is as honest as ever and has no female guards around, so there are definitely no special circumstances. In other words, all of Qin's guards will face strict punishment if they fail their missions. Su Yunwan's mind flashed back to that night when Wu Xiaohan endured pain under Qingshuan's whip, and she felt a cold chill. Master, the shopping team went out a few days ago and had an accident. Wu Xiaohan immediately told Qing Xian the latest news upon seeing him. As for the conspiracy at Black Wind Village, Qing Xian already knew. After hearing this, Qing Xian quickly ordered his subordinates to prepare to leave. Is Lingchi okay? The master might need him as a substitute. Wu Xiaohan looked around but didn't see him. Qingshuan's finger twitched slightly, but his face remained cold and serious. I have a great healing pill. If it's really necessary, let him take it. The Great Healing Pill is a medicine that temporarily boosts internal strength, allowing someone badly injured to return briefly to their original state. However, its effect lasts only about an incense stick of time. Once the time is up, the medicine's power fades and a backlash occurs, causing further injuries and leaving hidden scars that are hard to heal. Moreover, this medicine can only be used once a day. Using it more often has its effectiveness and duration, while the backlash increases several times, leaving serious aftereffects. Therefore, unless it is a life-or-death situation, no guard would be willing to take this medicine. Master, I want to see him first, Wu Xiaohan said. Qing Xian directly took out a small bottle of medicine and handed it to him, instructing someone to take him to Lingchi. At that moment, Lingchi was lying in a high cave, with a guard feeding him internal strength to heal his wounds. Qing Xian kept Su Yunwan's words in his heart, knowing that urgent measures were needed. Punishments must be strict, but injuries can be treated as best as possible. Wu Xiaohan stood at the cave entrance, looking at Lingchi, who was sweating and with half-closed eyes, and sighed softly. Brother Wu. The guard saw him and immediately saluted. Wu Xiaohan entered the cave. How is Lingchi? Brother Wu. Lingchi heard the noise, looked up when he saw Wu Xiaohan, and tried to sit up with his hand, but intense pain shot through his body. His arm went weak, and he collapsed again. Don't move around. Wu Xiaohan knelt beside him, stopping his attempt. Lingchi stopped moving, gasping heavily. His back was wrapped in bandages, stained red with blood from multiple wounds, looking very shocking. I have some red medicine. Do you want to use it? Wu Xiaohan looked at him with pity, but compared to the side effects of the large healing pill, he preferred Lingchi to use the red medicine, which was a powerful and effective healing remedy once used by Qin Junyi. Seven measured his strength and said with a bitter smile, "Thanks, Brother Wu, but I don't think I can handle it right now." The power of the bone destruction powder is not just talk. The intense pain that spreads through the body's meridians can drive ordinary people crazy. After the punishment, he only fainted for a moment before being awakened by the pain. Even with colleagues applying internal force to heal him, he couldn't fall back asleep. Each time he was about to faint, he would dream of the moment after the whip punishment when the bone destruction powder was applied, startling him awake with pain. This is another of the powder's strong points. It takes at least 3 days and nights for the nerves, heavily stimulated, to recover, allowing the body to enter sleep again. In other words, Seven avoided the torment of water and food deprivation, but could not escape sleep deprivation. Wu Xiaohan had never failed at a mission but had experienced the effects of the bone destruction powder during training, knowing how powerful it was. Seeing Seven nearing his limit, he had to explain his purpose. The master might need a stand-in.
Can you hold on?
As soon as he finished speaking, Seven stiffened, then immediately struggled to sit up, his face set with determination. "I can." Wu Xiaohan stopped him again. "Rest a bit more. I'll go report to the master." Afterward, he took out the medicine Qing Xian had given earlier and handed it to Seven. "This is the great rejuvenation pill from the commander. Remember, only 1 pill per day."
Yes.
Seven tightly held the bottle. On his way back to the camp, Wu Xiaohan heard the master and the lady arguing unusually loudly. Just now, Su Yunwan thought for a long time and called Qin Junyi to a secluded spot near the camp. "I need someone." Qin Junyi knew very well who her favorite shadow guard was and felt a mix of emotions, like a bottle of 5 flavors being spilled. "Didn't you say you didn't like anyone following you?" Su Yunwan looked away. "That was then, this is now." "Then I'll have Shire assign for you."
I don't want that.
Qin Junyi was annoyed. "Are you thinking of Xiaowu?" Seeing her nod slightly, he couldn't help but ask, "What's your connection with Xiaowu?" Su Yunwan's mouth opened slightly, her mind racing, but she could only find one phrase. "We hit it off immediately." Qin Junyi felt a sharp pain in his heart and forced a bitter smile. "So, you got along right away? Then tell me, how did you get along? Just say whether you'll give him to me or not." Su Yunwan couldn't reveal her past experiences, so she avoided answering. Qin Junyi, angry, said directly, "He probably can't do it." Su Yunwan turned to leave, but Qin Junyi grabbed her hand. "Xiao Wu is the next candidate to be the Shadow Guard leader."
Shu Yunwan.
Since Wu Xiaohan is the successor of the Shadow Guard camp, she cannot keep him under her name and then use that as a way to give him freedom. "You still haven't told me how he caught your eye?" Qin Junyi's long-held suspicion finally escaped, and he insisted on getting a real answer. Su Yunwan glared angrily, saying, "I already told you." Seeing her confident and sincere tone, Qin Junyi suddenly remembered the phrase rebirth from the prophecy. Could it be that Xiao Wu and Wanwan once shared an unknown past? And what about him?
Then what about me?
Do you feel the same about me at first sight? Qin Junyi's eyes reddened slightly, and he stared tightly at Su Yunwan, even paying attention to her breathing rhythm. In her anger, Su Yunwan blurted out the truth she was supposed to keep silent. "Yes, you are all people from my past life." As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp pain surged in her head, like a long needle stabbing deep. Su Yunwan turned to the side, supporting her forehead with her hand, pressing hard. "What's wrong?" Qin Junyi, who had been watching her closely, noticed something unusual. He quickly stood up and reached to remove her hand from her forehead. Her face, pale and sweating coldly, revealed her distress. Qin Junyi immediately panicked. "What's happening? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Someone, go find the doctor." Not far away, Sher Air, responsible for guarding, immediately moved, but Su Yunwan stopped him. "Hold on. I don't want a doctor. Just don't make me angry again and I'll be fine." Okay, I won't say anything more." Qin Junyi helped her sit in a wheelchair and signaled to Sher Air with a look. Sher slightly bowed and hurriedly left. The power of the bone-devouring powder is not just talk. The intense pain spreading through the blood vessels and meridians can make a person feel worse than death. The consequences of failing a mission are not something any shadow guard can easily bear. After the torture ended, 07 was only unconscious for a moment before the pain woke him up. Even with colleagues applying internal energy to heal him, he couldn't fall back asleep. Because each time he nearly fainted, he would dream of the moment when the bone-devouring powder finished its work, startling him awake with pain. This is another ruthless feature of the bone-devouring powder. It takes at least 3 days and nights for the severely stimulated nerves to recover, allowing the body to enter sleep again. In other words, 07 avoided the torment of water and food deprivation, but could not escape sleep deprivation. However, when he heard he needed to go on a mission, he immediately sat up with a cold sweat and asked, "When?" Wu Xiaohan, worried, asked, "Can you hold on?" "I can," 07 said firmly. "It is both impossible and necessary. As a shadow guard, as long as I am alive, I must stand firm and step forward when my master needs me." Wu Xiaohan helped him lie down and said, "Rest a bit more. I will go report to the master." Afterward, he took out the medicine Qing Xian gave earlier and handed it to 07. "This is a special pill from the commander. Remember, only take it if necessary and only 1 pill per day." "Yes," 07 replied, his fingers trembling slightly as he held the bottle. When Wu Xiaohan returned to the camp, he saw Su Yunwan trying to refuse the doctor's examination. Just then, after regaining her composure, Qin Junyi brought up an old topic. "Wanwan, Wu is the next candidate to lead the shadow guards." Su Yunwan hesitated and said, "Then forget it. Since Wu Xiaohan is the successor of the shadow guard camp, she cannot simply claim him as her own, nor use that as an excuse to give him freedom." More importantly, she hadn't discussed this with Wu Xiaohan. It was just her own wishful thinking. If this ruins Wu Xiaohan's bright future, it would be a well-meaning but harmful act. At this moment, a shadow guard reported that the Jiang family had sent food supplies. It turned out Jiang Hongman saw the exile team leaving camp and immediately gathered some juniors to carry 3 bags of rice to the Qin family as a thank you for saving Su Yunwan. Since Qin Junyi and Qing Xian were both masked at the time, Jiang Hongman didn't recognize Qin Junyi afterward and secretly felt sorry for Su Yunwan having a husband who was disabled. Su Yunwan couldn't refuse, so she accepted the gift. She then asked someone to borrow brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from the Chu family and wrote a health-preserving and epidemic-treating prescription, which she sent to Jiang Hongman. Jiang Hongman valued it greatly and expressed his thanks repeatedly. During this epidemic, even though the effects weren't immediately visible, such medicines remained very precious. After they left, Shura led a doctor who had previously treated the old lady forward. Upon hearing it was a doctor, Su Yunwan immediately refused, saying, "I know my own body well enough. I don't need a checkup." Qin Junyi advised, "Wanwan, doctors don't usually treat themselves. If you're truly fine, let the doctor prescribe some gentle medicine to help you recover." "I said no, and I mean it," Su Yunwan said sharply, her voice rising in frustration. The other Qin family members also tried to persuade her kindly, but none succeeded. Qin Junyi had no choice but to pay the doctor's fee and send him away, then said, "Wanwan, you should rest in the carriage now." When they set out, the Chu family, considering the serious illness of old Madame Qin, sent another mule cart. Meanwhile, Zhong Wei, thinking about something, also sent a carriage. This time, Qin Junyi didn't refuse and accepted both. He first asked Su Yunwan to rest in the carriage, then arranged for Madame Qin, the second household's father and son, and the other women to ride mules. When he looked at Qin Junxian nervously asked, "Big brother, I want to walk with mother in front." Qin Junyi didn't make things difficult and nodded in agreement, then turned to Qin Mu. "I will drive the carriage for big brother." Qin Mu jumped onto the carriage and shook the reins. A hint of a smile appeared in Qin Junyi's eyes as he wrote a secret letter while listening to Wu Xiaohan report on Lingchi's situation. Wait for the scouts to return before I leave. Also, send this letter quickly so Dr. Hua can come here soon. Dr. Hua is the chief army doctor of the North Town Army. Qin Junyi had previously sent a message asking him to meet in Yuhjo to improve Su Yunwan's pain relief medicine and distribute it among the troops. Recently, Su Yunwan has shown various signs of discomfort, which has worried Qin Junyi. When he saw her suddenly weak earlier, he decided to have her change course and come here. After getting on the carriage, Qin Junyi looked at the bed where one person was lying and immediately said to Su Yunwan sitting beside him, "Yan Yan, lie down and rest for a while." "I'm fine, no need to worry," she replied. The pain just now was a warning and quickly disappeared, causing no real harm. Su Yunwan then asked, "Do you have a plan to deal with the enemy?" "If I'm right, the person coming is the top master in the palace, Lord Yuan. I want to meet him personally and bring some people to rescue the hostages," Qin Junyi said. Unsurprisingly, Su Yunwan said, "I'll go with you." Qin Junyi didn't want her to take risks and held her gentle hand, saying, "Yan Yan, the front line is dangerous. Leave it to me. You and the exile team should hide in the forest. Then I'll give you some things," Su Yunwan said without insisting. She took out 2 types of poison and their antidotes from her space. One was nearly colorless and tasteless, dissolvable in liquids, perfect for poisoning water. The poisoned person would lose internal strength and become paralyzed all over, making it easy to capture. The other was a blood-sealing poison that could be applied to arrowheads, dagger blades, or knives. A small cut would be almost impossible to save. War is a game of deception. Qin Junyi didn't oppose using these sinister methods as long as they worked well against the enemy. Now that they were outnumbered, there was no time to worry about morality. "Yan Yan, thank you," he said. With these 2 poisons, their chances of winning increased greatly. "Thank you for what?" "I understand the principle of shared honor and loss," she replied. Yunwan Su gently finished speaking and then added seriously, "But remember, no matter where you are, you must protect your life." "Don't worry, I understand," Qin Junyi said as he held her close and gently kissed the back of her hand. About an hour later, scouts returned with news that there were no ambushes within several miles around. Qin Junyi then left, and 07, the stand-in, came back. Inside the carriage, Yunwan Su and 07 sat on one side, Wu Xiaohan and Qin Mu on the other, and the driver was replaced by Shire. To catch up with the exile team, the carriage sped up. Yunwan Su's body jostled with the bumps, and 07 looked concerned. He reached out to block her gently, preventing her from falling forward. Soon, the carriage slowed down gradually and finally moved at a slow pace, with occasional urging sounds from officials ahead. "Wanwan, you should rest on the bed for a while," 07 whispered. Yunwan Su turned to look at 07, seeing that he appeared calm and natural. She asked uncertainly, "Are you really okay?" 07 shook his head, a gentle light in his eyes. When he first got on the carriage, Yunwan Su had asked him to lie down. But he knew she liked to rest at noon and didn't want to occupy the bed, so he politely declined. The effect of the Great Rejuvenation pill was still working. He could hold on for a while. Because there were many refugees on the road, no one could guarantee there were no enemy spies among them. 07, who had lost half his life, could only pretend to be in Qin Junyi's mental state by taking the pill. He couldn't afford to fail another mission, so he took the Great Rejuvenation pill. Yunwan Su thought that he might be recognized by the Qin family father and son mainly because the old lady knew he was a stand-in and didn't want to cooperate with him. She didn't want him to be punished again. When they met, she called him Ziyuan and helped him into the carriage, setting the tone for their relationship. 07 fully committed to playing the role of the master, enduring Qin Junyi's deathly gaze, acting as a loving couple. Since the only bed was likely to be given to the lady, he would do the same, both publicly and privately. Yunwan Su was very tired. Seeing that 07 wasn't hiding his pain but was enduring it, she didn't refuse anymore. She lay down on the bed and closed her eyes to rest. The 3 men inside the carriage watched silently, slowing their breathing to reduce their presence. After some time, Yunwan Su faintly heard a few muffled groans. She suddenly opened her eyes and turned around. She saw 07 lying face down on a wooden board covered with a cloak, trembling and convulsing. Blood was flowing from his mouth, staining the cloak beneath him red. Wu Xiaohan knelt beside, checking Lingchi's pulse and sending an internal energy, his forehead covered in fine sweat. "What's wrong?" Su Yunwan quickly stood up. The onlooker Qin Mubing's cold eyes showed a hint of sympathy. "The injury is acting up." "Let me see." Su Yunwan took Lingchi's other hand and used her special ability to explore inside. The feedback showed deep whip marks on his back and serious damage to his meridians all over his body. Because of the backlash from the Great Rejuvenation Pill, some of his vital energy reversed and surged from his abdomen to his heart, then through his throat and out of his mouth. Lingchi's breathing became rapid, his eyes tightly closed, filled with endless pain. "Bring water." Su Yunwan immediately took pain relief medicine and had Wu Xiaohan feed it to Lingchi. The medicine needed time to work. Su Yunwan held Lingchi's wrist, using her ability to suppress the rebellious vital energy strongly. Lingchi's eyes turned bloodshot from pain, and he looked at Su Yunwan's face, wanting to say something, but then spat out a mouthful of blood. "Big sister-in-law, let me do it," Qin Mu suddenly spoke, kneeling beside Su Yunwan. But she didn't let go, giving him a faint glance and continuing to treat Lingchi with her ability. Lingchi felt the pain in his body gradually lessen, the heavy dizziness and fatigue coming over him, but he struggled to keep his eyes open, unwilling to let the image in front of him disappear from his pupils. His severe injury made him lose control. Following his instinct, he sought the colors of life. "Big sister-in-law," Qin Mu's low shout, filled with hidden anger and panic, sounded. In the despair and pain, he felt a sense of salvation, and he knew it very well. If this continued, Lingchi would be ruined. "If you truly care about Lingchi, please stop." Wu Xiaohan saw the reluctance in Lingchi's eyes. A cold feeling ran from his spine through his whole body. Then he advised, "Madam, let me do it." Su Yunwan withdrew her hand, her face very grim. "The Shadow Guard Corps has rules. Outsiders are not allowed to treat injuries." This made Qin Mu and Wu Xiaohan unsure how to respond. They looked at each other, and Qin Mu said, "Big sister-in-law, may we speak privately?" Su Yunwan pointed to Lingchi's acupuncture points, and Lingchi sadly closed his eyes. "Move him onto the bed." Qin Mu and Wu Xiaohan worked together to carry the unconscious Lingchi onto the bed, then Su Yunwan turned to leave. "Big sister-in-law, I'm sorry." Qin Mu caught up with her, and after reaching a place with no one around, he sincerely apologized. Su Yunwan suddenly turned around, staring directly into Qin Mu's eyes. "I don't understand."
What did you mean just now?
Qin Mu looked into her eyes and said sternly, "If 07 develops inappropriate thoughts, he will face severe punishment." Su Yunwan frowned and asked, "What do you mean by inappropriate thoughts? A change of allegiance?" Qin Mu was speechless. Su Yunwan understood Qin Mu's influence well. If he said something in front of Qin Junyi, it might cause suspicion. So she simply said, "When your older brother returns, I will ask him to give 07 to me, and he can find a replacement." "No way." Qin Mu quickly shouted to stop her. "The Qin family has rules. Only the head of the family and the heir can have shadow guards. Also, training a replacement takes time. No one can replace 07's mission. Since he's so important, why punish him so harshly?" Su Yunwan truly didn't understand. Qin Junyi needs 07 to hide his actions so he can move freely. Even if 07 gets hurt, it fits the external image. But if he shows signs of mental exhaustion, wouldn't that harm himself? Qin Mu replied, "That's the rule of the Shadow Guard camp. If we let him go easily, how can the others be disciplined?" "I didn't say I would let him go," Su Yunwan said, "but there are other options like delaying punishment or giving credit for good deeds." "No," Qin Mu said firmly. Su Yunwan looked sharply at Qin Mu. He appeared sorrowful, with distant eyes, as if lost in a memory. For the shadow guards of the Qin family, achievements are achievements, faults are faults. There's no possibility of balancing them, nor any precedent for delaying punishment. Su Yunwan's lips pressed tightly, feeling sad for this special group. Madam, perhaps you don't know. My older brother was raised harshly since childhood to be the heir. Any mistake would be punished more severely than others. The belief that kindness doesn't rule the army has deeply ingrained itself in his soul. Moreover, my father is cold and ruthless, forbidding my brother from any behavior that might tarnish his reputation. He also suppresses my brother's softer side, leaving him with no weaknesses. This is why Wu Xiaohan has followed my brother for many years and still obeys strict rules, unable to laugh easily like friends. Now that my brother has returned after many trials, the most important person to him is none other than you. I beg you to understand more and not hurt the marriage out of external pressure. He once sought help from his brother in desperation, driven only by instinct for survival, without much hope. He knew his brother was cold on the outside but warm inside, valuing family, yet always constrained by their father. To save him, he would have to first pass his father's test. And passing that test often meant paying with blood. Because of this, when he saw his older brother approaching from behind the prison cell with a proud stance, he felt both relief and pain. Su Yunwan listened to him speak, feeling a mix of sourness and pity, but still said, I care about the people and things that matter to me. Qin Mu understood that everything should be done in moderation and didn't say more. The two returned to the carriage, where 07 was already asleep. Su Yunwan sat on the edge of the bed, using a pulse-taking method to channel healing energy into his body, healing the internal injuries caused by the bone erosion powder. Seeing that 07 was unconscious, Qin Mu didn't say anything further, only frowning slightly, unable to relax his expression for a long time. By mid-afternoon, Zhongwei led the team off the main road onto a small mountain trail. Because of food shortages and the invasion of illness, the exiled prisoners, weakened and sick, looked up at the towering peak and immediately broke down emotionally, making unprecedented resistance. Why not take the main road? Why go up the mountain? I really can't walk anymore, let alone climb. Hearing the loud protests from the prisoners who had stopped, Zhongwei raised his whip to signal silence. You probably already know that the supplies we bought were stolen by a black shop several dozen miles away. I've sent someone to negotiate, but currently we lack enough food, so we need to go up the mountain to hunt for food. When the messenger returned, in his urgency to seek help, he didn't avoid others. Most prisoners already knew about the theft. After hearing Zhongwei, some fierce and wicked prisoners immediately became eager and volunteered, saying, They dared to steal my rations. Watch me beat him until he's crawling on the ground. Lord Zhong, let me go with you to get the food back. This statement sparked agreement among many prisoners. Some had thoughts of escaping, some just wanted to recover the food to avoid starving, and others followed the crowd, hoping that a show of force would scare the black shop people into retreating without a fight. However, members of the major families were not among them. They had once held high positions and knew well how to avoid danger and profit from the situation, so they didn't want to get involved in this mess. Zhongwei looked at the prisoners, who raised their fists excitedly, and said seriously, We don't yet know how powerful the black shop's forces are. Going without preparation could be dangerous to your lives. Do you still want to go and fight? Some people hesitated, but most raised their hands in agreement. The vengeful spirits cannot be stopped by the king of when they seek death. Since most of these dozens of people have committed serious crimes, Zhongwei no longer tries to block them. Instead, he sends people up the mountain to hunt, allowing the brave men to feast, after which they remove their shackles and put on foot chains. Then, they chase after the large group of people seeking redemption in a carriage. These people don't realize that what they just ate was head-cutting food. They are all full and round bellies, loudly boasting about their past achievements. Zhongwei personally escorts them, riding a tall horse. Hearing the lively discussions inside the carriage, his expression becomes more indifferent. Qin Junyi, disguised as Wu Yuan, leads more than 10 shadow guards, including Qing Xian. They meet with 7 or 8 Chu family disciples led by Chu Yi and head towards the black shop. Chu Yi looks at the strong figure riding the horse ahead and recalls a brief encounter when he bought supplies after the dragon's transformation. He now understands Wu Yuan's true identity. It turns out that he had already escaped the injury caused by the soul-breaking nail back then and could move freely. Clearly, all of this is thanks to Su Yunwan. Her medical skills have become extraordinary. Qin Zhenyi is very lucky to marry her. He hopes he can abandon the old family traditions of branching out and cherish her well, not let her down. While he is lost in thought, the sound of rolling wheels comes from behind. Zhong Wei and his men have arrived. Seeing several carriages full of prisoners, Zhong Wei takes Chu Yi and Qin Zhenyi a few steps away and explains that these prisoners volunteered to be led away. Qin Zhenyi quickly adjusts his plan, letting these people lead the chaos at the front. Before leaving, Zhong Wei entrusts Jiang Xiaolu and Chu Xiao with the exile team. Most of the prisoners are from the Chu family. With Chu Xiao guarding the team, there's no fear of trouble. The second uncle of the Chu family, who is already divided into factions, dares not offend Chu Xiao's authority and has no intention of becoming a reckless outlaw, so they are not a threat. Jiang Xiaolu has some officials left by his uncle to maintain order. He doesn't need to worry much about management. However, his carriage carrying prisoners is already heading to the front line. He can only lean on his cane and, with the help of colleagues, climb the mountain painfully. Gradually, he falls from the front of the team to the back. By then, Su Yunwan, Wu Xiaohan, and Qin Mu had already gotten off the carriage. Only injured 07 remained on the vehicle. Another donkey cart only had the old lady left. The rest of the family members got off and pushed the cart up the mountain. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaolu slipped and almost fell. A strong hand caught him, and a familiar deep voice said, "Be careful." He straightened up and saw Wu Xiaohan, smiling broadly, and said, "Brother Wu." Seeing him exhausted and sweating, Wu Xiaohan turned his head to glance at the carriage beside him, his brow slightly furrowing. This scene caught Su Yunwan's eye. She smiled gently and said, "Jiang Xiaolu, you can sit on the carriage shaft and rest for a while." "No need, no need. I can walk by myself." Jiang Xiaolu quickly waved his hands. He dared not offend General Qin to avoid angering Wu Ge. Su Yunwan glanced at Qin Rulan, who was hesitating to speak, and teased, "You are now the leader of the team.
Consider this as a bribe from me."
"I wouldn't dare." Jiang Xiaolu shrank his neck, making Su Yunwan smile even more. Wu Xiaohan smiled slightly and whispered, "Get on the carriage." Jiang Xiaolu looked at him and saw he was not forcing him, so he thanked Su Yunwan and climbed onto the carriage shaft. Wu Xiaohan turned sideways and said, "Sure, you come and protect the lady." He replaced Sure and pushed the cart beside Jiang Xiaolu, showing no signs of fatigue. Jiang Xiaolu secretly admired him, swinging his long legs and chatting casually. Qin Rulan had already climbed up, her face flushed and sweaty. She looked at Jiang Xiaolu comfortably sitting on the carriage, a hint of jealousy flashing across her face, but she dared not fake an injury to get a ride. Having learned from the experiences of the old lady and the Pei family, she was smart enough not to follow their example. Her gaze shifted between Jiang Xiaolu, who was chatting leisurely, and Wu Xiaohan. Finally, it settled on Wu Xiaohan, thinking of Sure, who had been absent for many days. "Big sister-in-law, where did Sure go?" "He's on a mission." Su Yunwan knew why Sure was dispatched and looked at Qin Rulan with meaningful eyes. "What mission?" "Not sure." Qin Rulan thought about the candies Sure used to give her. If he were still here, seeing her suffering so much, he would probably give her another candy to comfort her. She watched the father and daughter from the fourth household climbing ahead hand in hand, then looked at the main household. Her second brother and mother were at the front of the line. Her eldest brother was injured in the carriage, and her sister-in-law had guards following her. Only she was alone among the family members, feeling isolated. When did the main household become so divided? A pang of sourness and loneliness arose in Qin Rulan's heart. She looked at the dappled light blocked by tall trees, feeling like a tiny, lonely speck dancing in the light, insignificant and drifting with the wind. As time passed, the exile team climbed higher and higher, finally reaching their destination, a spacious natural stone cave. Pain often makes people more aware. Exhausted Qin Rulin sat awkwardly in the corner, quietly thinking about all the changes since the house was searched. Her gaze naturally drifted to Tsinyi, who was in the Liu family. Come, have some water." Lu Junfeng kindly opened his water pouch and handed it to Tsinyi. Tsinyi was wiping sweat from her face with a silk cloth. Hearing his words, she paused, then coldly took the pouch and took a few sips. Lu Junfeng didn't notice her distance, or if he did, he didn't care. He smiled and said, "I'll go hunt some game later to help you recover your strength." Mrs. Lu scolded him, "Brother Feng, your father is still sick. Don't spend all your time just having fun." "Mother, I haven't forgotten. I'll hunt more game and share it with everyone," Lu Junfeng said. Then he took a few brothers and went out hunting. Once the men left, the women of the Liu family rolled their eyes and deliberately isolated Tsinyi. Some jealous ones even secretly insulted her, calling her a fox spirit reborn and saying she was skilled at controlling her husband. Tsinyi masked her feelings with cold indifference, her heart full of bitterness she couldn't express. They didn't realize that Lu Junfeng looked handsome in front of others, but was very different behind their backs. In intimate matters, he not only ignored her feelings, but also enjoyed hurting her. She felt like a torn piece of silk, being squeezed, pinched, and bitten by him, suffering terribly. Every night outdoors, she had to overcome shame and endure physical and emotional pain. The bruises and old scars on her body hadn't healed and were now fresh again. Yet in front of others, he acted like he loved her deeply, caring for her and responding to her needs. He even let his concubine, Lian do as she pleased with him, making her unable to love him and yet unable to hate him. Now that Lu Junfeng had left, Tsinyi vented her anger on Lian, like Lady Qin, ordering her to massage her back and legs. Lian obediently listened, despite her fatigue, and served her. Mrs. Lu comforted her briefly, then glared fiercely at Tsinyi. "I warn you, you're just a concubine too. Your status isn't higher than Lian. If you keep causing trouble and disturbing the household, I won't spare you." "Humph." Tsinyi snorted coldly, turned her back, and ignored Mrs.
Lu.
Mrs. Lu was so angry her fingers trembled, but because her youngest son protected her fiercely, she could only curse verbally. This kind of scene happens every day. It was the first time Qin Rulin saw it clearly. She looked at the chaos in the Liu family with shock and gained a better understanding of married life. It turns out that as long as you win your husband's heart, you can do whatever you want, even defy your mother-in-law who is above you. Thinking of this, she turned her gaze to Su Yunwan. Her sister-in-law was able to live so freely because she gained her older brother's favor. Loving her husband as the sky, ancient people truly knew how to manage relationships. But controlling a man is not easy. Qin Rulin liked young Master Chu, but he didn't like her. Even if she married him someday through tricks, she wouldn't get his warmth or affection. Qin Rulin carefully considered the pain of clarity and finally let go of Chu Yi. Thinking of her cousin who almost became engaged to Chu Yi, she looked at Qin Ruishan resting nearby with a complex expression. Qin Ruishan had already noticed that she was attracted by the chaos in the Liu family. After a moment of thought, she lowered her head and sat beside her, softly asking, "Elder sister, what are you thinking about? When the Chu family proposed marriage, what was your reason for refusing?" Qin Rulin had her guesses, but still wanted to hear her say it. Seeing that there were too many people in the cave, Qin Ruishan took her outside to avoid the crowd. After they were alone, she said, "Marriage is about matching social status. I know my place and don't think I am suitable for young Master Chu." Qin Rulin was confused. "Master Chu and his wife both proposed marriage, which means they both approve of you." "No, they only approve of the Qin family, not me personally. If there's no need for an alliance, I want to marry someone who truly cares for me." Seeing that Qin Rulin seemed to understand but not quite, Qin Ruishan continued, "If Uncle Qin were alive, our marriage would be just a matter of exchanging benefits. I wouldn't be able to decide for myself. But even in an arranged marriage, it's about matching social status. I wouldn't marry badly. Don't think you can be easily fooled by a man." Marrying down won't lead to a good ending. Don't look at Sin Yi being pampered, as if she's happy. She's probably suffering in secret.
How could that be?
She can't even walk properly, which must be because of Lu Juanfeng's evil deeds. And people's hearts are changeable. One day, if Lu Junfeng finds a new love, what do you think she'll do? Qin Rulan thought about Sin Yi's recent behavior. She didn't seem to move much. Could it really be that Lu Junfeng has some hidden evil habits? She faintly sensed a deep malice and shrank back in fear and confusion. Qin Ruishan comforted her. Elder sister, don't overthink. When we get to Yuhjo City, Big Brother will surely find a good marriage for you. Hopefully, Qin Rulan said dejectedly. In the past, her eldest brother would have carefully considered her, but now he no longer cared about her life or death. He wouldn't bother to think about her anymore. When the time comes, he would probably choose based on profit, just like their father. Qin Wanshan knew there was a deep gap between her and her elder brother, but she didn't try to persuade him further. Instead, she asked, I'm going to dig up some wild vegetables. Do you want to come with me? Yes, I do, Qin Rulan replied. She preferred being with Qin Wanshan rather than sitting alone in the cave, feeling abandoned. Being together helped her forget her loneliness, even though her legs felt heavy and tired. The sisters returned to the cave and told Qin Mu they were going out. Then, they carried baskets and, with the shadow guards, went to pick wild vegetables. Su Yunwan had gone ahead into the deep forest, avoiding crowds to gather fresh herbs and medicinal plants. Now, the Qin family had several injured and sick people, so she needed a good source of medicinal herbs. The remote mountain forest was the best hiding place. Under a tall, sun-drenched tree, some ginseng seeds fell into the rich, decayed soil. With the help of her wood element powers, they grew, flowered, and bore fruit, all in the blink of an eye, what would normally take 100 years. While Su Yunwan was bending down to pick herbs, she heard a faint hiss nearby. A small silver snake slithered out of the yellowing grass, heading straight for the ginseng. Su Yunwan quickly used her magic to create a 7-leaf flower, a known remedy against snakes. The small silver snake lifted half its body and froze, its round eyes fixed on Su Yunwan. Suddenly, it lunged forward, biting into a bright red, tempting ginseng fruit, then turned and ran away. People say that venomous snakes are protectors of ginseng, but Su Yunwan knew it was because ginseng prefers cool, damp places and avoids strong light and heat, similar to the snake's habitat. Additionally, the ginseng's bright red fruit attracts birds and rodents, which are prey for snakes. So, snakes often hide near ginseng, waiting for prey. The ginseng's fruit acts as a natural trap for snakes, but it's not part of their usual food chain. Seeing the small silver snake risking its life to pick the ginseng fruit was strange. While Su Yunwan was amazed, the snake disappeared. To prevent any further surprises, she quickly collected the fruits and dug up several ginseng plants. Just as she finished and was about to leave, the small silver snake reappeared. The small silver snake followed the unique scent of the red fruit and risked coming out to pick one as bait. Unaware that fleeing in panic caused the poison fang to snap into the fruit, accidentally swallowing it. The bait was gone, but it brought a clearer instinct. In other words, a sudden awakening of wisdom. Following its natural instincts, it returned to the place where it had just gathered ginseng, eagerly looking at Su Yunwan, hoping to be fed. The person and the snake stared at each other for a long time. From initial suspicion, Su Yunwan sensed its desire and suddenly felt speechless. The story of the farmer and the snake is well known. Does it not fear being killed by its own actions? Suddenly, Su Yunwan remembered something. She took out 2 types of ginseng fruits from her space, one natural, one cultivated, and placed them on the ground, then stepped back to observe. The small silver snake first crawled toward the naturally formed fruit nearby, but halfway there, it turned and swiftly swallowed the cultivated one. Then it looked at Su Yunwan eagerly, ignoring the natural fruit altogether. Another intelligent animal, just what she feared. Su Yunwan had traveled across mountains and rivers, seen many wise animals, and because of her wood element powers, she deeply understood that all things have spirits, even plants and trees. The black horse and the small silver snake were both exceptional among their kind, able to distinguish that cultivated plants contain rich essence, and eating them is very beneficial. However, the black horse could be ridden or driven, while the small silver snake was venomous, and she didn't want to take it along. "Last one after eating, it'll be over," she said, tossing a red fruit. It didn't land. The small silver snake leapt into the air, quickly and precisely catching and swallowing it. When it fell to the ground, she realized the person in front of her had disappeared. The surroundings were silent, with no sign of anyone, as if everything just now was a dream, an illusion. Not wanting to be followed, Su Yunwan instantly teleported over 100 meters away, saw the small silver snake bumping around like a headless fly, and with a slight smile, she turned and left. As evening fell, the sunset cast a golden glow through the forest, matching the deep autumn yellow leaves. The whole forest seemed tinged with a faint red hue. On a hidden high ground, a group of hundreds of exiles was concealed. The hunters returning from their trip brought back plentiful harvests. Jiang Shaolu saw that everyone had gathered a lot and organized the others to share the excess prey with the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled who couldn't go hunting. The bonfire blazed brightly. The smell of roasted meat filled the air. Everyone sat happily around the fire at the cave entrance, turning skewers to cook food. When Su Yunwan returned to the stone cave, she saw this lively scene filled with warmth. "Big sister-in-law, you've gathered so much." Qin Mu saw her and got up to greet her, helping to unload her full basket. Su Yunwan chuckled softly and asked, "Luckily, how is your older brother doing?" "He woke up once in the middle, drank some porridge, then went back to sleep," Qin Mu replied with a complicated look. Just after climbing into the stone cave, the eldest sister-in-law instructed Lin to cook porridge so that Lingchi could wake up and replenish his energy. In her eyes, the eldest sister-in-law didn't see much difference between master and servant. Was it the same in her family? But from what he knew, Deputy Minister Su, as a minister of rights, valued proper manners very much. She even specially hired an old palace maid who had been released from the palace to teach her daughter in front of others. These manners teachers were deeply rooted in the ideas of hierarchy and separation between master and servant. How could they raise such a remarkable woman as the eldest sister-in-law? Unaware of Qin Mu's doubts, Su Yunwan turned to the carriage to check Lingchi's condition. She had already healed all the injuries from the restorative pills and the bone erosion powder, leaving only whip scars to deal with others. She wanted to prevent Qing Xian from taking advantage and punishing Lingchi again for minor faults. Inside the carriage, in the dim light, Lingchi lay quietly on the bed, unmoving. Even in sleep, his expression suggested he was suffering from pain. Yes, those whip scars were different from ordinary skin injuries. They went deep enough to see the bone. No wonder they hurt so much. Su Yunwan moved her fingers slightly. Outside the carriage, Qin Ruoshan's voice came. "Older sister-in-law, Ame and I found a persimmon grove. We picked a lot of ripe wild persimmons. They're really delicious. Would you like to try some?" "All right, I'll take a look." Su Yunwan jumped down from the carriage. The two of them entered the stone cave together. Inside, Qin Ruolin saw Su Yunwan return and quickly picked a small, golden persimmon, handing it to her with a gentle smile. "Older sister-in-law, would you like some persimmons?" "Thank you." Su Yunwan nodded in acknowledgement, seeing her friendly gesture. The persimmon in her hand was washed, but she didn't eat it. Instead, she looked at a half basket of persimmons nearby and said, "I prefer persimmon cakes. Maybe we can string them together?" Qin Ruolin nodded happily. "That's a good idea. I also like persimmon cakes, but I don't know how to make them. It's simple. Just peel the persimmons, dry them in the sun, shape them, and then store them in a cool, sealed place to frost. We can string them up with a rope and hang them around the carriage to dry." "I'll go ask Madame Chu for some rope," Qin Ruoshan said. Lin, who was caring for the elderly lady nearby, agreed. "Go ahead. When you come back, Mother will help string them too." The elderly lady lay on the ground covered with fallen leaves, watching her family women happily working together to make persimmon cakes. Her face showed a contented smile. Seeing the situation, Qin Mu ordered the shadow guards who were accompanying Qin Ruoshan and her sister to leave. He then led people to pick more baskets of persimmons. The Chu family also joined in, and both families worked together, creating a very friendly atmosphere. Other prisoners saw this, and, besides those roasting meat, also joined the picking team to gather food supplies. Luckily, the persimmon grove was large enough to prevent disputes over the fruit. By the time it was completely dark, everyone returned to the campfire. They used water instead of wine and ate meat heartily. After a satisfying meal, the camp gradually grew quiet. People lay down on the ground covered with leaves and branches, falling asleep in all directions. Because of his injuries, 07 did not move into the cave, and Wu Xiaohan stayed with him the whole time. For protection, Su Yunwan also rested in the carriage. As soon as she got on, Wu Xiaohan stepped outside to guard. Qin Mu finished organizing the night watch and also came to the carriage. At that moment, a hoarse and unclear voice came from inside the carriage. Wan. This heartfelt call deeply touched Wu Xiaohan and Qin Mu. Wu Xiaohan closed his eyes tightly, while Qin Mu looked furious. Inside the carriage, Su Yunwan didn't think much. She moved closer to 07, looked at his face, which was almost identical to Qin Junyi's, and felt pity. She softly said, "I am here." 07's body moved slightly. When he heard this, his eyes slowly opened, and he looked at Su Yunwan with a dreamy, blurry gaze, clearly not fully awake yet. Su Yunwan reached out to touch his forehead. The hot temperature from his skin spread to her hand. She quickly turned and said, "Wu Xiaohan, Ziyuan has a high fever. Hurry and get a warm silk cloth." Wu Xiaohan responded with yes, and hurried to find water. Qin Mu clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could shake 07 awake and give him a good beating. Fortunately, Su Yunwan didn't treat 07 with the same warmth she showed Qin Junyi. Instead, when no one was around, she quietly used some healing energy to reduce the inflammation of 07's wounds. Soon, Wu Xiaohan returned with a damp cloth and carefully placed it on 07's forehead. "You reapply medicine to Ziyuan's wounds, and I'll make some herbal soup," Su Yunwan said, taking out her homemade wound medicine before jumping down from the carriage. Seeing Qin Mu's angry face, almost about to explode, she said calmly, "What are you doing standing here? Go take care of your older brother." If they wanted to hide their plans, everyone who knew the truth had to cooperate. Otherwise, with only 07's efforts, how could they keep things hidden? As a brother-obsessed person, Qin Mu was furious to see his older brother running a high fever and standing outside the carriage like a stick. Was that reasonable?